Chapter 1. Awakening. In the Cerebral Repository. Esteemed readers, please store this. This novel is set in the Douluo system, having discarded certain elements, with many aspects drawn from a particular online game. Morning. Emergency announcement. Last night, a nationwide anomaly occurred. The dimensions of the Douluo continent game collided with the real world, resulting in the manifestation of everything within reality. Individuals aged 6 and above have awakened their martial souls, and soul beasts are now roaming various regions. Citizens are advised to exercise caution while traveling. This concludes our report. Ye lay gazed at the broadcast, lost in contemplation, when suddenly a chime resonated within his mind. System awakening in progress. System awakening successful. A system. Indeed, a system akin to those in novels. I am a chosen one. Yilei exclaimed in astonishment. An avid reader of online novels, Yilei had longed for the possession of a system, and today his dreams had materialized. The host is now presented with an awakening gift package. Due to the current fusion of game dimensions with reality and the prevalence of soul beasts, the host will receive all abilities from the Douluo continent. Soul Master Showdown. Game.Yilei was astounded. He was acutely aware of his prowess within the game, having ranked among the top 5 players on that server. However, the subsequent statement from the system nearly left him speechless. However, the host must complete a series of tasks to unlock all abilities. Yilei. Speechless. Nevertheless, the host will be granted the full power of blue silvergrass. Upon hearing this, Yilei's previously disheartened mood surged with vitality. After all, blue silvergrass is versatile, offensive, defensive, and controllable, truly formidable. Dear System, what is the first task, System? Are you not going to change your expression at all? The first task is to hunt 10 soul rings for ordinary individuals. Given the game dimension, the age of the soul rings is not restricted, although it is advisable not to exceed 1,000 years. Is it really that simple? Indeed. For Yilei, this initial task was child's play. The only concern was ensuring the age of the soul rings was suitable, but he dreaded the prospect of hunting rings too old, as the recipients might be unable to withstand the backlash, resulting in their untimely demise and rendering his efforts futile. Rest assured, the host. I shall provide you with a soul beast detector, which can locate soul beasts and ascertain the age of soul rings, ensuring accuracy. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You did not inquire. Forget it, I shan't dwell on that. Is there a time limit for the task? There's none. By the way, what martial souls do individuals other than myself possess? Are they random? These are indeed random, but all will be of level 10, with the potential to awaken multiple martial souls. Yilei pondered for a moment. Since everyone else was at level 10, it meant that I could easily find 10 individuals on the street to fulfill my task. However, the question remained whether they would believe me. Wait, she should trust me, right? System, are you there? What's the matter? Can you grant me the blue silvergrass? Without it, how can I complete my task? Buzz, the soul power infusion ritual is commencing. Please prepare yourself. Countdown begins. 1098765. Yilei, what? Is it starting already? Couldn't you have informed me sooner? System, you didn't inquire. Yilei. Speechless. 4321. Time's up. Commencing infusion. Blue light erupted alongside a scream. P.S. A preliminary statement. Allow me to clarify. This novel is my inaugural attempt at writing. If there are any inadequacies, please feel free to comment on those sections. I assure you, I will make prompt revisions upon noticing them. As a student embarking on my first literary endeavor, I greatly appreciate the reader's insights. Writing a novel is indeed a laborious task. As a student encountering this realm for the first time, I recognize that there may be flaws in the plot, the setting, or character portrayals. If anything fails to resonate with you, the readers, please voice your concerns. That I am committed to making revisions. And if one round of edits is insufficient, I shall revise multiple times until the readers are satisfied. I am Su Yini at your service. I hope for your support, and I promise to improve continuously, as will the novel and all of you. Chapter 2. Hanwon. 10 minutes later, the blue light in the room gradually dissipated, revealing a figure in a grand stance. Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a flash of blue light glimmered from his gaze. He gradually rose to his feet. Yilei spread his arms and examined himself, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within. With a mere thought, a small blue grass sprouted in the palm of his hand, and simultaneously 6 streaks of black light flickered. At that very moment, in a room within the Minuan garden, a girl lying on the bed opened her jade-like eyes. Hearing the commotion outside, she frowned and got up to push the door open, calling out in confusion, "Mom, Dad?" Upon seeing the scene before her, she nearly fainted. Before her stood 2 individuals in red and black, momentarily at a loss for words, as they weakly uttered, "Dad, Mom." Xianwan, You're awake? What's going on? The girl, referred to as Han Wan, was 18 years old and was currently on summer break, lounging at home. She had intended to engage in an epic chess match with the Sandman for 300 rounds, but was awakened by her parents' noise, looking utterly helpless as she gazed at them. Sorry, Xian Wan, we didn't mean to wake you, spoke Han Kachin, looking at his beloved daughter. I don't know either. I just woke up and it was like this. The television station reported it too, so your mother and I decided to give it a try, and then this happened, Han Kachin explained. Han Wan, puzzled, tilted her head to glance at her father, the Grand Supreme Lord, her eyes brimming with confusion. It was only upon his nod of affirmation that she accepted her father's words. She then stated, I will step outside shortly to inquire with my classmates to discern the situation. Mother, is there breakfast? I'm quite hungry. With that, she made her way towards the dining area, closely followed by Mrs. H. and Yle gazed at the blue silvergrass in his hand and subsequently inquired, Dear system, is there anything else I should be aware of? Well, due to the fusion of the two worlds, certain aspects have been altered. For instance, the RMB has been rendered obsolete, replaced by the golden soul coins. Is that so? Yle mused inwardly. By the way, esteemed system, how many golden soul coins do I possess? 1 million. Quite impressive indeed. I've become a minor magnate. Ah, host, the soul beast detector has been installed on your left hand. Please take note. Upon hearing this, Yle lifted his left hand, revealing a sophisticated instrument. This detector can sense soul beasts within a radius of 100 meters. Should any soul beasts appear, it will emit an alarm and calculate the age of their soul rings. As he listened to the system's explanation, Yle marveled at the device in his hand, exclaiming, This is splendid. With this, completing tasks will be effortless. Just then, a ringing sound shattered the tranquility that Yle pulled out his phone, glancing at the flashing characters on the screen before turning to head into his room to change clothes, all while answering the call. Meanwhile, in a raucous military conference room in Rongqing, a commanding voice resonated. What are your thoughts on this matter? Instantly, the previously noisy room fell into silence. As Yle made his way, his mind was occupied with thoughts. He had not deliberately nurtured the blue-silver grass in the game, resulting in lower soul ring ages. It seemed he should begin to cultivate it earnestly. Lost in contemplation, he arrived at the entrance of an opulent residential complex that Yle looked up and sent a message from his phone. In one of the upper rooms, a girl glanced at her parents and then at her phone. She stood up and informed her parents before stepping out the door. Chapter 3, Meeting the Parents. The young girl peered out the window, spotting a familiar figure below. A smile graced her lips as she turned and entered the elevator. Yle. At the sound of her voice, he looked up to see a charming silhouette approaching with a smile. Wanner. The girl before Yle was none other than Han Wan. He playfully attempted to pinch her cheek, only to have his hand swatted away. Stop it. Rebuffed, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. What's the matter? Why did you call me over so early? Yle inquired. Have you seen the news? I have. What's the issue? Let's discuss it upstairs. My parents are present too. All right. Wait. Must we go upstairs? No way. The girl shot him an admonishing glance, prompting him to follow her into the elevator with a begrudging sigh. With a resounding click, the door swung open, prompting Han Kachin and his wife to rise and gaze towards the entrance. There stood their daughter, accompanied by a tall figure who, in that moment, resembled a wayward child, head bowed low. Upon noticing their presence, he instinctively uttered, Dad, Mom. Feeling the weight of the family's gaze upon him, Yle hastily corrected himself, Uncle Auntie. Han Kachin glanced at his daughter, inquiring, Who is this? My boyfriend. Han Wan replied matter-of-factly. Yle, addressed directly, nodded in acknowledgement, only to be pinched by Han Wan at his waist. Can you act normal, please? All right. Yle acquiesced, not daring to voice a dissenting word. Observing the obedient demeanor of Yle, who was being chastised by his daughter, Han Kachin felt a twinge of sympathy. All right, let's get down to business. Mom and Dad, release it, Han Wan declared. Han Kachin and his wife exchanged a glance, and then, with a thought, summoned forth 2 radiant lights, one black, one red. Yle gasped, a fire attribute martial soul, the firehorn rhinoceros, and a dark attribute martial soul, the nether panther, 2 exceptional specimens. What does that mean? Han Kachin, standing behind the fiery red rhinoceros, looked at Yle in confusion. Uncle, your martial soul is the fire attribute firehorn rhinoceros, known for its formidable defense and versatility in both offense and defense. A rare gem indeed, Yle explained, then turned to Han Wan's mother. And Auntie, your martial soul is the dark attribute nether panther, renowned for its incredible speed, Seeing Han Kachin and his wife nod in understanding, he then turned to Han Wan. Nwaner, what is your martial soul? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Han Wan hesitated before responding. I don't know. Give it a try. Okay. With that, Han Wan focused her thoughts, and a brilliant ice blue light erupted, accompanied by a chilling aura that swept over the three others. An ice blue bird materialized upon her shoulder. The Ice Phoenix. The pinnacle among beast martial souls, Yilei exclaimed. The Ice Phoenix sounds formidable. Oh, by the way, what about you, Yilei? Han Wan inquired. I possess the plant-type martial soul, blue silvergrass. Yilei replied, at that moment. The system chimed in. Host, please be advised, you still have tasks pending. Cease the chatter. Yilei muttered under his breath. Didn't you see I was conversing with my future in-laws? Scram. System. How pretentious that. Oh right, they'll take you all to hunt soul beasts for soul rings shortly. Soul beasts and soul rings? What are those? They enhance martial souls. Just watch from the sidelines, Yilei explained. After contemplating, Yilei noted that Han Kikin's martial soul was fire-based and at level 10, which was relatively weak. Thus, he required a defensive soul skill for self-preservation. Han Wan's mother, with her nether panther that emphasized swift attacks, would need a soul beast with strong cutting power and speed, while Han Wan herself would benefit from an ice attribute avian soul beast. After sharing his thoughts, they unanimously decided to embark on the hunt for soul beasts. System. Speechless, finally setting out, I've waited long enough. Chapter 4. The Hunt and the Soul Beneath the Grass. 10 minutes later, they gathered at the base of Mingyuan Garden. Yilei glanced at the three individuals behind him and inquired, Are you prepared? Indeed, the trio responded in unison. Very well, let us proceed, Yilei declared. An hour and a half later, at the riverside forest, we have arrived. Nwaner, it would be prudent for you to activate your martial spirits, just in case. Upon his words, three beams of light, one red, one blue, and one black illuminated the surroundings. As the four ventured deeper into the forest, a cacophony of shouts echoed ahead. A monster! Run! Upon hearing this, Yilei's interest was piqued, and he urged the others to hasten forward. When they were still over 100 meters away, Yilei's detector emitted a sound. Ding! Soul beast detected ahead. A 500-year-old armored beast. How fortuitous! Just what my esteemed father-in-law requires, a defensive soul ring. Yilei mused silently. Upon arrival, they beheld a soul beast, roughly the size of a small car, rampaging before them. Its predominant hue was yellow, adorned with green spikes and scales the size of fingernails. Indeed, it was the armored beast. Yilei turned to Han Fu, saying, Uncle, prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, he boldly approached the soul beast. To the astonishment of Han Wan and the others, a sprig of blue grass materialized in Yilei's hand, while 6 black rings ascended from his feet, subsequently hovering around his waist. The armored beast, upon spotting Yilei, displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes and attempted to flee. Alas, it had encountered Yilei in a calm, yet resolute tone. Yilei declared, attempting to escape? Not on my watch. Blue silver grass entangle. As the words fell, a robust strand of blue silver grass surged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the beast's waist. Blue-silver spike formation. Before the armored beast could even struggle, it was pierced by dozens of blue-silver grass spikes erupting from the earth, leaving it grievously wounded. Uncle, you may approach now. Still reeling from the overwhelming display of dominance, Han Fu cautiously advanced, eyeing the near-lifeless armored beast and instinctively questioning, is it truly safe, Shao? Lei. Rest assured, Uncle, just give it one more thrust, Yilei replied. Upon hearing this, Han Fu accepted the military dagger Yilei offered and plunged it forcefully into the creature's neck. Moments later, a yellow ring materialized above the soul beast. Uncle, you must guide the soul ring with your will. Upon receiving this instruction, Han Fu promptly complied. In an instant, the soul ring began to drift towards him, hovering at his waist, and under Yilei's mental direction, he sat down to absorb the soul ring. After witnessing Han Fu absorb the soul ring, Yilei summoned Han Wan and the others. What is it, Yilei? My father, Han Wan inquired. Fear not. Nwaner uncle is merely absorbing a soul ring. He shall be fine. Yilei reassured her. Upon hearing this, Han Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. I called you here to ensure you make the most of your training in preparation for your own soul ring absorption. Understood, Han Wan and the others replied. Upon witnessing this scene, Yilei promptly took on the role of protector for the family of 3. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Yilei's mind. Task 1 completed. Please continue your efforts, and I wish you success in accomplishing your task soon. Chapter 5. Beast spirit revised. Riverside Forest. A beam of sunlight pierced through the leaves, illuminating the heads of 4 individuals. Ye lay, in deep meditation, felt the sun's rays prick at him, prompting him to open his phoenix-like eyes, shake his head, and rise. He glanced at the 3 individuals engrossed in their meditative state, then turned his gaze towards the enormous carcass of the scaled beast lying in the distance, akin to the size of a small car, and approached it. Observing the creature's torso, which he had pierced with his blue silvergrass, he noted the ground beneath was already soaked with the blood of the soul beast. Yilei approached the head of the scaled beast, drew his dagger from his waist, and aimed it at the creature's head. Unbeknownst to him, every action he had taken from the moment he slayed the scaled beast had been meticulously recorded by an individual clad in uniform. In the military office of Rong City, an elderly man with white hair sat at his desk. After taking a sip of tea, he set down his tablet and instructed the guard, "Please send someone to bring that individual from the video to me. I wish to meet him." The doorman nodded slightly and stepped forward, taking the tablet with him as he exited. The protagonist in that video was indeed engaged in combat within the forest. 10 minutes later, Yilei gazed at the 3 individuals who simultaneously opened their eyes before him, momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible for a family to be so in sync? His attention fixated on the young lady beside him. The girl appeared to notice someone staring at her. "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing on my face." Hee. Yilei scratched his head and chuckled. "By the way, uncle, this is for you." As he spoke, Yilei extended his hand, revealing a vibrant green orb that captured the attention of all 3 individuals. "What is this?" inquired Han's father, perplexed. "This is a beast soul, utilized to enhance the strength of soul rings. However, this is merely the most basic level. In the future, defeating more formidable soul beasts will yield greater rewards," Yilei explained. Han's father nodded in understanding, accepting the beast soul and placing it into his pocket. Has everyone had a good rest?" Yilei asked. The other 3 nodded in perfect synchrony once again. "Yilei, how is it that you all can be so perfectly in sync?" Sob, sob, sob. "System, please do not lose heart. Host, perhaps in the future, it will be possible." "Yilei, I am already aware, even without your prompting, that it is a flawed system." System. Returning to reality. Yilei constantly observed the detector in his hand. Suddenly, a small head emerged from beneath his left armpit. Instinctively, Yilei withdrew his hand, only to be met with a cry of pain from his armpit. "Ouch! You hurt me, you clumsy oaf." Yilei observed the small head that had emerged from beneath his armpit, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he gently pinched Han Wan's cheek. Behind them, a certain individual held his wife's hand. Watching the playful antics of the two with a peculiar feeling in his heart, an impulse to unleash his martial spirit and confront the pig that was encroaching upon his precious cabbage. However, the thought of the scale-armored beast quelled this urge. "The scale-armored beast, how could you still remember me?" Meanwhile, Han's mother seemed to perceive her husband's thoughts, squeezing his hand gently. Han's father, with a hint of helplessness, glanced at their daughter before turning to his wife, sharing a soft smile. Over the course of an afternoon, as Yilei assisted his mother-in-law in hunting a soul beast, he inadvertently aided 4 passers-by in acquiring soul rings. The system task was completed with a score of 610. Now he merely needed to assist Han Wan and the 3 pedestrians. "Host, there is another matter I must convey. As today marks the first day of National Awakening, you have attained the prowess of a 6-ring Soul Emperor. However, due to a bug within this system, you can currently only activate the first 4 soul skills of the blue silver grass. Furthermore, your body has yet to assimilate the physical qualities corresponding to the 6-ring Soul Emperor, leaving your physical condition akin to that of an 18-year-old high school student." Yilei understood the system's words. At present, he could only utilize 4 of the 10,000-year soul skills of the blue silver grass, and his physical condition remained unchanged, requiring another night's time for proper integration. After escorting Han Wan's family to the Mingyuan community, Yilei contemplated a nagging feeling that he was being watched. Lost in thought, he arrived at his doorstep. Unbeknownst to him, the entire hallway was suffused with a peculiar medicinal aroma, which he mistakenly attributed to the herbal concoctions brewed by the elderly neighbor next door, thus dismissing any concern. As Yilei inserted the key into the lock, he suddenly realized it would not fit. As he exerted pressure to force the key in, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from the door, instantly paralyzing his body. In that moment, a long needle pierced the back of Yilei's neck, rendering him weak, as energy drained from him gradually. "This is bad. Someone is behind me." Yilei gritted his teeth. Yi Lei gritted his teeth and resolutely extended his hand to remove the long needle from his neck. Upon bringing it closer to his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the needle's tip was shaped like a pentagram, emitting the very medicinal scent he had encountered earlier. This was evidently an anesthetic needle that did not exist in the realm of the ordinary. 5 figures clad in dark uniforms leisurely descended from the upper floor, with the leader brandishing a gun that glinted ominously. It was this very weapon that had discharged the anesthetic needle that struck Yi Lei in the neck moments earlier. "Who are you? Why have you targeted me?" Yi Lei questioned, each word punctuated by clenched teeth. In that fleeting moment, he initially surmised that these 5 individuals were adversaries of the Yi family, but the instant he heard the words of the dark-clad leader, he dismissed that notion. "We are under the orders of the Elder. We kindly request your presence for a visit," the leader declared. "Elder?" Yi Lei was engulfed in confusion when the leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward and swiftly rendered him unconscious with a single strike, leaving him powerless to resist. He was then lifted by 5 men and carried down the stairs, tossed into the vehicle they had arrived in. The night passed in silence. The following day. Note: this chapter has been revised for your peace of mind. Note: in this chapter, the reason the male protagonist was incapacitated by a mere 10th level soul master will be explained later. Readers are advised not to dwell on this matter. Chapter 6. The 10 Elders, the 7th Elder. The next day, in a dimly lit room, a young man was bound tightly to a chair. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed closer, and with a sudden flick, the lights illuminated the room, revealing the young man's face. A dozen armed individuals entered, and it was none other than Yi Lei. Noticing Yi Lei's lack of response, the leader signaled to one of his companions, who understood the cue and turned to fetch water from a faucet in the corner of the room. Sujio, the man carrying a bucket of water, returned to the leader, who nodded in approval. He then approached Yi Lei, raising the bucket above him and pouring the water over his head. Coughing, Yi Lei shook his head, opening his striking eyes to survey his surroundings before demanding loudly, "Who are you? Where's this? Why have you captured me?" In response to Yi Lei's barrage of questions, the leader, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, simply stated, "Our elders wish to see you." As Yi Lei's ears caught the mention of the term elder by the leader, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He contemplated making a break for it, yet upon surveying the dozen fully armed soldiers surrounding him, he could only manage a resigned smile. Though the thought of escape crossed his mind, he certainly did not wish to be turned into a pincushion. "System, host, have you perhaps forgotten my presence?" Yi Lei, damn it, why did it have to appear now after such a long time? Can you enlighten me on what exactly has transpired and who they truly are? System, this matter is rather intricate. Subsequently, Yi Lei began to listen attentively to the system's narrative. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han Wan awoke in her room. Upon stepping outside, she observed her parents, who had risen early to cultivate their skills. With a smile, she approached her mother and sweetly said, "Mom, I'm hungry." Startled back to reality, Han's mother looked at her daughter and smiled helplessly. All right, I'll go prepare something for you." "Thank you, Mom," Han Wan said, affectionately nuzzling her mother's shoulder. "All right, enough with the sweet talk. If you want to be coddled, go find Yi Lei." "Mom, why would you say that? You're trying to push your own daughter away. Besides, Yi Lei is as wooden as a log." In a certain room in Rong City, someone sneezed. "Who the hell just insulted me?" In the military, Yi Lei gazed at the dozens of individuals gathered in the room, filled with a profound sense of helplessness. After an indeterminate passage of time, a figure entered from outside and whispered something to the leader. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "Elder Xiao Xiong has arrived." Yi Litan was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Xiong, Elder, could you possibly be the 7th Elder among the esteemed top 10 elders of the nation? But why do you wish to meet with me?" At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair entered the room. The 7th Elder gazed at Yi Lei, who was bound hand and foot, and Yi Lei helplessly addressed his subordinates. "I instructed you to bring him back, not to restrain him." After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is the purpose of your visit?" The 7th Elder replied, as he retrieved a tablet from his subordinate and held it before Yi Lei. "Is this not yours?" Yi Lei gazed at the tablet, astonished to find a scene of himself hunting the armored beast. "You are monitoring me," he exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Enough of this. We have more pressing matters." Someone untie the young man. "Really, I asked you to invite people, not to bind them." Chapter 7. Accompanying Burial, revised. As the leader began to free Yi Lei from his restraints, Elder 7 interjected, "I had them bring you here to inquire about a matter." What matter? What is your perspective on the global phenomenon of Douluo transformation? Elder 7 inquired. Well, I truly do not know how to respond. Yilei admitted, momentarily at a loss for words. Speak up. When you vanquished that creature, what was the black circular ring that hung by your waist? And why did that monster seem inclined to flee upon seeing you? Elder 7 unleashed a barrage of questions, akin to a machine gun. Yilei, speechless. Does this old man not need to take a breath while speaking? He speaks more fluently than I, a young person. Elder 7, please. I am the 7th-ranked elder, you know. 5 minutes later, once Yilei completed his narrative, he observed the expressions of the 7th elder and the others, which conveyed a sense of understanding. He exhaled with relief, having finally finished his account, nearly exposing the existence of his system. System, I truly appreciate your efforts. Ding. Host. There is another matter I must convey to you. The system's voice intrusively echoed in Yilei's mind. Speak succinctly. Certainly. In the game, each soul master can only utilize the first 4 soul skills, while the subsequent ones are entirely passive. However, with the integration of the game into reality, every martial soul can now actively employ soul skills. Upon hearing this, Yilei exclaimed, nice. This meant he was now on par with Tang San, or rather, surpassing him. Thanks to his binding with the Douluo game system, he possessed all the martial souls available in the game, rendering him exponentially stronger than others. By the way, Elder Shao, I am yet to learn about your martial soul. Might I have the honor of witnessing it? Yilei suddenly inquired of the 7th elder. Very well. I shall show you, the 7th elder replied generously. With that, a crimson light erupted from the 7th elder's being. Yilei's brows furrowed at the sight. As the red glow dissipated, a long staff materialized in the 7th elder's hand, adorned with a great dragon coiled around it, its eyes glinting with ferocity. The 7th elder's martial soul was, indeed, the coiling dragon staff. It appears my assumptions were correct. Among the 10 elders, the 6th elder and the 7th elder are twins. Now that I know the 7th elder's martial soul is the coiling dragon staff, it stands to reason that the 6th elder's must be the same. Young man, there is a matter that requires your attention. Are you willing? The 7th elder's tone turned serious, and Yilei felt a sense of foreboding. What is it? Please, speak plainly, 7th elder. Join us as an advisor in the Elder Hall. We can offer you honor and boundless wealth. The 7th elder regarded Yilei intently. And if I refuse? I prefer to lead my own life and have no desire to join any Elder Hall. Moreover, I am still a student. If there is nothing else, I would like to return. Since you are unwilling to join our Elder Hall, your value to us diminishes. By the way, your little girlfriend and her family will vanish from this world. The 7th elder chuckled darkly. You dare. If you harm them, I will ensure you pay the price. That may not be possible, for your time is limited. The command rang out, eliminate him. Now, you leave me no choice. As he watched the individuals in the room simultaneously raise their weapons, aimed at him, he declared, fire, with a flash of his 4th soul skill, blue-silver cage. At the instant the gunshots rang out, a colossal cage encircled Yilei, rendering the bullets ineffective as they clattered harmlessly to the ground. Now it is my turn. 5th soul skill, blue-silver tyrant spear. A chilling voice emanated from Yilei, sweeping a cold light across the room. In an instant, blood splattered, and the scalding liquid struck the face of the 7th elder, startling him into action. Without hesitation, he summoned his dragon-embodying staff, desperate to defend himself against the now bloodthirsty Yilei. However, the staff, devoid of any soul rings, was scarcely more formidable than a mere rolling pin. Yilei thrust his blue-silver emperor spear with ferocity, piercing through the 7th elder's left chest. As he withdrew the spear, the tip was grotesquely adorned with a still bleeding heart, while the 7th elder's chest gushed forth blood, and within moments, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Yilei stepped forward to confirm that the 7th elder had lost all signs of life, and then burst through the door. However, after Yilei exited, the seemingly lifeless body of the 7th elder began to twitch in a strange manner. The gaping wound in his chest mysteriously healed, and an eerie red light flickered at the sight. Miraculously, the 7th elder rose to his feet, appearing little different from before, save for his blood-soaked garments and pallid complexion. Yilei, I shall remember you. Let us see how long you can thrive on my territory. The 7th elder radiated a bizarre black-red light, his eyes filled with a murderous intent steeped in hatred. Chapter 8. My bottom line, you cannot cross. Had this not been my domain and had I not possessed hidden cards, you might have truly succeeded in killing me. The 7th elder wiped the blood from his face. and the peculiar glow around him gradually faded. Were it not for the secret methods bestowed upon him by that esteemed figure, he might have become the first among the 10 elders to be slain by a mere youth. His expression softened, and after a moment, he retrieved an unknown mobile device from his pocket, dialing a number. After 2 rings, a voice filled with age and authority resonated. "What is it, my brother?" While searching for an exit, Yilei encountered several soldiers. Without waiting for them to advance, he swiftly incapacitated them with his blue-silver grass. Upon reaching the door, the guards hesitated to stop him, having received a warning from their captain. Do not obstruct a man wielding a blue spear, unless you wish to be cleaved in 2. Upon bursting out of the military compound, Yilei cast a glance back at the 7th elder's residence, quietly vowing, "I shall annihilate your so-called elder hall, rendering you incapable of ruling unchecked in Huaxia any longer." He then harnessed his spiritual energy and began racing towards the city. Simultaneously, in Shucheng, the 6th elder, upon hearing his brother's words, exhibited a troubled expression. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the 7th elder. "For now, do not provoke him. I will speak with the Grand Elder shortly, and we shall devise a strategy. Focus on your cultivation for the time being." Without awaiting a response, he ended the call. The 7th elder, staring at the now darkened screen of his phone, turned and exited the room, summoning others to clear the aftermath within. The newcomers, upon witnessing the scene before them, stood in stunned silence. Noon, city center. A multitude of spirit beasts suddenly descended upon the vast city, wreaking havoc and chaos, as anguished cries and pleas for help echoed throughout. As Yilei approached the city center, his soul beast detector in his left hand suddenly emitted a series of sharp beeps. Confused, he raised his hand, only to furrow his brow at the sight of a flashing red exclamation mark on the device, accompanied by a line of text. "Beast tide detected ahead. Numbers and year unknown." A chime sounded, and the system's voice announced, "The host has triggered a side quest. Please face the beast tide alone." Completion rewards. Tang Sek's ultimate skills. Upon hearing the words Tang Sek's ultimate skills, Yilei sprang into action, racing towards the site of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Han Wan and her family were leisurely shopping in a mall, completely oblivious to the impending storm outside. Suddenly, chaos erupted at the mall entrance, punctuated by screams. "What is happening?" Han Wan and her companions emerged from the store, stunned. "Why are soul beasts appearing in the city, and in such numbers?" Han Wan gaped in disbelief. As soul beasts surged in, the mall's entrance was shattered. Suddenly, a massive Earth King unleashed a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter toward Han Wan. As the fireball approached, those behind her were unable to escape, voicing their despair. "It's over." Just then, a voice resonated. First soul skill, Fire Rhino's Shield. A fiery red barrier materialized before a man, intercepting the fireball. It was Han Wan's father, who, after blocking the Earth King's attack, was joined by her mother. First soul skill, Netherblade. Han Wan's mother unleashed 10 claw blades from her hands, targeting the Earth King's head. A sickening crack echoed as the beast's skull shattered, unleashing a torrent of dark green blood. The Earth King fell, and Han Wan's mother claimed the first blood, watching her parents engage in battle. Han Wan felt a surge of frustration, realizing she would need Yilei's help to obtain a soul ring. Lost in thought, a horde of soul beasts suddenly charged toward them. The leading beasts unleashed their respective skills, and within moments, 5 or 6 different soul techniques hurtled toward Han Wan. Seeing this, her father cast his first soul skill again. He succeeded in blocking the onslaught, but his Fire Rhino's shield shattered under the strain. At that moment, more soul beasts launched their attacks. Chapter 9. Facing alone as Han Wan's father's Fire Rhino's shield broke. The toll of having fused with a soul ring just the night before, combined with his weakened constitution, left him vulnerable. He was struck by an unblocked soul beast skill, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing up blood. "Father! Honey!" Both Han Wan and her mother shouted in alarm, rushing to support him. Her mother anxiously inquired, "Darling, what's wrong?" Han Wan's father shook his head, signaling that he was fine. A chorus of roars echoed around them, and the trio looked up to see a multitude of soul beasts preparing to tear them apart. Han Wan's once bright eyes now dulled. She softly uttered, "Yilei, where are you?" At that moment, the spirit beast stirred, and Han Wan helplessly closed her eyes. Just when she thought her fate was sealed, a voice resonated softly. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. Following this, the sounds of collisions and the roars of the spirit beast filled the air, accompanied by the sound of friction. Hanwan opened her eyes in surprise, for she recognized that voice. It was his. Not far away stood a tall boy, Yilei. At this moment, Yilei raised his right hand, his expression impassive, yet a fierce rage burned within him. How dare they harm his family? They were courting death. Indeed, Yilei had already regarded Han's father and mother as his own. You beasts deserve to die 1,000 deaths. As he spoke, he clenched his right hand, and instantly, the spirit beasts trapped within the blue-silver prison were pierced by the sharp tips of the blue-silver grass, their lives extinguished as the light faded from their eyes, sending them to meet the king of hell. Except for Han and the other two, everyone else stared wide-eyed, pondering in disbelief. Is this still a human? Yilei glanced around, confirming that no living soul beast remained before he approached Han's father. Observing the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, he inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" Han's father shook his head, replying, "I am fine, just a bit fatigued." "That's a relief," Yilei responded. "In that case, Uncle and Auntie, here's something for you." With a flourish, he produced 2 yellow chrysanthemums and handed them to Han's father and mother. This is the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, known for its remarkable ability to strengthen meridians and enhance physical constitution. Simply consume the leaves to absorb its essence. Han's father and mother accepted the celestial herbs without hesitation, seating themselves on the ground to begin their cultivation. At that moment, a certain individual became indignant and approached Yilei, extending her small hand with a pout. "What about me? My parents each have one. Why don't I?" With a tender gaze fixed on the adorable Han Wan, Yilei replied with affection, "How could there be none for my little princess? It's just..." Before he could finish, Han Wan interrupted. "Just what?" "Because you do not yet possess a soul ring. Consuming the celestial herb would yield more harm than benefit. However, today, you shall acquire a soul ring. There are plenty around here. Let me search for one. Ah, this one seems quite suitable for you." As he spoke, Yilei dragged over a feeble, large bird ensnared by his blue-silver grass. Its body was a deep blue, adorned with steel-gray armor. This is a steel-winged blue-headed eagle, with a cultivation level just reaching a millennium, perfectly suited for you. Although Yilei had recently acted decisively, he had not eradicated the distant group of soul beasts, as he still had system tasks to complete, aiming to fulfill them and swiftly restore his full strength. Yilei drew forth a dagger and handed it to Han Wan, who without hesitation plunged it into the skull of the steel-winged, blue-headed eagle. She then sat upon the ground, initiating the absorption of the soul ring. During this interval, Yilei assisted the majority of those present in acquiring their own soul rings, thereby exceeding the requirements of the system's task while collecting a substantial bounty of beast souls, encompassing a variety of qualities. As for the celestial herbs, they were obtained from his own defeat of 2 ancient soul beasts, a reward bestowed by the system. The soul rings, too, were gathered using the soul ring collector provided by the system, an essential tool for enhancing soul rings. Naturally, all soul beasts and soul rings present were stored within Yilei's system space. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 1 and the side quest. System rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check your inventory." Yilei chuckled softly upon hearing this. Then, with a mere thought, an ancient tome and a crimson orb materialized in his hands. The tome prominently bore the 4 illustrious characters, Tang Men's Supreme Arts. Chapter 10, The Supreme Arts of Tang Men, the Violet Extreme Demonic Eye. Upon witnessing the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect, Yilei was overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently shattering the tiles beneath his feet. The surrounding individuals, still in a state of shock, simultaneously shivered, casting wary glances at Yilei, apprehensive that he might next direct his fervor towards them. Yilei was oblivious to a subconscious gesture of his that instilled fear in others, as his focus remained entirely on the Tongman's profound techniques in his hands. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson orb he held, roughly the size of his palm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern it brimming with fiery elements. Yilei found himself at a loss for words and could only inquire of the system, "Esteemed system, what is this peculiar object and what purpose does it serve?" "Host, this is a fire elemental pill. Upon consumption, it will awaken a random fire attribute martial soul." Such a remarkable find. What fire attribute martial souls are there, I wonder? Ah, never mind. I shall leave it to fate. With that said, Yilei promptly ingested the pill. As he settled down, the fire element within the pill surged into his body, radiating outward. Onlookers not far away were taken aback by the spectacle. What on earth is happening? What mischief is this monster up to now? Never mind, our lives are at stake. We must flee. Indeed, Yilei had garnered the title of monster among them. Half an hour later, Han Yuan and her companions concluded their training and exchanged glances. Excitedly, Han Yuan rushed to her parents, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I have obtained a soul ring." She then summoned her martial soul. As Han's parents felt a chilling aura rising from the ground, an ice phoenix spiraled into the air behind Han Yuan, its wings flapping gracefully. A faint purple soul ring ascended from beneath her feet, settling at her waist. Han's father gasped in surprise. "What is this?" "This is a steel-winged blue-headed eagle that has just reached a millennium in age. It is perfectly suited for me," Han Yuan proclaimed with pride. At that moment, a wave of heat surged forth, overpowering the cold aura that Han Yuan had released. The trio turned to see Yilei seated not far away. At the very epicenter of the heat wave, suddenly, Yilei sprang to his feet, and the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a massive, fiery, rock-like hand that emerged from the fissure, grasping the earth beside it. Before the astonished gazes of Han Yuan and her companions, a colossal rock giant ascended, hovering behind Yilei. Indeed, it floated, for the giant lacked legs. Yilei opened his eyes and noticed 3 individuals not far away. He smiled and walked over. "Mr." Han instinctively inquired, "Shaolei, what is happening here?" Yilei turned his gaze behind him and then addressed the 3 individuals. "This is my second martial soul, the Lord of Flames." There was no cause for concern. But wait, a second martial soul? Indeed, is there a problem? "Uncle, do not forget that we are now intertwined with the realm of games." "Ah, quite true. Very well. Let us return for now. Yuan, make haste in your cultivation. These soul beasts are for you. You shall utilize them alongside your uncle and aunt." As he spoke, Yilei handed the soul beast he had just gathered to Han Yuan, while placing a pearl of celestial essence into her other hand. "This is the dew of longing. Simply consume it all." After Yilei and Han Yuan parted ways at the entrance of the shopping mall, they returned home. Upon arriving home, Yilei did not forget to survey his surroundings, as he was keen to avoid repeating past mistakes. Once he confirmed that all was safe, he promptly entered. Upon returning to his room, Yilei began to explore the system space, for now that he had awakened his second martial soul, the need for soul rings had arisen. Gazing at the hundreds of soul rings within the system space, Yilei fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, at Mingyuan Garden, Han's father and mother exchanged a glance after entering. At that moment, Han Yuan was still oblivious to the danger that had also entered. Yilei resolved to delve into the profound teachings of the Tang sect this evening. Subsequently, he retrieved an ancient tome from the confines of the system's space. As he turned to the first page, 4 gilded characters captured his attention. Upon gazing at these illustrious words, Yilei found himself utterly unable to remain still, for the gilded characters read, "Purple extreme, demonic eyes." Chapter 11, My Parents No Longer Want Me. After Yilei had calmed down, he began to read attentively, reciting aloud. "The method of cultivating the purple extreme magic I relies on the fleeting moment when the morning sun brings forth the purple aura of the east, significantly enhancing one's eyesight. Possessing unparalleled observational prowess, it can inflict mental anguish upon foes. One can behold 1,000 miles and scrutinize the minutiae. The purple extreme wide eye is categorized into 4 levels: vast observation, subtle insight, seed of awareness, and boundless horizon, each with distinct effects. Vast observation significantly enhances vision, allowing one to perceive every detail clearly. Subtle insight offers even clearer vision, capturing richer details. It enables one to process everything before them at a slowed pace, allowing for rapid responses. Seed of awareness. Externally, one's eyes radiate a golden purple light. From their perspective, the surroundings become exceptionally vivid. The world that unfolds is rich in layers and vibrant in color. Even the transparent air reveals faint particles of dust. Upon finishing, Yilei continued to peruse the text. He thoroughly examined the techniques of ghostly shadow and mysterious jade hand. Subsequently, he resolved to dedicate time to learn these Tang sect's secret arts another day. He placed the ancient tome into the system space and fell into deep contemplation. In the Mingyuan garden, while preparing to bathe, Han's father suddenly called out to his daughter Han Yuan, who was watching television in the living room. "Shaun Yuan, I have a parcel at the door. Please fetch it for me." "All right," Han Yuan replied. Han's father exchanged a quick glance with Han's mother, who swiftly moved into action. Just as Han Yuan reached the door and opened it, she was unexpectedly shoved from behind, pushed outside. Turning around, she found her mother hastily stuffing a package and her phone into her arms before shutting the door without a word. At that moment, Han Wan was still in a daze. Just then, her phone buzzed, and as she gradually unlocked it, she saw a message lying quietly in the chat box. Tonight, you are going to Yilei's house while your mother and I enjoy some quality time together. If possible, we might create a brother or sister for you. After a short while, Han Wan began to knock on the door. A moment later, her father's voice slowly came through. What are you doing? Stop knocking. Your mother and I are busy. What are you saying? Han Wan is still young. Han's mother's shy voice followed. At that moment, Han Wan finally comprehended that her parents were evidently indifferent to her presence. As Yilei contemplated the awakening of his second martial soul, the Flame Sovereign, he recognized the necessity of absorbing soul rings. Today he had vanquished two 10,000-year soul beasts, a 40,000-year armored beetle king and a 45,000-year crimson scorpion king, both of which were quite suitable for his purposes. After a brief moment, Yilei retrieved a soul ring from the system space. A low, resonant roar echoed as the silhouette of the armored beetle king materialized, subsequently transforming into a black soul ring. Yilei seated himself upon the ground and began the absorption process. Meanwhile, Han Wei arrived at the base of the residential building, gazing upwards with a resigned shake of his head. As his martial soul manifested, a pair of ice-blue wings unfurled from his back, lifting him off the ground as he soared toward Yilei's residence. In a room, the upper portion of Yilei's attire was consumed by the flames emanating from the Flame Sovereign, revealing his robust physique, glistening with a sheen of perspiration, rendering him even more alluring. 5 minutes later, after Yilei completed the absorption of the soul ring from the armored beetle king, he did not entertain the thought of rest. Instead, he retrieved the soul ring of the crimson scorpion king from the system space. A colossal red scorpion materialized before him, which then transformed into a soul ring darker than that of the armored beetle king, suspended in the air. Yilei adjusted his breathing and continued the absorption of the soul ring. 10 minutes later, Han Wan flew to the residential building where Yilei lived. She retracted her wings and entered, making her way to Yilei's door. As she prepared to unlock it with the key he had given her, she suddenly noticed a faint red glow seeping through the crack of the door. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Upon seeing the glimmers of red light seeping through the door, Han Wan's heart tightened. She hastily took out the key Yilei had provided and unlocked the door. The red glow emanated from the innermost room, flickering intermittently, with hints of black light appearing as well. Fearing that Yilei might be in trouble, she ventured further inside, only to find that the deeper she went, the higher the temperature rose, accompanied by an intangible pressure that made each step increasingly arduous. Activating her martial spirit and shielding herself with her wings, Han Wan was still drenched in sweat, her cherubic face glistening with perspiration. Just as she was about to open the door, she discovered that the doorknob was unbearably hot. Resorting to her ice elemental power, she managed to cool the doorknob down. After a considerable time, the temperature of the doorknob finally decreased. Taking a deep breath, Han Wan opened the door, only to witness a scene that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Half an hour later, Yilei slowly opened his eyes and glanced down at his hands. As he rose to his feet, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body, bringing an instant wave of exhilaration. He stood up, intending to take a shower, and stepped out of the room with his upper body bare. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Wan, seated on the sofa, instinctively looked up. As Yilei opened the door, he was immediately met with the gaze of another. The atmosphere became tense, while 3 dark specks gradually drifted across the sky. Ah, what are you doing? Why did you come out without any clothes on? Han Wan was the first to speak. Yilei chuckled softly. I haven't even asked you yet. So, when did you arrive? My parents no longer want me and have cast me out. They told me to spend a night at your home. As she spoke, Han Wan's voice dwindled to a whisper, her shyness causing her to bury her head deeper into the snowy mountain. Yilei gazed at the petite figure curled up on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips as he approached her slowly. He knelt before Han Wan, gently caressing her small head, and said, All right, lift your head. Maintaining such a position may harm your spine. As Han Wan raised her head, her eyes fell upon the perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles and the well-defined pectorals, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, reaching her ears. Yilei gazed at the blushing face of the adorable presence before him, uttering no words. He tenderly ruffled Han Wan's hair before turning to head towards the restroom. Han Wan watched Yilei's retreating figure, instinctively swallowing hard, her thoughts racing. His physique is so aesthetically pleasing, that inverted triangle shape is utterly captivating. Oh dear, Why am I thinking such things? How vexing. Covering her flushed and heated face with her hands, she buried herself into the cushions of the sofa. Yilei observed the subtle movements of his girlfriend with an amused smile. He stepped into the bathroom for a quick cold shower. Otherwise, he feared he would become utterly consumed by desire. 5 minutes later, clad in a bathrobe and ready to emerge from the bathroom, he heard a faint sound. Upon noticing a small dark figure by the door, he smiled again, treading lightly as he approached. Yilei slowly placed his hand on the doorknob, gently twisting it. The shadow at the entrance swiftly fled, only to be ensnared the next moment. Yilei gazed at the figure ensnared by his blue silver grass, approaching with intention. He leaned his head upon her shoulder. Han, caught in the act of stealing glances, instinctively attempted to flee, only to find her slender waist ensnared by a tendril of blue silver grass. In the next moment, she felt the weight upon her shoulder and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" A deep voice whispered beside her ear, "What is this?" Peeking at me, yet refusing to acknowledge it. A warm breath brushed against Hanwan's ear, causing her to shudder, and she stammered, When did I ever peek at you? Don't say such things, please." Yilei felt the gentle quiver of his petite girlfriend in his embrace. Upon hearing her words, his eyes brimmed with affection. He turned her around, gently lifting her chin with his finger, and gazed at Hanwan's blushing face, tenderly saying, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Tonight, you shall sleep in my room, while I will take the floor." Listening to Hanwan, Yilei's heart nearly melted. He scooped her up in a princess carry and took her to the bathroom to freshen up. Hanwan, cradled in Yilei's arms, felt an even deeper embarrassment. Chapter 13. The second task after washing up, Hanwan sat shyly on Yilei's bed, observing him as he earnestly prepared to sleep on the floor beside her. She instinctively inquired, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa?" Upon hearing this, Yilei raised his gaze to Hanwan's blushing face and casually remarked, "The sofa is rather firm, and the air conditioning in the living room is malfunctioning, making the night quite stuffy." With Yilei's words, Hanwan nodded in acknowledgement and resigned herself to lying on the bed, scrolling through Douyin, inadvertently swaying her slender legs. After Yilei meticulously laid the ground, he lifted his gaze and beheld 2 slender white legs swaying before him. He couldn't help but swallow hard and murmured under his breath, "Short legs." Although Hanwan's height of 1.65 meters is considered normal for females, standing before Yilei, who towers at 1.90 meters, she appeared diminutive, and her legs naturally seemed like little short legs. After Yilei lay down, he noticed Hanwan still sprawled on the bed, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, and he felt a sense of helplessness. Utilizing his soul power, he cast several strands of blue-silver grass, which swiftly secured Hanwan to the bed. The phone she held was snatched away by one of the tendrils. Hanwan reached out with her small hand, attempting to retrieve her phone. But Yilei's voice resonated from beneath the bed. "It's so late. Why are you still awake? Your phone is confiscated. Hurry up and sleep." Reluctantly, Hanwan ceased her struggles and closed her eyes to sleep. However, little did she know, the restless Hanwan could not remain still even in slumber. She tossed and turned until, ultimately, she rolled off the bed and landed atop Yilei. In his sleep, Yilei let out a muffled groan but did not awaken. As dawn broke, Yilei, feeling sore from sleeping on the ground, was the first to awaken. He felt a weight on his chest, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was Hanwan. Yilei pondered, "Why is this little fellow so restless even in sleep?" Yilei let out a resigned smile, gradually closing his eyes. How could he possibly wake the girl resting upon him? After all, they were in his own home, and moreover, she was his girlfriend. How frustrating. Sleep eluded him, and he found himself in a state of agitation. "System, are you there?" Yilei pondered, unable to find slumber. Resorting to conversing with the system. "I am here, host. I have always been present," the system responded. "Is the second task ready to be issued?" Yilei inquired. Beep. Task released. At Riverside Forest, there exist 2 malevolent spirit beasts, both 10,000 years old, with unknown species. Please explore at your discretion. The 2 beasts can be detected by the locator, so rest assured, the system informed him. Upon hearing this, Yilei breathed a sigh of relief. With this information, things seemed easier. Once Hanwan awoke, they could venture forth together. An hour passed, and Hanwan stirred, sensing something unusual beneath her. She reached down to touch, only to hear a voice from below her. "Awake? What are you touching?" Upon hearing this, Hanwan's drowsiness vanished, and she widened her eyes in astonishment at the boy before her. What did you do while I was sleeping?" Hanwan exclaimed, directing her ire at Yilei. I did nothing. Perhaps you should reflect on what you have done to me, Yilei replied with a hint of exasperation. It was then that Han Wan realized her awkward position. She lifted her head to glance at the bed, and her face instantly flushed crimson. Attempting to flee, she found Yilei quicker, who swiftly executed a wall push, leaving Han Wan even more bashful from the encounter. Yilei gazed at her blushing face with a smile, bending slightly to bring his head closer to Han Wan's ear, and softly remarked, "Your actions today will be repaid in due time. By the way, are your abdominal muscles pleasant to touch?" After finishing his playful inquiry, he gently brushed the tip of Han Wan's nose before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Han Wan shook her head, following behind him to the washroom, and quietly murmured, "He still wants to touch my abdominal muscles." 10 minutes later, Yilei informed Han Wan about his itinerary for the day, and as he anticipated, she insisted on accompanying him, declaring her unwavering desire to be by his side. Yilei smiled helplessly, gently stroking Han Wan's little head. After all, one must cherish their own girlfriend. System, ever since your awakening, I have never gone hungry. Yilei, you are merely a system, with no need for sustenance. System, you think highly of yourself. 10 minutes later, Yilei and Han Wan stepped outside. Chapter 14, The Face-Devouring Spider. The blazing sun shone brightly. In July, the sunlight was exceedingly intense. Yilei and Han Wan shared laughter and conversation as they walked together, the sunlight illuminating them, accentuating their striking compatibility. Han Wan curiously gazed at Yilei's left hand and couldn't help but inquire, "Yilei, what is that object on your left hand? When did you acquire it?" As Yilei listened to Han Wan's sweet, childlike voice, his heart melted. With a gaze filled with affection, he remarked, "What you are referring to is a soul beast detector." He then raised his left hand, adding, "Once we arrive at the riverside forest, you will truly appreciate its benefits." Yilei was utterly disarmed by Han Wan's delicate voice. Had he not just reached adulthood and been in a mere boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Han Wan, without their parents having met, he would have eagerly pressed his lips against hers, certain they would be delightfully soft. Now, returning to the matter at hand, Yilei pondered for a moment before inquiring of the system, "Esteemed system, do we still possess the soul beast detector?" The system, momentarily taken aback while indulging in fresh dog food, took a few seconds to respond, "Host. The production cost of the soul beast detector is rather exorbitant." "How exorbitant?" Yilei pressed on. "It costs 1 million, the system replied. Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, Yilei nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. 1 million? How long would it take to save that amount? However, upon further reflection regarding his own status, it seemed that this sum was merely a trivial matter. As if attuned to Yilei's innermost thoughts, the system slowly articulated, "There is no need for concern, dear host. In the wake of the convergence of the two worlds, the renminbi has become obsolete, replaced by the Jinhun coin. With an exchange rate of 1,000,000. 1 Jinhun coin equates to 1 million renminbi. Does this not mean he could achieve several minor objectives at once? Wait a moment, did he not already possess those trivial goals? It appeared he could now indulge in a life of pleasure and leisure." Yilei shook his head, casting aside those thoughts. A bus came to a halt, and Yilei and Han Wan disembarked. The reason for their descent from the bus was the sweltering heat, which rendered walking unbearable. 10 minutes later, they stood before the riverside forest. Han Wan looked up at Yilei, signaling her reluctance to walk any further and requesting him to carry her. Yilei smiled helplessly and remarked, "Aren't you capable of flight?" However, in the next moment, he unleashed his martial spirit. The ground behind Yilei fissured, and the Flame Lord emerged, hovering ominously behind him. Han Wan gazed at the Flame Lord, which was even larger than the day before, and in astonishment, she inquired, "Yilei, what is happening? Why has it grown even larger than yesterday?" In the next moment, Yilei's actions provided her with the answer. As she beheld the 2 black soul rings ascending from Yilei's feet, Han Wan instantly comprehended. Absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly result in a significant transformation. Yilei leaped with great force, ascending directly onto the head of the Flame Lord. Subsequently, he commandeered the Flame Lord, placing his hand upon the ground, casting a glance that signaled Han Wan to step onto the hand of the Flame Lord. Han Wan cautiously ascended, and thus the two ventured into the riverside forest. Deep within the forest, a colossal spider severed the head of a soul beast with its forelegs. As the carcass fell, the ground became drenched in blood, while scattered remnants of soul beast limbs lay strewn about in the distance. After Yi Lei and Han Wan altered their method of travel, their speed significantly increased, and they soon ventured deep into the forest. However, 10 minutes later, Yi Lei sensed something amiss. Numerous trees before him lay severed, and the floor on the ground appeared to have been corroded by some unknown force, now emitting a dark purple smoke. Yi Lei propelled Han Wan into the air, separating them. In the midst of her ascension, Han Wan appeared to have made a significant discovery and, addressing Yi Lei, unleashed her soul skill for the first time. The first soul skill, Ice Feather. She enveloped herself with her wings, spinning rapidly before coming to an abrupt halt, transforming the feathers into icy blades that scattered forward. At that moment, the detector on Yi Lei's left hand began to emit a frantic alarm. Raising his hand to inspect it, he observed the screen announcing, "Target detected. Target detected." Suddenly, the woods before him began to tremble, and 8 shimmering orbs of purple light materialized. Gradually, a colossal spider emerged, its main body exceeding 2 meters in diameter, with long, spear-like legs extending beyond 3 meters. Its shell was entirely black and gleaming, with slender front legs that silently pierced the ground with each step, revealing their sharpness. Beneath the spider's abdomen, intricate white patterns contrasted starkly against its dark body, forming a grotesque human visage. 8 tiny, flickering purple eyes were affixed beneath its abdomen as it emerged from the forest, halting directly in front of Yi Lei. Its gaze fixated upon him. What stood before Yi Lei was the human-faced demon spider. Chapter 15. 80,000 Years, the Human-Faced Spider King. Gazing at the formidable creature, Yi Lei furrowed his brow, having never encountered such a large human-faced demon spider before. Its age was evidently significant. At that moment, the Soul Beast detector chimed. Scan complete. Soul Beast age, 80,000 years. No wonder it was so massive. It was indeed the human-faced Spider King. Let us engage. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. In the next instant, Yi Lei knelt on one knee, striking the ground with his fist, mirroring the action of the Flame Lord behind him. The ground before him erupted with magma, and a colossal column of molten rock shot forth from beneath the human-faced Spider King's body. However, the creature was not easily vanquished. With a swift roll, it evaded the attack. Yet, even with its evasive maneuvers, the power of the 40,000-year Soul Ring skill was formidable, singeing several of its legs and leaving them charred, emitting wisps of white smoke. The human-faced Spider King let out a pained roar and charged towards Yi Lei, slashing at him with its front legs, unleashing several purple blades of light. Yi Lei exhibited no trace of fear. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands at his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, 4 stone walls erupted from the ground, encasing Yi Lei and shielding him from the onslaught of the purple light blades unleashed by the Spider Monarch. In the following moment, the Spider Monarch executed a swift teleportation, appearing directly above Yi Lei, having discerned that there was no defense protecting him from above. It unleashed a barrage of dozens of light blades towards Yi Lei. Yi Lei seemed to have anticipated the moment, swiftly rising, delivering a powerful punch as he calmly declared, "Experience this move." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged towards the faceless Spider Emperor. This strike was none other than Yi Lei's first soul skill, the mutated variant, Inferno Magma Burst. At that moment, the faceless Spider Emperor, suspended in the sky, had no option but to withstand Yi Lei's assault, shielding itself with its 8 long legs. However, it had miscalculated. Han Wan, who had been searching for an opportunity in the air, seized the moment to unleash her first soul skill. Instantly, a vast array of ice blades materialized in the air, all aimed at the faceless Spider Emperor. The sounds of impact echoed thud, 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 as the ice blades struck the creature's back, leaving no trace behind. Undeterred, Han Wan continued her onslaught, unleashing another wave of ice blades upon the faceless Spider Emperor's back. Yi Lei, unwilling to prolong the struggle, shouted at Han Wan and exerted greater force, sending the Spider Monarch soaring through the air. The Flame Lord vanished, and blue-silver grass emerged. Yi Lei slowly uttered, sixth soul skill, blue-silver binding ray. Instantly, tendrils of blue-silver grass emerged from all directions, ensnaring the human-faced Spider King tightly. With a mere thought, Yi Lei commanded the blue-silver vines to pull the spider down, simultaneously employing his fifth soul skill, blue-silver Overlord Spear, to hurl the spear towards the abdomen of the human-faced Spider King. Sensing imminent danger, the spider attempted to break free. But Yi Lei's sixth soul skill was not so easily escaped. This soul ring, derived from the formidable 80,000-year-old spiked Serpent King, had significantly enhanced its power under Yi Lei's guidance. With a piercing thrust, the blue-silver Overlord spear penetrated the spider's abdomen, splattering violet blood. The human-faced Spider King's vitality diminished drastically, prompting it to redirect its focus towards Han Nuan in the air, unleashing a torrent of violet webs. A potent skill from an 80,000-year-old soul beast. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Lei swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass, yanking Han Nuan downwards. Simultaneously, he silently intoned. Second soul skill, Parasite. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver grass enveloped the Face Spider Emperor, binding it tightly. With a thunderous crash, the Face Spider Emperor plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. In an instant, Yi Lei switched his martial soul and unleashed a torrent of infernal magma upon the Face Spider Emperor. After the soul skill concluded, Yi Lei soared into the sky, gathering his strength. A colossal crimson beam, even larger than before, descended upon the Face Spider Emperor. It rained down for an entire minute before Yi Lei finally ceased, gently descending to the ground. Approaching the crater, he discovered the Face Spider Emperor charred and lifeless. Its 8 long legs shattered and strewn across the ground. The ancient Face Spider Emperor, aged 80,000 years, had met its demise. Chapter 16, Soul Bone. At that moment, Han Nuan, who had been cast aside by Yi Lei, flew over. Upon landing beside Yi Lei and gazing at the scene before her, she incredulously remarked, "Yi Lei, your strength is simply astonishing." Yi Lei chuckled softly, as if acknowledging the unspoken response. At that moment, the body of the Spider Queen emitted dark particles that coalesced in the air, transforming into a black soul ring that hung suspended in the atmosphere. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and stowed it away. Just as Yi Lei and Han Nuan were preparing to depart, the previously dim corpse of the human-faced Spider King began to emanate a renewed luminescence. A bizarre, purplish-black bone detached itself from the corpse, slowly ascending into the air, radiating a violet glow. The bone was approximately the length of a human calf, yet its shape resembled the elongated leg of the human-faced Spider King. With a purplish liquid coursing through it, Yi Lei could no longer contain his excitement, for he had discovered a soul bone, the soul bone of the 80,000-year-old human-faced Spider Emperor. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a soul bone, aged 80,000 years. The left leg bone of the human-faced Spider Emperor. The soul bone skill is the Spider Emperor's purple radiance / accompanied by a domain skill, Mental Hunting Ground. You can, centered on yourself, lock onto all enemies within an 800-meter radius, including soul beasts." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Lei nearly leaped 3 feet in joy. His exhilaration stemmed not from the soul bone skill but from the domain technique. Once absorbed, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. In the next moment, Yi Lei swiftly cast out his blue-silver grass, retrieving the soul bone and feeling a surge of formidable energy coursing through his hand. Beside him, Han Nuan curiously observed Yi Lei, whose eyes sparkled with delight as he held the oddly shaped purple-black bone. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered why he was so thrilled about a mere bone. Shaking Yi Lei gently, she inquired, "Yi Lei, what is that bone you are holding?" Yi Lei turned to look at the inquisitive Han Nuan, tenderly ruffling her hair as he spoke. "This is a soul bone, produced by soul beasts of considerable age. Naturally, even soul beasts of 1,000 years may yield such a bone. Each soul bone possesses unique abilities, varying in strength and weakness. What skill does this soul bone possess?" Han Nuan gazed at Yi Lei with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Yi Lei's heart was enchanted by her gaze, and he instantly replied, "Well, I'm not quite sure either. I will inform you after I absorb it. Then please assist me in safeguarding." With that, Yi Lei sat down on the ground, pressing the soul bone firmly against his left leg. A violet-black radiance surged continuously through his body, causing a slight perspiration to bead on his forehead. Half an hour later, Yi Lei opened his eyes and rose to his feet, shifting his left leg, which felt stronger than ever before. Instinctively, he activated the soul bone domains, and in an instant, an invisible web extended outward from his very being in all directions. Before long, all life within an 800-meter radius materialized in Yi Lei's mind. At that moment, Han Nuan approached and, noticing Yi Lei's improved condition, inquired, "How are you feeling, Yi Lei?" Yi Lei smiled and remarked, "Quite well. The soul bone skill, Spider Emperor's purple light slash, comes with the domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground. In a moment, I shall show you its effects." After speaking, Yi Lei summoned the Flame Lord, and continued his journey alongside Han Wan. While traveling, Yilei maintained the activation of the soul bone domain, diligently surveying his surroundings. Yilei toyed with the beast soul he had just extracted from the mind of the faceless Spider King. This beast soul was larger than any he had previously acquired, brimming with immense energy. Yilei resolved to absorb it into the third soul ring of his blue-silver grass, certain that it would enhance the soul ring, as they belonged to the same lineage. At that moment, however, Yilei's soul bone domain sensed an anomaly, and a colossal soul beast manifested within his consciousness. Yilei furrowed his brow, opting for silence as he quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, the soul beast detector in his hand began to emit a frantic sound. Raising his hand to observe, he noted the 4 prominent characters flashing. Target appeared. Chapter 17, Mutation. As the soul beast detector blared, Yilei cast a glance at Han Wan, who nodded and swiftly activated her martial soul, soaring into the sky. Once she had distanced herself, he confirmed his target was directly ahead through the psychic hunting field and promptly sprang into action. Human Phase Spider Monarch Leg Bone Skill. Spider Monarch Purple Radiant Slash. Yilei raised his left leg, and a 2-meter-long violet slash surged forth, severing the trees in its path with ease. Yet, he did not halt. Instead, he continued to unleash further strikes, cleaving through vast expanses of timber. Only then did the full form of the target reveal itself before the two. Before them stood a soul beast, approximately 3 meters in length, its body enveloped in a layer of dark golden exoskeleton. It boasted 6 robust and powerful legs, and atop its head, 6 eyes glimmered with a ghostly green luminescence. This creature was none other than the Thousand-Arm Ant. At that moment, the soul beast detector completed its scan. The Thousand-Arm Ant King, aged 85,000 years. Remarkably, its cultivation surpassed that of the Face Spider King, suggesting yet another arduous battle lay ahead. Yilei chuckled softly. Why does this wretched system always assign me soul beasts of such formidable cultivation? If you were not merely a figment of my imagination, I would have thoroughly vented my frustrations upon you by now. System, nonsense. I am merely trying to assist you in completing your tasks, and yet you wish to strike me? No love lost here. I am leaving. Yilei and the Queen of the Thousand Ants exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, Han Wan, suspended in the air, comprehended Yilei's intentions. She unleashed her first soul skill upon the ground surrounding the Queen of the Thousand Ants. A plethora of icy blades descended, striking the ground and making contact with the Queen's back, yet inflicting no damage. Enraged, the Queen lifted her 6 powerful, luminous green eyes to glare at Han Wan above. In the next instant, her robust legs propelled her towards Han Wan, but Yilei was determined to thwart her advance. With a flicker of thought, he activated his first soul skill, Binding. In an instant, numerous strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Queen's form and anchoring her firmly to the ground. He then shifted his martial spirit to Flame Lord, deploying both his first and second soul skills against the Queen. The second skill enveloped her, sealing her crown, and in the following moment, a surge of lava erupted forth, subjecting the Queen to its fiery baptism. Yilei understood that the Queen's body was encased in an impenetrable dark golden shell. Without shattering this armor, any assault would be futile. 5 seconds later, Yilei leaped high into the air, his thoughts guiding the rocky barrier above the Queen to recede. He then executed a devastating infernal lava strike directly upon her. Just as the blow connected, the Queen broke free from her bindings, releasing an intense wave of heat that sent both Yilei and Han Wan hurtling through the air, showcasing the immense power of her fury. Upon their descent, Yilei furrowed his brow, sensing that the searing current of air was not a result of his previous assault. Rather, it seemed to harbor an undercurrent of malevolence. As the dust settled, the figure of the thousand-fold Ant Emperor gradually came into view. Yilei's eyes widened in astonishment, for the body of the Emperor Ant had transformed. Once shrouded in a deep, obsidian hue, it was now adorned with vivid crimson patterns, emanating waves of scorching heat. Its immense forelimbs were intricately marked with designs reminiscent of molten lava. The Emperor Ant gazed at the human before it, its once dark green eyes flickering with a faint glow of red, and it opened its mouth to unleash several fireballs towards Yilei. Seeing this, Yilei clasped his hands over his chest and bellowed, second soul skill, Crimson Rock. In an instant, 4 stone walls rose up, encasing Yilei and Han Wan within. Several fireballs struck the stone walls, causing fissures to appear. Impossible. How could its power have suddenly surged so dramatically? Wait, could it be that my attack caused a mutation? Chapter 18. Fierce battle. Gazing at the mutated Emperor ant before him, Yi Lei's expression darkened. How infuriating. It has actually mutated. This complicates things immensely. Lost in thought, Yi Lei suddenly remembered there was another person behind him. At that moment, Han Wan poked Yi Lei and inquired, "What do we do now, Yi Lei?" Yi Lei adjusted his breath and turned to Han Wan, saying, "In a moment, I will buy you some time. When the opportunity arises, flee as far as you can. The scope of this battle is vast, and you cannot bear the consequences. But there are no buts. Prepare yourself. When I count to 1, run immediately in the opposite direction and do not look back." Han Wan gazed at Yi Lei's serious expression, understanding that there was no room for further discussion. She gently touched Yi Lei's head and nodded in response. Yi Lei continued to harness his soul power to sustain the second soul skill. 30 seconds later, Yi Lei swiftly removed his second soul skill and charged towards the Thousand Jun and Emperor, simultaneously shouting, "Han Wan, run." Upon hearing this, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings and took flight in the opposite direction, frequently glancing back at Yi Lei. Yi Lei gazed intently at the mutated Qianjun ant emperor ahead, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The leg bone of the human-faced spider emperor manifested upon his left leg. Human-faced spider emperor's skill, spider emperor's purple radiance slash. As the words left his lips, Yi Lei swiftly propelled his left leg, unleashing 2 colossal slashes of purple light toward the Qianjun ant emperor. The Qianjun ant emperor merely raised its massive pincers to block Yi Lei's assault, and in retaliation, it expelled several fireballs towards him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei swiftly evaded. He shifted his martial spirit, employing blue-silver grass to exert frenzied control over the Thousand Jun ant emperor. At that moment, the soul beast detector on his left hand emitted an unsettling sound. Scanning complete, the Thousand Jun ant emperor has mutated, possessing the earth fire. With enhanced defense and an offensive skill known as Thousand Jun Breaking Flame, and a defensive skill referred to as Armor of Flame. Given this, you shall become the third soul ring of the Flame Lord. Yi Lei contemplated that his Flame Lord martial soul bore the dual attributes of fire and earth, while the mutated Qianjun ant emperor possessed no attributes of its own, being a quintessential powerhouse spirit beast. The hunt would primarily yield defensive soul skills. However, with the Qianjun ant emperor's mutation, it now boasted a fire attribute enhancement. Its soul ring would not only augment his martial soul, but also bestow an offensive fire-based soul skill. The Qianjun ant emperor relentlessly launched its assaults upon Yi Lei, who, in contrast, refrained from immediate retaliation, opting instead to evade with agility. Yi Lei discerned the fleeting vulnerability in the thousand-arm ant emperor's assault and promptly ensnared it to the ground with his blue-silver grass. He swiftly leaped into the air, gathering momentum. 5th soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. The brilliance of azure enveloped his hands as a long spear of blue-silver materialized in his grip. With his right hand firmly clasping the spear, he twirled in the air and, harnessing the centrifugal force, hurled it towards the thousand-arm ant emperor. Without pausing in his motions, he tightened his left hand and bellowed, 4th soul skill, blue-silver piercing formation. In an instant, the ground surrounding the thousand-arm ant emperor erupted with numerous spikes of blue-silver grass, all aimed directly at it. Reacting swiftly, the emperor let out a deafening roar. And gradually, crimson armor plates emerged from its body, adhering to it and forming a protective shell. Yi Lei instantly comprehended the formidable defensive skill of the thousand-weighted ant emperor, known as the Armor of Flames. The blue-silver overlord spear he had previously hurled continued to spin rapidly against the Armor of Flames, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the spikes of blue-silver grass shattered upon contact with the armor, vividly illustrating the immense defensive capabilities it possessed. This was destined to be a grueling battle. Chapter 19. The Slaying. Upon landing, Yi Lei gazed coldly at the crimson-hued sovereign ant, which was clad in the fiery armor that seemed to equip it to the teeth, revealing only its 6 eyes and the mouth used for spewing fireballs. At that moment, the temperature of the fiery armor encasing the sovereign ant began to rise gradually, causing the originally firm blue-silver grass binding it to emit wisps of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lei's brow furrowed as the once sturdy blue-silver grass was scorched and cracked by the intense heat, rendering it loose. Yi Lei could only continue to manipulate the blue-silver grass to control the Thousand Jun ant emperor. However, all his efforts were in vain, as the Thousand Jun ant emperor swiftly broke free from Yi Lei's control. After extricating itself from the blue-silver grass, it let out a fierce roar at Yulei and charged forward, not forgetting to unleash the thousand-June-breaking flame from its mouth. Yulei had no choice but to evade frantically. After all, the thousand-June Ant Emperor was still enveloped in the armor of flame, rendering all of Yulei's attacks utterly ineffective. The mutated thousand-June Ant Emperor, originally 3 meters in length, had now grown to 5 meters, yet it remained astonishingly agile. Continuing in this manner was futile. He needed to discover a breakthrough. Yulei pondered. At that moment, the voice of the system gradually resonated in Yulei's mind. Due to the negligence of this system, the host has fallen into a predicament. Subsequently, a strategy will be provided to the host. You are aware of your oversight, yet I am at a loss as to how to deal with this formidable Ant Emperor. A poor rating is warranted. It must be a poor rating. At this moment, Yulei's pent-up fury found its release as he vented towards the system. Initially, the system had disregarded Yulei entirely, but upon hearing the term poor review, it immediately responded, No. Let us not dwell on the negative feedback. Host. The Achilles heel of the 1,000-pound Ant Emperor lies in its lower abdomen, where its defenses are most vulnerable. Yulei, you are wise to refrain from leaving a negative review. I shall hold off for now. System. As long as you abstain from providing a poor rating, your performance remains secure. Returning to reality, Yulei gazed at the formidable Ant Emperor before him, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimming. Yulei slowly raised his right hand, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Third soul skill, web binding. As he spoke, the blue-silver grass swiftly transformed in midair into a colossal spider web, descending upon the thousand-June Ant King. Observing this, the thousand-June Ant King hastily attempted to evade in all directions, yet each escape was thwarted by Yulei's blue-silver grass. With no other recourse, the Ant King resorted to digging into the ground with its formidable pincers, burrowing downwards. Unbeknownst to it, the thousand-June Ant King had unwittingly leapt into Yulei's carefully laid trap. Yulei slowly uttered, Even if you burrow underground, I shall still be able to find you. The skill of the spider monarch's left leg bone, mental hunting ground. Yulei closed his eyes and gently moved his left foot, causing the locations of all life within a radius of 400 meters to surge into his mind. Moments later, in an instant, the formidable Ant Emperor emerged from behind him, leaping into the air with its massive pincers poised to strike. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Yulei's lips. I have found you. Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift incantation, he unleashed the bone skill of the faceless spider emperor, the violet slash. As the words left his mouth, Yulei pivoted sharply, unleashing 2 beams of violet light with his left foot, while a flicker of blue light danced in his right hand. The Ant Emperor, oblivious to the impending danger, raised its pincers to deflect the assault. However, its abdomen was left vulnerable. This is the moment I have been waiting for. 5th soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. Yulei swung his right hand, and a streak of azure light flashed, striking directly at the abdomen of the thousand-June Ant Emperor. Yulei's charged strike utterly shattered the defenses of the thousand-June Ant Emperor. The blue-silver tyrant spear pierced through the abdomen of the thousand-June Ant Emperor. The brilliance in the eyes of the thousand-June Ant Emperor dimmed in an instant. Yulei leaped with great vigor, seamlessly transitioning his martial soul mid-air to unleash a devastating infernal lava strike, which ultimately stripped the life from the formidable Ant Emperor, Jianjun. Upon landing, Yulei felt his legs weaken, causing him to sit directly on the ground, gasping for air. After a brief moment of rest, Yulei summoned the Flame Lord and commenced the absorption of the Soul Ring. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. This was Yulei's inaugural experience with an 85,000-year Soul Ring. Thus the duration of the process extended longer than in his previous 2 attempts. Yulei slowly opened his eyes. A surge of immense energy flooded into his entire being, a wave of heat washing over him. Chapter 20. The Second Method. Just after absorbing the Soul Ring, Yulei suddenly felt his legs weaken and sank directly to the ground. Yulei, perplexed, could only inquire of the system. Dear system, what is the situation I find myself in? The system remained silent. After a brief moment, it gradually responded. Host, your current predicament is somewhat intricate. The thousand-June Ant Emperor you vanquished harbored immense resentment and unwillingness to succumb. Concurrently, your excessive expenditure of soul energy in slaying it has rendered your body relatively frail, allowing it to exploit this vulnerability. You shall soon recover. Relieved, Yulei felt the weight in his heart dissipate. After adjusting his posture, He once again closed his eyes, slowly harmonizing with the agitated soul energy of the Thousand Gene and Emperor within him. Meanwhile, Han Nuan, having flown for an indeterminate duration, halted at a certain location and glanced back towards Yi Lei's direction. In the next instant, she was taken aback by a shocking sight, a crimson beam of light emanating from where Yi Lei was situated. Alarmed, Han Nuan instinctively summoned her martial soul and surged towards him at full speed. It did not take long for Han Nuan to return to the spot where she had parted ways with Yi Lei. In the vast expanse, there stood two figures, one large and one small. One had already lost its life force, while the other was Yi Lei. Upon landing, Han Nuan swiftly approached him. Finding him seated on the ground, his bangs slightly damp, his back soaked in sweat, and beads of perspiration adorning his chiseled face. Though Han Nuan was unaware of the events that had transpired, the sight of the lifeless Thousand Gene Ant Emperor nearby made everything clear to her. However, Yi Lei remained unconscious, prompting Han Nuan to gently wipe the sweat from his brow before sitting down beside him. Gazing at the young man before her, she felt a surge of infatuation. Despite having seen his face countless times, it remained as handsome as ever. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she approached the corpse of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor. Recalling how Yi Lei would typically extract a palm-sized orb from the brains of soul beasts he had defeated, known as a soul core. Inspecting the head of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor, she noticed it bore no signs of having been excavated. Wanting to assist Yi Lei, she pondered for a long while but could not determine how to proceed. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she stepped back a few paces and unfurled a pair of ice-blue wings from her back. Han Nuan slowly articulated, "First soul skill, Ice Feather." With a flap of her wings, a flurry of ice-blue feather-like projectiles shot forth, aimed directly at the head of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor. She continued this assault for 2 minutes, yet there was no indication of movement from the creature's head. Confounded, Han Nuan felt the frigid wind generated by her wings send shivers down the spines of those behind her. In the midst of his meditation, Yi Lei sensed a chilling breeze sweeping by, akin to plunging into an eternal ice cellar. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to behold a figure standing before him, with a pair of ice-blue wings gently fluttering behind. Yi Lei rose and walked over. At this moment, Han Nuan remained oblivious to the commotion behind her, and she unleashed her first soul skill against the head of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor. However, before the icy feather could touch its target, a surge of searing energy radiated outward from the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor. Caught off guard, Han Nuan stumbled, her footing lost, and she fell backward, instinctively shielding her head. Yet, she landed in a warm embrace. Looking up, Han Nuan beheld Yi Lei's profound gaze and instinctively inquired, "Yi Lei, when did you awaken?" "Just now." Yi Lei's steady voice resonated. Subsequently, the two of them simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at the source of the turbulent energy. They observed a crimson glow emanating from the back of the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor, its brilliance intensifying with each passing moment. A possibility flashed through Yi Lei's mind. Could it be that this situation was? Yi Lei set Han Nuan down and swiftly approached the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor. The back of the Emperor began to fracture, and a dark, predominantly black and red bone emerged from within, levitating in the air. This soul bone, shrouded in darkness, bore resemblance to the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor itself, with a pair of massive pincers diverging at the shoulders, while the remaining 3 pairs of legs resembled rib bones. At the center of the soul bone, 6 crimson dots glimmered, reminiscent of the Emperor's 6 eyes, adorned with patterns akin to molten lava. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a soul bone. This soul bone is named the Thousand Gene Ant Emperor's torso bone, aged 85,000 years. With the skill known as the Thousand Gene Fallen Flame Break, Yi Lei happily retrieved the soul bone, but as he was about to absorb it, a thought crossed his mind. If he were to absorb this soul bone now, the number of available positions for absorbing soul bones on his body would decrease by 1. After all, he would inevitably hunt soul beasts that were 10,000 years old in the future, and he would certainly encounter numerous soul bones of that age. What would he do then? Yi Lei could only call upon the system in his mind. "System, is there any way to resolve this issue?" The system replied, "Host, there are 2 methods. The first, as you are aware, is direct absorption, which will result in the loss of 1 soul bone slot." "And what is the second method?" Yi Lei blurted out. "The second method is to allow your second martial soul, the Flame Lord, to absorb this soul bone. Once absorbed, if you do not utilize the Flame Lord martial soul, the skills of the soul bone will remain inaccessible to you." The system concluded. Yilei suddenly realized the truth. With this newfound understanding, he promptly resolved to adopt the second approach. Chapter 21. Essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Upon making his decision, Yilei promptly summoned the Flame Lord. 3 black soul rings materialized beneath his feet, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. While the stature of the Flame Lord grew even more imposing, Yilei turned to face the Flame Lord and sat down. The body core of the Thousand June Ant Emperor floating before the Flame Lord's chest. Gradually, under Yilei's careful guidance, the body core of the Thousand June Ant Emperor slowly merged into the Flame Lord's chest. Moments later, the once absorbed core gradually re-emerged at Yilei's own chest, leaving Han Yuan beside him utterly astonished. What? This object was absorbed by the Flame Lord. How can it reappear at Yilei's chest? What in the world is happening? As time flowed steadily, the body core of the Thousand June Ant Emperor completely adhered to Yilei's chest, resembling a suit of armor. Subsequently, Yilei slowly opened his eyes, and the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the body core of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, and your soul power level has ascended to level 63. Now, I bestow upon you a second task reward, the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. Its purpose is known to you. Due to an oversight in the system, which led to your predicament, an additional reward of a 50,000, your simulated soul ring is granted. Upon hearing the system's words, Yilei nearly leaped with joy, not merely for the 50,000 years simulated soul ring, but for the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline. By consuming it, his martial soul would transform from the Blue-Silver Grass to the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver Emperor stands as the sovereign among plant-type martial souls, capable of suppressing all others of its kind, thereby enhancing all of his soul skills. Yilei chose not to disclose the essence of the Blue-Silver Bloodline bestowed upon him by the system to Han Yuan. Instead, he presented her with the 50,000 year mimetic soul ring. Han Yuan gazed at the black circular ring in Yilei's hand and inquired, Yilei, what is this? This is the 50,000 year mimetic soul ring, meant for your advancement to the 3rd or 4th ring. He replied, Isn't this rather precious? Perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Before Han Yuan could finish her sentence, she witnessed Yilei swiftly switch his martial soul, and as the 9 black soul rings illuminated in succession, the words she had intended to speak were swallowed back. The system quietly observed Yilei reveling in affection. The system mused, Splendid. This dog food is truly delightful. I suppose I need not dine this evening. Yilei, I shall quietly observe your performance. Upon seeing Han Yuan store away her mimicry soul ring, Yilei inquired, Yuaner, what level is your soul power now? Well, it's at level 22. My parents are currently at a similar level, she replied. Very well, the day after tomorrow. I shall take you both to hunt for the second soul ring. Han Yuan nodded in response. Subsequently, Yilei approached the beast soul of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, only to encounter a significant issue. No matter how he adjusted the angle of the dagger, he could not penetrate the brain of the Thousand June Ant Emperor. Yilei and Han Yuan exchanged glances, utterly astonished that after the death of the Thousand June Ant Emperor, its corpse remained so remarkably rigid. The Thousand June Ant Emperor seemed to proclaim, no matter how resilient my form may be, it was still you who brought about my demise. With a sense of helplessness, Yilei summoned the Blue-Silver Grass, and the 5th spirit ring illuminated, manifesting the Blue-Silver Overlord spear in his right hand. Yilei thrust his spear downward with precision, and with a powerful motion, he shattered the skull of the Ant Emperor. Revealed before him was a crimson and ebony beast soul. After toying with it for a moment, Yilei carefully stored it away in the confines of his system space. After Yilei and Han Yuan departed, a group of individuals clad in black approached the lifeless body of the Ant Emperor. The leader retrieved a satellite phone from his waist and dialed a number. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Elder, the individual you instructed us to monitor has slain 2 spirit beasts in the Riverside Forest. He has now departed with his young girlfriend. How should we handle the corpses? Understood. Bring the bodies back promptly. We must act swiftly. Continue to keep an eye on that individual and await my orders. Yes, Elder. Chapter 22. You belong to the 6th Elder. Yilei took Han Yuan's hand as they emerged from the depths of Riverside Forest. Suddenly, Yilei halted. Turning to Han Yuan, he inquired, Yuaner, will you come to my house tonight, or return to your own? Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten about this matter. She then pulled out her phone and said to Yilei, Let me ask my parents right now. Please hold on a moment. Yilei nodded, gazing at Han Wan's profile, his eyes brimming with profound affection. In the blink of an eye, however, his expression sharpened, and he abandoned Han Wan to swiftly dart into the thicket behind him. Once enveloped by the trees, Yilei surveyed his surroundings, detecting nothing amiss. With a subtle movement of his left leg, he closed his eyes. Above him, a shadow, having confirmed that Yilei was unaware of his presence, drew a dagger from behind and leapt down. Just as the blade was about to graze Yilei's neck, he deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and seized the assailant's throat with a swift counter. Yilei slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the individual before him. He spoke with a measured tone. "Speak. Who sent you?" Noticing the person's reluctance to respond, Yilei exerted his strength with one hand, effortlessly lifting the individual off the ground. It was at this moment that Yilei discerned the attire of the figure. On the left side of the chest, there lay an emblem, bearing the character along with the diminutive numeral 6. Yilei furrowed his brow and spoke. "Are you a subordinate of the 6th Elder?" The individual remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed him. "Speak. What is your intention?" At this, Xiao He felt compelled to intervene. "Indeed, it is true that the 6th Elder sent me to assess your strength and, if the opportunity arises, to eliminate you." Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze growing even more indifferent. Observing this, Xiao He swiftly raised his hands to shield himself, promptly breaking free from Yilei's grasp. Once liberated, 2 soul rings illuminated beneath Xiao He's feet, 2 yellow soul rings hovering gracefully at his waist. Upon witnessing this, Yilei contemplated. This Elder Hall possesses considerable merit. Merely a few days have passed, and already there is a Grand Soul Master. The resources indeed are abundant. Behind Xiao He emerged a large bird of a deep crimson hue, and as Xiao He slowly ascended into the air, the claws on its hands elongated at a visibly rapid pace, while 2 pairs of dark red wings sprouted from its back. Yilei's soul beast detector in his left hand emitted a sound. Soul power level 25, martial soul bloodthirsty falcon. Xiao He's eyes widened in astonishment. He could discern his own martial soul and its level. The instrument in his hand was indeed something remarkable, and he must find a way to return and report to Elder Lu. The first soul skill, Bloodstorm. Xiao He flapped the wings on his back, unleashing a torrent of crimson winds, interspersed with blood-red feathers, that surged towards Yilei. Upon witnessing this, Yilei executed a series of swift kicks with his left leg, unleashing a barrage of violet blades aimed at the assault from Xiao He. The sound of piercing echoed as Xiao He's attack was effortlessly neutralized. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Xiao He swiftly descended to the ground, placing his hands upon it, and shouted once more, "First soul skill, Bloodstorm." This time, the scale of his soul skill was even greater than before, as a crimson tempest rapidly enveloped Yilei. At the corner of Yilei's mouth, his right foot gently stomped, causing the ground behind him to crack rapidly. The Flame Lord emerged, and a wave of intense heat swiftly spread, directly evaporating the soul skill of Xiao He. Xiao He watched helplessly as his soul skill dissipated, while Yilei stood before him unscathed, the 3 soul rings at his waist gleaming brilliantly. Sensing the dire situation, Xiao He turned and soared into the sky, fleeing. Yilei slowly spoke. "Since you have arrived, do not depart." With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Magma Eruption. A colossal column of magma surged forth from Yilei's hand, hurtling towards the sky at Xiao He. Caught off guard, Xiao He swiftly turned and activated his second soul skill, Phantom Spikes. With a powerful flap of his wings, a multitude of feathers transformed into blackened spikes, launching towards Yilei. Unfortunately, Xiao He's second soul skill was unable to penetrate the infernal magma eruption. Soon, Xiao He found himself engulfed by Yilei's assault, his form charred and retreating into the distance. Yilei gazed thoughtfully in that direction. Chapter 23, The Blue-Silver Emperor. An anomaly in the soul ring. After Han Wan ended the call, her father did not bring up the matter again. Turning back to find Yilei, she discovered he had vanished. Just as she was about to call out, she saw Yilei leisurely emerge from the adjacent forest. Upon noticing this, Han Wan hurriedly approached and playfully tugged on Yilei's ear, inquiring loudly, "Where have you been? What were you doing in the woods?" Yilei grimaced in pain, quickly speaking up. Nwaner, could you please let go for a moment? First, tell me what you were doing in the woods, and then I will release you." Upon hearing this, Yilei could only recount the events to Han Wan. When Han Wan learned that Yilei had discovered a soul beast nearby, fearing for their safety, she promptly released her grip and gently rubbed Yilei's ear, gazing at him with a look of sincere apology. Yilei observed Han Wan's apologetic gaze, filled with affection, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, let us depart. It is not safe to linger here." With that, he took her hand and left. Meanwhile, the little black creature, referred to as a soul beast by Yilei, lay smoldering in a certain spot, its eyes vacant. A team executing Elder Chi's mission happened to pass by, and the leader halted, eyeing the corpse in the center of the intersection. Raising his left hand, the team members understood the unspoken command and swiftly approached the lifeless body. Upon closer inspection, one of the members staggered back, astonished. The leader, perplexed, shouted, "What is going on? What is this madness?" The team member, regaining composure, turned to the leader and said, "Captain, this is one of Elder Lu's people. What did you just say?" Half an hour later, Yilei hastily escorted Han Wan away from the riverside forest. Upon arriving at Han Wan's home, he shared his plans with her parents and personally assessed their cultivation progress, Han Wan included. Back at his own residence, Yilei retrieved the beast souls of the faceless Spider Emperor and the 1,000-pound Ant Emperor from the system space. Gazing at the beast souls in his hands, each resembling solid spheres, he resolved to absorb them before consuming the blue-silver bloodline essence provided by the system to evolve the blue-silver grass into blue-silver Emperor. After clearing a space in the living room, he seated himself on the floor, summoning the blue-silver grass, as 6 pitch-black soul rings materialized around him. Yilei grasped the beast soul belonging to the face Spider Emperor, and with a mere thought, the 3rd soul ring illuminated and began to rise slowly. Closing his eyes, Yilei watched as the purple beast soul gradually became translucent, with the violet soul power flowing gently into the 3rd soul ring, while a considerable amount also surged into his left leg. Moments later, Yilei slowly opened his eyes and felt a significant enhancement in the 3rd soul skill of his blue-silver grass. The range of the soul skill had expanded. The resilience of the blue-silver grass had been fortified, and the toxicity within it had intensified once more. At that moment, Yilei discovered an additional means of attack through the bone of his left leg, enabling him to manifest the leg of the face Spider Emperor, thereby augmenting his close combat capabilities. Yilei expressed, "Does this mean I can emulate the rider kick of Kamen Rider? Just thinking about it feels incredibly cool." Kamen Rider replied, "Please don't come any closer. Let us return to reality." Yilei switched his martial spirit, and the Flame Lord materialized behind him. As 3 soul rings gradually emerged, the previously cool room experienced a sudden surge in temperature. Yilei grasped the beast soul of the 1,000-gene Ant King, and at that moment, a thought struck him. He had yet to absorb the beast souls of the heavy-armored Bug King and the Crimson Scorpion King that he had previously slain. Consequently, Yilei retrieved the 2 beast souls from the system space. The 3 beast souls hovered silently around him. As Yilei closed his eyes, he commenced the absorption of the spiritual energy from the 3 beast souls. Thus, half an hour elapsed. Yilei gradually opened his eyes. After a moment of self-reflection, he rose to drink some water. Having absorbed the spiritual energy of 4 beast souls, nearly 2 hours had passed. After resting, Yilei returned to his original position and seated himself upon the ground once more. Yilei extracted the essence of the blue-silver bloodline from the system space. A test tube containing approximately 100 milliliters of a brilliant azure golden liquid. Yilei directly removed the stopper from the test tube and, with a swift motion, ingested the essence of the blue-silver bloodline. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy radiated throughout Yilei's body. The blue-silver grass began to proliferate wildly within the confines of the room, and Yilei's form was enveloped in a resplendent blue-gold luminescence, so striking that it rendered his residence conspicuous within the entire community. Onlookers gathered below the building, engaging in hushed speculation. What is happening in that household? I have no idea. Could they be involved in something hazardous? It's possible. I don't care. I've already called the police. Upon saying this, the concerned resident raised their phone, gesturing to those nearby. Not far away, a woman turned to her husband and remarked, "Dear, that seems to be our home." The man followed the direction of his wife's finger and, upon realizing the truth, exclaimed, "Goodness, it truly is our house. What trouble is that rascal Yilei up to now?" With that, he hurriedly grabbed his luggage and, alongside his wife, made his way back to the apartment building. In Yilei's home, at this moment, Yilei, whose martial soul has evolved into the blue-silver emperor, underwent a significant transformation in appearance. His once ebony hair has now turned a delicate shade of azure, and one of his pupils has also shifted to a light blue hue, only to revert to its original state an instant later. As Yilei stood, 6 spirit rings materialized beneath his feet. To his astonishment, he noticed that the fifth ring in the arrangement bore numerous cracks, emanating a flickering crimson light. This was a mutation of the spirit ring. Chapter 24. Ye's father and mother. As time passed, the fissures on Yi Lei's millennium fifth ring multiplied, and the exterior of the black spirit ring began to peel away in large patches, revealing the vibrant red beneath. As Yi Lei's mind whirled, a sudden realization struck him. Tang San's fifth spirit ability, awakened during the emergence of the blue-silver emperor, was akin to a spirit ring granted by the divine. It was determined by the maximum age of the spirit rings that a spirit master could endure. His blue-silver emperor had already reached the 6th level realm before awakening, and the limit of spirit rings he could endure was nearing the 100,000 year standard. Thus, following the awakening of his blue-silver emperor bloodline, his fifth ring, much like Tang San's in his later stages, would elevate to the realm of 100,000 years. Just as Yi Lei was deep in thought, a sound at the door caught his attention. Crack. Yi Lei warily observed the entrance, adopting a stance of readiness for combat. As the door swung open, two figures, a man and a woman, entered. Upon recognizing them, he relaxed his guard. It was none other than his father, Yi Junqing, and his mother, Tang Yunqing. You little rascal. We were only away on a brief vacation. And what on earth have you been up to at home? What was that bizarre blue and golden radiance we just witnessed? Just as Yi Lei was about to call out for his parents, he was taken aback by his father's thunderous roar. Why are you shouting so late at night? Do you wish to kneel on the washboard? Before Yi Lei could open his mouth to explain, his mother raised her hand and slapped his father on the head. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. My dear, I was wrong. The washing board can be set aside, after all. It's this troublesome boy's fault. I thought he was up to some mischief late at night. Yi Lei, why am I being brought into this again? It is merely a secondary awakening of the martial soul, after all. Yi Lei, I'm truly at a loss for words. System, I'm here in the front row, witnessing the spectacle. Yi Lei, step aside. System, certainly. Reality. Speak up, you little rascal. What mischief are you up to at this late hour? Dad, Mom, it's like this. With the world undergoing a transformation and everyone awakening their martial spirits, I am experiencing my second awakening of the martial spirit. By the way, what are your martial spirits, dear parents? Would you grant me the honor of a glimpse? His parents exchanged a knowing glance, both silently acknowledging the truth of the matter. In that moment, their thoughts aligned, and their martial souls began to manifest. A colossal ice-blue wolf materialized behind Yi Junqing, distinguished by the presence of 9 elongated tails trailing behind it. Simultaneously, Yi Junqing activated her martial soul. Her pupils transformed into a striking ice-blue hue, and 9 ethereal ice-blue tails sprouted from her back, emanating an aura of frigidness that caused the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. Yi Lei pondered, what on earth is my father's martial soul? I have never encountered anything like it. I can certainly discern the ice attribute of the wolf, but what is the significance of these 9 tails? Is it a fusion of a wolf and a 9-tailed fox? At this moment, Tang Yunqing's martial soul also manifested. A large fish leaped from the ground behind her, hovering gracefully in the air. Much like Yi Junqing's martial soul, it too was imbued with an icy blue hue. As the fish emerged, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically, dropping from a comfortable 20 degrees to a chilling 10 degrees. Yi Lei, my heavens, why have I never encountered my parents' martial souls? Both of them possess ice attributes. Perhaps this is beneficial. It will help us save on electricity costs during the summer. Wait, doesn't T. Warner possess a different one? At that moment, the soul beast detector in his left hand emitted a sound. Name, Yi Junqing Martial Soul, 9-tailed Mystic Ice Wolf Soul Power Level, 15 Name, Tang Yunqing Martial Soul, Ice Thorn Saw Ray Soul Power Level, 14 What? 9-tailed Mystic Beetle Nut? Yi Lei doubted his own hearing, but after careful consideration, he realized it was the 9-tailed Mystic Ice Wolf. Both of his parents share the same ice attribute for their martial souls, and as a married couple, their compatibility is exceedingly high. Once their soul power elevates to the rank of Soul Sage, it is likely that they will unlock a martial soul fusion technique. Yi Lei, what is your martial soul? Yi Junqing inquired at that moment. Father, Mother, I have currently awakened 2 martial souls, the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord. Observe closely. With that, Yi Lei unleashed the Blue-Silver Emperor in front of his astonished parents. At that moment, the 5th soul ring had fully evolved, and the configuration of 5 black and 1 red soul rings left Yi Lei's parents utterly astounded. Chapter 25. Absorbing soul rings. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing gazed thoughtfully at the blue and golden little grass in their son's hand, as well as the 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, beneath his feet. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing, this son is raised to be extraordinarily exceptional. His strength is truly unparalleled. Yi Junqing paused for a moment before speaking. My son, is it possible that all 6 of your blue-silver Emperor's soul skills are identical to Tang San's? Except for the 6th soul skill, are the others the same? Yi Junqing nodded, signaling Yi Lei to proceed. Yi Lei retracted the blue-silver Emperor and summoned the Flame Lord. The emergence of the Flame Lord infused the previously frigid room with warmth. Observing the Flame Lord behind Yi Lei, along with the 3 black soul rings beneath his feet, he fell into a contemplative state. By the way, Dad, Mom, your soul power levels have both reached level 15, allowing you to absorb soul rings. I have some reserves here. Feel free to choose. With that, Yi Lei directly poured out several hundred soul rings acquired from the last beast wave from his system space. With a resounding clatter, hundreds of yellow and purple soul rings appeared in the room, as if conjured by magic. These are all from you, my son. How did you acquire so many soul rings? Yi Junqing gazed intently at the multitude of soul rings before her. As a devoted admirer of Douluo, much like Yi Lei, she was acutely aware of the significance these soul rings held. Although Yi Lei possessed the strength to effortlessly hunt soul beasts that had existed for centuries, it was quite improbable to amass such a collection of soul rings merely 3 days after the merging of 2 worlds. Father, do you recall the soul beast tide that occurred in our city yesterday? Indeed, I remember. A sudden surge of soul beasts emerged near Taihe Square, causing untold harm. Someone captured photographs of the event, taken by a young individual who... Yi Junqing had not finished speaking when she suddenly raised her head to gaze at her son. Could it be that the young man is, in fact, her son? Yi Lei smiled as he gazed at Yi Junqing, nodding in tacit approval. No wonder, this realization brought him peace of mind. After all, this was the soul ring acquired by his own son, allowing him to absorb it without hesitation. With this thought in mind, Yi Junqing knelt down and began to sift through the pile of soul rings in search of one that suited her. As a devoted fan of Douluo, Yi Junqing naturally understands how to select soul rings that are suitable for her. However, Tang Yunqing is quite the opposite. Having never watched Douluo, she is entirely at a loss regarding which soul ring to choose from the myriad before her. Crouched on the ground, Tang Yunqing hesitates, unsure of which option to pursue, until she finally extends her hand towards a yellow soul ring after observing Sujio. With an inadvertent glance, Yi Lei hastily interrupted upon noticing his mother's desire to acquire a particular soul ring. Mother, I cannot allow this, he exclaimed. This soul ring originates from the fire attribute of the flame leopard, while your martial spirit, the ice thorn sawfish, belongs to the ice attribute. They are fundamentally incompatible. Please hold on a moment. Let me assist you in finding a more suitable one. This one seems quite favorable. Yi Lei searched through the assortment of soul rings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a pale purple soul ring, which he retrieved using the blue-silver royal vine. Mother, this soul ring is derived from the Frostwind illusory dragon, aged 1,200 years. Its attributes align perfectly with your martial soul, making it the most suitable soul ring for you. Without exception. Having said this, Yi Lei handed the soul ring to Tang Yunqing, then turned his attention to Yi Junqing. At that moment, Ye's father had already selected a purple soul ring from the collection. Yi Lei focused his gaze and beheld the Shuo snow leopard, dated to the year 1200. It was indeed a fitting match for his father's 9-tailed Xianbing wolf martial soul. Chapter 26. Stubborn spirit. After Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing selected their respective soul rings, Yi Lei collected all the remaining soul rings from the ground into the system space. In an instant, the room was rendered immaculate. Yi Junqing observed Yi Lei's swift actions and couldn't help but smirk. Had it not been for the existence of soul-guided storage devices, he might have suspected that his son possessed a third martial soul. Yi Lei, father, if you truly believe that, it's not impossible. After all, I have the system. System. So, I am merely a tool, am I? Yi Lei, is it not so? System. Speechless, I am quite upset. Life is arduous. The system sighs. Returning to reality, upon seeing his parents seated on the ground, he hurriedly settled nearby, attuning himself to their physical condition, ready to utilize his soul power to assist in suppressing the strength of their soul rings should the need arise. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing forcefully crushed their chosen Millennium soul rings. Instantly, The temperature in the room plummeted. As two purple soul rings floated beside Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing, while the ethereal silhouettes of two soul beasts gradually materialized within the chamber. Behind Yi Junqing, a feline soul beast materialized, cloaked in a silvery gray hue. Upon its emergence, delicate snowflakes began to cascade within the room, reminiscent of mid-July. The ethereal figure of Yi Junqing's martial soul, the nine-tailed mystic ice wolf, manifested before him, its fierce gaze fixated upon the Shuangxue leopard lurking behind him, exuding an aura of menace. In the blink of an eye, a fierce clash ensued between the wolf and the leopard, while beads of perspiration began to form on Yi Junqing's forehead. Beside him, Tang Yunqing was equally affected. Her martial soul, the ice-thorn Soray, floated nearby, while the Frostwind illusion dragon flapped its wings above her, a quadrupedal draconic entity, cloaked in deep azure. Its piercing dragon eyes scrutinized the ice-thorn Soray beside Tang Yunqing. Its claws slightly splayed, as if it intended to devour the Soray whole. Yi Leifeng glanced with a sense of resignation, shaking his head. One soared through the skies, while the other swam in the depths. It seemed he had inadvertently entangled his mother in a predicament. Rubbing his forehead, the blue-silver emperor materialized before Yi Lei. As 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red, manifested at his waist. Yi Lei gradually spoke, blue-silver domain. A radiant blue light emanated from Yi Lei, enveloping Yi Junqing and Tang Yunjixin in an instant. Yi Lei lifted his gaze, fixing a glare upon the Frostwind phantom dragon hovering above Tang Yunqing. The ethereal dragon's eyes quivered upon encountering Yi Lei's azure pupils, instantly recalling the moment of its demise at his hands, suspended in midair on the street, mouth agape. It had not even had the chance to unleash its skill before Yi Lei's bullet pierced through its form. In the next instant, the Frostwind phantom dragon's apparition transformed into a cascade of deep blue light, swiftly merging into Tang Yunqing's being. Observing this, Yi Lei nodded in satisfaction and directed a surge of soul power towards her, then turned his attention to Yi Junqing. Meanwhile, the frosty snow leopard, embroiled in a fierce struggle with the nine-tailed ice wolf, was abruptly subdued, and in an instant, its neck was severed by the wolf's bite. In that fleeting moment, the frosty snow leopard metamorphosed into a silvery gray light, flowing into Yi Junqing's body. Similarly, Yi Lei channeled a thread of soul power into Yi Junqing, guiding the absorption of the soul ring with his own essence. At the same time, the distant wail of sirens grew increasingly closer. A police car entered the neighborhood, closely followed by a black military vehicle, emblazoned with a conspicuous insignia featuring the character for long. As Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing each manifested a faint purple soul ring around their waists, it gradually grew more substantial. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, rousing Yi Lei from his meditation. "Who is it at this late hour?" he muttered, rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, Yi Lei was met with the sight of 5 or 6 uniformed police officers, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in indistinguishable black attire. The leading officer presented his badge and spoke. "We have received reports from the public regarding blue and gold lights flashing twice from your residence. May I inquire what you were doing at the time? Please cooperate with our investigation." Yi Lei replied, "My martial soul has undergone a second awakening. What of it? If there is no issue, please refrain from disturbing me. Goodbye." After Yi Lei responded to the officer's inquiries, he prepared to close the door. "Wait. Please cooperate with our military investigation," suddenly spoke a figure clad in black. "Military? I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I comply with you? I have already stated that there are no issues in my home. Kindly leave us in peace and refrain from disturbing our rest." Yi Lei's expression instantly turned frosty. "Military? Huh? Who knows what ill intentions you harbor? Only a dog would acquiesce to your demands. Go find somewhere more comfortable to linger." Yi Lei pondered. At this moment, the leader of the black-clad men produced a summons and addressed Yi Lei. "Please cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we shall resort to forceful measures." Yi Lei raised an eyebrow and replied, "And what if I refuse?" The leader, losing his patience, gestured to his companions, who promptly understood and unleashed their respective martial spirits. Observing the leader, Yi Lei couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Ah, 6th Elder, you truly are incorrigible." The martial spirit of the leader was none other than the bloodthirsty falcon. Chapter 27. It is you who are forcing my hand. Yi Lei gazed at the leading figure among the cloaked individuals and smiled softly, remarking, "You are one of the 6th Elder's men, are you not?" The 5 black-clad figures involuntarily shuddered. realizing that their identities had been so easily discerned by this seemingly innocent young boy. It appeared that the sixth elder was indeed correct. This audacious brat could not be allowed to remain, for he must not interfere with the plans of our elder hall. The leader of the black-clad men narrowed his eyes. Turning to address his comrades, "Brothers, the elder has issued a decree. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with promotion and a raise. Now let us advance." With that, the five figures disregarded the surrounding police and prepared to strike at Yilei. Yilei raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment. It would be rather inappropriate to engage in a confrontation here. After all, you surely would not wish to harm any innocents, would you? Let us descend to the lower floor to settle our differences, shall we?" The five men in black exchanged glances, and the leader cast a malevolent gaze upon Yilei. In the next moment, he nodded slightly and turned, leading his companions downstairs. Every subtle movement did not escape Yilei's keen observation. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he followed closely behind. Since they had come, they should not expect to leave unscathed. As Yilei seized the moment when the five individuals were momentarily distracted, he skillfully cast a soul power seal, a brilliant blue-gold light flashing swiftly. Below, in the small square, the residents of the community were fervently discussing the incident that had even drawn the attention of both the police and the military. For these elderly gentlemen and ladies, it provided ample fodder for their post-meal conversations for quite some time, and before long, various versions of the tale would undoubtedly circulate. 2 minutes later, someone shouted, "They're coming out." Instantly, the attention of all the residents in the square was captivated. It was unclear who could garner such significant concern from both the police and the military. "I dare say, this individual is certainly no saint." I too share the sentiment. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figures of five individuals clad in black gradually emerged before them. "Isn't that the young man from the Yi family? I remember him being quite well behaved." After a brief moment, an elderly gentleman stepped forward to converse with the five figures, esteemed leaders. The young Yi is usually very well-mannered, possessing excellent character. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? Perhaps you could investigate further. Who do you think you are? Old hag, get lost. Before the elderly woman could finish her words, the nearest black-clad man bellowed, delivering a swift kick. The elderly woman was sent flying, and in the astonished gaze of the crowd, a blue-silver vine entwined around her waist, drawing her to Yilei's side. The blue-gold light flickered in his hand, and in the next moment, a gentle wave of soul power began to infuse into the elderly woman's body. Seeing this, several young men, filled with righteous indignation, glared at the five black-clad figures as if they wished to reduce them to ashes. They strode forward, delivering a barrage of traditional insults to the assailant. "What the hell? Is this how you treat military personnel? Is this how you treat the elderly?" After being politely addressed by the young man, the assailant emanated a heavy aura, and a massive purple gorilla materialized behind him. In the next instant, he swung his fist, crackling with electrical sparks in the air. The young men had no time to evade and instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads. Moments later, the anticipated punch did not land. They looked up to find a crimson stone wall standing before them. Turning their heads, they beheld Yilei, who was supporting the elderly woman, with a colossal red figure emerging behind him. Those familiar with the world of Douluo continent instantly recognized this as Yilei's martial spirit, the individual who had just attacked. Under Yilei's deliberate control, found his fist firmly lodged against the stone wall. Yilei gently placed the elderly woman onto the nearby recliner before turning to approach the five individuals. Yilei's gaze gradually turned icy, and the searing air currents emanated, causing the temperature of the night to rise swiftly. As he looked at the men in black, he slowly spoke. "I had no intention of resorting to lethal force. But now, you have left me no choice. Accompanying you is not out of the question, provided that you can best me. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here alive." His cold voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the square. The leader of the black-clad men chuckled dismissively and retorted, "Kid, I suggest you draft your words before speaking. Do you truly believe that 5 of us cannot handle a mere child like you? Spare us your jokes." Just as the leader was engulfed in his own overconfidence, a single statement from Yilei caused his expression to shift dramatically. "If my guess is correct, you must have a twin brother, am I right? So what? Unfortunately, you shall never see him again. But do not worry. I will soon send you down to reunite with your brother. What did you say?" Chapter 28. Smoke without injury. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the leader of the black-clad men could no longer maintain his confidence. His eyes filled with disbelief. "What have you done to him? Where is he?" The leader's voice trembled as he spoke. Upon observing the black-clad leader in such a state of disarray, Yilei discerned that his suspicions were indeed accurate. He spoke slowly. It was the sixth elder who sent him to assassinate me, but unfortunately for him, he could not endure even a minute in my presence. By now, he has likely been discovered and taken away by the seventh elder's men. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the black-clad leader lost all semblance of control. A pair of dark crimson wings unfurled from his back, and the nails on his hands elongated, transforming into an eerie shade of black. While one of his pupils morphed into a half-black, half-red state, he gradually ascended into the air, 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet. Suspended at his waist, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The other individuals clad in black, witnessing their leader manifest his martial soul, hesitated not for a moment. Instantly, the small square was illuminated by the glow of a dozen soul rings, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. A few knowledgeable onlookers stammered, This. 2 great soul masters, 3 soul elders. Has the military strength become this monstrous in just a few days? All 5 of these individuals possessed the optimal soul ring configurations. That lad from the Yi family is doomed. Yilei chuckled softly and said, This is rather intriguing. Allow me to witness the prowess of your elder hall. Brothers, let us unite and subdue him. With that, 5 figures swiftly charged at Yilei. The leader, clad in black, ascended above him, unleashing his first soul skill, Phantom of the Ghost Falcon. In an instant, 5 ethereal manifestations of martial spirits erupted from behind the black-clad leader, encircling Yilei's head. The first skill, Thunder Fist. The second skill, Bull Charge. The first skill, Wind Blade Moon Shadow. The first skill, Rock Dragon Roar. In a heartbeat, 4 soul skills surged toward Yilei. In the skies above, the black-clad leader waved his hands and bellowed, Second skill, Bloodstorm. He and his martial spirit phantoms unleashed 6 crimson-black tempests towards Yilei, and suddenly, a thick metallic scent of blood permeated the small square. What is that stench? It's so overpowering. The smell of blood is suffocating. Why isn't that brat from the Yi family dodging? Has he been rendered speechless? Ugh, I have long held disdain for him. Let him perish. In an instant, the crowd in the square was overwhelmed by the nauseating odor, many feeling the urge to retch. However, some peers seized the opportunity to curse Yilei. As he was regarded by most parents in the community as a paragon among his contemporaries, a child with exceptional academic prowess, striking good looks, a commendable character, and admirable virtues. How could such a child not be adored by numerous parents? Why most parents and not all? Some parents had given up on the big picture and begun cultivating their own smaller ambitions. As the soul skills descended, clouds of dust erupted. The 5 gathered, and the leader laughed, saying, Little brat, these days are no time for jest. See how this has backfired. Come, brothers, let us take him away. Drinks are on me. Good call, boss. With that, 2 figures in black stepped forward, preparing to drag Yilei's lifeless body from the haze. At that moment, a voice rang out. Is this all you are capable of? With those words, a stone sphere the size of a football and a beam of purple light surged toward them from the dust. In the blink of an eye, 2 black-clad men were sent flying, one meeting an untimely end. Fourth brother. The remaining 4 gazed in horror at the bisected form of their comrade. The first law of the world: attack without smoke, and there will be injury. Conversely, with smoke, there is no harm. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. The 3 black soul rings adorning the boy's waist captured the attention of all in the small square. Chapter 29, The Evil Soul Master. Heavens! This is simply astonishing. Possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings, a soul master of such extraordinary might. The strength displayed is truly monstrous. The 4 figures clad in black gazed incredulously at Yilei before them. How could this be? Merely a few days had passed, and our elder from the 6th residence had toiled painstakingly to cultivate just over 50 soul lords, expending immense manpower to hunt down century and millennium soul rings. How could you possibly possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Yilei's gaze turned frigid, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Brothers, let us avenge old 4 and my brother. With that declaration, the leader in black surged forward towards Yilei, simultaneously commanding 5 spirit phantoms to launch an assault against him. Yilei smirked slightly as the flame lord behind him conjured a molten ball of magma, hurling it directly at the dark-clad leader. A resounding thud echoed as the magma collided with flesh, sending the leader tumbling to the ground. His chest garment scorched with a gaping hole, while cracks appeared on the stone tiles beneath him. Big brother, I'm fine, you all continue. Upon hearing his words, the others turned and charged toward Yilei. The third soul skill, Rock Dragon Cannon. The third dark-clad member, henceforth referred to as Black 3, raised his right hand and unleashed a column of earthy yellow light at Yulei. Oh, this could be interesting. Allow me to demonstrate my technique. First soul skill. Infernal Magma Break. The first soul ring at Yulei's waist ignited as a crimson beam erupted from his right hand. The collision of the yellow and red beams generated a tremendous shockwave, momentarily engulfing the yellow column in the red one. Seeing Black 3 attempt to flee, Yulei swiftly summoned 3 stone walls behind him. Realizing escape was impossible, Black 3 gritted his teeth and declared, second soul skill, Dragon Scale. Instantly, earthy yellow scales enveloped his form, bracing himself to withstand Yulei's assault. How laughable that a mere century-old second soul skill believes it can withstand my infernal magma break. With that thought, Yulei exerted force with his right hand, amplifying the power of his soul skill. Boom. The sound of impact resonated as Black 3's dragon scales shattered upon contact with the infernal magma break, unable to endure even a second. He was enveloped by the magma, departing this world without uttering a single cry of pain. Next, it's your turn to face my wrath. After Black 3's life force faded, Yulei addressed the remaining 3. Damn it, we've lost another soul master. This cannot continue. I must resort to that technique. The Dark Leader turned, his gaze locking onto the frightened officers nearby. Third soul skill, Blood Armor Protection. The third soul ring at his waist ignited, and 3 phantoms of bloodthirsty falcons surged forth, targeting the 3 officers. Thud, thud, thud. The officers' chests were pierced by the falcons' razor-sharp beaks, their blood drained in an instant. The 3 phantoms rushed toward the remaining dark-clad individuals, merging with their bodies. Instantly, 3 blood-red beams erupted from their chests, forming crimson armor that enveloped them. It was unexpected that this Dark Leader's third soul skill relied on the vitality of others to activate. He was clearly an evil soul master. It seems the secret of the Elder Hall lies here. He must be eradicated today. He cannot be allowed to live and wreak havoc upon the world. Yulei contemplated, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent. Chapter 30. The Self-Created Soul Technique. 4 fires reaching the heavens. Today, I shall avenge those harmed by your Elder Hall. Every second you linger in this world is a grave disrespect to their spirits in the afterlife. Prepare to accept the judgment from the earthly refinement. As I unleash my self-created soul technique, for fires reaching the heavens. In an instant, 4 towering crimson stone pillars erupted from the ground, encircling Yulei and the black-clad leader along with the other 3. The earth cracked open, connecting the pillars with fissures from which torrents of magma began to surge forth, engulfing the ground beneath them. In the next moment, the stone orbs atop the pillars burst forth with resplendent light, unleashing 4 beams of crimson energy. As the beams intersected, a fiery energy dome began to form, swiftly isolating the 4 from the outside world. The 4 fires reaching the heavens, a synthesis of Yulei's first and second soul techniques. Within this domain, the martial spirits of all soul masters would face suppression, particularly those of ice and wind attributes, who would be affected most severely. The black-clad leader and his companions were taken aback, voicing their astonishment as they questioned Yulei. What is happening? What have you done? What are your intentions? Yulei gazed at the face of the cloaked leader, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, and slowly spoke. What do I desire? Merely to avenge the elderly woman whom you have harmed and the 3 officers you have drained of their lifeblood, while simultaneously purging your malevolent souls with flames. Second, fifth. For the sake of survival, we must engage him in a desperate struggle. We cannot allow him to disrupt the plans of our Elders' Hall. Upon hearing Yulei's words, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from the cloaked leader, who turned to address the remaining 2. The second and fifth exchanged glances and nodded in agreement to their leader. Second soul skill, Wind Goddess Thrust. Second soul skill, Bloodstorm. First soul skill, Thunder Fist. The 3 assailants launched a simultaneous assault upon Yulei. Observing the 3 soul skills hurtling towards him, Yulei grinned and remarked, "Is this all you can muster?" First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Surge. Beneath the cloaked leader and his accomplices, magma surged forth, erupting violently, prompting the trio to leap into the air in a frantic attempt to evade the attack, consequently disrupting their own soul skills. The third soul skill of the cloaked leader, Blood Armor's Protection, offered effects beyond mere shield formation. It endowed the wielder with a fleeting capacity for flight. Oh, it possesses such an effect. I truly had not anticipated that. In midair, let us see how you fare against this technique. Suddenly, a piece of armor manifested on Yi Lei's chest, adorned with 6 pulsating red dots at its center, casting beams of crimson light into the heavens. What could this be? What do these 6 rays signify? The Black Leader sensed impending doom upon witnessing the armor on Yi Lei's chest. The soulbone skill of the Thousand Gene and Emperor, the Thousand Gene meteoric flame. In an instant, the skies above the 4-fire celestial domain sparkled with radiant red lights, swiftly descending toward the earth. As the Black Leader, possessing a bird-type martial spirit, discerned the nature of the incoming objects, he urgently instructed his 2 companions, defend. Quickly, take defensive measures. The 2nd and 5th members exchanged glances and spoke. Brother, shall we employ that technique to intercept these entities? There was no alternative. Thus, they initiated the Trinity Martial Spirit Combination Technique. Blood whined, lightning tempest. The soul rings of the 3 lit up, hovering above their heads. A bird and a monkey merged in the air, intertwining with a gust of green wind to counter the multitude of meteors raining down from the sky. Quite interesting, Yi Lei remarked. But your soul rings are all too weak. If you possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings, you might have had a chance to withstand my soulbone skill. Alas, my soulbone is derived from the mutated Thousand Gene and Emperor, aged 85,000 years. Not even the 2 of you, a great soul master and a soul sovereign, can withstand it. The night has deepened. It is time to send you on your way. Yi Lei's voice, frigid and devoid of warmth, echoed ominously in the ears of the Black Leader and his companions. Yi Lei stood at a distance, gazing at the scene unfolding in the sky. With his right hand raised, he gradually clenched his fist and proclaimed, First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. Instantly, magma erupted beneath the trio of Black Boss and his companions. Realizing the dire situation, they found themselves unable to evade as a vast expanse of fiery meteors descended from above, while towering columns of magma loomed below. Exhausted from depleting their soul power, they were ultimately engulfed by the molten fury, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31, That Exalted One. The energy barrier receded, revealing a figure. Why is only Yi Lei left? What happened to the 3 from the military? I have no idea. Could it be that Yi Lei killed them? I believe so. Did you not witness their earlier actions? They kicked an elderly woman in front of us, and without any justification, they murdered 3 police officers. They deserve their fate. Indeed. Yi Lei turned and approached the elderly woman, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, with the Flame Lord having vanished. A radiant blue-golden light flickered in Yi Lei's hands as he gently placed them upon the woman's abdomen. The luminous energy gradually permeated her body, mending the meridians and bones that had been injured by the kick from the dark-clad 5th Elder. A strike from a powerful attack-type Soul Master could easily spell death or disablement for anyone lacking soul power, let alone for an elderly woman teetering on the brink of death. Moments later, after confirming the integrity of her internal pathways, he entrusted her to the care of her companions, the old Yi Bo and Yi Mu. Subsequently, Yi Lei strode purposefully towards the relatively intact corpse of the dark-clad 4th Elder. He surveyed the scene, a grin breaking across his face as he remarked, still too inexperienced. Yet, it is understandable, only 3 days have passed since the merging of the Douluo realm. And for the Elder Hall to have cultivated their people to this extent is indeed impressive. But what precisely is the task that the Dark Elder mentioned? With a surge of fire element surging in his palm, he conjured a flame that engulfed the dismembered body of the 4th Elder. Within moments, the air was filled with a faint aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Ugh, this stench is truly repugnant. Yi Lei grimaced slightly, pinching his nose with his left hand while regulating the temperature of the flames with his right. After 2 minutes, the dark-clad 4th Elder was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the atmosphere. Turning around, he confidently approached the group of young individuals who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the dark-clad 5th Elder. Because you displayed courage in the face of danger, seeking justice for the elderly woman against the malevolent soul masters, I bestow upon you these soul rings. Each of you shall receive 5, sufficient for self-defense. Remember, do not follow in their footsteps and bring calamity upon the world, otherwise your fate will mirror that of the 5 who perished just now. With a grand gesture, Yi Lei summoned dozens of soul rings that materialized out of thin air, each arranged in an orderly fashion before every individual, showcasing the perfect combination of yellow, purple, and black. Accept these as tokens of gratitude for your valor in stepping forward. There are matters that require my attention, he declared, his gaze shifting toward the distant black military vehicle. A flicker of blue-golden light danced in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, numerous blue-silver royal vines emerged from beneath the vehicle, ensnaring it tightly. With a firm grip, Yilei constricted the vines, crushing the vehicle into a massive heap of scrap metal. Meanwhile, within the Elder Six residence in Shuqing, a middle-aged man clad in black rapped on a door at the end of the corridor. "Enter," came an aged yet authoritative voice. The man pushed the door open and, upon reaching within 2 meters of the desk, knelt on one knee with his hands clasped. "Elder Six, all those you instructed me to send on the mission have perished. One was discovered by your brother, Elder Seven. The body is en route back. The remaining 5 have had their life force extinguished, and no corpses or even severed limbs have been found." "Oh, is that so? What were their code names?" "Instruct the search for their families, and eliminate them without leaving a trace." "Understood?" Elder Six inquired. "Yes, I comprehend. Their code names are as follows. Codename Falcon, Martial Soul Bloodthirsty Falcon, Soul Power Level 32. Codename Ghost Falcon, Martial Soul Bloodthirsty Falcon, Soul Power Level 29. Codename Wind God, Martial Soul Wind Spirit Body, Soul Power Level 31. Codename Dragon Roar, Martial Soul Rock Dragon, Soul Power Level 31. Codename Wild Bull, Martial Soul Ironclad Water Buffalo, Soul Power Level 28. Codename Lightning, Martial Soul Thunder Ape, Soul Power Level 28. "Very well, I understand. You may withdraw," Elder Six said, massaging his brow and gesturing for the middle-aged man to leave. "Ah, and one more thing, Elder Six. That esteemed individual has initiated a virtual video conference and specifically requested your presence." The middle-aged man spoke slowly and deliberately. The sixth elder paused in his actions. Why is that esteemed individual convening a virtual conference at this moment? Chapter 32, The Elders' Council Plan in Shuqing, within the hall of the sixth elder. A dark corridor stretched ahead. The sixth elder strode purposefully to the grand door at the corridor's end, retrieving a black card from his inner pocket. A crimson glow flickered in his hand, and in the next instant, the brilliance surged into the black card, which seemed to come alive. Breaking free from the elder's grasp and soaring directly into the card slot at the center of the door. With a hiss, the mechanism of the door was activated, and a blood-red liquid flowed from around the slot, outlining an intricate design on the door. A colossal dragon coiled around a long staff, its eyes exuding a chilling aura of menace. With a click, the door opened, illuminating the meeting room. The furnishings came into view, a long table accompanied by 11 chairs, with the central seat crafted from luxurious golden silkwood, while the remaining chairs bore large, engraved Chinese numerals, each adorned with unique patterns. The sixth elder approached the chair marked with the numeral 6, drew it back, and seated himself. With a wave of his left hand, the earlier card flew back, landing before the elder's apparatus. A hum resonated as the device activated, casting 10 azure beams of light upon the other 10 chairs. In an instant, 10 AI avatars emerged within the conference room. The sixth elder exchanged glances with the seventh elder, and they nodded in unison, turning their attention to the central seat. A shadowy figure materialized upon the opulent golden chair, devoid of discernible features. Upon its arrival, the other 10 individuals rose and bowed in respect. The shadow raised its right hand and spoke. "Be seated. Let us conclude this expeditiously. Xiaozhe, Xiaoxiong, please present the files of the young man and the 6 who perished." Upon hearing their names, the 6th and 7th elders swiftly operated their respective devices. Before long, the various details of Yilei and the 6 who had sacrificed themselves were projected into the air. "This individual has emerged on Xiaoxiong's territory, significantly impacting our affairs. In 3 days, he has already slain 6 of Xiaozhe's men, and Xiaoxiong's forces suffered the loss of over a dozen the very next day. I propose 2 courses of action. First, you 10 should dispatch your subordinates to encircle him and eliminate all those around him. Second, we may choose to refrain from immediate action. I trust that the 6 individuals have not divulged the secrets of our Elder's Hall, thus limiting his impact on us. However, given his prowess in facing 3 Soul Lords and 2 Grand Soul Masters with such composure, defeating him with reinforcements may prove futile. Therefore, I have decided to withdraw our surveillance and commence the clandestine cultivation of our own talents, preparing for the day we shall eradicate him entirely." The deep, resonant voice of the shadow echoed through the conference room. Moments later, the elder seated to the left of the shadow spoke. "I believe the esteemed one is correct. Our current focus should be on strengthening our Elder Hall rather than fixating on a mere insignificant ant." Upon finishing his statement, The elder cast a glance at the remaining 9, receiving resolute gazes in return. I have a new technology to share with you. We shall implement it across major universities and publicly proclaim its benefits for the people. No one shall doubt its value. The shadow paused, its dark hands seemingly manipulating something. And in the next moment, all the devices before the 10 elders emitted a beep, revealing a file icon before each of them. Xiaoxiang, please provide me with a copy of the list you hold. We must assign someone to discreetly follow him and report on his every action. The shadow's gaze suddenly shifted to the 7th elder, who promptly responded by handing over a copy of the list. The shadow nodded and declared, "Very well. It is getting late. This meeting is adjourned. You may all log off now." With that, the shadow vanished, leaving the 10 elders to exchange glances before they all disconnected. After removing his card, the 6th elder leaned back in his chair with a deep sigh before pushing the door open to leave. At that moment, unaware that his request had prompted an urgent video conference among the elder hall, Yilei had just returned home, observing his parents, who were still adjusting their meridians. Yilei felt puzzled. He had been away for quite some time, yet his parents had not completed their absorption. This was unusual, even with a millennium-level soul ring. Aided by the soul power of the Blue-Silver Emperor, there should have been no issues. Yilei anxiously paced behind his parents, oblivious to the fact that the 2 individuals before him had silently opened their eyes. Just as he was about to tap his father's shoulder, an icy aura suddenly erupted, startling Yilei into a hasty retreat. However, as he attempted to lift his legs to withdraw, he discovered that they were firmly frozen in place. The 2 figures before him abruptly stood, their martial spirits manifesting, and turned to face him. With her hair transformed to a striking ice blue, Yi Junxing gazed at her son, who was immobilized by her power, and spoke. "Now, tell me, where have you been? Why is the neighborhood group circulating the video from earlier?" Standing beside Yu Junxing, Tang Yunqing added, "Little Lei, do share with your mother what you were up to. As long as you speak the truth, your father and I will certainly refrain from being too harsh." The gentle tone of Tang Yunqing reached Yi Lei's ears, causing him to shudder. It was over. His mother was furious, and he could not escape a beating today. System, indeed. The host's mother exemplifies the art of delivering the most severe reprimands in the calmest of tones. Yilei, oh, the system. You only know how to speak sarcastically about my feelings, don't you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. If I don't make you cry, I won't carry the surname Yi. System, I have assisted you so much, and yet you wish to strike me? The affection is gone. TT, boo-hoo. In reality, facing the frosty demeanor of his parents, Yilei trembled and quickly spoke up. Father, mother, before you returned, my martial soul, Blue-Silver Grass, evolved into Blue-Silver Emperor. Perhaps the brilliance of the transformation was too dazzling, prompting those resting downstairs to believe I was handling something dangerous. They called the police. And then you came home. Just as you were absorbing your soul rings, the police showed up, accompanied by 5 elders from the hall. After revealing the truth, Yilei gazed at his parents with anticipation, hoping his father could dispel the ice enveloping his leg. Though he could easily free himself, he refrained. Believing he had committed no wrong, merely presenting the facts sufficed, and removing the ice would be disrespectful to his parents. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Upon hearing their son's account, Ye's parents' expressions grew even colder. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? You went down to fight without informing us, leaving us anxious. Do you realize you nearly frightened your mother to death? You naughty boy, you've crossed the line with your mother. You deserve a good scolding today. What? Yilei was bewildered, wondering how he had once again found himself in conflict with his mother, oblivious to the circumstances. Heavens, Dad, are you really going to strike? He exclaimed, casting a pleading glance at Tang Yunqing, hoping his mother would intervene. However, her words left him utterly stunned. Indeed, you deserve it. When did we ever permit you to engage in group brawls? Don't run, you rascal, stand still. Upon hearing his mother's remarks, Yilei felt a wave of resignation wash over him. With a sudden surge of determination, he broke free from his constraints and began to flee wildly around the room. Life is not easy, Yilei sighed. Chapter 34, Departure. After enduring a relentless half-hour of combined parental discipline from Yi Junxing and Tang Yunqing, Yilei now lay on the floor of his room, with remnants of icy debris still clinging to his hair. It seemed that allowing his parents to absorb a millennium of soul rings was indeed a beneficial move. Their strength was sufficient to overpower others of the same rank. Achoo! Oh dear, I'm freezing. I must take a hot shower. With a swift motion, Yilei sprang to his feet and headed to the bathroom for a warm bath. A night passed without incident. After a day of recuperation, on a crisp morning, Yilei and Han Yuan had arranged a meeting point, and he proceeded to rouse their respective parents from slumber, each bearing different costs for their awakening. Yilei narrowly escaped another beating, whereas Han Yuan was in a different situation, for Yilei had previously informed Han's parents about this matter. Yilei, I am at a loss for words. How could I have forgotten this matter? Indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. System, haha. Yilei, dog system, come out and face the consequences. System, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Yilei, system, I have erred. I beseech you, do not depart, if you would be so kind. After absorbing the soul ring and a day of rigorous training, Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing finally ascended to the 20th level, thus becoming great soul masters, though they still required a soul ring. This prompted Yulei to awaken them early, urging them to accompany him in the hunt for soul rings. At the entrance of the Rongzhang Grand Hotel, 6 individuals gathered. Here is the situation. Today, my parents have also just reached level 20, so I have brought them along. Is that agreeable to you? Not at all. The 3 responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well, let us proceed. Our destination is the martial arts world. Yilei spoke up. All right, but Yilei, why don't we go to the riverside forest? Aren't there spirit beasts there as well? Han Yuan looked at Yilei with curiosity. This, without a doubt. Yilei was momentarily taken aback by the question posed by Han Yuan. Hearing this, Han's parents turned to look at Yilei, for it was indeed their future son-in-law who had hunted their first spirit ring in the riverside forest. Now, they were puzzled as to why they were heading to the martial forest on the other side of Rong City to hunt for spirit rings. Feeling the gaze of his girlfriend's family upon him, Yilei scratched his head and replied, Yesterday afternoon, I ventured to the riverside forest and spent quite some time there. But I couldn't find any suitable spirit beast for you. That's why I thought we should check out the martial forest to find a more fitting spirit beast for you. As soon as Yilei's words faded, a sharp slap struck the back of his head, accompanied by Yi Junqing's voice ringing in everyone's ears. I told you. You little rascal, where did you run off to yesterday afternoon without a word? You made your mother worry. With that, Yi Junqing cast a solicitous glance at Tang Yunqing, her face brimming with the desire for praise. When has Tang Yunqing ever worried about that little brat Yilei? With his current prowess, he hardly requires my concern. Tang Yunqing shot her husband a disapproving look and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yilei gazed helplessly at his parents. It was one thing to flaunt their affection at home, but to do so in public was another matter entirely. Regardless, he decided to seek solace with Huan. With a swift motion, Yilei positioned himself beside Han Huan, disregarding the curious glances of onlookers, and buried his head in the crook of her neck. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair, Han Kachin thought to himself, Goodness, what am I to do with this? My precious little one is being nurtured by a pig. Woe is me. The pig lamented, My future father-in-law has spoken. I seek comfort from my beloved. Han Huan replied, At your age, how can you still be so childish? Reality set in. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, shall we depart? Yilei announced. 2 cars set off in tandem towards Wuling. Chapter 35. This tree I have planted. This road I have paved. Should you wish to pass, you must leave a toll. The 2 sedans cruised along the highway in succession. An hour passed, and they arrived at a vast forested scenic area. Yilei alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the grand entrance of the vast forest scenic area. He turned to address the 5 companions, articulating his plan. Here is my thought, Uncle. The first soul ring you possess grants you a defensive soul skill. Today, I intend to assist you in seeking an offensive soul beast to serve as your second soul ring. Ant, as a sensitive attack type soul master. Your soul ring selection should lean towards offense and speed. Thus, our objective today is to find you a soul beast that excels in both agility and attacking power. Yilei then shifted his gaze to Han Yuan, adding, As for you and my parents, locating suitable soul rings for the 3 of you poses a challenge. Given that your martial spirits are all of the ice attribute, our coastal Rong City experiences elevated temperatures, which implies that it may be difficult to find suitable soul beasts in this region. Father, your martial spirit is the 9-tailed mystic ice wolf. Therefore, we simply need to find a wolf or a feline beast, such as a tiger or a leopard, but it must not possess any other attributes, as that would impose a significant burden on your body. Yi Junqing nodded at her son without uttering a word. Well, let us head inside first, Mother and Yuan. I will find a way to help you both locate a suitable spirit beast. Han Yuan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Yilei. It was one thing for him to call her that in everyday life, but in front of his parents today, how could he address her like this? Oh, how mortifying. Yilei glanced at the blushing Han Yuan, a look of bewilderment on his face. He had not uttered a word about his profession. So why was this young girl suddenly shy again? Had she thought of something inappropriate? Sigh, never mind. Indeed. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. The four adults exchanged knowing smiles, observing Yilei and Han Yuan. Their thoughts swirling within. Ye father and you mother. This girl, Han Yuan, is truly a perfect match for our son. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law. Han father and Han mother. This rascal grows more appealing with each glance. It's a pity to part with my cherished daughter after 18 years. It feels like we are giving him an advantage. System, take a seat and enjoy the spectacle. Yilei approached Han Yuan, gently ruffling her fluffy hair, and inquired, What troubles you, Yuana? Come, let us seek out your soul beast. With that, disregarding the gazes of those around them, he took her small hand and led her into the scenic area. Observing this, the other four hurriedly followed suit. In Rome City, within the elder's 7th residence, a middle-aged secretary knocked on the door. Come in, replied the voice of the 7th elder from behind the door. The secretary promptly entered, approached the desk, and bowed respectfully to the 7th elder, stating, Elder, that esteemed individual has replied. He has selected this person. Upon finishing, the secretary unfolded the documents he carried and presented them before the 7th elder. The 7th elder glanced down, leaned back in his chair, sipped his tea, and addressed the secretary. I understand. Let him proceed. By the way, where is he currently located? The here referred to by the elder was Yilei. According to the intelligence received, he and his girlfriend, along with their families, totaling 6 individuals, were presently at the Wulin scenic area. The 7th elder, growing impatient, waved his hand and commanded, I am aware. Immediately instruct him to connect with his watchers and inform him to report any occurrences without delay. Understood. The secretary replied with a bow before exiting the office. Wulin. Yilei held Han Yuan's hand as they walked ahead, with their parents trailing behind, engaged in lively conversation. Half an hour passed without encountering a single soul beast. This was not due to bad luck. Rather, upon entering the forest, Yilei had activated the skill spirit hunting ground from the bone of the human-faced spider emperor, sensing the presence of surrounding soul beasts. Those that dared to approach were deterred by the aura emanating from him. At that moment, Yilei detected life signals ahead, several humans. Without a second thought, he continued onward. 5 minutes later, Yilei found himself at a loss for words, as the individuals he had sensed earlier now stood before them, declaring with righteous indignation, This tree I have planted, this path I have forged. Should you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Yilei and his companions raised their eyebrows, casting a disdainful glance at them. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear my words? Do you not see my martial spirit? If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Otherwise, do not blame us for being too ruthless. The man in the middle shouted defiantly. Indeed, did you not hear our boss? If you want to get through, hurry up and pay, chimed in a lackey beside him. Yu Chunqing and the other 4 turned their heads in unison towards Yilei, each secretly pondering the absurdity of the situation, wondering who would inevitably be the loudest in their lamentations later on. Yilei took a step forward. Observing this, the man thought to himself that Yilei must have been frightened by the martial spirit behind him, coming forth merely to pay a toll. After all, he had extorted several tens of thousands using this very tactic. There's still some color in his face. He must be intimidated. With 6 of you, that amounts to 60,000. That girl looks rather fair. I'll keep her for my own amusement. A beam of purple light shot from the man's head, striking the great tree behind him, which fell with a resounding crash, leaving the man's hair in a state reminiscent of a balding Mediterranean. Yilei looked at him with disdain and coldly remarked, What are you waiting for? Leave at once, unless you wish to experience a separation of head and body. The words of Yilei reached the ears of the man, and his calm voice caused him to lose control of himself in an instant. Chapter 36. The slap descends. Upon detecting the pungent odor of urine in the air, Yilei, with an air of impatience, waved his hand and remarked, Oh dear, how can someone of your stature wet themselves so easily? What a disgrace. The terrified individual responded, I had no choice, upon hearing his voice. It was as if I saw my great-grandmother beckoning to me. He is no mere mortal. He is a living embodiment of Yama. The other subordinates exclaimed, Good heavens. This is terrifying. Forget about the boss. We must flee. In the next moment, the remaining subordinates exchanged glances, turned, and ran, while the boss stared at them in horror, exclaiming, "Don't leave me. Wait for me." No sooner had he spoken than he too turned and followed his fleeing subordinates. Yilei smiled broadly, his right hand surging with spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, those who had just dashed a few steps forward collided with the stone wall, each of them clutching their heads as they sank to the ground. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing the leader's body to stiffen instantaneously. He slowly turned his head, his eyes wide with terror. Yilei slowly spoke, "I have commanded you to leave, yet they refuse." With that, he gestured behind him, revealing Han Nuan and her family advancing, their expressions filled with fury. Han Kachin stepped forward, swiftly grasping the eldest by the collar. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Han Kachin, incensed, relentlessly struck the eldest across the face, ultimately sending him hurtling several meters away. To utter such insolence and malign my daughter is a perilous endeavor. Should anyone dare to bully her, irrespective of their identity, I shall not hesitate to deliver retribution. Achu. Yilei was summoned and glanced at Han Kachin's silhouette. In the next moment, Han Kachin turned his head and shot a glare at Yilei. Yilei was startled, quickly retreating behind Han Nuan, too afraid to glance at her father. The father-in-law observed his son-in-law, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. "Yilei, I am filled with trepidation. I have never feared the seventh elder among the 10 elders, yet today, my uncle's fierce demeanor pierces through me." His gaze suggesting he might deliver a sound thrashing. "Han father, indeed, I intend to give you a good beating." In reality, after being subjected to a relentless assault from Han father and Han mother, the 5 individuals lay battered and bruised, their garments reduced to tatters. The leader curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his expression one of serene acceptance. After enduring a brutal beating, he believed the ordeal had concluded, only to feel his vital points mercilessly trampled, a searing pain shooting through him, causing him to lose consciousness. An hour passed, and a couple chanced upon this scene. They exchanged glances before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the 5 individuals. Yet, the woman, still unsatisfied, delivered 2 precise strikes to the vital points of the one in the center before departing with her boyfriend. "Yama, what on earth is happening today? With half a body sprawled across the entrance? In the depths of the martial world. How are you, my dear? Have you found your relief? If not, we can return later for a few more strikes." Yilei addressed Han Nuan, saying, "Boss, please don't come over." Suddenly, Yilei sensed something through the spiritual hunting ground and urgently instructed everyone, "Prepare for battle." 30 seconds later, the soul beast detector on Yilei's left hand began to emit frantic beeping sounds. Beep, beep, beep. 3 soul beasts detected nearby, 2 of 10,000 years and 1 of 1,000 years. Before Yilei could utter a word, the other 5 individuals activated their martial souls. Yi Junqing and Tang Yunxin simultaneously transformed, their forms shimmering in an icy blue hue. 9 elongated azure tails emerged from Yi Junqing's waist, swaying gracefully behind him, while Tang Yunxin manifested serrated icy blue spikes at her hips, with an illusory wolf and fish appearing behind them. 2 purple soul rings floated around their waists, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Ice blue wings unfurled behind Han Nuan, stirring gusts of frigid wind. A massive, fiery red rhinoceros phantom materialized behind Han Fu, his pupils shifting to crimson, while a colossal black leopard phantom emerged behind Han Mu. All 6 individuals maintained their combat stances, met with disdainful expressions from onlookers. What are these people doing in broad daylight? Crazy. Those nearby began to mock Yilei and his companions. Chapter 37. The azure-winged white-headed tiger. Just as the jeers subsided, 3 tiger roars resonated from deep within the forest. Awu. The ensuing powerful gusts of wind sent Han Nuan, who was airborne and unshielded by Yilei's released soul power, tumbling through the air. The earlier mockers fared no better, buffeted by the winds and losing their bearings. Beep. The target skin completed. 3 azure-winged white-headed tigers. 1 aged 50,000 years, 1 aged 10,000 years, and 1 aged 1,500 years. The soul beast detector reported the scanning results. Upon hearing the mention of the azure-winged white-headed tiger, Yilei turned excitedly to Yi Junqing, exclaiming, "Dad, the soul ring suitable for you has arrived." Among these 3 azure-winged white-headed tigers, one has a cultivation of 1,500 years, which is perfect to serve as your second soul ring. Yi Junqing nodded. Yet a hint of concern lingered in her gaze as she looked at Yilei. "But my martial spirit is of the ice attribute. Is this soul beast truly suitable for me?" "Rest assured, my dear," he replied. Although the azure white-eyed tiger is a wind attribute soul beast, wind and ice do not interfere with one another, and thus there will be no conflict. Furthermore, it will enhance your speed and fortify your physical prowess. You shall handle that Millennium Soul Beast, while I will take care of the remaining two 10,000-year soul beasts. Yilei turned to Yi Junqing and inquired, "Can you handle two ancient soul beasts?" After a day of intense tutoring with Yi Junqing, Tang Yuqing now comprehended the gravity of the situation. A 50,000-year soul beast and a 10,000-year soul beast could easily decimate 100 individuals without inflicting any harm upon themselves. This illustrated the formidable nature of ancient soul beasts, which is why Tang Yuqing felt such concern for Yilei. "Mother, rest assured, I have already slain two soul beasts over 80,000 years old by myself. Why should I fear these two tigers? Trust me, I am confident in my ability to confront these soul beasts. After all, I still have my ace up my sleeve." Yilei glanced at the worried Tang Yuqing and spoke words of comfort. Turning his gaze towards the three soul beasts, a radiant purple light emanated from his left side, and a dark purple bone materialized on his left calf. The skill, human-faced leg bone, Arachnid Emperor's purple radiance slash. In an instant, Yilei propelled his left leg, unleashing a torrent of violet light that surged forth, cleaving a multitude of trees in two. After executing this maneuver several times, the area before him lay barren, revealing three soul beasts that appeared before Yilei and his companions. At the forefront stood a white tiger, its fur as white as snow, adorned with two verdant bone spikes sprouting from its shoulders, shimmering with a turquoise luminescence. Its body bore intricate green patterns, while a regal turquoise emblem on its forehead radiated an aura of sovereignty. To its left, another white tiger mirrored its companion, albeit with shorter bone spikes and devoid of the royal emblem upon its brow. On its right, a markedly different creature featured but a single bone spike on its shoulder, and its royal marking was yet to take form. This trio resembled a family, and Yilei instructed, "You shall act upon my command shortly." Observing the nods of agreement, Yilei's gaze turned grave as he addressed Han Wan. "My dear, divert their attention from above." Heeding his words, Han Wan ascended into the air. With the activation of her first soul skill, Ice Feather, her purple soul ring illuminated. In an instant, a flurry of ice blue feathers cascaded toward the three white tigers. While her first soul skill inflicted no damage upon the two ancient verdant white forehead tigers, the smaller white forehead one was not so fortunate. A portion of the ice blue feathers struck its body, leaving it with numerous tiny wounds that caused it to yowl in pain and pursue Han Wan. Seeing their offspring chase after a human, the other two white tigers instinctively followed suit. Sensing that the plan was unfolding as intended, Yilei swiftly positioned himself before the two verdant white forehead tigers and declared, "You shall face me." 6 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, hovering at his waist, and the immediate release of his soul power forced the two soul beasts to retreat several steps in astonishment. Chapter 38, Third Soul Skill. The two soul beasts beheld the human standing before them, and upon discerning his soul ring configuration, their eyes widened in disbelief. For it was rare to encounter a soul emperor with 5 black rings and 1 red. Your child may not have long to live. Should you wish to rescue it, you must first overcome me. Without regard for whether they could comprehend his words, Yilei continued to speak. The male white tiger, as if grasping the essence of his discourse, suddenly filled with rage, fixing its furious gaze upon Yilei. In the next moment, it raised its powerful paw, unleashing a torrent of emerald claws directed at him. With a fierce roar directed toward the female white tiger, the male conveyed his intent, and she, understanding his meaning, lifted her own paw, launching a similar assault toward Yilei. Yilei smiled slightly, his voice resonating with intensity. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. As he activated the soul skill, he raised his hand to command the Blue-Silver Emperor to rise before him, forming a barrier to shield against the oncoming claws. In an instant, 2 blue-silver prisons ensnared the 2 white tigers. However, the tigers were not to be underestimated. Each unleashed their fury, shattering the confines of their prison. The male white tiger leapt into the air, raising its paw to strike Yilei, while the female white tiger harnessed the power of the wind, swiftly appearing behind him. With elemental energy coalescing around the sharp spikes on her back, she opened her mouth, unleashing a jade-green energy orb directly towards Yilei's back. First soul skill, Entanglement. Yilei swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, using the Blue-Silver Emperor to ensnare the nearby trees, allowing himself to evade the attacks of 2 tigers. A tremendous roar echoed as the ground where Yilei had stood was struck by a tiger's paw, causing the earth to sink several centimeters. The terrain of the martial world was predominantly hard soil, remarkably solid, highlighting the immense strength of the white tiger. The orb of light expelled by the female white tiger landed in the distant woods, where it shattered numerous trees, leaving debris scattered across the ground. It was astonishing to witness the damage inflicted by the ancient azure blue-white striped tiger. However, it was unfortunate that his father's soul power level was too low to withstand a 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, the skills acquired would have been far more formidable, as the collision of ice and wind elements would yield even greater devastation. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern, for Yi Lei possessed a soul ring collector. He could simply reserve the soul of the female white tiger for his father, waiting until he reached the fourth ring to absorb it. That time would come soon enough. With this thought, Yi Lei could no longer contain his joy, and his previously tense visage softened. Then I shall assist my father in enhancing the quality of his soul ring, he declared, invoking his third soul skill, web binding. With a flicker of purple light emanating from Yi Lei's right hand, he cast it towards the mother white tiger, instantly ensnaring her in a web of shimmering threads. The barbs of the blue-silver emperor swiftly pierced the mother white tiger's body, infusing her with a toxic mental venom. In an instant, the brilliance in her eyes began to fade. Observing this, the male white tiger lashed out with his tail, unleashing a jade-green blade of wind that severed the blue-silver emperor entwined around the mother white tiger. However, she struggled to maintain her footing, her balance precarious. After all, the venom from the 10,000-year-old faceless demon spider was no trifling matter. Had she not been a 10,000-year soul beast, a mere 1,000-year soul beast would likely have succumbed to neurological poisoning and perished. The two white tigers soared into the sky, harnessing the wind element as they began to consolidate the air's currents. The night air was palpable with the diminishing wind elements, all converging towards the two white tigers. Meanwhile, on Han Wan's side, through the combined efforts of 5 individuals, they successfully vanquished the juvenile azure white forehead tiger and began dragging its carcass towards Yi Lei. Flying above, Han Wan was the first to notice the situation unfolding with Yi Lei. She landed and briefed her companions before abandoning the soul beast's corpse to hasten towards Yi Lei's side. Yi Lei gazed at the ever-enlarging emerald orb of energy above him, feeling his movements grow increasingly sluggish. The two white tigers were nearing a frenzied state, drawing in the surrounding wind elements. At this moment, the energy within the luminescent sphere above Yi Lei had reached its zenith, poised to erupt at any instant. No, it was imperative to prevent such an explosion. Otherwise, all life within 100 meters would face annihilation. Thus, he resolved to employ this technique. The third soul skill, the armor of Aegis. The 6 soul rings belonging to the blue-silver emperor vanished, and the Lord of Flames materialized behind Yi Lei, 3 soul rings appearing at his waist, with the third ring illuminating brilliantly. Yi Lei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground. In that instant, the earth shattered around him, and fragments of stone soared into the air, transforming into crimson armor that enveloped him. Chapter 39, Slaughter. Once encased in the scarlet armor, Yi Lei resembled a valiant knight. He spoke slowly. The defense of my third soul skill, the 1,000-gene flame armor, is exceptionally robust. I can withstand your combined assault without difficulty. However, I cannot allow the surrounding lives to be endangered. Thus, I shall unleash my self-created soul skill, the 4 Flames Ascending Domain. As Yi Lei's first and second soul rings shimmered at his waist, the ground around him was swiftly engulfed by molten lava. The soul technique he had devised and utilized to vanquish the Elder's Hall reemerged, yet this time its expanse was even greater, swiftly ensnaring 2 soul beasts within its domain. Unbeknownst to Yi Lei, he inadvertently drew 5 individuals into this realm as well. What is happening? Han Wan pondered, gazing at the sky that had abruptly vanished, replaced by a crimson barrier. My soul power is rapidly depleting. With this realization, Han Wan could no longer maintain her flight and descended to the ground. A fate mirrored by Yi Junqin and Tang Yunqing. Hanmu also felt the drain on his soul power, albeit at a much slower rate, leaving only Han Kursen unaffected. At that moment, the 2 white tigers completed their charge and hurled energy orbs towards Yi Lei, not neglecting to unleash wind attribute energy attacks with their claws and tails. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Break. Observing the impending assault, Yi Lei raised his right hand skyward, releasing a crimson energy cannon that collided with the tiger's combined attack, creating a massive shockwave. The shockwave, infused with wind and fire elements, spread throughout the domain, prompting Hanmu, the only one unaffected, to deploy his first soul skill to shield the group. First soul skill, Flame Rhinoceros Guard. The red shield expanded to absorb the collision of wind and fire elements. However, how could a soul skill endowed by a century-old soul ring withstand the impact of a millennia-old soul skill? The outcome was inevitable. Han Mu's shield began to disintegrate. At that moment, Yi Lei noticed the anomaly, turning his head to assess the situation with a furrowed brow. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Lifting his left hand, 3 crimson stone walls erupted before the 5, replacing Han Mu's shield and blocking the elemental clash. Simultaneously, Yi Lei diminished the energy within that area, and in an instant, Han Wan and the couple Yi Junqing and Tang Yunqing felt their soul power cease to wane. Gazing down at the 2 grounded white tigers, their countenance revealed their distress. Particularly the female, who had previously suffered from Yi Lei's mental toxin and had expended considerable energy in conjunction with the male tiger to unleash the Azure Wind Pill. Her azure fur now appeared dull and lifeless. The male tiger's aura had diminished slightly, yet he remained unscathed, contemplating the 5,000-year-old azure white-crested tiger before him. Yi Lei mused, the recovery ability of a 5,000-year soul beast is remarkable. If I were to create a soul ring, the age would suffice. Though the attributes do not align with my desired soul skill effect, these 2 azure white-crested tigers shall remain as my father's 4th and 5th soul rings. Now, it is time for you to become soul rings. 1,000-ton body soul bone skill, 1,000-ton falling flame break. As the words fell, the formidable soul bone of the 1,000 June and Emperor materialized upon Yi Lei's chest. A flash of crimson light ignited, causing the elemental forces of fire and earth in the atmosphere to coalesce. In an instant, a colossal fire meteor took shape in the air. At that moment, Yi Lei had removed the stone wall that had shielded Chaowan and the others, allowing them to witness the spectacle of Yi Lei unleashing his soul bone skill. Yi Junqing could not help but exclaim, how many soul skills does Yi Lei possess? This power is astonishing. Uncle, this must be Yi Lei's 3rd soul skill, or perhaps his soul bone skill, all derived from the venerable 85,000-year 1,000 June and Emperor. Han Wan remarked, revealing everything Yi Lei had shared with her. Yi Junqing was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. There was no denying it. Her son was simply too formidable. Yi Lei was unaware that his father had been utterly astonished by his abilities, as he deftly manipulated the meteorite to crash down upon the 2 white tigers. The colossal meteorite fragmented in midair, splitting into 2 halves, each pursuing one of the white tigers. Trapped within Yi Lei's domain, the 2 white tigers could only flee desperately, occasionally launching gusts of wind blades at the meteorite, but to no avail. The female white tiger, in the most precarious state, was the first to be struck by the meteorite. As it approached, the meteorite disintegrated into countless fragments, descending upon her. In response, the female white tiger could only conjure a wind element shield before her, yet within Yi Lei's domain, the wind and ice elements were severely suppressed. Consequently, her shield barely withstood 5 or 6 small meteorites before shattering, her massive form soon ensnared by the barrage. Her life force gradually waned beneath the relentless assault of the meteorites. Meanwhile, the male white tiger, sensing the life force of his mate dissipating, erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar that surged his energy to new heights. The force of his roar even cracked the barrier of Yi Lei's domain. With a furious swipe of his tail, 2 immense wind element blades shot forth, cleaving the pursuing meteorite into 4 pieces. Launching into the air, the white tiger soared towards the apex of the barrier, unleashing a wind element energy sphere that struck the most vulnerable point of the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Yi Lei furrowed his brow. The breach of his domain meant that the adversary could re-enter the outside world, regaining strength, making it increasingly challenging to defeat him. In Yi Lei's eyes, a shimmering blue and golden radiance flickered as the 4-fire celestial domain gradually faded away. The 3 soul rings at his waist also vanished, only to be replaced by 6 soul rings, 5 black and 1 red. The 6th soul skill, Blue-Silver Binding Rain, illuminated the 6th soul ring arranged at his waist. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor vines surged forth from every direction, ensnaring the azure-white tiger in the sky. The azure-white tiger, sensing the impending threat, prepared to unleash a wind elemental blade with its tail. However, someone moved with swifter grace. The 2nd soul skill, Parasitism. As Yi Lei observed the white-striped tiger, Bai Jing, preparing to unleash its wind blade, he promptly activated the 2nd soul skill of the blue-silver emperor. Previously, when he had engaged the mother white tiger, he had taken precautionary measures. as it broke free from the grasp of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Yilei seized the opportunity to cast several Blue-Silver Emperor seeds, implanting them on both white tigers to ensure no escape from his domain. However, with the demise of the Dance White Tiger, the seeds upon it had become utterly futile. Instantly, the Blue-Silver Emperor sprouted upon the body of the public White Tiger, binding it, while Yilei's sixth soul skill secured it in midair. He then unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. As Yilei's fifth soul ring glimmered at his waist, a radiant blue-gold light flickered in his right hand. In an instant, a long spear materialized within his grasp, which he cast forth with fervor. A mournful roar erupted, a lamenting cry of a tiger that had just escaped the confines of its oppressive domain. Still reeling from the anguish of losing its mate, it beheld the lifeless form of its offspring in the distance, lying on the ground. Its once bright eyes now devoid of light, staring in its direction. In that heart-wrenching moment, all that was dear to it in this world lay extinguished before its eyes, and its universe collapsed entirely. Another roar resonated, this time infused with rage. The bone spurs upon its shoulders began to shimmer violently, and the elemental winds surrounding it grew agitated, gradually coalescing into a protective vortex that enveloped its form. Within this tempest, blades of wind began to take shape, slicing swiftly at the bonds that ensnared it, the Blue-Silver Emperor. With a thunderous clash, the Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear met the vortex, creating a resounding echo. Observing this, Yilei quickly crouched, placing both hands upon the ground, while intoning fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Lunge Array. Instantly, a multitude of blue-silver spikes erupted from the earth, piercing toward the suspended body of the azure blue-white striped tiger. With a swift kick of his left leg, he unleashed a torrent of violet light. The Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. A significant portion of these strikes impacted the base of the Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear, while the remainder rained down upon the protective vortex. Ultimately, the wind barrier, forged by the 50,000-year-old azure blue-white striped tiger, proved insufficient against the evolved 100,000-year Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. After enduring the spear's might for over 30 seconds, the vortex shattered explosively, and the chest of the azure blue-white striped tiger was pierced through, a gaping wound appearing as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, the immense form of the azure blue-white striped tiger plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Time seemed to stretch as the life force of the tiger gradually waned, and the light in its eyes dimmed slowly. Yilei commanded the Blue-Silver Emperor to gather the lifeless bodies of the family, drawing them together. He retrieved the soul ring collector from the system space and extracted the soul rings from the two 10,000-year soul beasts. The soul ring of the 1,000-year blue-scaled white-striped tiger captivated Yi Junqing, who began to absorb it gradually. Chapter 40. The third soul bone, a violet soul ring encircled Yi Junqing's waist, its energy slowly integrating into his being. Yilei remained as usual, utilizing the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear to extract the soul of the three-headed soul beast from its mind. As he grasped the soul of the 50,000-year-old azure blue-white-eyed tiger, an overwhelming surge of wind elemental energy erupted forth. The quality of this soul could be deemed as the finest among wind attribute souls, and the soul ring it bestowed would undoubtedly possess formidable powers. This soul ring could be fully absorbed once his father's soul power reached level 40, simultaneously enhancing the potency of the second soul skill. With a crack, the right front leg of the 50,000-year-old azure blue-white-eyed tiger shattered, and a claw-shaped piece of verdant bone ascended, suspended in midair, enveloped by a dense aura of wind elements. At this moment, Yilei's mouth gaped wide open in bewilderment. Initially, he had merely intended to assist his father in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring. However, out of sheer necessity, he had ended up slaying this family of three. Little did he expect that this would lead to the acquisition of his third soul bone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained your third soul bone. System hidden achievement completed, 60. You are merely 40 away from full achievement. 40? 2 soul bones. Among the 3 soul bones he had just acquired, 2 had already been absorbed by him. Yet, the attributes of this particular soul bone did not align with those of his 2 martial souls, rendering it of little use to him. Contemplating this, Yilei turned to glance at Yi Junqing, who was captivating the soul ring nearby. His father's second soul ring was also derived from the blue-silver-white-striped tiger. However, since his father's martial soul was ice elemental, the optimal configuration of soul bones needed to be sourced entirely from ice element soul beasts to maximize his strength. Yilei resolved to transform his parents and Han Wan into the most formidable trio of ice warriors the world has ever known. Contemplating this, he shifted his gaze towards Han's mother, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his own mother. Grasping the soul bones in his hands, he approached her. As Han's mother continued her chat with Tang Yunqing, she was called by Yilei. "Auntie, please accept these 2 items," he said, extending his hands towards her. Upon recognizing what he was offering, Han's mother was taken aback and hastily declined, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Xiaolei, I really don't require such exquisite gifts. Please, take them back and keep them for yourself. Auntie, it's truly all right. You should accept them. These items are perfectly suited for you." "No, I cannot." At that moment, Han's father, who had been meditating nearby, opened his eyes and approached. "What is the matter, dear?" Han's mother shook her head, signaling that all was well, and recounted the situation to him. After listening, Han's father found himself at a loss for words to refuse the generous offer. "Auntie, this soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the Azure Gale. As a speed-oriented attack-type soul master, you possess both exceptional attack and speed. This soul bone will enhance your speed and grant you a wind attribute attack soul skill, greatly benefiting your overall strength." With those words, Yilei promptly placed the soul ring and soul bone into Han's mother's hands. Seeing no way to refuse, she reluctantly accepted them. Under Yilei's protective guidance, Han's mother began the absorption of the soul bone. Blue-silver domain. Yilei initiated the blue-silver domain, subsequently encouraging the other 3 to commence their cultivation. During their practice, he intermittently infused gentle soul power into their bodies to facilitate the unblocking of their meridians. Meanwhile, as Yilei and his companions were immersed in their training, 10 individuals clad in black arrived at the location where Han's parents had previously dealt a severe beating to 5 ruffians. Upon encountering the disheveled and bruised figures on the ground, the 10 black-clad individuals wasted no time. In pairs, they lifted the 5 fallen men and hastily transported them out of the martial world, stuffing them into an inconspicuous old van. Shortly thereafter, the 10 swiftly boarded a black vehicle, and the 2 cars departed in tandem. Chapter 41. The effect of soul skills. The earliest to absorb the soul rings, Yi Junqing, was the first to awaken. She immediately sensed her soul power had surged from level 20 to over half of level 24, and she felt her meridians had become significantly unblocked. With a mere thought, 2 purple soul rings manifested and hovered at her waist. Yi Junqing glanced around, then walked to a corner, ensuring a sufficient distance from Yilei and the others before speaking. Second spirit skill, Xianbing Storm. The second spirit ring at her waist illuminated, and with a flourish of her hands, an ice-blue tornado interspersed with icy blades surged forth, striking the trees ahead. As the spirit skill dissipated, the aftermath left the trees along the tornado's path brutally severed. Awakened from his meditative state by the sound of destruction was Yilei, who gazed at his father in bewilderment. "Dad, what are you doing?" Upon hearing his son's voice, Yi Junqing turned to Yilei and replied, "Nothing much. I was merely testing my second spirit skill to assess its effectiveness. Did I disturb you?" After Yi Junqing's explanation, Yilei exerted himself to stand and approached his father, observing the ravaged trees. "Dad, it seems that allowing you to absorb the spirit ring of the blue-silver white-eyed tiger was indeed the right decision. The effect of this spirit skill is quite impressive. It's a ranged damage-type spirit skill. By the way, son, I now feel that the meridians within my body have been significantly unblocked, and my speed has greatly increased. That is because you absorbed the spirit ring of the blue-silver white-eyed tiger, which is a wind attribute spirit beast. The wind attribute inherently relates to speed. Thus, absorbing a wind attribute spirit ring naturally enhances your velocity. As for the unblocking of your meridians, that was facilitated by my own spirit power during your absorption of the spirit ring." Yilei responded. Yi Junqing nodded, glanced at the remaining 4 individuals, and inquired, "What about them? Are they also cultivating?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Just a moment ago, we acquired a soul bone from the 50,000-year-old azure blue white forehead tiger, known as the azure blue gale right arm bone. The attributes of this soul bone align perfectly with Andy's martial spirit, which is why I had her absorb it while you were in the process of absorbing your soul ring." Yilei recounted in detail the events that transpired when Yi Junqing absorbed the soul ring. Yi Junqing nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, everyone gradually concluded their meditation, awakening one by one. Yilei approached Hanmu and inquired about her absorption progress. "How are you faring? How does the soul skill feel?" "I feel quite good about it. I have named the soul skill from the Soul Bone Shadow Gale / Very well. Auntie, please attack me using the Soul Bone skill. Is that truly advisable? Han Mu furrowed her brow upon hearing Yi Lei's words, but upon seeing his nod, she chose to remain silent. After creating a sufficient distance from Yi Lei, the soul bone on her right arm manifested. Indicating that she was ready, she launched her attack. Azure Gale. Right arm soul bone skill, Shadow Gale / Green light coalesced between her fingers, and with a swift motion of her right hand, 5 dark green slashes hurtled towards Yi Lei, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Yi Lei knelt on one knee, his right fist striking the ground with force, causing 5 crimson stone walls to rise majestically before him. As the 5 dark green blades of light made contact with Yi Lei's second soul skill, they effortlessly passed through, leaving behind 5 gashes in their wake. The subsequent 4 stone walls experienced the same fate. Yi Lei swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the luminous strike. The 5 beams of light sliced through a dozen trees before finally vanishing into the ether. Yi Junqing stepped forward. My son, how is it that your second soul skill cannot withstand this soul bone ability? Father, my second soul skill of the Flame Lord has a lineage of 45,000 years derived from the Crimson Scorpion King, while this soul bone boasts an age of 50,000 years. The difference between the 2 soul skills is a full 5,000 years. It is only natural that it cannot withstand it. Yi Lei responded. Chapter 42, The Bullied Girl. Yi Lei stepped forward to stand before Han's mother. Auntie, the power of your soul bone skill is remarkably formidable. The cutting force of the wind element is exceedingly strong, rendering any defensive soul skills below 50,000 years utterly incapable of withstanding it. Han's mother was taken aback by this statement, finding it implausible. Oh dear, Xiaolei, please do not jest. How could my soul skill possibly possess such strength? You must be joking. Observing Han's mother's profound reaction, Yi Lei could only chuckle in disbelief. Auntie, I assure you, I'm not jesting. What I speak is the truth. My second martial soul, the Flame Lord, has a second spirit ring derived from the 45,000-year-old Crimson Scorpion King, which differs from the age of your soul bone by a full 5,000 years, and it could not withstand even a single strike from you. Do you truly think I am joking, Auntie? After listening to Yi Lei's explanation, Han's mother finally felt reassured. After a brief respite, everyone resumed their search for soul beasts. At this moment, Yi Lei's mind was racing with thoughts. The soul rings to be hunted for his uncle and aunt must reach a minimum age of 300 years, which posed no problem. However, their first soul rings were merely 500 years old, and he was at a loss as to how to elevate their age to the millennium level. Surely, he could not suggest that they strip away their first soul rings. That would be akin to murder. System, do you have any solutions to this dilemma? Unable to conceive of a method, Yi Lei had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. Well, there is indeed a solution, which is, what is it? Speak quickly. System, indignant. I had not finished my explanation yet. Why interrupt me? Yi Lei, I am anxious. What else can I do? Thus, I must seek out soul beasts whose years correspond to the first soul rings of both of them, allowing them to absorb and merge these rings. This will elevate the soul rings to the millennium realm. Moreover, it is crucial that the combined years of the 2 soul rings exceed 1,000 or precisely reach 1,000. The system concluded its explanation in one breath before once again descending into a dormant state. Yi Lei pondered carefully over the conditions articulated by the system. They were not particularly challenging. Indeed, they seemed rather simplistic for him. Thus, during the subsequent journey, Yi Lei remained vigilant for soul beasts that shared the same lineage as the first soul rings of Han's parents and met the requisite age criteria. The vastness of the martial world and the abundance of soul beasts allowed Yi Lei to swiftly encounter a suitable creature, with the assistance of his blue-silver domain. The originally yellow soul rings of Han's parents transformed into a delicate shade of purple. After a brief respite, they resumed their expedition. However, fortune did not favor Yi Lei this time. After traversing for nearly an entire day, he failed to locate an appropriate soul beast, as either their age was insufficient or their attributes mismatched, prompting Yi Lei to drive them away. At that moment, a large bird soared overhead with remarkable speed, and Yi Lei's eyes brightened. With a swift flick of his right hand, he launched a blue-silver emperor, ensnaring the bird's neck and pulling it down. The creature crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, several blue-silver emperors erupting from the earth, to secure the bird firmly in place. Extending his left hand, the soul beast detector on his arm began scanning the avian creature. Beep. Scanning complete. Demon Eye Ice Kite, age 1,300 years. Following the report of the scan results, the detector promptly powered down. Nice. After searching for so long, I finally found a suitable soul beast. It has been a struggle. He called out in wonder. Come here and eliminate it to absorb its soul ring. Han Yuan obediently approached, gazing at the dark ice-colored bird. Suddenly, the Demon Eye Ice Kite raised its head. Locking eyes with Han Yuan, a fleeting shimmer flickered within its dark ice-colored pupils, and in an instant, Han Yuan felt her soul drift. Dizziness overwhelming her as a chilling sensation enveloped her body. Despite her instincts urging her to avert her gaze from those haunting eyes, her body seemed to betray her. Fixated on the dark ice-colored pupils. In an instant, darkness engulfed her vision, replaced by a warm sensation and the alluring fragrance of a nearby male. At once, all her adverse reactions faded, and she regained control of her body. Warner did not meet its gaze. Its primary method of attack is through eye contact, inducing a state worse than death. As these words fell, the four adults who had briefly leaned in to observe quickly diverted their gazes. Unwilling to endure the torment of being controlled, such an experience was far from pleasant. With a rustle, several blue-silver emperors erupted from the earth once more, securing the head of the Demon Eye Ice Kite without leaving a single gap. Yilei finally withdrew his hand from Han Yuan's face. At that moment, his palm was itching intensely, and the cause was none other than the brush of Han Yuan's long eyelashes. It was only after Yilei playfully pinched her cheeks a few times that the itch subsided. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the dark, icy pupils of the Magic Eye Ice Kite began to lose their former luster, while purple energy gradually coalesced in the air, forming a soul ring. Under Han Yuan's guidance, it slowly integrated with her essence. As time flowed gently by, once Han Yuan completed the absorption of the soul ring, Yilei retrieved some food from the system space to share with the group. After they had their fill, the 6 companions resumed their journey. Yilei and his companions had not walked far when they heard voices ahead, mingled with insults. Upon listening closely, Yilei discerned the harsh words being exchanged. Approaching the scene, he peered through the thicket and beheld several girls, of similar age to himself, mercilessly beating and kicking another girl who sat on the ground, their mouths spewing vile curses. In the distance, a couple of vans stood with a few men lingering nearby, yet they remained indifferent to the bullying occurring before them, allowing the girls to torment the one on the ground. Chapter 43. The tyranny of the powerful. The vitriol spewed by the girls was intolerable, and Yilei could no longer bear it. He pushed aside the underbrush and strode forward. You lot, cease this at once. What kind of prowess is it to bully the weak in numbers? Yilei's voice suddenly resonated behind the group of girls, startling them. One of them, poised to kick, lost her balance upon hearing the voice and tumbled directly onto the girl on the ground. The girl on the ground, unyielding, shifted her position a few centimeters to the side. The former fell ungracefully, landing face first in the dirt, and upon rising, she slapped the girl beside her with a furious expression, proclaiming indignantly, You wretched creature, witnessing my fall without offering your body as a cushion? Do you wish for death? Unfortunately for her, the slap missed its intended target and instead struck a red stone with a resounding crack. Ouch! She yelped, clutching her hand and leaping up. That hurt terribly. I think my finger is broken. This is all your fault, you filthy wretch. Why don't you just disappear? Yet, fate was unkind, for her foot soon collided with another stone. The force she exerted was palpable, now at a loss, with pain radiating in both her hand and foot. She could only writhe on the ground in agony. The remaining girls, snapping out of their shock, neglected to check on their fallen companions' injuries and turned their ire toward Yilei. What do you think you're doing, you lunatic? Seriously, are you out of your mind? One exclaimed. Oh, I bet he must be that filthy wretch's boyfriend. Another chimed in. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way, doesn't it? Ha. Listening to their crude remarks, Yilei felt a wave of nausea wash over him. You arrogant bullies, taking advantage of your family's wealth to intimidate others. Don't you feel any shame? After a brief moment of silence, one of the girls retorted, Shame? Are you joking? We're simply leveraging our family's resources. Let me tell you something. My boyfriend's father is the general manager of the Yi Group, Qin Haoze. He's incredibly wealthy. Do you believe I could have him deal with you? Do you know who the Yi Group is, you scoundrel? Nearby, the bushes rustled. Yi Junqing, filled with anger, retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Within 3 seconds of the first beep, the call was answered. Hello. Is there someone named Qin Haoze in our company? Yes, Chairwoman. May I inquire what the matter is? Tell him not to come to work tomorrow. Do not process his salary for this month. And the reason? Let him ask his precious son. With that, Yi Junqing hung up the phone without waiting for any response from the other side. The esteemed chairman of the Yi Group is none other than Yi Junqing. Relying on her position as the head of the Yi Group, her son brazenly bullies the weak. Such employees are better off without. At this moment, aside from Han Wan, those surrounding Yi Junqing exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They had already discerned each other's professions during their previous casual conversations, except for Han Wan. Thus, when Yi Junqing made the phone call, they were not at all astonished. Only Han Wan stood agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she could never have imagined that Yi Junqing, her future father-in-law, was the formidable chairman of the illustrious Yi Group, a leading enterprise in Rongqing. Although the Han family was not without its own status and assets, they paled in comparison to even a fraction of the Yi Group's wealth. As he regarded the young gentleman and lady before him, Yi Lei felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He stepped forward, emanating a fierce aura. The girls sensed the impending trouble. One of them hastily called out to the person beside the business vehicle, "Qin Song, come quickly, someone is trying to bully me." Upon hearing the girl's plea, the young man, still exhaling smoke rings, hurriedly approached and positioned himself in front of Yi Lei. "You think you can bully my girlfriend? You?" Qin Song began, as he simultaneously launched a punch toward Yi Lei. Yi Lei sidestepped and, with a swift knee lift, struck Qin Song's vital point with tremendous force. Qin Song doubled over in agony, clutching his injury, and as he raised his head to utter a curse. The result was a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as Qin Song was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant luxury vehicle, one side of his face swelling rapidly. In that instant, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, completely unresponsive. Chapter 44. Not a single one escapes upon witnessing Qin Song being violently struck and lying on the ground, oblivious to his fate. The surrounding girls were utterly panicked. The sheer power behind a single slap that could send a living being flying was a testament to his remarkable strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Yi Lei strolled forward, his gaze fixed upon the group of girls, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Throughout my life, I, Yi Lei, have harbored an unwavering disdain for bullying. Thus, during my middle school years, I established a resolute principle. Should I witness anyone perpetrating such cruelty, regardless of their background, I shall ensure they endure a lifetime of retribution. Today, I have observed every one of your actions, and by tomorrow, or rather, by this very evening, you shall receive a legal notice from the Yi Corporation. I will ensure you relinquish every last vestige of your family fortune, and you, the bullies, shall come to understand the torment of being bullied." As his words echoed, the girls regarded Yi Lei with expressions akin to those witnessing a monstrous apparition, recoiling in fear. Qin Song's girlfriend shouted towards the business vehicle, urging, "Don't just stand there, overwhelm him. Strike him down." The group of bodyguards, clad in black suits, had been momentarily paralyzed by the earlier spectacle of Qin Song being thrown back. They rushed to assess their young master's vital signs, utterly oblivious to the girls. Upon hearing Qin Song's girlfriend's call, the bodyguards raised their heads, and upon realizing their future young mistress was in peril, they swiftly confirmed Qin Song's stable condition and hurried to position themselves before Yi Lei, thwarting his advance. "Ah, bodyguards, is it? Then let the reckoning commence with you." A radiant white light emanated from beneath the feet of several bodyguards, and a white soul ring materialized around their waists. A decade-old soul ring. How intriguing that. After the merging of two worlds, a 10-year soul beast could still exist. I had previously overlooked this. Regardless, their soul ring abilities could not inflict even a scratch upon me. First soul skill, high-pressure surge. One bodyguard clasped his hands, unleashing a torrent of water, as thick as a thigh, hurtling towards Yi Lei. With a nonchalant lift of his left hand, Yi Lei, under the astonished gaze of the bodyguard, watched as the water vaporized upon contact with his arm, emitting a series of hissing sounds. The suited bodyguards exchanged glances, then, in unison, charged at Yi Lei. Their coordinated assault, a flurry of fists and kicks aimed at him, was effortlessly deflected by Yi Lei's casual gestures as he dismissed their attacks with ease. Yi Lei's patience was gradually wearing thin. Finally, as the bodyguards withdrew to gather their strength for an assault, Yi Lei gently raised his right hand, and a crimson stone began to coalesce in his grasp. With a sharp crack, the stone instantaneously fractured into several shards. With a swift motion of his right hand, The fragments soared forth, and in an instant, the bodyguards were struck down, each bearing the unmistakable marks of scorching burns on their foreheads. Only one bodyguard, having fallen, managed to rise again, for his martial spirit was the Bishi, known for its formidable defensive capabilities, yet even he could not evade the searing imprint upon his brow. Yi Lei remained oblivious to his predicament, continuing his approach towards the group of young women, entirely unaware that he had risen once more. The bodyguard, cradling his head in despair, cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lei before staggering into the pristine business vehicle. With a resounding click, the engine roared to life, and the bodyguard slammed the accelerator, hurtling the vehicle directly towards Yi Lei. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yi Lei did not glance back, resolutely advancing towards the young women. Just as the business vehicle closed in to a mere 5 meters, a flicker of violet light emanated from his left leg. Instantly, he executed a swift spinning kick, a radiant purple beam slicing through the air, striking the center of the vehicle with precision. In the astonished gaze of the bodyguard and the young women, the business vehicle split apart, careening in opposite directions. White smoke billowed forth, and the airbags deployed, causing the bodyguard to lose consciousness instantaneously. Witnessing that their protector was powerless to impede Yi Lei's advance, the young women were engulfed in panic. They turned to flee. Yet each one fell unerringly into the gaping chasm that had inexplicably appeared. Chapter 45. The Return Journey. Yi Lei approached the edge of the pit, gazing down upon the group of girls with a slight smirk upon his lips. With a subtle movement of his fingers, several stone pillars emerged from the top of the pit, transforming it into a veritable cage. The girls looked up at Yi Lei with expressions of desperation. "Let us go, and we will pay you. We can offer any amount you desire. Please, we implore you to release us. Is that agreeable?" Yi Lei responded dismissively. "Money? The Yi family has no shortage of wealth." Yi Lei remained silent, yet a voice emerged from behind him as Yi Junqing approached leisurely, halting before the pit. Yi Junqing gently patted Yi Lei's shoulder and spoke. "My son, let us depart. Your father has already alerted the authorities, and it is now their responsibility to manage the situation." With her words, Yi Lei and Yi Junqing turned away, completely disregarding the cries of the girls trapped in the pit. As they passed by the bodyguards, Yi Lei made sure to keep them firmly pinned to the ground, leaving them no chance of escape. Upon Yi Lei's return, Han Wan and her family wisely refrained from asking further questions. Having just learned from Tang Yuqing about Yi Lei's tumultuous middle school years, Han Wan approached Yi Lei's side and noticed his eyes were shut, his demeanor not quite right. Silently, she slipped her hand into his. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Yi Lei slowly opened his enchanting eyes. The anger that once resided deep within them had dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with tenderness. He lifted his hand to gently ruffle Han Wan's fluffy hair. Han Wan looked up into Yi Lei's eyes and noticed that his previous fury had vanished. "Are you feeling better?" she inquired. "Do not worry, I am quite well," he reassured her. After Yi Lei finished speaking, he playfully ruffled Han Wan's hair with a firm hand. "Oh dear, you've completely tousled my hair," Han Wan exclaimed, gently pushing Yi Lei's hand away. She covered her head with both hands, her small face puffed up in indignation as she gazed at him. Yi Lei gazed at Han Wan with an expression brimming with affection, his hands lifted to gently pinch her delicate face, stretching it playfully. Han Wan, momentarily taken aback, soon regained her composure and began to chase Yi Lei through the forest. Noticing her pursuit, Yi Lei did not slow his pace. Ultimately, Han Wan unfurled her wings and soared into the sky, catching up to Yi Lei and promptly perched on his shoulders, tugging at his ears. Her face still adorned with an indignant pout. The instant she mounted him, Yi Lei instinctively supported her legs, concerned she might lose her balance and fall. The four adults observed their playful antics with amused smiles. Before long, the blaring of sirens pierced the air as several police cars sped into the martial arts realm. Guided by the previously bullied girl, they arrived at the scene of the incident. What unfolded before their eyes was an unforgettable sight. A business vehicle cleaved in two. A man in a suit firmly anchored to the ground by stones, a young man slammed against another business car, and several girls trapped in a deep pit. After gathering information from the bullied girl, the police swiftly took action, apprehending all involved and bringing them back to the station. The legal department of the Yi Group acted swiftly. Unexpectedly, during his time off, Qin Haoze was informed by the Human Resources Department that he had been dismissed. Confused, he inquired about the reason, only to be told that he should ask his son. This left him even more bewildered. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he He was greeted by colleagues from the legal department. As he intended to invite them in for tea, they abruptly thrust a document into his arms before departing without uttering a single word. Qin Haoze, filled with confusion, opened the document, and upon seeing its contents, his expression turned ashen. After wandering through the martial world for quite some time, Yilei finally found a suitable spirit beast for Han's parents. With a humble demeanor, he stood beside Tang Yinxing. "Mother, your martial spirit is rather unique, and I cannot find a fitting spirit beast in the martial realm. I will search for one tomorrow. Once uncle and aunt have absorbed their spirit rings, we shall return." Tang Yinxing could only acquiesce, as her martial spirit happened to be a fish. Chapter 46. The Cries of Agony. Half an hour later, a purple spirit ring materialized around Han's parents' waists, shimmering brightly in succession. Moments later, the two opened their eyes in unison, exchanged glances, smiled, and then approached Han Nuan, standing beside her. Han Kursin cast a glance at Yilei, a flicker of imperceptible light passing through his eyes. "What is it, uncle? Are you feeling unwell?" Sensing the gaze upon him, Yilei turned to meet Han Kursin's eyes, mistakenly believing that something had gone awry during his absorption of the spirit ring. "Rest assured, I am in perfect health, under your blue-silver domain. My wife and I absorbed the spirit rings with great ease," Han Kursin replied slowly, observing Yilei. "I now believe that allowing you to be Nuan's boyfriend was an exceedingly wise decision. With you by her side, she will receive the utmost protection and be shielded from any danger." Yilei pondered. Safety, devoid of any peril? This assertion held truth only to a degree. After all, his formidable prowess indeed ensured the protection of those around him. Yet, he found himself placed on the blacklist of the Elder Hall, regarded as a formidable adversary. It would be illogical for him not to have innumerable spies positioned around him. Perhaps, even now, agents appointed by the Seventh Elder lurk nearby. Wait. Spies, given the Elder Hall's proclivities, it was certainly within the realm of possibility for them to orchestrate surveillance. The skill of the human face's left leg domain. Spirit hunting ground. Invisible threads extended from beneath Yilei's feet, and in an instant, all life signs within a 100-meter radius surged into his mind. He swiftly scanned the vicinity, and suddenly, a shadow materialized in his consciousness. "Found you. This time, I shall impart a lesson upon you." Fourth soul skill, blue-silver cage. Yilei's right hand quietly pressed against the ground, as 6 soul rings materialized beneath him, with the 4th ring illuminating. At this moment, a cloaked figure sent by the Elder Seven's residence lurked within the branches of a grand tree, meticulously observing Yilei and his companions' every move. His codename was Shadow, a designation solidified only after the awakening of his martial soul. Prior to this, all his actions had been executed with utmost stealth. Hence the moniker Shadow was bestowed upon him. As he fixated on monitoring Yilei's group, countless strands of blue-silver emperor vines surged from the earth, ensnaring him within their grasp. What was happening? What was this? Shadow's expression turned bewildered as he tugged at the blue-silver emperor vines, attempting to sever them with his strength, but alas, his efforts were in vain. Suddenly, 4 blue-silver emperor vines emerged from different angles, binding Shadow's limbs and suspending him in a spread-eagle position in midair. At that moment, Shadow had yet to grasp the situation when a faint sound resonated beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he discerned the source of the noise, and a chill ran down his spine. A spiral blunt spike, formed by 3 entwined blue-silver emperor vines, erupted from the ground, slowly ascending towards his vital point. Hey! What the? Shadow squirmed, futilely resisting. His struggle proved fruitless as the blue-silver blunt spike continued its deliberate ascent. Witnessing Yilei suddenly crouched down, his right hand pressed against the earth, and the 6 soul rings of blue-silver emperor appearing beneath him, the onlookers were left in confusion. Yilei rose, gazing at the crowd and shaking his head to indicate that there was no imminent danger. He then took Han Wan's hand and led everyone away from the martial arts realm. In the moment when no one was paying attention, Yilei tightened his left hand's fingers, and suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the martial arts realm. Chapter 47. Explosion. As the scream erupted, everyone except Yilei was startled. What was happening? Had someone been harmed by a soul beast? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps those 5 individuals had simply been dealt another beating. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, judging by the tone of those individuals, it was evident that this was not their first encounter. Their familiarity suggested that several groups had previously fallen victim to their thievery. Shadow, I thank you. Since everyone present was a soul master, The journey that would typically take over an hour to traverse the martial arts realm was completed in less than half an hour. As they passed the location where the 5 individuals had been assaulted, Yilei did not see them. However, he noticed a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that all the prints were mismatched shoe sizes, suggesting that they had been left by the same individual. Yilei paid no heed to the footprints and exited the martial arts realm alongside the crowd. At this moment, he could hardly foresee that the 5 individuals would later pose a significant threat. On the return journey, deep within the martial arts realm, a shadow lay despondently on the ground, devoid of hope, with lips slightly parted, releasing peculiar groans. A tear had formed in his trousers, revealing a vibrant pair of crimson undergarments. Beep, beep, beep. A military multifunction communication device on the shadow's left wrist emitted a sound. He weakly raised his right hand to press a button, and the visage of a middle-aged secretary appeared on the device's screen. ID 49043. Report on the action status and the movements of the target. The secretary reported to the elder's assistant. The covert operation has failed. The target has exited the martial arts realm. I have suffered an unidentified attack and sustained severe injuries. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end responded. Failure? How could someone of your caliber experience such a setback? Furthermore, what do you mean by an unidentified attack? ID 49043. Provide a detailed account of the operation. The shadow shifted his left hand aside, laboriously lifted his neck, and shook his head before speaking. The target eliminated 3 tiger-class soul beasts, 1 avian soul beast, and 2 others of unknown species within the martial arts realm. While they were resting and recuperating, I was unexpectedly attacked, resulting in my loss of surveillance. What type of attack did you endure? Was it physical or energy-based damage? The corner of the shadow's mouth twitched as he slowly uttered 3 words. Upon hearing this, the elder's assistant fell into silence for a considerable time. Given this information, return at once. I shall dispatch someone to replace you. Beep, beep, beep. The call was terminated, and the shadow, with a sense of despair, turned over. As soon as he made contact with the ground, he clutched his rear and sprang up, emitting another agonized cry. Ah! The sound of his lament caused the birds to scatter in fright. Afternoon. After exiting the highway, Yilei and his companions parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Yi Junqing instinctively turned on the television to watch a variety show. The family of 3 settled on the sofa, engrossed in a humorous segment, when an explosive news bulletin interrupted their viewing. Breaking news, this afternoon at 1:45 p.m. A sudden incident occurred at the large marine biology exhibition hall in Jianghe District, Rongqing. All marine creatures have undergone mutations, raising the danger level significantly. Numerous innocent bystanders have been injured, and current reports indicate that 20 individuals have lost their lives, with countless others suffering from serious and minor injuries. The exhibition hall has been sealed off, and the military has intervened. We urge the public to stay away from the area. This concludes our special report. Leaning back on the sofa, Yilei instantly straightened up, a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed at Tang Yuqing. Chapter 48. The Mutated Marine Creatures. Tang Yuqing felt uneasy under Yilei's penetrating stare. Son, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? At hearing Tang Yuqing's question, Yi Junqing swiftly turned to her, asserting with conviction, Dear, how could there be anything on your face? You look absolutely stunning. Yilei's lips twitched slightly, pondering how his father, who was typically decisive and commanding in the outside world, revealed a submissive nature at home. How fearful must he be of his mother? This doesn't concern you. Just watch your television. Tang Yuqing firmly pressed Yi Junqing down, turning her attention to Yilei. Mother, have you been paying attention to the reports? Yes, why? Tang Yuqing still wore a puzzled expression, failing to comprehend Yilei's implication. Mother, your second spirit ring has been secured. At that moment, Yi Junqing finally grasped the situation, slightly raising herself and gazing at Yilei. Son, are you suggesting that these mutated creatures bear resemblance to the wolf bandits? Yilei remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation of Yi Junqing's words. Tang Yuqing listened to the conversation between the father and son, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could not comprehend what they were discussing. What are you two talking about? What on earth is a wolf thief? Without waiting for Yilei to elaborate, Yi Junqing began to enlighten Tang Yuqing on this particular realm of knowledge. Yilei remained silent, continuing to lounge on the sofa while watching a variety show. 10 minutes later, Yi Junqing concluded her enlightening discussion about Tang Yuqing. Yilei finally spoke. Mother, please prepare yourself. We shall head to the exhibition hall shortly to assist you in selecting a soul ring that befits you. Tang Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement, rising to return to her room to make the necessary arrangements. Half an hour later, Tang Yuqing and Yi Lei departed. Originally, Yi Junqing intended to accompany them, but Yi Lei handed her a beast soul along with a precisely 1,000-year-old soul ring, instructing her to absorb it at home. Before leaving home, Yi Lei established a blue-silver barrier, infused with rich blue-silver emperor energy, sufficient to ensure his safety during the soul ring age breakthrough. The Marine Biology Exhibition Hall was not far from Yi Lei's residence, allowing them to arrive at their destination in no time. However, the exhibition hall was currently surrounded tightly by military personnel. As Yi Lei and Tang Yuqing approached, two uniformed soldiers armed with rifles advanced towards them, blocking their path. The military was engaged in operations within, and unauthorized personnel were not permitted entry. They were instructed to return from whence they came and not linger. However, midway through the command, both soldiers simultaneously raised their heads. Upon recognizing the individuals before them, their hands trembled, and their legs quaked as if shaken by an unseen force. Cold sweat beading on their foreheads. In a moment of panic, they swiftly turned and fled towards the main troop, shouting that the living Yama had arrived. The soldiers, initially facing away from them, turned at the commotion. Upon seeing Yi Lei's face, the previously stern soldiers were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their eyes wide with terror as they scattered in all directions. The black marks on the napes of their necks revealed their true identities. Witnessing this, Tang Yuqing was filled with confusion, pondering why those soldiers exhibited such fear upon seeing her son. Was her son truly so formidable? Yi Lei, I am at a loss as well. I have merely eliminated a few members of the Elders' Hall. Upon entering the exhibition hall, it was already devoid of life. The deeper they ventured, the more water accumulated upon the floor, interspersed with large patches of blood. In one corner lay a few dismembered bodies, unmistakably the victims of this tragic incident. As they had traversed the path moments earlier, several bulletproof glass display cases housing small marine creatures had shattered, and all the marine life had vanished. While Yi Lei and Tang Yuqing surveyed their surroundings, a colossal shadow loomed above them. Chapter 49, The Ice Swordfish. As Yi Lei caught sight of the dark shadow above him, he instinctively lifted his gaze, his brow furrowing in concern. Swiftly, he nudged Tang Yuqing aside. The shadow appeared to have sensed their presence. With a swift turn, several shards of solid ice blue sword energy surged forth, effortlessly piercing through the bulletproof glass and pursuing Yi Lei. The glass bore only a few minute fissures, a testament to the remarkable sharpness of those sword energies. As Yi Lei turned his head to observe the situation, he propelled himself backward with a swift push, accompanied by Tang Yuqing. Boom, boom, boom. 3 icy blue sword energies struck the ground where Yi Lei had just stood, leaving behind a vast expanse of fissures. The solidified sword energy lingered ominously, emanating a chilling aura that caused the surrounding water to freeze instantaneously. The sweltering summer exhibition hall was plunged into an icy grip. However, this slight drop in temperature posed little concern for Yi Lei and Tang Yuqing. Quick, shatter that glass for me, Tang Yuqing urged, and upon hearing this, she nodded vigorously. With a flourish of her right hand, a violet soul ring materialized, and from behind her, a spiny sawfish emerged. With her first soul skill, Frostwind Ice Blade, Tang Yuqing swung her arms in a fluid motion, unleashing 2 serrated icy blue blades that intersected as they struck the bulletproof glass. In an instant, the glass shattered, and torrents of water surged forth. Observing this, Yi Lei swiftly extended his right hand, sending several strands of blue-silver emperor hurtling toward the shadow. Sensing the impending threat, the shadow pivoted, and an invisible sword energy severed the blue-silver emperor completely. Yi Lei furrowed his brows slightly as 6 soul rings materialized, with the 3rd ring illuminating. The 3rd soul skill, Web Binding, was activated. A purple orb materialized in Yi Lei's hand, which he promptly hurled into the water tank as he pursued the elusive shadow. Beep! The scan was complete. Soul Beast, Ice Blade Fish, 1,400 years old. At that moment, Yi Lei's Soul Beast detector finalized its analysis of the shadow and reported its findings. The Ice Blade Fish, possessing the ice attribute and boasting an appropriate age, was indeed the most opportune soul ring to acquire. Fortune smiled upon me. Thus, you shall become my mother's 2nd soul ring. As the purple light approached the Ice Blade Fish, it transformed into an enormous web, ensnaring it. 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Spike Formation. The fourth soul ring around Yi Lei's waist ignited. He abruptly crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor spikes erupted from the earth, racing towards the ice swordfish ensnared in the web. Sensing the imminent danger, the ice swordfish no longer concealed its own power. In a flash, a chilling sword aura surged forth, severing the blue-silver emperor that bound it. The shattered remnants of the blue-silver emperor were instantly frozen into shards of ice, cascading to the ground like delicate frost flowers. However, the ice swordfish's desperate counterattack could not evade Yi Lei's formidable 10,000-year soul skill, resulting in it being gruesomely pierced like a spiny fish. Yet, Yi Lei was unprepared for the ice swordfish's final assault, as it, on the brink of death, unleashed one last strike against him. An invisible sword aura sliced through the air, directly piercing Yi Lei's abdomen. Yi Lei pressed his hand against the wound, staggering back several steps, blood spilling from his lips as he leaned against the adjacent wall, gasping for breath. "Son, are you all right? Is it serious? Why are you bleeding so profusely? Should we go to the hospital?" Tang Yinxing exclaimed, rushing over with a face etched with concern, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Yi Lei. Yi Lei shook his head gently and lifted his gaze to Tang Yunqing, reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. Your son possesses a resilient spirit. Please proceed to absorb the soul ring." Tang Yunqing wished to protest, but Yi Lei's firm demeanor rendered her speechless, compelling her to focus on absorbing the soul ring. He had already laid the corpse of the ice swordfish on the ground, and to prevent any potential resurgence of its threat, Yi Lei decisively extracted its beast soul, ensuring it would confront the king of Hades. While Tang Yunqing was engaged in absorbing the soul ring, Yi Lei noticed that the sword energy which had inflicted his injury was laced with an exquisite icy element, causing the blood around the wound to begin coagulating. Yi Lei began to concentrate his soul power in his right hand, a crimson glow flickering upon it. Gritting his teeth, Yi Lei pressed his hand directly onto the wound. Yi Lei could no longer endure. As he opened his mouth, a heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire marine biology exhibition hall. As for why the male protagonist, a six-title soul emperor, could be wounded by a 1,000-year-old soul beast, I can only attribute it to his blind confidence in his own abilities, overlooking the fact that soul beasts may retaliate fiercely when faced with death. Consequently, he sustained injuries. However, there is no need to dwell on this, for the author, Old Su, wishes to prevent the protagonist from having an excessively smooth journey. A touch of adversity is essential, and thus it is settled. Respectfully from Old Su, Chapter 50, Elemental Collision. A piercing scream resounded, causing cracks to form in the surrounding bulletproof glass. Yi Lei felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as three distinct soul powers clashed within him. The soul powers of the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Flame Lord were fervently suppressing that of the Ice Swordfish, gradually expelling it from his body. This ordeal was excruciating, pushing Yi Lei to the brink of exhaustion, for the collision of two opposing elements within him was an unbearable sensation. Once he managed to expel the soul power of the Ice Swordfish, Yi Lei activated the Blue-Silver domains, utilizing its energy alongside that of the Blue-Silver Emperor to mend his wounds. However, lacking the extraordinary regenerative capabilities bestowed by the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone. Akin to Tang San, he could only utilize soul power to repair the damaged meridians and blood vessels within him. 2 wounds remained on his lower abdomen, yet not a drop of blood escaped. After steadying himself against the wall, Yi Lei covered his wounds and approached Tang Yinxing from behind, channeling a stream of soul power into her to facilitate her absorption of the soul ring more swiftly. 10 minutes later, having completed the absorption, Tang Yinxing opened her eyes and, upon seeing Yi Lei seated beside her, promptly inquired, "Son, how are you? Do you feel unwell?" "Mother, rest assured, I am fine now. Just take me to the hospital for a few stitches later. I've already stopped the bleeding." Hearing her voice, Yi Lei opened his eyes and replied. The two then exited the Marine Biological Exhibition Hall and drove to the hospital. Shortly after their departure, a shadow emerged from the corner, gradually taking form. It was none other than Shadow. Approaching the spot where Yi Lei had been injured, where remnants of his blood still lingered, Shadow crouched down and extracted a few drops of blood into a test tube equipped with a cotton swab, securing it before vanishing from sight. Upon arrival at the hospital, 2 nurses swiftly stitched up Yi Lei's wounds, completing the task in mere seconds. As they prepared to leave, they expressed a desire for Yi Lei's WeChat, addressing him as little brother, but he politely declined. After settling the medical fees, he returned home with Tang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Yu Junqing, who had already absorbed her beast soul and soul ring, was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a variety show, laughing heartily. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she sat up, and within moments, Tang Yinqing and Yi Lei entered the living room. "Darling, how did it go? Did you find a suitable soul ring?" Tang Yinqing nodded, and without waiting for Yi Junqing to continue, she pulled Yi Lei to sit down on the sofa. As Yi Junqing was about to speak, her gaze followed Yi Lei's as it swept over to his waist, where she noticed a vivid splash of crimson. She hastily exclaimed, "My son, what has happened to your abdomen? Why is there blood? And how did your clothing become torn?" Yi Lei exhaled softly and spoke slowly, "Father, I am fine. It was merely a minor mishap while assisting Mother in hunting a soul beast. I initially believed the creature was utterly defeated and thus paid it no mind. However, it made a last-ditch effort and struck me with its final breath. It is but a trivial injury, nothing to be concerned about." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Yi Junqing cast a slightly doubtful glance at Tang Yuqing. Seeing Tang Yuqing nod in affirmation, she finally accepted Yi Lei's statement. That evening, the couple prepared a feast of nourishing dishes to replenish vitality. Yi Lei indulged in the meal, restoring his strength, and afterward, they urged him to retire early for rest. A night passed without incident. Chapter 51. The Soul Guide Amplifier. Having gone to bed early, Yi Lei awoke in the early hours of the morning. After gently touching the sutured wound on his abdomen, he immediately settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. As time elapsed, Yi Lei's wound gradually healed, with the stitches loosening in succession, replaced by flawless, fair skin. Morning dawned. Yi Lei ascended to the rooftop, harnessing the gentle morning breeze and the fleeting moment of auspicious purple energy emanating from the east to cultivate his purple extreme demon eyes. After a span of 10 minutes, Yi Lei descended the stairs. Yi Lei ventured once more into the riverside forest, determined to secure the fourth soul ring for his second martial soul, the Flame Lord. While simultaneously aiding Yi and Han's parents, as well as Han Nuan, in obtaining suitable third soul rings. As he stepped into the entrance of the riverside forest, the voice of the system resonated once again. Beep. The conditions for the third task have been met. Task Condition 1. Suppress your own power, maintaining it within the realm of a great soul master. Seal all soul rings except for the first and second, and reduce the age of the first 2 soul rings to 500 years. Condition 2. Conceal your true strength. Unless your life is in jeopardy, the seals cannot be lifted. The time frame for this task is 1 month. Upon the conclusion of the task announcement, Yi Lei furrowed his brow. The assignment was not particularly arduous. However, sealing his soul rings would disrupt his plans for the day. After all, relying solely on 4 500-year soul rings, could he truly contend with a 1,000-year soul beast? It would be akin to seeking punishment. Dear system, are there any additional task conditions? Host, you may accept this task at your convenience, free from time constraints. This system will also provide you with certain compensations. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Is it a celestial herb? Yi Lei, filled with doubt, found himself utterly perplexed. A random soul guide enhancer has been granted to the host. The system announced, its reward now deposited within the confines of the system space. A crisp sound resonated as Yi Lei promptly entered this realm, where a singular orb lay quietly, undoubtedly the soul guide enhancer designated for him. Host, consume this orb, and the enhancer shall bind to you, rendering it exclusively yours. With that, the system abruptly disconnected. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lei took out the round dan and grasped it firmly in his hand. He swiftly made his way to a secluded spot, where he swallowed the dan and began the process of absorption. Half an hour later, a bracelet composed of 9 shimmering beads gradually materialized around Yi Lei's right wrist. A few seconds later, Yi Lei opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze sparkling with brilliance. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the soul guide enhancer, the Elemental Pearl. The Elemental Pearl, what could it be? Wait, could it possibly be this object adorning my wrist? Yi Lei gazed perplexedly at the bracelet adorning his right hand. Indeed, host, this is your soul guiding enhancement device, the Elemental Pearl, which can accommodate up to 9 elemental beast souls for augmentation. It appears to be a supportive tool, amplifying all elements, which does not seem trivial at all. This surpasses the efficacy of the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, as it implies that by simply attaching a beast's soul of ice, one of fire, and one of wind, he could facilitate elemental enhancement for Ba, Ma, and Han Nuan. Yi Lei gazed at the 9 colorless bracelets adorning his wrist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had acquired 2 martial souls and a soul guide amplification device, thus adding another card to his hand in dealing with the Elder Hall. At that moment, Yilei resolved to revisit the Oceanic Biological Exhibition Hall to procure an Ice Attribute Beast Soul, which would serve as the inaugural enhancement element for his soul guide amplification device. However, for now, he delved deeper into the Riverside Forest in search of a suitable third soul ring for his parents. Chapter 52. The Devastated Forest After a Brief Respite. Yilei made his way into the depths of the forest. After 10 minutes of traversing the terrain, he sensed something amiss. Despite the considerable distance covered, not a single soul beast had been sighted. Even the 10-year-old ones were notably scarce. The trees along his path were either broken or stained with copious amounts of blood. Sensing the anomaly, Yilei swiftly activated his mental hunting ground. Through its probing capabilities, he discovered that the once abundant soul beasts in this area had vanished entirely, leaving behind only remnants of their severed limbs. Yilei surveyed his surroundings, pinpointing a direction before swiftly making his way forward. Upon arrival, he found himself before a vast, shadowy pit, within which lay the colossal carcass of a soul beast. This was indeed the very site where Yilei had vanquished the Spider Emperor, yet now, several additional large pits had emerged in the vicinity. Yilei stumbled upon a pit, within which lay the lifeless form of an adult male. A gruesome gash marred his abdomen, drenched in blood, clearly indicating the cause of his demise. Yilei parted the collar of the corpse, revealing a conspicuous mark upon its neck, a colossal black dragon entwined around a skull. Yilei recognized the mark as the exclusive insignia belonging to the Poison Dragon Legion of the Elder Seven Pavilion, which operates solely under the command of Elder Shaoqi. Their demeanor is fierce and extraordinarily ruthless. It was indeed members of the Poison Dragon Legion who abducted Yilei that day. Observing the current situation, it appears that Elder Seven dispatched them to the Riverside Forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. However, they have suffered significant losses. Yet, they must have succeeded in their endeavor. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to not find a single soul beast in the vast expanse of the Riverside Forest. Moreover, their capability to capture even a 10,000-year soul beast suggests that the Elder Hall possesses advanced combat technology. Otherwise, even hundreds of well-trained soldiers would be unable to withstand the assault of such a formidable creature for even a minute. It is likely that the missing sea soul beasts from the Oceanic Biological Exhibition yesterday are also the result of their actions. Yilei slowly rose to his feet and searched the body, but found nothing of value. It appeared that the members of the Poison Dragon Corps had taken all the equipment from those who perished during the operation as they retreated. A rustle emanated from the woods not far behind Yilei. Who goes there? Yilei swiftly turned around, hurling a crimson stone sphere with his right hand. With a resounding thud, the sphere struck the tree, causing it to sway violently. With a swift movement, Yilei arrived beneath the tree, scanning the surroundings intently. After a brief moment of fruitless searching, he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. Approaching closer, Yilei discovered that the reflection emanated from a small silver nameplate, intricately engraved with a pitch-black silhouette, and in the lower right corner, a string of numbers for 9043. Turning it over, he was confronted with 2 distinct emblems, one representing the Elder's Hall of the Seventh Abode, and the other, the insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion, which Yilei had encountered earlier. Just then, as Yilei crouched in contemplation, several dark steel daggers surged toward his back. Sensing the imminent danger, he propelled himself to the right, executing a swift roll. In an instant, the daggers embedded themselves into the ground where he had just been, kicking up clouds of dust. Yilei crouched low to the ground, shaking his head as he surveyed the surrounding trees. After all, the enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed to the light. Uncertain of where the next attack might emerge, he could only wait and watch. In an instant, Yilei activated his mental hunting ground, seeking to detect all life forms in his vicinity. Suddenly, from behind a large tree, a dark figure emerged silently, for soul rings shimmering at its feet. With a powerful leap, it kicked out midair, aiming directly for Yilei's back. Found you. Yilei closed his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. With a swift turn, his left foot shot out, meeting the shadow's foot with a resounding thud. The impact echoed through the air as Yilei remained rooted in place, while the shadow was sent flying backward, gracefully landing on a branch. The Poison Dragon Legion. Is it? Moreover, I have already issued you a warning. Why do you choose to ignore it? Yilei gazed at the shadow and spoke, surrender the emblem, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will take your life this very moment. The shadow replied, and what if I decline? Given the nature of your Elder Hall, would you truly allow me to escape? I have already issued my warning, yet you chose to disregard it. Thus, I am left with no choice but to take matters into my own hands, ensuring a period of tranquility for your Elder Hall. Yilei scoffed, tear it apart. The shadow seized his shirt with one hand and forcefully ripped it asunder, revealing a physique of formidable strength in the tattoo of the Poison Dragon Legion emblazoned upon his chest. Prominently inked on his left shoulder was a singular character, Shadow. Chapter 53. A month later, upon gazing at the tattoo of the character Shadow, Yilei experienced a sudden epiphany. So it was you who had been surveilling us in the martial world, wasn't he it? How does your duodenum feel? Shall I provide you with another round? Damn it. You wretched brat, perish. At the sound of Yilei's words, the shadow erupted in fury, leaping from the tree and launching a powerful punch towards Yilei. Yilei, unwilling to concede, swung his right fist in retaliation. A resounding boom echoed as the shadow was sent flying, while Yilei staggered backward a few steps. Observing the situation, the shadow resolved not to engage Yilei in close combat any longer. After all, both of its previous attacks had been effortlessly thwarted. Continuing the melee would be a futile endeavor. The first soul skill, Shadow Blade. The first soul ring beneath the shadow's feet illuminated, and a pitch-black Tang Dao materialized in its hand, unleashing a series of slashes towards Yilei. The dark blade surged forth, aimed directly at him. The skill of the Spider Emperor's leg bones, Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Yilei grinned, swiftly kicking his left leg, unleashing several violet blades of light that collided with the first soul skill of Shadow. The pitch-black blades were instantly shattered, yet Yilei's assault showed no signs of abating. Charging directly toward Shadow. The second soul skill, Silent Shadow. Sensing the peril, Shadow immediately activated his second soul skill, vanishing into his own shadow in an instant. The violet blade struck a tree behind Shadow, severing it cleanly. The third soul skill, Invisibility. Just as Yilei twisted his head, searching for the suddenly disappeared Shadow, the latter's voice emerged unexpectedly. Multiple shadows surged from the ground, ensnaring Yilei's limbs, rendering him immobilized. I've caught you. Prepare to perish. First soul skill, Shadow Blade. Shadow leapt from Yilei's shadow, executing his first soul skill in midair. Observing the approaching black blades, Yilei stomped his right foot, 3 pitch-black soul rings manifesting from beneath him, hovering at his waist. The third soul skill, Thousand Gene Flame Armor. The third soul ring positioned at Yilei's waist shone brightly, causing surrounding stones to swiftly converge, forming a crimson armor that enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of impact resonated as Shadow's first soul skill struck Yilei. Yet for him, it was but a minor inconvenience. Having deflected Shadow's initial attack, roaring flames ignited around Yilei, incinerating the shadows that had ensnared him. Regaining his freedom, Yilei turned to face Shadow, suspended in midair. Is your Elder Hall only capable of ambushes? Can you not challenge me openly and honestly? Witnessing Yilei's provocative demeanor, Shadow's fury was palpable. This is what you asked for. Prepare to meet your end. Fourth soul skill, Annihilation Blade of the Heavens. The fourth soul ring at Shadow's waist glowed, and he grasped his sword with both hands, raising it above his head, conjuring a pitch-black apparition of a blade, stretching an impressive 10 meters in length. With the charge complete, Shadow swung down towards Yilei. Yet, observing the descending blade, Yilei showed no intention of evading. At the moment the blade struck, he raised his left hand, catching the white blade barehanded. This is impossible. How could you catch my fourth soul skill with one hand? Yilei replied, let me impart a piece of wisdom. There is always a higher mountain. Do not be overly arrogant, for many are stronger than you. First soul skill, Purgatory Magma Surge. In the midst of the air, a shadow hovered as fissures suddenly appeared on the ground beneath him, and magma surged forth. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yilei summoned a colossal column of magma that erupted violently towards the shadow. Caught unawares, the shadow could not evade the attack and hastily retracted his fourth soul skill aimed at Yilei, turning instead to unleash his own fourth soul skill against the impending magma column. The clash of millennia against 10 millennia saw the latter triumph, as the magma column engulfed the shadow's form, leaving the world devoid of 49,043. A month later, September, the commencement of university. Chapter 54. New student registration on September 1st. The once quiet Rongqing University came alive, welcoming a surge of fresh faces onto its campus. In the expansive playground, upperclassmen stood at their respective booths, registering this year's newcomers. As the crowd thickened, Discussions erupted among the seniors regarding which freshmen possessed striking looks or impressive figures, mirroring the speculations of the new students themselves. Yet, upon glancing at the registration forms, the newcomers furrowed their brows. While the requests for names, contact numbers, and interests seemed standard, the final two lines demanded the disclosure of their martial souls and soul power levels. Many students found themselves perplexed, having overlooked the special report from a month ago, casting embarrassed glances at the seniors before them, seeking assistance. Half an hour passed. As time progressed, students near the edge of the playground erupted into gasps of astonishment, for a figure floated gracefully through the air, heading towards the playground. Wow, that beautiful girl has an amazing figure. Is she one of our seniors or a new student? My goodness, her physique is enviable. Even I, as a woman, feel the urge to be close to her. As Han Wan made her entrance at the playground, she attracted a flurry of chatter among the crowd. Dismissing their attention, she soared directly over their heads and landed before a professional booth. No sooner had she touched the ground than a throng of boys surrounded her, eager to acquire her WeChat. One bold soul even attempted to place his hand on her shoulder. Sensing his proximity, Han Wan unfurled her phoenix wings, effectively blocking his unwelcome advance. Come on, is it really necessary to be so forward just for a WeChat ad? The thwarted boy gazed at Han Wan with a roguish smirk. Hearing his words, Han Wan slowly turned to face the young man behind her. Hey there. How about considering becoming my boyfriend? I promise to treat you well. As a boy with a rogue demeanor caught sight of Han Wan's visage, he momentarily froze. Before lewdly addressing her, Han Wan's brows furrowed in an instant, an icy aura emanating from her being, transforming her formerly dark pupils into a striking ice blue. With a crack, the water in the bottle held by the brazen boy swiftly froze, mirroring the chilling effect on the bottles clutched by his companions. Ah, what is happening? So cold. The rogue boy, taken aback by the sudden frost, flung his arm, sending the bottle soaring, while he sought warmth beneath his armpit. I shall say this only once, leave. Han Wan's frigid voice echoed in the ears of the boys, enveloping them in the sensation of an icy cavern. How intriguing. I have never encountered a girl like you before. Do you know who I am? Be my woman, and you shall know a lifetime of happiness. The boy, Ma Tianming, growled menacingly at Han Wan. I care not who you are. I shall say this only once, leave. Han Wan retorted disdainfully. How do you speak to me, Ma Tianming? In such a manner? You shall not remain in this school. I will have my father expel you. Is that so? The Ma family is but a small clan. Rather arrogant, I must say, Han Wan mused inwardly. Ignoring him completely, she turned to converse with a senior at her department. Ma Tianming, incensed by Han Wan's indifference, stepped forward with intent, raising his hand to seize her by the throat. At that moment, a vine ensnared his wrist. Chapter 55. Instant fame. Before Ma Tianming could comprehend the situation, the vine yanked violently, dragging his right hand down to his thigh. As if commanded, Han Wan pivoted, a purple soul ring igniting at her waist, and behind her, immense ice-blue eyes emerged, locking onto Ma Tianming's gaze. A phantom ice-blue seal manifested within Ma Tianming's eyes. And in that instant, he recoiled in terror, clutching his head with both hands, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Han Wan retracted her phoenix wings, disregarding the quaking Ma Tianming as she resumed her conversation with her senior. The ice-blue eyes that had met Ma Tianming's were the manifestation of Han Wan's second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Magic Condensation, derived from the soul skill of the Ice Sparrow. The group control technique manifests as colossal eyes appearing behind Han Wan. This skill instills profound terror in those who meet its gaze, rendering them momentarily incapacitated in battle. As a boy trailing behind Ma Tianming prepared to assist him, an inadvertent turn brought him face to face with those distant eyes. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out across his body. He abandoned his intent to help and fled with a speed that rivaled that of a hare. Those eyes, that piercing gaze, would forever haunt his memory. The scene replayed vividly whenever he closed his eyes. After all, he had spent half a month bedridden before he could rise again. And now even the slightest touch upon his back sent waves of pain coursing through him. Standing on the opposite side of the playground, Yilei smirked slightly, turned around, and resumed his place in the registration line. Standing at an impressive height of 190 centimeters, Yilei effortlessly attracted attention amidst the crowd. Numerous young women found themselves enamored by the chiseled contours of his profile, their faces alight with infatuation. They yearned to approach him, yet an invisible barrier seemed to deter them, leaving them hesitant and retreating. Meanwhile, a figure seated on the ground drew the curious gazes of onlookers. After all, witnessing a tall young man sitting on the ground, hands clasped over his head and trembling with sweat, was indeed a sight that commanded attention. However, once they discerned the identity of the person in distress, none dared to linger and gawk. Ma Tianming remained on the ground for a full 5 minutes before gradually rising, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Once on his feet, he clutched his head with one hand and approached the pavilion, addressing a male student. "You, hand over the information sheet of that girl from earlier, quickly." The student, startled, glanced up and promptly retrieved Han Wan's information sheet, extending it towards Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming snatched the sheet, glanced at it, and spoke. "Han Wan, is it? Since I cannot possess her, neither shall you." With that, he extracted his phone from his pocket, took a photograph of the sheet, and then, after tapping the screen a few times, commanded, "Search for this woman and uncover her origins." Stowing his phone, he tossed the information sheet aside and turned to leave. Only after Ma Tianming had departed did the senior emerge from the professional booth to retrieve Han Wan's information sheet. At that moment, a freshman approached the senior and inquired, "Senior, who is that man?" The senior, upon hearing the question, nudged the freshman with his shoulder and replied, "Do not speak so lightly. That individual is Ma Tianming. His father holds a 10 stake in our school and is a member of the board of trustees. The teachers here fear him. He is quite bold. In the future, avoid him at all costs, lest you find yourself in trouble." With that, the senior shook the information sheet and returned to the professional booth. Chapter 56. Serum. On the opposite side of the playground, Yilei furrowed his brow, having absorbed every word of Ma Tianming's earlier remarks, including the exchange between the freshman and the senior. His concern about Ma Tianming's relentless pursuit compelled him to conjure a blue-silver grass seedling near the professional booth, enabling him to eavesdrop on their conversation. Now that he had completed his enrollment and confirmed his direction, Yilei began his journey towards the dormitory. Along the way, he took out his phone, typed a few words with one hand, and sent a message. "Hello, would you like to add me on WeChat to chat?" Yilei raised his head and nearly retched his breakfast. Before him stood a four-eyed, steel-toothed dinosaur girl, holding her phone aloft, displaying her WeChat QR code business card. Yilei, feeling repulsed, closed his eyes. With a stamp of his right foot, the ground beneath him surged upward, elevating him 10 meters above the surface. Yilei, in a state of despair, pulled out his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, beseeching for assistance. After all, with a dinosaur girl lurking below, escape was not an option. He had already noticed that numerous girls had gathered around him, their phones aglow, their gazes fixed upon him with keen interest. Alas, it seemed that university life was no easier than high school. The crowd was even larger, leaving him at a loss for words. "Muan, please come to my rescue." In the depths of Rong City, within a secluded underground research facility, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing ever closer until they halted before a heavy iron door. A man clad in a white lab coat removed his gloves, raised his hand, and pressed it against the center of the door. A soft beep resonated, followed by 2 beams of red light illuminating his eyes. With a click, the iron door swung open, and the man donned his gloves once more before stepping inside. Within the room, another man lay restrained upon an iron bed, bound by chains and immobilized. His wrist bore numerous puncture marks. The man in the lab coat approached the bed, and upon observing the stillness of the captive, a barely perceptible smile crept across his face. He reached out and pressed a button on a nearby instrument. Suddenly, electricity surged along the chains, coursing through the man's body. With a gasp, the captive jerked upright, muffled cries escaping his gagged mouth. Yet, bound by the chains, his upper body could only rise a mere 5 centimeters before collapsing back onto the bed. This cycle repeated several times until the man in the lab coat finally deactivated the power. The captive lay back, gasping for breath, his eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. "What shall I use today? Perhaps this one, or that?" The man in the lab coat busied himself retrieving vials of serum from a metal cabinet in the corner. The assortment of serums was a chaotic display of colors, each vial adorned with the likeness of various animals. "How about this one?" he mused, producing a vial of a deep yellowish-red serum, its label bearing the image of an elephant's head. He then took a syringe from the adjacent workstation, drew up a portion of the serum, and approached the iron bed. Looking down at the man, he continued, "You know, your body is rather stubborn. It has been half a month, yet you refuse to accept the serum. Wouldn't it be less painful if you had accepted it sooner? Don't you agree?" As the words fell, The man in the white coat thrust the syringe downwards, piercing the man's wrist. The amber-hued serum gradually coursed into his body, eliciting a harrowing groan from him. Chapter 57. The Mirror World in the Dormitory. Han Yuan was tidying up her belongings when she descended to the floor and picked up her phone from the table. It was then she realized that Yulei had sent her a message 5 minutes prior, stating that he was surrounded by a group of girls and urging her to come to his rescue. Han Yuan felt quite helpless. After all, during high school, Yulei had always been a magnet for girls. Thus, aside from going to the restroom or being summoned by a teacher, he would never dare to step outside the classroom. She tucked her phone into her pocket and made her way to the balcony, in front of her 3 roommates. She leaped off the balcony. Her roommates were taken aback, fearing Han Yuan had lost her mind, and rushed to the edge of the balcony, only to witness her ice-blue wings unfurling behind her as she soared towards the boys' dormitory, under the astonished gazes of her classmates. Below the stone pillar where Yulei stood, a dozen girls gazed up, their eyes filled with intense fervor. Yulei felt quite helpless. Although the dozen or so girls below could indeed run away, he did not wish for a few of them to linger around the boys' dormitory. Yulei glanced at his phone, noting that another minute had slipped by, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why haven't they arrived yet? My patience is withering away. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Yulei turned in surprise to see Han Yuan swiftly approaching him. As she drew near, he flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass flying, which wrapped around her waist. With a push of his foot, the stone pillar retracted back into the ground. The blue-silver grass he had conjured clung to Han Yuan's waist, allowing her to carry him forward, while he occasionally infused her with a measure of soul power. The reason he had chosen blue-silver grass instead of blue-silver emperor was due to the third task assigned by the system that morning, which had left him with only the first 2 soul rings for his 2 martial spirits, both reduced to a mere 500 years. Consequently, the blue-silver emperor had reverted to blue-silver grass. His 2 soul bones were also restricted, leaving him with only the domain skill from the left leg bone of the spirit spider emperor, known as the mental hunting ground. Yulei was at a loss for words, fearing that if the system were displeased, he might be severed from their bond, which would spell disaster for him. Nonetheless, possessing 4 century-old soul rings placed him among the elite of his peers. After soaring over 100 meters with Yulei in tow, Han Yuan landed gracefully, catching her breath and breaking a light sweat. After all, carrying a 160-pound man through the skies was no small feat observing Han Yuan's state. Yulei felt a pang of sympathy. He gently placed his hand on her back, helping her regulate her breathing, and infused a bit of soul power into her to aid her recovery. After a minute, he glanced over at the nearby male dormitory and urged Han Yuan to return and rest, as they had military training the following day, and he did not wish for her to overexert herself. Han Yuan said nothing further and took to the skies once more. Upon noticing the absence of any female presence around him, Yulei finally felt a sense of relief. The sensation of being pursued for WeChat by girls was undeniably uncomfortable. As he entered the dormitory building, he was greeted by a faint odor of sweat, which, although not particularly pleasant, was bearable. Upon arriving at his dormitory, Yulei was astonished to discover that his close friend from high school, Song Yang, was assigned to the same room. The 2 young men, brimming with excitement, nearly embraced each other. They engaged in animated conversation for quite some time before beginning to settle into their dormitory. The accommodation could not be deemed luxurious, yet it was far from shabby. It was a 4-person room, featuring bunk beds with desks below, a shared bathroom and shower, along with a refrigerator and a washing machine. Moreover, the essential air conditioning unit for the summer heat was also included. The other 2 roommates had yet to arrive, prompting Yulei to quickly select a bed for himself, thus establishing his territory. Thankfully, he had brought his luggage to the dormitory in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. As Yulei opened his cabinet, he discovered a black iron box quietly resting at the bottom. Inquiring with Song Yang, he learned that a similar iron box was also present in his cabinet. Upon inspecting the remaining 2 cabinets, he found, without exception, that they too contained identical boxes. Yulei was equally bewildered, yet he proceeded to open the iron box. Inside, there was little more than a wristband emblazoned with the school emblem and a pair of headphones. Upon donning the headphones, a beep resonated, as if they had been activated. Once the version update was complete, the system initiated, commencing its introduction. Just seconds after the initial beep, a voice emerged from the headphones. The system was named Mirror World. Developed by the Elder Hall, In light of the nationwide Douluo transformation, portals connecting to the Douluo world had appeared across various regions. To harness more talent for the nation, the Elder Hall had installed multi-person teleportation devices in universities, allowing users to be transported to these dimensional gateways using the wristband. This would assist them in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings, and with the wristband, users could also select the age of the desired soul beast. The usage instructions concluded. As the voice faded, Yilei gently furrowed his brow. Once again, it was the Elder Hall, given their nature. One could be certain they had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, this device was quite useful, sparing him the trouble of venturing into the forest in search of soul beasts. Yilei pondered. Chapter 58, Trials. Yilei and Song Yang's phones rang simultaneously. Upon checking their devices, they discovered a message from their academic advisor, accompanied by an image. The picture depicted the wristbands and headphones developed by the Elder Hall. The advisor had noted, each student must carry these items at all times. As per the school's directive, our software majors are required to embark on practice sessions every 3 weeks. However, students may also go in groups. It is imperative to remember not to seek out excessively aged soul beasts. In the event of danger, return to school promptly. After reading the message from their advisor, Yilei remained silent. After all, he had no immediate need to venture into such a training ground, as he was not lacking in soul rings. At that moment, Song Yang could no longer contain his excitement and nudged Yilei's shoulder. Hey, should we go take a look? It just so happens that I don't have a soul ring, and I believe you don't have one either. Song Yang gazed curiously at Yilei. Yilei, feeling helpless, chose to remain silent. After all, in 3 weeks, he would have to showcase his abilities before the entire class. Just you wait and see. Yilei stepped aside, raising his right hand, from which emerged a small blade of blue-silver grass. Upon witnessing this, Song Yang exclaimed, "Oh, why is your martial spirit blue-silver grass?" Before he could utter the words waste martial spirit, he was struck dumb, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. For at that moment, he beheld 2 yellow soul rings slowly rising beneath Yilei's feet. Upon returning to her dormitory balcony, Han Wan was immediately surrounded by 3 girls from her residence. Sister Wan, where did you just go? Sister Wan, you were so impressive just now. Indeed, how did you manage that? It must be said that the quality of the girls at Rome University was quite remarkable, with numerous beauties, particularly in Han Wan's finance major, where the majority were female and many possessed striking looks. The same could be said for Han Wan's dormitory, where the residents were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Among them was a petite girl, only 55 meters tall, who, aside from her height, had developed in all the right places. Han Wan helplessly rubbed her temples and gently restrained Luo Yun, who was eager to cling to her. It was impossible to resist the cuteness of this little girl, who at 16, bore the appearance of a middle school student. Standing alongside Han Wan, those in the know recognized her as a classmate. Those unaware would mistake them for a young mother and her little daughter. However, at just 16, she had advanced 2 grades in school. Entering university after only a year of high school, truly a remarkable young scholar, Han Wan mused. After seating the 3 of them, Han Wan recounted the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, still reeling from the sight of the 2 soul rings at Yilei's waist, Song Yang watched as Yilei flicked his right hand, causing the blue-silver grass and soul rings to vanish. Thinking they were gone, Song Yang was taken aback when Yilei lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open, from which emerged the Flame Lord. Once again adorned with 2 shining yellow soul rings at his waist, Yilei retracted his martial soul and gently patted Song Yang on the shoulder. Old Yang, how are you? Quite impressive, isn't it? Now it's your turn. Noticing Song Yang's lack of response, Yilei vigorously shook his shoulder with one hand, while raising the other to close his gaping mouth. With a sharp clap, Song Yang's jaw snapped shut, and it was only then that he regained his composure, eagerly inquiring how Yilei had accomplished such a feat. It wasn't particularly difficult, just a matter of technique. I dispatched 4 soul beasts with relative ease. Yilei stroked his chin and remarked, "Isn't this difficult? Lazy, are you jesting with me?" Song Yang exclaimed, shaking Yilei's shoulders. In his excitement, his face had turned a deep crimson. Yilei was thoroughly bewildered by him and could only respond, "All right, bye. At worst we can teleport together later, and I will assist you in acquiring a few soul rings. Is that agreeable?" Although Yilei had several hundred soul rings suitable for Song Yang stored within his system space, he refrained from retrieving them due to the system's tasks. Upon hearing Yilei's words, Song Yang finally paused, his flushed face returning to its normal hue. Subsequently, both of them instinctively pulled out their phones to engage in gaming together. Before long, the other two roommates arrived in succession. After the four of them in the dormitory introduced themselves, they set off to the nearby food street for a delightful meal. In the girls' dormitory, upon hearing everything that Han Wan had said, Luo Yun and the others insisted on meeting their brother-in-law. Han Wan, unable to refuse, had no choice but to take the three of them out for a meal. In the cafeteria, what have I done to deserve such disdain? Is our food truly that unappetizing? Ultimately, only the cafeteria emerged as the wounded party in this narrative. Chapter 59. Casual conversations. Yi Lei and his three companions arrived at a bustling street of delicacies outside the school, selecting an authentic Northeast barbecue restaurant. They requested a private booth and settled in. Within the cozy confines of the booth, the four began to engage in conversation. By the way, what are your martial souls? Shall we showcase them together? Suggested Chen Sikong. The other boy, Jing Hang, readily concurred. Chen Sikong was the third to arrive at the dormitory. Standing at a height of 185 meters, adorned with an innocuous visage. His plump cheeks formed a delightful expression when he smiled, presenting a rather endearing demeanor. Jing Hang was the last to join the dorm, and although he was the shortest at 175 meters, he was considered the second smartest among Yi Lei's cohort. Achieving an impressive score of 690 in the college entrance examination, falling just 5 points shy of Yi Lei. It is worth noting that not everyone who gained admission to Rome University was of ordinary caliber. Yi Lei remained silent, his expression one of curiosity as he gazed at the three of them. To be candid, he too was intrigued by the nature of their martial souls, particularly that of Song Yang. Chen Sitsuan and Jing Heng shifted their attention to Yi Lei, who instantly grasped the implication. With a swift motion of his right hand, the ethereal figure of the Flame Lord materialized behind him, while the blue-silver grass appeared delicately upon his right hand. My martial souls are blue-silver grass and the Flame Lord, both at the age of a century, possessing a soul power of level 28. What about you? Yi Lei retracted his martial soul and turned his gaze towards Song Yang. I am currently unable to disclose my martial soul. Could you assist me in discovering it? At that moment, Song Yang scratched his head, waved his hand, and a shimmering aquamarine light emanated from behind him, gradually revealing the figure of a crocodile. What is this? Chen Sison and Jing Heng expressed their confusion in unison. A mechanical voice chimed. Scan complete. The report is as follows. Name, Song Yang. Martial soul, Roaring Sea Emperor Crocodile. Soul power, level 12. Name, Jing Heng. Martial soul, Thunderous Mammoth. Soul power, level 13. Name, Chen Sison. Martial soul, Wind God Wyvern. Soul power, level 15. At this juncture, the soul beast detector on Yi Lei's left hand rattled off the martial souls and soul power levels of Song Yang and the others as if reading a menu. Holy cow! The three exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes fixated intently on Yi Lei. What was that sound just now? How did you know our martial souls and soul power levels? Resistance is futile. Confession brings leniency. Indeed, do tell us. As they spoke, the three stood up, encircling Yi Lei, their heads bent low to scrutinize him. Yi Lei, feeling somewhat helpless, placed his left hand upon the dining table, revealing the instrument adorning his wrist. This device, which I have aptly named the Soul Beast Detector, possesses the remarkable capability to scan others, accurately discerning their martial souls and levels. The report I just shared is the result of its probing. As he spoke, Yi Lei raised his left hand, waving it before the eyes of the three. Song Yang and the others were entirely captivated by the instrument on Yi Lei's wrist, circling around it and occasionally emitting sounds of admiration. Yi Lei felt a slight dizziness. He waved his left hand and said, "All right, no need to keep watching. I'll prepare one for each of you three later. Each costs merely 1 million RMB, which translates to just 2 gold soul coins. With 4 of us, that amounts to 8 gold soul coins, a mere 4 million. Yi Lei has never forgotten his beloved Han Wan, who also desires something. In the adjacent private room, Han Wan unexpectedly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and continued dining with her friends. Chapter 60. Achu. Han Wan inexplicably sneezed in the private room. She rubbed her nose. Sister Wan, why did you sneeze? Are you coming down with a cold? Should we head back for some cold medicine? Luo Yun tilted her head, gazing at Han Wan. Han Wan raised her hand, waving it dismissively. I'm fine, just a sudden itch in my nose. Oh, that makes sense. We are in a barbecue restaurant, and the air must be filled with the scents of cumin and chili powder. Indeed, that's it. Luo Yun confidently declared, raising her little fist. Hanwan and her two companions beamed at Luo Yun's adorable demeanor. Hanwan reached out, pinching Luo Yun's chubby cheek, and addressed the trio. All right. Let's order. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Today, I'm treating. Hooray. Sister Nwan is the best. Upon hearing Hanwan's words, Luo Yun excitedly grabbed the menu, ordering several dishes of grilled meat before moving closer to her friends, Wang Yunling and Xiao Na, to discuss their choices together. 10 minutes later, all the dishes ordered by the three of them were served at the table, and Hanwan updated her social media. In the adjacent private room, the phone resting on the table emitted a sound, capturing the attention of Chen Sikong and Jing Hang. Oh, you rascal, have you found yourself a girlfriend? Jing Hang remarked, raising an eyebrow at Yilei. The distinctly affectionate ringtone resonated within the confines of the room occupied solely by the four young men, creating an unexpectedly jarring atmosphere. It was no wonder that Chen Sikong instantly discerned that Yilei was in a romantic relationship. After all, one could easily surmise who a young man might assign such a special ringtone to. Yilei chuckled softly and nodded in acquiescence. Which family's little cabbage has been uprooted by your swine? This time, the speaker was Jing Hang, the daughter of Han Kachin, the chairman of the Han Group. Yilei spoke calmly. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. In the private room, apart from Song Yang, who displayed no reaction, Chen Sison and Jing Hang gaped in disbelief at Yilei. The Han Group, the largest real estate company in Rongqing, nearly monopolized all real estate ventures in the city, standing as its leading enterprise. Yilei, you cannot be serious. How could the little princess of the Han Group possibly be your girlfriend? It seems utterly implausible. Indeed. Yilei, please do not jest with your brothers. Isn't that right, Song Yang? Song Yang remained silent, shrugged, and continued to eat his meat. I am not joking. If you still do not believe me, just take a look next door, and you will discover the truth of my words. It is absurd. I have been with Nwaner for 3 years now. How could this be a jest? Yilei pondered. As for why he claimed that Han Wan was next door, the moment Han Wan and her companions stepped into the barbecue restaurant, he felt the chill emanating from her. A presence only matched by those possessing the Ice Phoenix martial soul in this vicinity. Who else could it be but her? Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang remained skeptical, adjusting their drinks as they exited the private room. Arriving at the adjacent room, Chen Sitsai knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? With a swish, the door swung open. Yet, Chen Sitsai found no one at the threshold, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Jing Hang and inquired, who opened it? There is no one here. Jing Hang, exasperated, pointed to the ground. Chen Sitsai glanced down, his bewilderment deepening. What? There is nothing here. Jing Hang rolled his eyes and calmly remarked, Brother, could you kindly turn around? Only then did Chen Sitsai pivot. Chapter 61. Companions in Journey Upon Turning. Chen Sitsai discovered that the space before him was still empty. Remembering Jing Hang's words, he lowered his head, and to his astonishment, he found a soft, adorable little girl standing before him, hands on her hips, glaring at him with a pout. The moment Chen Sitsai laid eyes on Luo Yun's charming face, it felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force, and his pulse inexplicably quickened. In that instant, he felt a flutter of emotions. Luo Yun. Who is she? Why the delay? A cold voice echoed from within the room, causing Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang to shudder involuntarily. Luo Yun, such a delightful name. At that moment, Chen Sitsai was starry-eyed. With a huff, Luo Yun turned and re-entered the room. Chen Sitsai remained frozen at the doorway until Jing Hang nudged him. When he remained immobile, Jing Hang squeezed past him, casting a glance filled with exasperation, thinking, pathetic fellow, how can a little girl enchant you so? Jing Hang entered, carrying the drinks, but upon reaching the table, he was taken aback. What incredible luck! In this private room, there were 4 stunning beauties. He was smitten, especially when he caught sight of the girl seated next to Luo Yun, his gaze instantly fixated. Meanwhile, Han Wan noticed the 2 boys standing at the entrance, one lingering by the door and the other stationed at their table, particularly the one at the door, who was shamelessly staring at their Yun Bao. Who are you? What do you want here? Han Wan coldly fired off 3 questions. Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang remained rooted to the spot, motionless. Han Wan's patience waned, her expression turning icy. Please leave. I do not wish to repeat myself. Han Wan issued an eviction order, and as she spoke, the cola beside her transformed into solid ice. Oh, what seems to trouble you, young lady? Are you upset? A magnetic male voice resonated from the entrance of the private room, accompanied by the sound of footsteps as he entered. The newcomer was Yilei. who had just exited the door and noticed Chen Sitsuan standing there, motionless. Han Nuan's voice emerged from within again, prompting him to raise his hand and deliver a light slap to Chen Sitsuan's head, rousing him from his stupor before stepping into the room. What brings you here? Moreover, how did you know I was here? Upon seeing Yi Lei, Han Nuan's discontent evaporated instantly. I was aware of your arrival the moment you stepped into this establishment. In addition, I am right next door. Yi Lei spoke, raising his hand to point at the wall behind him. Ah, and these two are my roommates, Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang. Just now, they didn't believe that I have a girlfriend. I mentioned you, and they both came over. You fool, get a grip. As he said this, Yi Lei playfully tapped Jing Hang on the head, and he immediately snapped to attention, clutching his head and jumping slightly. Who hit me? Oh, Yi Lei, when did you arrive? Jing Hang was about to turn and scold someone when he realized Yi Lei was standing right behind him. I'm here to see my girlfriend. Do I need to explain myself to you? Is there a misunderstanding? Yi Lei delivered a swift kick to Jing Hang's backside. Jing Hang, with one hand shielding his head and the other protecting his rear, let out a cry and leaped aside. At that moment, Chen Sikong regained his composure and approached Yi Lei, resting a hand on his shoulder. He inquired, Yi Lei, did you not claim that your girlfriend is the daughter of the Han group? Where is she? I wish to see. Always preoccupied with admiring beauties. One must wonder if there is any sense of shame left. Yi Lei extended his finger and playfully tapped Chen Sitsuan's forehead. Isn't that what you said? Am I mistaken? Chen Sitsuan retorted, nudging Yi Lei's shoulder. Are you talking about me? The daughter of the Han family? That's just me. Upon hearing Chen Sitsuan's words, Han Nuan instinctively interjected. Are you sure you are the daughter of the Han family? Is your father Han Kachin? Chen Sitsuan pressed on. Indeed, there are photographs online. Why not verify it yourself? Now, Han Nuan's eyes brimmed with confusion. Undeterred, Chen Sitsuan retrieved her phone and began searching diligently. After browsing through Baidu, she uttered a string of expletives. No way. It really is you. As she spoke, she compared a few details. Once she confirmed the information, Chen Sitsuan was thoroughly convinced. All right, let's head back. Otherwise, all the meat will end up in Song Yang's stomach. Yi Lei spoke up. Damn it. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang slapped their foreheads and rushed out. As the two departed, Yi Lei approached Han Nuan, grasping her ice-cold cola. Leaning down, he whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Instantly, Han Nuan's cheeks flushed, and she cast a bashful glance at Yi Lei. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lei straightened his posture and smiled. He approached the door, turned around, and added, by the way, your fire is about to extinguish. As he spoke, Yi Lei snapped his fingers, and a small flame flickered to life at the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his hand, the flame accurately soared into the grill beneath, rekindling the fire that was nearly out. That gaze was utterly captivating. How I longed to be his girlfriend. Yet, alas, he is my brother-in-law. I must not cross that boundary. After Yi Lei exited the private room, Luo Yun mumbled a remark, subsequently transforming her sorrow into appetite as she shoved a generous piece of roasted meat into her mouth. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, the other three erupted into hearty laughter. Wang Yunling gulped down a large mouthful of ice-cold cola, belching softly before addressing Luo Yun. Did you not notice? That fellow named Chen Sison practically had his eyes glued to you when he first laid sight on you. Just moments ago, while conversing with your brother-in-law, he couldn't help but steal glances at you. His eyes were filled with little stars of affection. Indeed, echoed Qiao Na in agreement. And you continue to laugh. Najia, that Ji Jinghang from earlier also seemed utterly transfixed upon seeing you. Luo Yun, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly retorted. Qiao Na, seated closest to her, reached out with both hands and began to tickle Luo Yun. Han Nuan, remaining silent, focused intently on her roasted meat, occasionally sipping on her frozen cola. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, since their return, Chen Sison and Jing Hang appeared utterly dazed, preoccupied solely with their food. Yi Lei cast a glance and immediately discerned the reason. What, have you two been moved? The two who were preoccupied with their meal simultaneously nodded. Yi Lei and Song Yang erupted into hearty laughter, while the two of them remained engrossed in their meal. Occasionally glancing at the wall, Yi Lei, feeling somewhat helpless, stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth and said, All right, both of you, let's behave normally. We must hasten our pace. Once we finish our meal, we shall head to the mirror world, where I will assist each of you in acquiring a century-old soul ring. Upon our return, I will ensure that you both have each other's contact details. Really? Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng instantly perked up, responding in unison. Why would I deceive you? Of course it is true. I always keep my promises. With that, Yilei patted his chest, assuring them of his commitment. 10 minutes later, Yilei and his companions resolved their battle and returned to Rong University. After retrieving their equipment, the four of them set off together to the newly constructed teleportation array at the heart of the campus. Upon standing on the array, they exchanged glances and simultaneously pressed a button on their wristbands. For beams of light illuminated the space, and in an instant, Yilei and his companions vanished from sight. Chapter 62. Soul Hunting Artillery. Yilei and his three companions exchanged glances, simultaneously pressing a button on their wristbands. In an instant, four beams of light ignited, and they vanished from their original location. In the wilderness, upon a vast magical array, a brilliant light erupted. As the radiance faded, four figures emerged. Yilei and his companions descended from the teleportation array and took a few steps forward, revealing the world beyond. Outside, they beheld magnificent structures, all predominantly adorned in a resplendent platinum hue, nestled beside a colossal deep blue whirlpool. Yilei and his companions stepped inside, their presence capturing the attention of the soldiers patrolling the building. Soon, two armed soldiers, wielding specialized weaponry, approached them. How did you arrive here? The aura emanating from the two soldiers enveloped Yilei and his three companions. Except for Yilei, the other three instinctively took a step back. Yilei stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the two soldiers. These two formidable soul masters indicated that the Elder Hall had established a defense here to prevent soul beasts from emerging from the deep blue vortex. Yilei pondered to himself. Yilei removed the wristband and handed it over. One of the soldiers took it and retrieved a device from his tactical vest, placing the wristband upon it. Beep. The device activated, emitting a crimson glow that scanned the wristband. After a brief moment, a holographic display projected from the device, revealing all information aside from the martial soul and soul power. One soldier glanced at the image on the display, then looked back at Yilei, before returning the wristband with a nod, indicating that he could proceed. The remaining three hastily presented their wristbands. In no time, all four individuals had entered. Yilei discovered that they were situated within a structure reminiscent of a shopping mall, with the ceiling soaring approximately 50 meters above the ground. Upon the vast dome, the emblem of the Elder's 7 residences was prominently displayed. As Yilei looked down, he noticed a similar insignia upon the floor, albeit it represented the Elder's Hall. Yilei and his companions approached the deep blue vortex, halting 10 meters away when a nearby building captured Yilei's attention. It was a shop. Noticing Yilei's pause, Song Yang and the others also came to a standstill, following his gaze toward the establishment. Oh, how is it that there's a shop in this place? Jing Heng inquired. Puzzled. Let's go take a look. Yilei replied softly, and then stepped forward, making his way inside the store. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of items that left him utterly perplexed. The goods displayed within were far from the usual snacks and beverages found in typical shops. Instead, they were an assortment of intricate devices. As he ventured deeper, one particular item captured his attention. It was a hand cannon, resplendent in its platinum hue. Adorned on one side with the emblem of the Elder Hall, Yilei glanced at the accompanying description below. It stated that this item was known as the Soul Hunter Cannon, capable of loading various quality beast souls to serve as ammunition. The higher the quality, the greater the power, durability, exceptional. The Soul Hunter Cannon? The fact that this creation from the Elder Hall was available here indicated that its formidable strength was sufficient to slay soul beasts, thus enticing those who sought to hone their skills in this place. Upon contemplating this, Yilei glanced downward and discovered that the price was quite reasonable, merely 1 gold soul coin. Without further ado, he took one and subsequently acquired 3 more. Cradling the 4 soul hunting cannons in his arms, Yilei surveyed his surroundings and approached Song Yang and the others. Lazy, what is it that you have acquired? Chen Sitsuan, who was examining the merchandise, was the first to notice Yilei and inquired, raising his gaze. Hearing this, both Song Yang and Jing Heng looked up to regard Yilei. This is the soul hunting cannon, designed for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. And it is quite affordable, only 1 gold soul coin. When Yilei spoke, he did so with a carefree demeanor, while Song Yang and the other 2 stared at him in utter disbelief. Lazy, you must be out of your mind. 1 golden soul coin is worth a fortune, equivalent to 1 million RMB. If you take 4, that amounts to 4 million RMB. We couldn't even afford it if we sold all 4 of us. Song Yang said to Yilei with a serious expression. I am not insane. Besides, I am not asking you to pay for it. Consider it a gift from me. And really, for million RMB? Do you think I lack the means? Yi Lei maintained an air of tranquility, casually extending one hand to grasp at the atmosphere. In an instant, a pouch of gold coins materialized in his palm, which he tossed to Song Yang, urging him to unveil its contents. With a serious demeanor, Song Yang opened the pouch, and upon discerning its contents, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "Lei, where did you acquire such a wealth of gold soul coins?" At this moment, Chen Sicai and Jing Heng also directed their gazes towards the pouch in Song Yang's hand. Their reaction was one of sheer astonishment, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the sight within. "The provenance of this wealth is undoubtedly legitimate. Have you forgotten my identity, old Yang?" It was only then that Song Yang came to his senses, his previously stern expression softening. However, Yi Lei's remark had successfully captured the attention of both Chen Sicai and Jing Heng. "Let us not linger on this matter. We must hasten to hunt soul beasts. Later, old Yang can elucidate the details for you." Observing their curious expressions, Yi Lei was compelled to prompt them, mindful of time. As it was already 1:30 in the afternoon in the imperial capital, the urgency to complete their hunt swiftly was paramount. For they needed to return to school to rest, especially with military training scheduled for the following day, requiring them to conserve their energy. Once their expressions returned to normalcy, Yi Lei instructed Song Yang to retrieve 4 gold soul coins from the pouch, preparing for their transaction. Each of them grasped a soul-hunting cannon as they exited the shop. After Yi Lei imparted the usage instructions, the 4 of them approached the deep blue vortex, confirming their identities once more before finally standing before the swirling portal. Yi Lei took the lead, stepping boldly into the swirling vortex. In the next moment, he was completely engulfed. Following suit, Song Yang and the others entered the vortex in succession. A powerful sensation of being drawn in enveloped them, and they were swiftly transported to the opposite end of the whirlpool. With a rush, the force of the vortex expelled them, positioning them behind Yi Lei as they gazed at the extraordinary forest before them. Is this the world within the mirror? It appears so enchanting. Judging by the appearance of the forest, it must be the renowned Star Doe Forest. Without turning back, Yi Lei remarked, "Enough of the admiration. Let us first secure your soul rings. Come along." Yi Lei lifted his foot and officially stepped into the starry forest. The 3 followed closely in his wake, traversing through the woods. "By the way, you 3 should reveal your martial spirits. Sikan, your martial spirit is the wind god winged dragon. You should be able to soar, shouldn't you?" Yi Lei halted his steps, turning to face them. The 3 individuals remained silent, promptly revealing their martial souls. Behind Song Yang, a colossal deep green crocodile emerged, adorned with a formidable shell, its elongated, fang-filled maw opened wide, emitting a ferocious roar from deep within its throat. Behind Jing Heng, a magnificent purple mammoth appeared, its entire form intermittently crackling with violet lightning. The sight left Chen Sicai closest to Jing Heng, with his hair standing on end, each strand erect in astonishment. Behind Chen Sicai, a gigantic pterosaur soared into the sky, spiraling momentarily before diving down, directly merging with Chen Sicai's being. Gradually, he began to ascend, yet his wings did not sprout from his back. Rather, they were seamlessly integrated between his arms and torso by a vast, flesh-toned membrane. While his fingernails transformed into razor-sharp claws, Yi Lei did not pause for a moment. The ground behind him split open, and the flame lord emerged, hovering ominously behind him. The 4 individuals activated their martial souls, advancing into the depths of the forest. At the very moment Yi Lei stepped into the forest, he employed the soul bone skill of the faceless spider emperor, known as the spirit hunting ground. However, the range of this soul skill was reduced from a diameter of 800 meters to a mere 400 meters. The age of the soul bone had also been enhanced to the millennium level. The 4 individuals strolled cautiously through the forest, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chapter 63. The hunt commences. Yi Lei and his 3 companions cast wary glances around, apprehensive that a soul beast might suddenly emerge and catch them off guard. Although the domain skill, Spirit Hunting Ground, derived from the leg bone of the man-faced spider emperor, could accurately detect all creatures within its range, the originally 8,000-year-old soul bone had been forcibly suppressed to a mere 1,500-year realm, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Even the buff that allowed for precise identification of the soul beasts had lost its reliability. One could easily mistake a millennium for a century. "By the way, Lazy, what exactly is this beast's soul?" Chen Sicai inquired, hovering in the air, his expression vigilant as he turned his back to Yi Lei. His question piqued the curiosity of Song Yang and Jing Hang. A beast soul, as the name implies, embodies the essence of the power contained within a soul beast. It can be absorbed to enhance soul rings, Yi Lei explained, flipping his left hand to reveal a golden orb. This is a beast soul, extracted from a 900-year-old golden needle hedgehog. If utilized as ammunition for the soul hunting cannon, its penetrating power is remarkable. You may wish to experiment with it. With that, he tossed the beast soul to Song Yang, and, with a flick of his right hand, produced a similar orb to throw to Jing Hang. This one is the same, though it is merely 750 years old, from the same species. Wait a minute, Lazy, why do they each have one while I do not? Chen Sikong voiced his dissatisfaction. Just a moment, I will find you one that is a millennium old. Yi Lei replied, closing his eyes. Moments later, he suddenly opened them wide, grasping at the air with his right hand, which materialized a slate-gray beast soul. He promptly tossed it to Chen Sikong. This is from a 2,000-year-old heavy-armored black tortoise, possessing great strength. Handle it with care. The three, now in possession of their beast souls, silently loaded them into the soul-hunting cannons. In an instant, the energy within the cannons was activated. The previously transparent energy bars illuminating with 2 yellow lights and 1 purple. Song Yang and Jing Hang's cannons glowed yellow, while Chen Sikong's emitted a purple hue. Are you ready? The hunt is about to commence. Yi Lei's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Song Yang and the others silently tightened their grip on the soul hunter cannon. First soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge. Yi Lei suddenly crouched down, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Beneath his fist, a crack resembling a spider's web appeared, and a yellow soul ring illuminated at his waist. 10 meters away from Yi Lei and his companions, magma erupted instantaneously, surrounding the ground in a similar fashion. Columns of magma formed a circle, encasing them within. As the magma continued to spew forth, Song Yang and the others remained completely unaware of Yi Lei's intentions. At that moment, Yi Lei made another move. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. Another yellow soul ring shone at Yi Lei's waist, and numerous stones began to rise from the ground, floating in the air, amounting to over 100 pieces. Yi Lei, with a forceful strike of his fist on the ground, caused the cracks beneath him to splinter outward. The 100 or so stones were instantly engulfed by the molten lava, which subsequently hurled them toward the surrounding forest. This technique was Yi Lei's recently comprehended self-created soul skill, Flame Meteor. It represented the second form of the soul skill conceived by Yi Lei, the Lord of Flames. Akin to the first form, the Four Flames Heaven Domain, which was also a fusion of the first and second soul rings. However, with Yi Lei's current soul power, he was utterly incapable of utilizing the Four Flames Heaven Domain, as the energy consumption was excessively high. In contrast, had he employed it during his previous state, with soul power exceeding level 60, the expenditure would have been negligible. Furthermore, the Flame Meteor differed from the Four Flames Heaven Domain in that the latter required the simultaneous activation of both soul rings, while the former merely necessitated their sequential usage. As the stones fell, more stones took their place, but this time, rather than being hurled horizontally, Yi Lei commanded the stones to ascend skyward. A multitude of stones soared into the air, following a parabolic trajectory, and struck further afield. With the stones now depleted, Yi Lei ceased his assault, for he faintly perceived the roar of the soul beast. Yi Lei straightened his body, taking a moment to steady his breath. The excessive expenditure of soul power had brought the potency of his strike perilously close to a millennium's worth. At 6 o'clock, you three, heed my command. In an instant, Song Yang and his 2 companions swiftly adjusted the cannon's muzzle towards the direction indicated by Yi Lei. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Now fire. Yi Lei shouted decisively. In an instant, Song Yang and his companions pulled the trigger. With a resounding boom, 2 golden needles and a light orb the size of a wash basin shot forth from the cannon's mouth. Due to the superior age of the soul beast spirit utilized by Chen Sikong, he took a step back to steady himself. Not far away, a soul beast clad in shimmering glass armor lunged forward, its tail whipping behind it, launching a glass-colored light blade toward Song Yang's group. At the moment of collision with the soul technique, the 2 golden needles vanished, leaving the wash basin-sized light orb to confront the light blade. Observing this, the soul beast flicked its tail again, sending forth another light blade, which effortlessly shattered the light orb. Just as Chen Sikong pondered whether to fire again, the soul beast was suddenly ensnared by blue-silver grass, immobilizing it in place. Taste this move, Soul Hunter Cannon, Scorpion Tail Piercer. A robust purple scorpion tail shot forth from behind Song Yang and his companions, hurtling towards the soul beast. Despite its attempts to resist, the soul beast found its tail entangled, rendering it incapable of movement, and could only withstand the impact with its body. Boom! The scorpion tail collided with the soul beast, producing a thunderous explosion. As the dust settled, the head of the soul beast had vanished, leaving a gruesome gaping hole at its neck, deep enough that its entire spine was obliterated, creating a massive bloodied cavity from neck to tail. The three of them were astounded, witnessing the transformation of a creature that had been alive mere seconds ago into a bloody carcass lying before them. They turned to see Yulei, gripping the Soul Hunter cannon in his right hand, while his left held a dull, lifeless beast spirit. Lazy, did you do this? Your power is astonishing, even surpassing my earlier heavy armor critical strike. Indeed, it is powerful, Yulei replied, but it cost me a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty scorpion soul spirit. He shook the spirit in his left hand, continuing, that strike drained the entire energy from the beast spirit at maximum power. What? It completely drained it? Jing Hang exclaimed in disbelief. Lazy, are you saying that strike was equivalent to the full power attack of a 2,000-year-old soul beast? Song Yang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Yilei nodded, indicating that he was indeed correct. The beast soul, having its energy drained, is precisely in this state. Yilei extended his hand, presenting the beast soul. The three individuals gathered around, scrutinizing the beast soul in Yilei's grasp. Enough of the chatter, he urged. Song Yang, proceed to absorb that soul ring. The soul beast is a glazed beast, and the soul ring is a millennium old. The tail of the glazed beast is remarkably potent. Absorbing it will likely grant you an offensive soul ring utilizing its tail. Without hesitation, Song Yang approached the lifeless form, found a suitable spot to sit, and summoned a deep green crocodile behind him. With a single gesture, a purple soul ring gradually detached from the remnants of the glazed beast, drifting toward Song Yang and settling at his waist. Chapter 64. Bounty announcement. Seated before the corpse of the glazed beast, Song Yang commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The purple ring spun around his waist, slowly integrating into his being. Yilei stood beside him, flanked by two companions providing protection. Alas, it is a pity that the previous assault was so overwhelming that it obliterated the soul of the Lioli beast along with its head. However, one cannot deny the formidable power of the Soul Hunter cannon developed by the Elders Hall. With such a device, hunting soul beasts will become exceedingly effortless in the future. Yilei stood with one arm crossed over his chest, his other hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Indeed, it is quite formidable to achieve a single strike against a soul beast that has existed for a millennium. However, there is a downside. The power of the soul hunting cannon is contingent upon the age of the beast's soul it employs. The older the soul, the greater the damage it inflicts. Jing Hang concurred. Absolutely, that is the case. However, the soul hunting cannon also requires regular maintenance. I just noticed at the repair shop next door that even replacing the simplest cannon barrel costs a staggering 500 copper soul coins. As ordinary university students, we hardly possess the means to afford such upkeep. Following the national transformation into the Douluo realm, 7 new currencies emerged: gold soul coins, black soul coins, silver soul coins, jade soul coins, iron soul coins, copper soul coins, and fragmented soul hearts. The fragmented soul heart is akin to a 1 yuan note in RMB, while the copper soul coin equates to 10 yuan, and so forth, with each currency differing by a factor of 10. All the cash in households has automatically converted into these new currencies. Some local affluent individuals, who once had tens of thousands in cash stored in their safes, found their wealth transformed into elegantly designed soul coins. Initially, a few uninformed wealthy merchants nearly fainted from the shock. Jing Hang and Chen Sikong, 2 impoverished students, sat on the ground, their faces etched with despair as they sighed. 500 copper soul coins translate to 5,000 yuan. A considerable burden for Song Yang and his companions, as they all come from modest backgrounds. Their monthly allowance barely reaches 2,000 yuan. To afford a new cannon barrel for the soul hunting cannon, they would need to forego sustenance for 3 months. Yilei furrowed his brow, his mind racing through countless images until one particular vision crystallized in his thoughts. I remember now, the bounty announcement. Yilei suddenly shouted, startling the 2 individuals beside him. A bounty announcement? What on earth is that? Chen Sitsai was bewildered, and Jing Heng shared his confusion. Do you two not recall the various types of meat sold in the special store, along with those bones? Oh, you mean that? What's the matter? Jing Hang replied. If my assumptions are correct, the meat and bones for sale there are entirely from soul beasts. Additionally, I have observed that the shop not only allows us to purchase equipment, but also offers to acquire items from us. In our inventory, we possess soul beast meat and soul beast bones, both of considerable value. A piece of 100-year-old soul beast meat can be exchanged for 50 pieces of soul shard hearts. And that is merely the base price. Should the quality be superior, the rewards would be even greater. Really? Both Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang exclaimed. Their spirits instantly lifted upon hearing Yi Lei's words. Yi Lei nodded, deftly flipping his hands to reveal a dagger in each. He cast the blades before them with intent. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang exchanged knowing glances, seizing the daggers and making their way to the corpse of the glazed beast. With determination, they carved a sizable chunk of meat from its intact leg and extracted 3 bones from the gaping wound in its body, never forgetting to account for Song Yang's share. I say, are you too foolish? While I jest, dragging the soul beast body away could yield us a greater fortune, Yi Li remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The two, who had been intent on harvesting more flesh and bone, suddenly snapped out of their reverie. Once old Yang had absorbed the spirit ring, they could hunt down 2 more soul beasts, then drag the 3 corpses away for a handsome profit. In an instant, both agreed. Half an hour later, Song Yang completed the absorption of the spirit ring. The 4 continued their journey. Chapter 65, The First Bucket of Gold in Life. As they traveled, Song Yang observed Yi Lei binding the corpse of the glazed beast with blue-silver grass, a sight that puzzled him. Lei, what are you doing with the soul beast's body? Trying to attract more soul beasts? You don't understand. This is our first bucket of gold. Chen Sikong and Jing Hang called out in unison to Song Yang. Yi Lei conveyed the bounty announcement to Song Yang, and soon enough, Song Yang's spirits lifted. In a moment, the 3 of you will each possess a soul beast-esque carcass. We shall take these 3 corpses and sell them for a handsome profit. A millennium-old soul beast ought to fetch a good price. Oh, wait a moment. Yi Lei, what about you? We each have a soul beast carcass to sell, but you have none. Jing Hang interjected abruptly. Fear not, my friends. Have you forgotten the beast souls I just presented to you? I possess many more, including those over 2,000 years old. Rest assured. At Yi Lei's reassurance, Jing Hang felt a sense of relief wash over him. The quartet pressed forward for another kilometer. And during a brief respite, Yi Lei leaned towards Chen Sitsai and Jing Hang, saying, Jing Hang, your martial spirit is the thunderous mammoth, a supreme martial spirit of the lightning attribute. In my opinion, your first soul skill should ideally be a defensive one, thus granting you formidable self-protection early on and ensuring your life remains unthreatened in perilous situations. Sitsai, your martial spirit, the wind god pterosaur, was the aerial sovereign during the late Cretaceous period. You have 2 options for your first soul skill. The first would bestow upon you an attacking attribute soul ring, enabling you to unleash wind attribute assaults, while the second would grant you a defensive soul ring for your self-preservation. However, the choice is yours, and I shall respect your decision. Without hesitation, Chen Sitsai opted for the defensive skill. Yi Lei nodded. Very well, I understand now. As for the 2 defensive soul skills, the most common defensive soul beasts can only be. Before Yi Lei could finish his words, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, the sound of splintering trees echoing from nearby. Suddenly, 2 yellow-green spiked creatures charged toward them from opposite directions, one in front and the other behind. The armored beast. These 2 prey arrived at the perfect moment, delivering themselves right to us. I shall oblige. Song Yang, you handle the one from behind. The one in front is mine. Upon hearing this, Song Yang swiftly dashed toward the armored beast ahead of him, as a purple soul ring materialized beneath his feet, illuminating the air. First soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. A massive crocodilian tail sprouted from Song Yang's back, and the phantom of the Sea Emperor crocodile manifested behind him. With a swift turn, he lashed out with the tail, mimicking the movement of his martial spirit. Crack! The crocodilian tail collided with the rolling body of the armored beast, sending its colossal form soaring, landing nearby with several of its spines shattered. The armored beast facing Yi Lei fared no better. Yi Lei grasped the air, conjuring another beast's soul into his hand and loading it into the soul-hunting cannon. The previously translucent energy core flared to life with a dark glow. Let us see if you can withstand this. Soul-hunting cannon. Gale blade. A verdant light coalesced at the cannon's mouth, forming a sharp green blade that shot directly towards the armored beast. Splatter. The sound of flesh being torn apart resonated as the armored beast, encircled by its own massive body, was cleaved in twain by the emerald blade, its two enormous halves crashing down beside Yi Lei, gushing torrents of blood from the severed edges. The other armored beast, having just risen from the ground, let out a furious roar at Song Yang and his companions before charging toward them. Yet, it was met with searing magma. The armored beast was engulfed by the molten flow, its body washed away before collapsing to the ground, its life force extinguished. Song Yang and the others turned to see Yi Lei's right fist, from which wisps of white smoke still billowed. "Yi Lei, what is this?" Song Yang inquired. "This is a variant of my Flame Lord's first soul skill, Inferno Magma Rupture, which requires no build-up." "Ah, I understand," they chorused. As the two soul beasts were of comparable strength, Chen Sitsai and Jing Heng casually selected one to begin absorbing its soul ring. Yi Lei, undeterred, brandished a dagger and pried open the skulls of the two soul beasts, extracting their essence. After a span of 30 minutes, once the two had absorbed their soul rings, Song Yang, gripping the blue-silver grass, dragged along the remains of their respective soul beasts, while Chen Sitsuan single-handedly managed to detach two corpses. There was no recourse for him, as he had chosen the unfortunate scaled beast that Yi Lei had cleaved in twain. Abandoning their earlier hesitations, the quartet hastened their pace, returning to the deep blue vortex in a mere 15 minutes. As they emerged from the swirling depths, the two soldiers stationed at the vortex cast them a fleeting glance, accompanied by a derisive snicker. In their eyes, Yi Lei and his companions were merely four inexperienced youths, having ventured in for just over an hour, undoubtedly returning empty-handed. However, the soldiers were soon met with a stark reality, as they beheld three of the young men emerging, each dragging the carcass of a soul beast. The sheer size of the creatures left no doubt that all three were of the thousand-year realm. Yi Lei completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the two soldiers. Leading Song Yang and the other two to the exchange counter of the special shop, they unceremoniously tossed the carcasses of the soul beasts into the exchange apparatus. Beep, beep, beep. The scanning was complete. 3 Millennium Soul beasts of exceptional quality were acknowledged, and the exchange commenced. The cold mechanical voice resonated throughout the entire hall, leaving the soldiers in a state of utter disbelief. The machine began to spew forth a considerable bounty of soul coins, amounting to no less than 100. In this fleeting moment, Yi Lei seized the opportunity to dash back into the special shop, where he procured yet another soul-hunting cannon. Chapter 66, The Gift of School Opening. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Yi Lei hurried back into the special store and procured a soul-hunting cannon. He intended to present this high-tech weapon as a gift to Han Nuan for her school commencement. After all, the retail price of a single soul-hunting cannon was a staggering 1 million, which was an unattainable sum for an ordinary student. Thus, bestowing such a unique gift rendered it truly exceptional. After completing the purchase, Yi Lei emerged from the store, wielding the soul-hunting cannon, while the one he had previously acquired was already stowed away in his system space. Approaching the trio still engrossed in counting their money, Yi Lei was met with their collective exclamation, "Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have incurred such a needless loss. All right, gather your money. We shall tally it up at school." With a flourish, Yi Lei produced 4 large plastic bags, distributing one to each of them. The 4 of them then collectively stuffed the bags with their cash, each cradling a bag and the soul-hunting cannon as they made their way back to the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, 4 beams of light illuminated the space, and their figures vanished from sight. Beep, beep, beep. The AI monitor on the desk emitted a series of alerts. Capturing the attention of the man in military attire, he raised his hand to press a button on the display, and in the next moment, another man clad in a similar uniform appeared on the screen. "Commander." The officer furrowed his brow slightly but remained focused on the documents in hand. "Speak quickly. If you have something to say, then say it." "Commander, that Yi fellow, the living embodiment of the underworld, he just arrived at the mirror world governed by our 7th residence, accompanied by 3 of his classmates, and they hunted down 3 soul beasts." "Oh, were they the only 4 to enter?" "Yes, it was just the 4 of them. Those 4 youngsters could hardly hope to hunt anything significant. Surely they were only capable of taking down 3 10-year-old soul beasts." "Not at all, Commander. They purchased 5 of our latest high-tech weapons, the soul-hunting cannons. They were inside for just 2 hours and managed to slay 1 glazed beast and 2 scaled beasts, all of which were at the Millennium level." "What did you say?" Upon hearing the soldier's report, the commander slammed his hand on the desk, leaving an imprint on the solid wood surface. You mean to tell me that those 4 inexperienced youths hunted down 3 Millennium Soul beasts in just 2 hours? You must immediately send me the surveillance footage from the mirror world regarding them. I wish to see for myself what capabilities this Yilei possesses. Understood. I will do so right away. After the soldier's response, the image on the AI display promptly vanished. At Rome University, amidst the formerly pitch-black campus, a brilliant white light emanated from a corner building, and shortly after, Yilei and his companions emerged from within. Oh, by the way, you 3 should return to the dormitory first. I need to find Han Wan. Song Yang and the other 2 did not utter a word, merely nodding at Yilei. They took the bag of money from his hands and proceeded to return to their dormitory. Yilei strolled through the campus under the night sky, wielding a soul hunter cannon. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, he took out his phone and sent a message to Han Wan, requesting her to come downstairs. Buzz. Han Wan's phone vibrated. Glancing at it, she approached the balcony and leaped down. In midair, Han Wan unfurled her ice-blue wings. Chapter 67. The system shop suspended in the air, Han Wan spread her ethereal wings. What's the matter, Yilei? Why did you summon me so late? Is something amiss? She inquired upon landing before him. Yilei shook his head, his phoenix-like eyes sparkling with brilliance. I am perfectly fine. I have prepared a gift for your new school year. As he spoke, Yilei handed the soul-hunting cannon to Han Wan, along with 10 beast souls. What is this? Han Wan asked, puzzled as she accepted the items. This is a high-tech weapon known as the soul-hunting cannon, which I acquired from a special shop located near the portal in the mirror world. It can be loaded with beast souls of various qualities to serve as ammunition, each possessing a unique skill. I dare say that no more than 5 individuals within the school will possess such a weapon. These 10 beast souls were sourced from soul beasts over 2,000 years old, each capable of sustaining the cannon's attacks for more than 5 times, granting you an undeniable means of self-defense. Yilei, thank you, Han Wan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she leapt into Yilei's embrace. Yilei cradled Han Wan's thighs with both hands, gazing at her delicate face just inches away. All right, you may descend now. The girls from your dormitory are observing. Yilei's gaze conveyed a silent message. Following his eyes, Han Wan beheld 3 fluffy heads peeking from her dormitory balcony, all wearing a beaming, ant-like smile as they gazed at her. Oh dear! Han Wan's face instantly flushed crimson. Covering her face with both hands, she hurriedly made her way into the dormitory building. Clutching the gift bestowed upon her by Yilei, Yilei smiled as he gazed at Han Wan. And only after she was out of sight did he turn and return to his dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, every gesture he made with Han Wan was captured by a girl nearby using her phone. In the boys' dormitory, Jing Hang lamented, "Oh, I am utterly exhausted today." Exhausted? If anyone should be feeling that way today, it ought to be Yilei, came the retort from Song Yang and Chen Sison in unison. What on earth are you all discussing? Yilei's voice emanated from the doorway. Yilei pushed open the door, holding a plastic bag from a fast food restaurant in both hands, and glanced at the 3 individuals in the dormitory. Come on down. I brought some late-night snacks for us to share. Upon seeing the plastic bag in Yilei's hands, the 3 hungry souls leaped down from the top bunk and rushed towards him. Hey, there's enough for everyone. Don't snatch. The following morning, the senior students knocked on each dormitory door, distributing the specially designed training uniforms to every student. Why does this training uniform look so peculiar? Indeed, it's quite unique. After receiving their uniforms, the students began to discuss among themselves. Beep. Detection indicates that the host's binding time has reached the limit. Achievement conditions met. System store unlocked. Congratulations, host. The voice of the system resonated in Yilei's mind. Is the system store the kind I imagined? With this thought, Yilei promptly closed his eyes and delved his consciousness into the system store. Before him lay an array of splendid goods, and as he examined the prices listed beneath each item, he sank into contemplation. Dear system, could you explain to me the meaning of these points? Host, these points are calculated based on the age of the soul beasts you have hunted. A 10-year soul beast equals 1 point. A 100-year soul beast equals 10 points. A 1,000-year soul beast equals 50 points. A 10,000-year soul beast equals 100 points. And a 100,000-year soul beast equals 1,000 points. Dear system, how many points do I currently possess? Yilei inquired. Well, I cannot say for certain. Host, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. The system responded. Beep. The soul beast detector on Yilei's left arm emitted a sound, prompting him to raise his hand for a glance, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was nearing 10,000 already. How many soul beasts had he slain? The number eluded his memory. Yilei shook his head and plunged once more into the system shop. Yilei's right hand glided over the soul beast detector, seamlessly navigating through page after page of merchandise before his eyes. Originally designed to scan the age of soul beasts, Yilei had ingeniously repurposed the detector. Now it served to display system information, manipulate the system store, and more. There was nothing beyond the capabilities of the detector. As long as Yilei envisioned it, Yilei's gaze was drawn to the word soul bone displayed on the merchandise shelf. He raised his hand and tapped it, and then a line of subtitles appeared before his eyes. Please complete the achievement of collecting soul bones. Yilei gazed at the line of subtitles, a faint smile playing on his lips. Achieving this milestone meant collecting 2 soul bones, did it not? There was no rush. Once the seal was lifted, he would venture into the mirror world to hunt down soul beasts exceeding 5,000 years in age. Surely, he would uncover at least 2 soul bones. With this thought in mind, Yilei exited the system store. Reality. Upon receiving their military training uniforms, Yilei donned his without a moment's hesitation. To be frank, the uniform, crafted from elastic material, proved quite comfortable. However, it was rather form-fitting. When he fastened the belt, it accentuated Yilei's slim waist. The moment the other 3 members adorned their military attire, their demeanor elevated significantly. Once they were properly attired, the quartet exited their dormitory and made their way to the dining hall. En route, they were subject to continuous candid photography, yet they remained oblivious to this attention. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they observed a gathering of over 100 individuals clad in military garb seated in a corner. It was evident that these would be their instructors for the next 5 days. However, Yilei noted that some of the instructors bore a familiar insignia on their backs, an emblem he recognized as that of the Elder 7 residents. The number of instructors appeared substantial, presumably in proportion to the others. Yilei, without giving it much thought, settled down with Song Yang and the others to partake in breakfast. Half an hour later, at the Rondao playground, the expansive grounds were already filled with people. In Yilei's cohort, there were a total of 20 classes, each comprising over 50 students. At this moment, each class stood in orderly lines as arranged by their instructors, awaiting the arrival of the officers. 10 minutes later, the instructors of each class took their positions, with 2 officers assigned to each class, distinct from one another. Greetings. I am your chief instructor for the next 5 days, Huang Tianwei. Beside me is your deputy instructor, Zhuang Yin, declared Huang Tianwei, standing before Yilei's line. We are about to formally commence military training, but this year's session will differ from previous ones. Now, I request that all those who have yet to absorb a soul ring, please step forward. Huang Tianwei's authoritative voice resonated among the students in the software major. The students exchanged glances, and ultimately, apart from 4 who remained steadfast, the rest stepped forward. Huang Tianwei's gaze swept past the students who had advanced, landing on the 4 who remained. Oh, in a class of 56, it appears only you 4 have acquired a soul ring? Yilei was under the scrutiny of 52 piercing gazes. In light of this, let us begin with you. Declare your martial soul and the first soul ring aloud. Huang Tianwei's gaze fixed upon Song Yang. Song Yang, martial soul, Howling Sea Emperor Crocodile, soul power level 18, Millennium first ring. As Song Yang's voice resonated, he forcefully stepped forward, and in the next moment, a colossal crocodile phantom emerged behind him, a purple soul ring shimmering at his waist. Chapter 69. Old acquaintances. As Song Yang concluded his declaration, he took a vigorous step forward, and the gigantic crocodile phantom materialized behind him. The purple soul ring suspended at his waist. The crocodile phantom gradually solidified into reality, its massive jaws agape, letting out a thunderous roar towards the crowd. Chen Sitsai. Martial soul, Wind God Winged Dragon, soul power level 17, Millennium first ring. With that, Chen Sitsai began to ascend slowly, a flesh-like membrane connecting to his arms. While his fingernails elongated dramatically, a purple soul ring flickered at his waist. Jing Hang, martial soul, Thunderous Mammoth, soul power level 18, Millennium first ring. Upon finishing his declaration, a gigantic purple mammoth appeared out of thin air behind him, electric currents dancing around its body, with a purple soul ring manifesting at his waist. After the 3 had concluded, the 2 instructors and the remaining classmates shifted their attention to Yilei. The previous trio had left them in awe. As all 3 possessed Millennium first rings, how could they not be astonished? Now, they turned their gaze towards Yilei, eager to see if he too was of the same caliber. Yilei, twin martial souls, soul power level 28, a grand soul master with dual rings. When Yilei's declaration reached their ears, a wave of shock enveloped everyone, including Huang Tianwei. How could this be? The three who possessed Millennium First Rings were merely soul masters. How could he, who had not yet revealed his martial soul, audaciously claim to be a grand soul master with dual martial souls and dual soul rings? What arrogance! Exclaimed a boy with a face full of freckles. The murmurs began to circulate among the classmates. Then allow me to demonstrate. This is my first martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. As Yulei uttered the words Blue Silvergrass, laughter erupted among numerous classmates, clutching their stomachs in mirth. Ha ha ha, Blue Silvergrass, merely a worthless entity. And he claims to possess twin martial souls. How absurd. They guffawed. Indeed, merely a fade. However, the mocking laughter quickly dissipated as they beheld two yellow soul rings gradually rising beneath Yilei's feet, suspended quietly at his waist. Oh, so what if there are 200-year soul rings? Why not reveal your other martial soul? Did you not claim to possess twin martial souls? One of the taunting classmates, sporting a pockmarked face, retorted defiantly after being silenced. Standing here, you feel no pain. Just wait for your comeuppance. Jing Hang, standing beside Yulei, wore an expression of disdain. This is my second martial soul, Flame Lord, Yulei declared, waving his right hand as the two soul rings dissipated. Then, with a firm step of his left foot, the ground behind him fractured, and a pair of enormous red hands emerged from the rift, followed by a colossal figure that ascended, hovering behind Yulei. Two soul rings reappeared at his waist, and once again, they were 200-year soul rings. Witnessing this spectacle, the pockmarked classmate was rendered speechless, and the rest of the students fell into a profound silence. Very well, very well. I did not anticipate that among your class of 56, there would be 3 soul masters, including one great soul master. Now, your vice instructor will guide you to the assembly point to complete the first day's special training. Yes, they replied in unison. Yilei and the other 3 responded in unison, and under the leadership of Zhuang Yan, they approached the front of the podium, where several individuals were already gathered, including an old acquaintance of Yilei's, Qin Song. Upon catching sight of Yilei, Qin Song's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, and an inexplicable pain surged across his face, sharp and intense. As for why Qin Song was still attending school, it was because he had not participated in the bullying incident. He was merely a bystander. However, the repercussions he faced were monumental, as his father's job was sacrificed in exchange for a significant sum paid to the girl who had been bullied, which ultimately quelled the matter. Chapter 70. The First Lesson of Military Training. Qin Song slightly raised his head and cast a glance at Yilei, who, at that moment, also met his gaze. Yilei's gaze briefly passed over Qin Song and settled on Han Yuan nearby. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Yilei then abandoned his companions and stood beside Han Yuan. Only 15 individuals were permitted to approach the podium, and among them, only Yilei and Han Yuan had reached the level of Great Soul Master. The others, aside from Yilei, had first soul rings that did not exceed a century in age. Soon, a figure resembling a chief instructor was escorted to the podium by the head instructors of each class. Oh, so out of over 1,000 individuals, only these 15 have achieved their goals? Is this the extent of the prowess from the top-ranked university in Rongqing? Remarked the chief instructor. 20 head instructors followed closely behind him, not daring to utter a word, heads bowed and hands clasped behind their backs. Huang Tianwei, your class has 4, right? I didn't expect a software program to yield 4 soul masters, 3 of whom possess first soul rings of a millennium's age. Impressive talent, I must say, said Fan Tianyin, addressing the 15, including Yilei. Now, let us have Huang Tianwei lead you through your first military training lesson. That will be all. You are dismissed. With that, Fan Tianyin turned and departed, while the other 19 instructors returned to their respective formations. All right, I shall guide you through your first military training lesson. I trust you all have your issued wristbands and headsets? Huang Tianwei inquired. The 15 students exchanged glances before finally nodding in response. Very well. We will now proceed to the mirror world. Your first military training lesson is to independently hunt a soul beast, with no restrictions on its age. Once there, you will choose the age of the soul beast you wish to hunt. Regardless of whether you believe you can defeat it, you must bring it down. Should any of you fail to complete this first lesson, you need not remain at Rome University. Do you understand? Now, let us depart. With that, Huang Tianwei turned towards the school's teleportation array, and the group promptly followed in his footsteps. 5 minutes later, the 16 stood in unison on the teleportation array. A brilliant light enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. At Rome University, on the playground, Luo Yun stood among the ranks. His mind not on the instructor's speech, but rather on the girl beside him, Xiao Na. Sister Na, this military training is so dull. I wish I could join Sister Nuan. But even if we did, we would just be holding her back. We don't even possess a single soul ring. How could we assist her? He remarked. Jonah replied without turning her head. Due to Lu Yun's height advantage, the instructor could not see what she was doing while standing in the line, yet he could see Jonah. Thus, when she responded to Lu Yun, she did so without glancing back. On the other hand, Wang Yuning, upon hearing their exchange, dared not utter a word, as she stood directly opposite the instructor. She certainly did not wish to be called out for chatting and made to run laps in front of the entire class. It was the height of summer, and running laps would surely be the death of her. Chapter 71. Run fast. Do not look back in the wild. A colossal magical array illuminated with a brilliant light. As the radiance faded, 16 figures emerged. Huang Tianwei glanced at the group before leading the way inside. Apart from Yu Lei and his 3 companions, everyone else was visiting this place for the first time. Wow, this place is exceedingly luxurious. My goodness, the opulence here is comparable to Huaran Wanshang. Isn't it? What do you mean comparable? This is undeniably more extravagant than Huaran Wanshang. A few students began to bicker amongst themselves, engaging in a spirited discussion. Hearing their commotion, Huang Tianwei furrowed his brow in annoyance and turned to them. Can't you all be a bit quieter? What are you making such noise for? Keep it up, and I'll ensure your first lesson in military training is deemed a failure. Upon hearing Huang Tianwei's words, the students fell silent, immediately subdued, and cautiously followed in his wake. Song Yang, Chen Sikong, and Jing Heng tactfully walked ahead of Yi Lei and Han Nuan, who were lost in their own intimate world behind them. Yi Lei skillfully took Han Nuan's small hand, his gaze towards her filled with tenderness. Nuaner, he said, when we hunt the soul beasts later, use the soul hunting cannon I gifted you. Among the 10 beast souls I provided, one is over 2,000 years old. Derived from the ice attribute, the frost snow demon. When you unleash your attack, you can infuse your own ice phoenix power into the soul hunting cannon, amplifying the strength of that strike significantly. Yi Lei deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a violet soul ring that materialized within his grasp. He extended it towards Han Nuan, stating, this soul ring is intrinsically linked to that beast spirit. Its age is sufficient to serve as your 3rd soul skill. Take it. Once your soul power reaches level 30, you may absorb it. For your 4th soul skill, I shall provide you with a 50,000-year mimicry soul ring, which appears to be the most suitable for you. Furthermore, by allowing it to absorb a 50,000-year ice attribute soul ring, its age can be perpetually enhanced to elevate from 50,000 to 60,000 years requires 1 ring, from 60,000 to 70,000 years, 2, from 70,000 to 80,000 years, 3, from 80,000 to 90,000 years, 4, and from 90,000 to 100,000 years, 5. Han Nuan listened, her expression tinged with astonishment. Yi Lei, is this truly the case? Can I genuinely acquire a 100,000 year soul ring? Indeed, Yi Lei affirmed with a nod. Leave the ice attribute 50,000 year soul rings to me. At that time, for every 3 levels you ascend, you may contemplate surpassing the decade mark for your soul ring's age. However, this comes with a prerequisite. Your soul power must reach the Soul King level, and you must possess a soul ring of approximately 70,000 years. Han Nuan nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of possessing a 100,000 year soul ring like Yi Lei, and promptly stowed the soul ring he had given her into her pouch. 15 individuals followed Huang Tianwei's lead to the vortex. All right, I shall reiterate the task. You are to select a soul beast that you can defeat within your capabilities. Upon vanquishing it, the soul ring and beast spirit are yours to keep, or you may sell them at our shop for a handsome reward. You may also choose to follow the announcement's instructions to bring back the entire soul beast carcass, or simply excise a piece of its flesh or bone. How you proceed is entirely your decision. Huang Tianwei turned to face Yu Lei and the others. Did you all hear that? We did. The 15 responded in unison. Excellent. Since you're all informed, proceed to select the soul beast age on your respective wristbands. With that, Huang Tianwei approached the 2 soldiers, accepting a cigarette from one, while the other lit it for him. He took a deep drag, savoring the smoke before engaging in casual conversation with the soldiers. At that moment, Song Yang and the others clustered around Yi Lei to discuss their options. Yi Lei, what do you think we should choose for a free soul beast? Song Yang, were I in your position, I would opt for a canine soul beast. There is a saying that describes canines: copper head, iron tail, tofu waist, regardless of their age. Their waist remains their vulnerability, an immutable truth. Trust my counsel and select a 500-year-old netherwolf. Song Yang nodded and then began to operate on his wristband. Owner, like Chen Sitsuan, the sky is your domain. My advice for you is to select a soul beast that is cumbersome on the ground and lacks formidable attacks, such as the forest python or the bishi. Nwaner, your martial spirit is the king of birds, and you are the nemesis of serpents. So you should choose the forest python. Han Nuan and Chen Sitsuan nodded, proceeding to make their selections on the wristbands. Jinghang, your martial spirit is the thunder mammoth. You may select a fish-type soul beast that does not exceed 100 years in age. The method of hunting is quite simple. Once you reach that location, embody your martial spirit and leap into the water. This will allow you to swiftly complete your task. After speaking, Yi Lei also began to select the soul beast he needed to hunt. Nearby, a young man with long hair and earrings, embodying a non-mainstream style, impatiently swiped a few times on his wristband, and his gaze fell upon a crimson soul beast, which he chose without hesitation. Have you all made your choices? Huang Tianwei, having finished 2 cigarettes, discarded the butt and approached Yi Lei and the others. All right, since you have completed your selections, let us enter the mirror world. You will be ranked according to the age of the soul beasts you have chosen. The lower the age, the sooner the assessment will begin. With that, Huang Tianwei stepped into the vortex and vanished from sight. Yi Lei and Han Wan exchanged a glance, their hands intertwined as they stepped into the vortex together. One by one, the remaining individuals entered the swirling portal, arriving at the starry forest. I wonder how Sister Nuan is doing. Military training is so dull. All right, with brother-in-law around, Sister Nuan will be just fine. You needn't worry. The instructor is coming. Stand at attention. Splash. Several individuals subsequently entered the starry forest. Soon, among the 15 of them, a boy of average height and build noticed that his wristband began to flicker. 5 seconds later, he and the others were transported to another location, where they were greeted by a small blue kitten, a 10-year-old modeled cat. It seemed this student was quite composed, aware of his limitations and opting for the weakest feline spirit beast as his assessment target. Time passed swiftly. 15 individuals had completed 14 assessments, leaving only one final participant. The last boy's wristband illuminated, and in the next instant, everyone was transported to an open area. The temperature in this space was inexplicably high, with the surrounding flora radiating a scorching aura. Fire attribute. This boy had chosen a fire attribute spirit beast as his target. However, could he, possessing merely a 10-year-old spirit ring, truly prevail? It should be noted that among the previous 14, Yi Lei had selected a 400-year-old mandala serpent, while Song Yang and Han Wan had chosen spirit beasts that were all over 1,000 years old. Could a 10-year-old spirit ring contend against a 1,000-year spirit beast? Roar. A commanding roar echoed from afar. Whoosh. A crimson light blade hurtled towards the nonconformist. At that moment, the nonconformist was engrossed in his phone, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Watch out. A violet figure dashed forward, shoving the nonconformist aside and confronting the crimson light blade. Boom. The violet figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Jinghang, Song Yang shouted, rushing to Jinghang's side to help him up and assess his injuries. The fabric of Jinghang's shirt had been torn open at the chest, revealing a bloody gash on his exposed skin. Just as Yi Lei and the others reached Jinghang, the spirit beast detector on Yi Lei's left wrist began to vibrate violently. Beep. Scan complete. Spirit beast. Purgatory fire scythe mantis. Age. 60,000 years. Upon hearing the age of the spirit beast, terror etched itself onto the faces of everyone present. What is happening? How can it be a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? Especially one of the fire attribute? What have you done? Why would you choose a 60,000-year-old spirit beast? Have you lost your mind? At that moment, Yi Lei's furious voice resonated. Yi Lei grasped the collar of the non-mainstream individual with both hands, lifting him up and bellowing into his face. Speak. You, a soul master with only a decade of soul rings, chose a spirit beast under 100 years. That would have been one thing. But you went ahead and selected a beast that is 60,000 years old. Are you trying to lead us to your demise? Look at him. He risked his life to save you and is now in a state of uncertainty, yet you still have the leisure to fiddle with your phone? The non-mainstream individual glanced at Yi Lei with disdain, retorting, "What I choose to summon has nothing to do with you. Besides, it wasn't me who compelled him to rescue me. His injuries are of no consequence to me. He brought this upon himself." He shrugged, adding, "Even if I cannot defeat this spirit beast, I have the esteemed Huang Tianwei, Instructor Huang, to assist me in vanquishing it." "You," Yi Lei, filled with fury, raised his fist, poised to strike the face of the nonconformist. However, just as his fist was about to descend, a crimson beam of light struck, this time targeting the individuals surrounding Jinghang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lei cast aside the unconventional and swiftly advanced to the forefront of the crowd. His second soul skill, Crimson Rock. The second soul ring arranged around Yi Lei's waist shimmered, and several stone walls rose before the crowd, firmly intercepting the crimson beam of light. Yi Lei's second soul skill was effortlessly shredded before the radiant blade, akin to tofu. The stone wall failed to obstruct the luminous weapon, prompting Yi Lei to unleash another powerful punch. His first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. The crimson magma clashed against the scarlet blade, merely managing to slow its advance. At that moment, Yi Lei turned his head towards Han Yuan and urged, "Run swiftly. Do not look back." Chapter 72. Breaking the seal. Run swiftly, do not look back. However, Han Yuan straightened her posture and took a hesitant step forward, declaring, "I wish to stay and assist you. There is no however in this situation. By not remaining, you are indeed aiding me. Moreover, even if your martial soul is of the finest ice attribute, your attacks would scarcely leave a mark on that hellish scythe mantis. In its presence, you would merely be subdued. If you truly wish to assist me, then teach that unconventional foe a lesson." Yi Lei exerted every ounce of his strength, channeling the soul power within him to sustain his soul skill. Observing this, Han Yuan refrained from further comments and, along with Song Yang and the others, retreated in the opposite direction. However, they had scarcely made any distance when an array of crimson light blades suddenly erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. These blades soared into the air before crashing down with force, forming a wall of red light that ensnared them within. "What?" Song Yang unleashed a punch, but upon contact with the wall, he cried out in pain, retracting his hand. "Damn it, this wall is scorching. I refuse to accept this." First soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. A colossal crocodile tail materialized behind Song Yang, and with a swift turn, he swung it against the light wall. Boom. The moment the tail collided with the wall, it erupted in a dazzling red blaze, sending Song Yang flying while a faint scent of charred material wafted through the air. The others turned to see a scorched mark on the crocodile tail behind him. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Yuan's brow furrowed as ice blue wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, countless ice blue feathers soared towards the light wall. Yet, mere centimeters from the barrier, the feathers were instantaneously melted away. Realizing the futility of their assault, Han Yuan ceased her attacks on the wall. "Have any of you seen Instructor Huang?" a boy remarked, glancing around. At his words, the group suddenly became aware that their leading instructor had vanished. As Yi Lei observed that there was no one behind him, he swiftly rolled to the side. The crimson energy blade, freed from its constraints, continued on its trajectory, landing upon a nearby massive boulder. With a swift motion, the blade penetrated the stone, leaving behind a charred mark, and in an instant, the boulder was cleaved in two. Soon, from within the forest emerged a colossal red mantis. This formidable creature was of an eerie black-red hue, adorned with a pair of enormous compound eyes. One of its massive claws resembled a razor-sharp sickle, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure against the dark red backdrop. Dread filled him. The depletion of his soul energy was alarmingly rapid. If it were to attack once more, evasion would be impossible. No matter how he pondered, given his current strength, he could not withstand another onslaught. What to do? What to do? In that case, he had no choice but to. Yi Lei summoned all his soul power to assault the seals within his body, his chest, left leg, dantian, and more. Just as Han Yuan and the others heard Yi Lei shout and turned to look, they observed the 2-century-old soul rings beneath his feet beginning to fissure. Cracks also appeared on the fiery lord behind him, and his left calf emitted a cracking sound. "Yi Lei!" Both Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan exclaimed in unison upon witnessing this. However, their cries attracted the attention of the purgatory fireside mantis. Its pair of compound eyes turned towards Song Yang, and then its massive claws erupted with a crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, two red beams formed an X in midair and hurtled towards Song Yang. Without hesitation, Han Wan drew her soul-hunting cannon and pulled the trigger. Storm of snow. A swirling vortex of white snow surged toward the incoming beam. Song Yang and Chen Sitsuan swiftly followed suit, retrieving their own soul-hunting cannons. However, in Song Yang's other hand was the cannon belonging to Jing Hang. Heavy armor explosion, golden needle piercing. Two golden spikes and a light orb the size of a basin raced to catch up with Han Wan's storm of snow. In the moment of collision between the four beams and the light blade, they dissipated instantly, yet the beam continued its trajectory towards Song Yang and his companions. Just as they braced for the impending doom, the light blade did not strike them. When they looked up, they beheld a massive crimson stone wall that had intercepted the attack, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. Turning to the side, they beheld a figure suspended in midair, wielding a blue-gold spear, with 6 soul rings hovering at his waist. As the group recognized his appearance, shock washed over them, aside from Han Wan, at the sight of none other than Yi Lei. In that moment, he had shattered all the seals within him, restoring his soul power to level 63 and regaining all his soul rings, soul bones, and skills. Yi Lei hung in midair, his eyes ablaze with fury. I shall not spare a single soul that seeks to harm Han Wan. 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The 5th red spirit ring around Yi Lei's waist illuminated, and with a swift turn to gather strength, he hurled the spear in his hand, striking directly at the infernal fire scythe. Chapter 73. Yi Lei's Moment of Glory. 5th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. The 5th red soul ring around Yi Lei's waist illuminated, and with a swift turn, he hurled the spear in his grasp, targeting the Inferno Fire Mantis. The Inferno Fire Mantis, not to be underestimated, exerted force through its hind legs and leaped backward, evading the attack while its formidable pincers slashed out once more. The luminous blade collided with the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear, causing it to veer off course. With a thunderous crash, the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear struck the ground, creating a substantial crater and raising a cloud of dust. The Inferno Fire Mantis landed nearby, its compound eyes glaring menacingly at Yi Lei, its massive pincers twitching in anticipation. Beep. The Soul Beast scanning was complete. Inferno Fire Mantis, a fire attribute creature aged 60,000 years, possessing the skill Double Blade Flash. The Soul Beast detector promptly relayed the detailed information to Yi Lei's ears. A smirk crept across his lips as he coldly declared, "Since you've come, you might as well stay." With that, Yi Lei waved his right hand and stepped forward with his left foot, causing the 6 soul rings at his waist to vanish in an instant. The Blue-Silver Emperor Spear also disappeared, replaced by the Flame Lord behind him and the 3 10,000-year soul rings around his waist. With a mere thought, Yi Lei activated the 1st and 2nd soul rings at his waist, unleashing a torrent of molten lava that rapidly spread from beneath his feet, engulfing the surrounding ground. A crimson energy shield began to rise, enveloping Yi Lei, the infernal scythe manted, and their companions within its protective embrace. This was one of Yi Lei's self-created soul skills, the celestial domain of 4 flames. Upon witnessing the transformation of their environment, the other students were gripped by panic, their agitation palpable. In response, Han Wan quickly interjected, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is merely a soul skill of Yi Lei's. It poses no threat to you." Despite her reassuring words, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. The oppressive force of Yi Lei's celestial domain weighed heavily upon her, compelling her to exert her soul power to maintain her corporeal form, lest she risk becoming a mere husk. At that moment, Yi Lei's attention was fixated solely on the infernal scythe manted before him, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Han Wan. The infernal scythe manted appeared to struggle in its movements, its crimson aura dimming considerably. Nevertheless, its fierce compound eyes remained locked onto Yi Lei, and it raised one of its claws, launching another luminous blade toward him. This was the 3rd soul skill, the 1,000-weighted flame armor. Yi Lei summoned his 3rd soul skill, enveloping himself in a suit of armor, and boldly approached the Hellfire Scythe. As the luminous blade hurtled towards him, Yi Lei raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the blade into fragments. It is futile. Within the confines of my 4-fire celestial domain, any assault imbued with the essence of fire is rendered ineffectual against me. Moreover, the fire elements within you will be wholly absorbed by my domain. Even if you possess hidden trump cards, they are but the last gasps of a dying ember. Yi Lei spoke softly, A soul bone quietly manifested at his left calf. The skill of the soul bone on his left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Yilei executed a swift kick with his left leg, unleashing a violet blade of light that soared through the air. This strike was a retribution for the injuries inflicted upon Jinghang because of you. The purple blade darted towards the infernal fireside mantis, landing squarely upon one of its legs, resulting in a sharp crack as the limb was severed. This blow was delivered to those who sought to harm me. As he spoke, Yilei leaped into the air, descending with his right fist, which was now enveloped in molten rock. The infernal fire scythe mantis, sensing the peril, attempted to flee, only to find its leg ensnared in the ground, firmly trapped by stones. With no other option, it was compelled to raise its claws in defense. Chapter 74, Erasing Memories. The infernal fire scythe mantis, realizing the dire situation, tried to escape, but its leg was unexpectedly caught in the earth, held fast by the stone, leaving it with no choice but to counter with its claws. The monstrous mantis swung its massive pincers rapidly, unleashing a barrage of crimson blades towards Yilei. Yilei was utterly indifferent to the assault of the hellfire scythe mantis. The crimson blades of light struck against his third soul skill, Flame Lord, leaving merely faint scratches in their wake. As Yilei's fist was poised to strike the head of the infernal fire scythe mantis, the creature's pair of compound eyes suddenly illuminated. Flames erupted from its formidable pincers, and it swiftly raised them to intercept Yilei's blow. The mantis's defense, a specialized skill known in the realm of manid souls, exemplified the principle of using minimal force to counteract a greater power. Yilei furrowed his brow slightly, delivering several powerful punches. When he could not breach the defenses of the infernal fire scythe mantis, he leveraged its massive claws to propel himself backward, landing gracefully atop the corporeal Flame Lord. How intriguing. Let us see if you can withstand this move. 1,000-ton body soul bone skill. 1,000-ton falling flame. As he spoke, the 1,000-ton Ant Emperor's body soul bone materialized prominently on Yilei's chest. A flash of crimson light illuminating the air as the fire and earth elements began to coalesce. In an instant, a colossal flaming meteor took shape in the sky. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle, their expressions a mix of astonishment, save for Han Wan. Goodness, is this truly the Yilei I know? My word, is he even human? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a war god? I never anticipated such an extraordinary being among our cohort. My perspective has been utterly diminished. The immense meteor solidified in the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yilei sent it hurtling toward the infernal fire scythe mantis. Sensing impending danger, the mantis began to mobilize the elemental forces within, the surge of fire elements enabling it to break free from its constraints. It evaded the meteor with a nimble leap. However, Yilei was not one to relent easily. Upon witnessing the mantis's escape, he clenched his right fist tightly, causing the meteor to shatter in midair, transforming into numerous blazing fragments that, as if guided by an unseen force, pursued the infernal fire scythe mantis relentlessly. Within the domain of Yilei's four-fire heaven, the mantis faced tremendous energy depletion. Having expended its fire element energy to escape Yilei's grasp, it was left with scant reserves. After withstanding several fiery projectiles, it could no longer retaliate, its life force gradually waning under Yilei's relentless assault. Once he confirmed the demise of the infernal fire scythe mantis, Yilei approached its lifeless body and commanded the corporeal Flame Lord to crush the mantis's head, leaving only its beast soul behind. Yilei extracted the soul ring collector from the system's space and directly retrieved the soul ring of the purgatory fire scythe mantis. After completing this task, he finally dismantled the four-fire sky domain. Approaching the crowd, Yilei noticed that cold sweat was beading on Han Wan's forehead. It dawned on him that during the fierce battle, in his fervor, he had momentarily forgotten that Han Wan's martial soul would be suppressed by his domain. Hastily, Yilei switched his martial soul and infused gentle soul power from the blue-silver emperor into Han Wan's body. Observing her complexion improve significantly, he then furrowed his brow and approached Jinghang's side. Kneeling down, Yilei raised his right hand and placed it over Jinghang's wound. A flickering blue-gold light enveloped them as the soothing soul power flowed into Jinghang, mending his damaged meridians. Yilei rose to his feet, and the voice of the system resonated in his ears. It detected that the duration of the host's third task was insufficient, thereby breaking the seal and revealing the host's true strength to the majority. The host is now faced with a choice. Shall he erase all memories related to this incident from the parties involved? Chapter 75. Keep it confidential. May I ask, host, do you choose to eliminate the memories of the parties concerned regarding this segment? Should you opt not to erase them, it will be deemed a failure of the host's third task, and no rewards will be granted by the system. Yi Lei made a decisive choice to erase. Yet with a hint of uncertainty, he inquired of the system, "Dear system, if I opt for the erasure, what about Han Wan? Will her memories also be obliterated?" The system's voice resonated in Yi Lei's mind, reassuring him, "Rest assured, host, this memory erasure will not affect Miss Han, as she is well aware of your true capabilities." Hearing this, Yi Lei finally felt a weight lift from his heart. The memory erasure commences now. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A resonant hum filled the air. And apart from Yi Lei and Han Wan, the eyes of the others present became vacant in an instant. "What is happening?" Han Wan asked, bewildered. "Everything is fine, Nwaner. I merely wish to keep my true strength hidden from so many people, so I have decided to erase their memories of this moment. You will help me keep this a secret, Wan Tiyu?" With that, Yi Lei gestured a zipping motion across his lips and continued, "My abilities are exceedingly conspicuous. Currently, I am under the scrutiny of the Elder Council, and I cannot be certain how they might exploit my battle data for experiments. Therefore, it is prudent for me to remain discreet and conceal my true prowess. However, there is a small matter I must attend to." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, Han Wan instantly understood and mimicked his gesture in response. Upon witnessing her adorable demeanor, Yi Lei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Subsequently, he commanded the Flame Lord behind him to plunge a hand into the ground, effortlessly unearthing a stone sphere as large as a roadside pillar. After weighing it in his hand, he turned to Han Wan and said, "Nwaner, why don't you add some embellishments? Let's present a grand gift to Instructor Huang." Yi Lei wore a broad smile, and Han Wan instantly understood, for she was all too familiar with that expression of his. Whenever Yi Lei displayed such a grin, it signified that someone was about to face misfortune. In her heart, Han Wan offered a moment of silent tribute for Instructor Huang. Returning to the matter at hand, without a moment's hesitation, Han Wan summoned her martial spirit and unleashed her primary soul skill, transforming the stone sphere into a spiky hedgehog. With a smile, Yi Lei raised his left hand and infused the sphere with a surge of fire energy, serving as a form of explosive. "Let me see where our dear Instructor Huang is." "Ah, found it." Upon hearing Yi Lei's peculiar tone, Han Wan shuddered slightly. "Goodness, this is utterly cheesy. It gives me goosebumps." Having located the target, Yi Lei hurled the stone sphere with great force. At the opportune moment, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a tremendous blast echoed through the forest, accompanied by a faint scream of a person intertwined within the chaos. Yi Lei smiled gently and cast a glance at Han Wan. Han Wan returned his gaze, and in a sudden playful gesture, Yi Lei reached out with both hands and pinched her cherubic face several times. Han Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retaliated by playfully punching Yi Lei a few times with her tiny fists. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice resonated in Yi Lei's ears. Subsequently, his powers were once again sealed, reverting him to the realm of a dual martial soul, dual ring, great soul master. However, a notable change had occurred. As Yi Lei had just broken through the soul power seal, he successfully elevated his soul power by 1 level, reaching the 64th level, thus drawing closer to the coveted 70th level of Soul Sage. Chapter 76. Give him a glare. Beep. Memory clearance complete. The system's voice echoed in Yi Lei's ears once more, and his strength was sealed again, returning him to the realm of a dual martial soul, dual ring great soul master. Yet, there was a shift. During his recent breakthrough of the soul power seal, he had successfully advanced his soul power by 1 level, attaining the 64th level, and inching closer to the esteemed 70th level of Soul Sage. Yi Lei cast his gaze upon the crowd and noticed that their previously vacant expressions gradually regained a spark of life. Song Yang shook his head, looking towards Yi Lei. "What's the situation now? Where is Instructor Huan?" Others shared the same concern, and upon hearing Song Yang's inquiry, they all turned their eyes to Yi Lei. "Instructor Huang just fought valiantly against the infernal fire scythe mantis to protect us, exhausting the last remnants of his soul power to vanquish it. He was subsequently thrown into the forest by the creature's powerful attack, and his current state remains uncertain. However, he instructed us to return to the school first." Upon hearing Yi Lei's words, confusion washed over the crowd, and their attention shifted to Han Wan, who stood beside Yi Lei. Seeing their collective gaze, she nodded in affirmation of Yi Lei's account. The group, reassured by her confirmation, then assisted the injured Jing Hang in leaving the area. As they passed by the so-called non-mainstream group, each individual instinctively delivered a kick towards them, their expressions filled with disdain. The non-mainstream group, incensed by their actions, advanced with their martial spirits activated to confront them. It was only at this moment that Yi Lei became aware of the martial spirit possessed by the non-mainstream member. Ding. Detecting adversarial data. Commencing scan. Scan complete. Name: Chu Ci, Martial Spirit, Thunder Illusion Whale, Soul Power. Level 11. First Ring Soul Master. The Thunder Illusion Whale? A water-based martial spirit with lightning attributes. No wonder he was so arrogant. It appears he is a descendant of the Chu family. His demeanor mirrors that of his despicable father. Like son. It is only the second day of school. And my brother Jing Hang sustained such severe injuries while rescuing you, Chu Ci. Yet here you are, adopting an air of indifference. Just wait until I deal with you today. Nuaner, give him a fierce glare. Yi Lei seethed with fury and promptly addressed Han Nuan. In an instant, Han Nuan understood, and wings resembling those of a phoenix unfurled from her back, accompanied by two violet soul rings that materialized. The second soul ring illuminated, and a translucent ice-blue silhouette gradually emerged behind her. Do you dare to glare at me? Do you believe I can have my father remove your eyes? Before Chu Ci could finish his words, an ice-blue imprint was deeply etched into his gaze. In that moment, he clutched his head and let out a wail. His body drenched in cold sweat. With a gentle flap of the wings behind her, 3 razor-sharp feathers plunged into the ground before Chu Ci. His already panicked form was further startled, causing him to kneel, and the color in his trousers began to darken, a foul odor wafting through the air. The onlookers instinctively pinched their noses, avoiding any glance at Chu Ci, hastening their steps towards the swirling entrance of the Star Doe forest. Deep within the forest, Huang Tianwei found himself trapped beneath a heap of broken branches, his fingers involuntarily twitching. He then opened his eyes, bewildered, crawling out from beneath the debris, his clothing already torn to shreds. Huang Tianwei was unclear about the events that transpired moments before when the Hellfire Scythe Mantis had emerged. He had fled without a backward glance. After running a distance, he paused to rest, intending to use his military gear to signal for help. When suddenly a tree branch overhead exploded. Countless ice blue, blade-like objects slashed at his clothing, some even striking his face. And he was hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion. Just as he fell to the ground, a tree trunk collided with the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 77. This is impossible. Upon regaining consciousness, he leisurely glanced at the time, realizing that a full 15 minutes had elapsed since his escape. Huang Tianwei mused, in such a span, that little brat named Yi should have already met his demise at the hands of that soul beast. Thankfully, that boy Chu Ci chose a soul beast aged over 60,000 years. This time, my return will surely earn me the respect of Elder 7. And I might even rise to become one of the 7 leaders of the Poison Dragon Legion. Ha. Huang Tianwei threw his head back in laughter, then hastened toward the exit. Upon returning to the place he had fled, he was taken aback by the shocking scene before him. There lay the colossal corpse of a soul beast, one of its legs severed and the detached limb resting on the ground not far away, the cut surface remarkably smooth. The immense skull of the beast had been lifted and cast aside. How could this be possible? How could a soul beast of 60,000 years be slain so easily? Among their 15 members, only 2 were great soul masters, while the rest possessed merely the first ring of power. Who could it be? Who had come to their aid? Huang Tianwei's fury surged. Damn it, the duck that was so close to his grasp had flown away. Yi Lei and his companions returned to the vortex with the injured Jing Hang, and without hesitation, they all stepped inside. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back within the resplendent halls of the Elder's Chamber. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the stationed soldiers, they proceeded to the teleportation array and returned to their school. In the starry forest, Huang Tianwei, on his way back, caught sight of a boy squatting by the roadside ahead. As he approached, he realized the boy was none other than Chu Ci. Observing Chu Ci trembling uncontrollably, his clothes nearly drenched, and a foul odor permeating the air, Huang Tianwei felt a wave of confusion. He could not comprehend why a young man like Chu Ci would stray from the group to sit there shivering, especially under such sweltering conditions. Perplexed by Chu Ci's unresponsiveness, Huang Tianwei had no choice but to pull him up and escort him back to the magnificent building. Have any of you seen those students return? He inquired. Report, Deputy Huang, they have indeed returned. But they brought back an unconscious student who appears to have sustained injuries to his chest. He is one of the 4 students who came here last time. Oh, is that so? Take this student back, I will check the surveillance, Huang Tianwei commanded. Upon receiving acknowledgement, he unceremoniously handed Chu Xi over to a soldier and followed another soldier to the monitoring room. As he reviewed the surveillance footage, disbelief flooded his expression. This cannot be. The soldier beside him was startled by his exclamation, causing the cup in his hand to clatter to the ground. Captain Huang, are you all right? The soldier timidly inquired. All right? How could this possibly be all right? Huang Tianwei erupted in fury, delivering a forceful punch to the costly control panel. The expensive apparatus shattered into countless pieces, raining down upon the floor. Soon, several soldiers arrived to clear away the debris, while two others brought in a brand new control panel to replace the shattered one. Huang Tianwei, seething with rage yet feeling powerless, exited the monitoring room with his arms crossed behind his back. The soldiers within the monitoring room exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by their captain's sudden outburst. Unable to fathom what had provoked such anger over a mere review of the footage, they shrugged and returned to their respective duties. At Rome University, on the playground, as Yi Lei and his companions returned to school, they promptly carried Jing Heng back to the dormitory, assisting him in requesting a leave of absence from vice instructor Zhuang Ming. Subsequently, the three of them made their way directly to the playground. At that moment, the playground was orderly occupied by 20 classes, all lined up neatly, facing the podium. As Yi Lei and his companions returned to the class train, Huang Tianwei also made his entrance, standing alongside Zhuang Ming at the forefront of the line. Upon noticing Yi Lei's trio, he scrutinized them with a peculiar gaze before nodding, signaling them to rejoin their ranks. Ahem. The authoritative voice of Fun Tianyan resonated through the campus loudspeakers, capturing the attention of all. Next, I shall share a few words. The nationwide Douluo transformation has bestowed martial souls upon over 1 billion citizens of our great nation. As students of the esteemed Rong City Academy, each of you possesses unique martial souls, shining brightly in your own right. Over the course of the next 4 years, you will be guided by specialized instructors in martial arts, and I firmly believe that by the end of this journey, you will wield powers far beyond the ordinary. Each of you has your own strengths that can be magnified across various fields. However, we, the Elders Hall, do not wish to witness any disarray among you, nor do we desire the presence of any arrogant individuals. Regrettably, it seems that within this cohort, one such individual has already emerged. At this juncture, Fen Tianyan gestured grandly, summoning a soldier who, as if lifting a mere chick, hoisted a figure onto the podium and cast him down at Fen Tianyan's feet. The individual in question was Chu Xi. This person embodies the very essence of disarray among you. He is one of the rare first-ring soul masters among over 1,000 soul practitioners. During the initial phase of our specialized military training, his arrogance led him to select a 60,000-year-old soul beast as his target, one far beyond his capabilities. This reckless choice endangered the 14 companions accompanying him, one of whom, named Jing Heng, sustained severe injuries while attempting to rescue him, and now lies unconscious in the dormitory. His ill-fated selection of that beast resulted in our instructor suffering grave injuries before the creature was finally defeated. Astonishingly, he remains oblivious to his own folly. Thus, I believe you would rather not associate with such a person as your classmate. Consequently, after thorough deliberation by the Board of Trustees, it has been decided to expel this student, and furthermore, no institution within Rome City shall accept him. A single remark fell, causing an uproar throughout the venue. Those in the same class as Chu Xi began to converse among themselves, for they had not anticipated that the seemingly unconventional boy they knew possessed such character. In unison, those who shared a dormitory with him exclaimed that his belongings should be discarded. Moments later, their respective instructors interrupted their idle chatter and escorted them to their designated training grounds, marking the commencement of their first day of military training. During the training, Yi Lei pondered whether the punishment meted out to Chu Xi was excessively harsh. However, upon reflection, he considered that if Chu Xi were merely expelled from Rome University, he could potentially harm more individuals at another institution. Thus, ensuring he could not attend any school served to safeguard the students' welfare elsewhere, which seemed a reasonable outcome. With this thought, Yi Lei ceased his contemplation and dedicated himself to the military exercises. Meanwhile, as the others engaged in training, Chu Xi was unceremoniously cast out by the school's security personnel, along with all of his belongings. At that moment, he remained bewildered, unable to recall what had just transpired. He vaguely remembered that upon encountering a pair of icy blue eyes, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, with his deepest fears suddenly manifesting, crawling over him. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself in this predicament. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chu Xi stood up and noticed his luggage beside him. What is going on? Why is my luggage here? Chapter 79. The Realm of the Soul Sovereign. Alas, how did my belongings end up here? I must inquire about this. With that, Chu Xi brushed the dust from his trousers and approached one of the security guards with a demeanor that suggested he had no regard for anything else. Excuse me. What is the meaning of this? Why was my luggage thrown out? What kind of attitude is this? Who permitted you to act in such a manner? Chu Xi unleashed a torrent of expletives at the security officer. I apologize, student, but you have been expelled from Rong University. Please refrain from disrupting our order at the school gate and leave immediately. A physical education teacher stationed at the entrance addressed Chu Xi firmly. Expelled? This must be a joke. How could that possibly be true? You must be jesting. There is no way I could be expelled. Step aside. I demand to see the principal. Chu Xi was deaf to any reasoning, pushing past the security guard in an attempt to scale the school gate. Hey, what are you doing? Observing his actions, several security guards swiftly intervened, pulling him down. Chu Xi stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. Frantic, he scrambled to his feet and charged at the guards, shoving them in a fit of rage. Perhaps it was by chance, or perhaps one of the guards acted deliberately. But as Chu Xi collided with one of them, the guard stumbled back with a cry of surprise. Ouch! Why are you so rough with this older gentleman? Oh dear. I think I've broken a bone. As Chu Xi found himself in a state of bewilderment, the unexpected fall of the security guard left him taken aback. He quickly called out, Hey, please do not create unnecessary trouble. I have not laid a hand on you, and you are well aware of that. Do not attempt to extort me here. Several security personnel and the duty sports teacher were equally astonished. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure and rushed towards the fallen guard, who was groaning on the ground. Observing the commotion, Chu Xi deftly circumvented them and dashed through a small door beside the reception area. Oh no, the little rascal has escaped, someone shouted, prompting two young security guards to hasten after him. Not to be outdone, they brandished their riot control batons as they pursued him. However, Chu Xi stood no chance against the trained guards. They swiftly apprehended him, pinning him to the ground with their batons. The sports teacher promptly dialed the police, and within 10 minutes, a patrol car arrived. Upon the police's arrival, Chu Xi was still in a fit of anger. But it was only when he was handcuffed with a pair of gleaming silver bracelets for the charge of intentional injury that he finally calmed down. Left in a state of shock, with the police siren wailing, they took Chu Xi away, while the two young security guards followed in another vehicle to the police station for their statements. Once the police car departed, the school gate returned to its previous tranquility. That evening, after a long day of military training, Yi Lei and his companions returned to their dormitory. As they stepped inside, a blast of cold air from the air conditioning sent a shiver down their spines. Exhausted, Songyang and Chen Sitsuan collapsed onto their beds. Yi Lei also yearned to lie down, but suddenly remembered that Jing Hang was still in a state of unconsciousness. Realizing this, Yi Lei hurriedly descended from the ladder and climbed up to Jing Hang's bedside. Upon seeing Jing Hang's face, which bore a slight flush, Yi Lei finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was out of danger. Fortunately, he had activated his first soul skill just in time. Prior to the arrival of the infernal scythe mantid's assault that afternoon, using the skill to mitigate the attack. Otherwise, he would have been left to gaze upon Jing Hang's lifeless body. Yi Lei pondered to himself how fortunate it was that he had chosen the scaled beast as his first soul skill. Indeed, the addition of a defensive soul ability to the initial soul ring proved to be the true path to success. Yi Lei felt immensely fortunate about his choice. Just as he descended the ladder, he was greeted by two distinct snoring sounds, harmonizing in a manner akin to a symphony. These two individuals were truly something else. Yi Lei expressed his helplessness as he remarked about the girl's dormitory. My soul power has finally transcended to level 30, entering the realm of Soul Master. Han Wan, meditating on her bed, opened her beautiful eyes and stretched lazily. Chapter 80. Soul Bone Collection Progress. 80? What? Sister Wan, your soul power has reached level 30? Luo Yun poked her small head out from under the covers, her bright eyes fixed on Han Wan. Han Wan nodded in affirmation. What? Who has achieved a soul power of level 30? When Yuning, brushing her teeth, peeked her head out from the wash area, a cute pink toothbrush clutched in her mouth. Foam bubbling from her lips, Who else could it be? Among our cohort of over 1,000, only 15 possess soul rings. And only Sister Nguyen and her husband have attained the level of Great Soul Master. Moreover, it is quite natural for Sister Nguyen to reach level 30. It has been over a month since the nationwide Douluo event, as a Great Soul Master with 2,000-year soul rings. Her cultivation speed is naturally swifter than that of ordinary soul masters, leading to a rapid increase in soul power. Luo Yun explained, leaning over the edge of her bed to address Wen Yuning. Congratulations, Sister Nguyen. However, the gap between us has grown significantly. Especially since we do not possess any soul rings, Joanna chimed in. Soul rings are not a challenge. I will procure a few for you tomorrow, Han Wan declared confidently. Sister Nguyen, are you certain? Luo Yin asked timidly. Of course. Your brother-in-law has conservatively estimated to possess several hundred soul rings. Obtaining a few for you will be no issue at all. What? Are you saying that your brother-in-law has hundreds of soul rings? Wen Yuning nearly spat out the foam in her mouth. Yes. Come here, and I will tell you all about it. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory. Ding. The phone placed on the bedside rang. A pair of large hands emerged from under the covers, grasping the phone. What the heck? Yi Lei emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his disheveled hair standing in stark contrast as he gazed at the messages on his phone. Han Nguyen has surpassed the 30th level of soul power? Such rapid progress. As for the soul rings, it may be prudent to contemplate the absorption of that 50,000-year mimic soul ring. Yi Lei pondered. Ding. The mobile phone in his hand chimed once more. Upon observing Yi Lei's reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle. He swiftly replied with a message, it's merely a few spirit rings, a trivial matter. Just let me know their martial souls. And I shall assist in selecting 2 spirit rings for each of them, delivering them to you by tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, your spirit power has reached level 30. It's time for you to absorb your 3rd spirit ring. He sent the 2 messages promptly. Dear System, regarding the 5,000-year simulated spirit ring you provided me last time, is it suitable for Han Wan's capabilities? If she absorbs it, will there be any adverse effects on her body? These inquiries were launched in quick succession, startling the system that had been resting. Rest assured, host. Anything provided by this system is devoid of side effects, and its effectiveness is guaranteed. That's reassuring. Wanner, you should utilize the 5,000-year simulated spirit ring I previously gifted you for your 3rd spirit skill. After a brief moment, Han Wan responded with another message. Will there be any side effects? There are no side effects. You may absorb it with confidence. Excellent. After Yi Lei replied to the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and buried his head beneath the covers. In the girls' dormitory, Han Wan put away her phone, climbed down from her bunk, and sat in the center of the room. The other 3 occupants looked at her in confusion. Sister Nguyen, what are you doing? Luo Yun inquired with curiosity. The other 2 remained silent, but their eyes betrayed their intrigue. I am about to absorb my 3rd soul ring. You 3. Quickly put on an additional layer and wrap yourselves tightly in your blankets. Tonight will be rather chilly. The 3 hurriedly descended from their beds, retrieved thicker jackets from the wardrobe, and quickly climbed back under the covers, enveloping themselves snugly. Han Nguyen activated her martial spirit, revealing a pair of ice blue phoenix wings on her back, causing the temperature in the room to drop significantly. She glanced around, then stood up to open the balcony door to its fullest extent, also leaving the dormitory door ajar. Returning to the center of the room, she produced her 50,000-year mimicry soul ring, crushing it in her hand. Dark energy instantly permeated the room, coalescing around her waist into an exceptionally dark soul ring. Wow! The 3 girls exclaimed in unison. In the boys' dormitory, a notification chimed. Ding. Detection of host soul bone collection progress at 80. Only 20 remains to complete the achievement. 80 soul bone collection progress? Yi Lei was utterly bewildered. Chapter 81. Another task has arrived. The progress of soul bone collection stands at 80. Yi Lei was momentarily bewildered, blinking in confusion as he fell back, muttering to himself. So what if the soul bone collection progress has reached 80? It's not a big deal. Wait a moment, the soul bone collection progress is at 80. Yi Lei abruptly straightened up, hastily inquiring about the system. Dear system, you cannot be jesting. Can you? When did I acquire another soul bone? How is that possible? A series of images flickered through Yi Lei's mind, ultimately crystallizing upon one particular scene. Could it be, dear system, that the soul bone you speak of originates from the Hellfire Scythe Mantis? Yi Lei suddenly slapped his thigh and addressed the system. Correct. The system replied. Let me take a guess. This soul bone must be from either the left or right arm. and its skill resembles the dual blade flash of the Inferno Scythe. Am I right? Correct. The system confirmed. Host. This soul bone is named the right arm bone of the Inferno Scythe, aged 60,000 years, with its skill yet to be detailed. Oh, great system. What about this soul bone? Is it with you? Yilei was filled with excitement. After a considerable amount of time, the system remained silent. Suddenly, a synthesized voice belonging to the system rang out, rousing Yilei from the brink of slumber. However, the subsequent announcement from the system made Yilei lament vocally. The conditions for initiating the side quest have been met. The task is now being issued. On this moonless, windy night, please proceed to the mirror world before nightfall. Evade the scrutiny of the Elder Hall soldiers and retrieve the soul bone. Yilei was on the verge of tears. He had yet to complete the third task of his playing the pig to eat the tiger mission, and now another side quest had appeared. Was there no respite? Alas. Oh, dear system, must the task be completed tonight? Might it be postponed until tomorrow? Yilei implored. Demia, the deadline for this task is limited to tonight. If I fail to complete it, this 6,000-year soul bone will fall into the hands of the Elder Hall, and then, without allowing the system to finish its sentence, Yilei interjected, I accept. After all, he was unwilling to let such a formidable soul bone slip into the grasp of the Elder Hall, for that would be to their advantage. The soul bone, acquired through great effort in defeating the soul beast, must not be handed over to the Elder Hall without consequence. With that thought in mind, Yilei resolutely accepted the task. However, he pondered, Dear system, while I have no qualms about entering the mirror world, the swirling portal connecting it is heavily guarded by the Elder Hall's elite forces. To approach so openly would undoubtedly draw attention. Moreover, they are all affiliated with the Elder Seven residents and are likely to recognize me. If I were to brazenly advance, I would surely be subjected to a collective assault. Furthermore, with my current strength significantly sealed, engaging them would only result in defeat. Yilei opened his mouth once more, chattering at the system for quite a while. The system fell into a profound silence. Host, I have yet to finish my statement. What I intended to convey is that the system will bestow upon you a potent invisibility potion with an effect lasting for 2 hours. Yilei, you confounded system. Why did you not speak sooner? System, who prevented me from finishing my words? You were so anxious, acting like a fool, yet you blame me. Reality. Enough. I shall not argue with you further. Quickly, hand me the invisibility potion, for I must embark on my quest. Yilei spoke. The invisibility potion has been stored in the system space. Please take note. Host. After delivering the potion to Yilei, the system promptly went offline. Chapter 82. Escape. Once the system had disconnected, Yilei retrieved the potent invisibility potion bestowed upon him by the system from the confines of the system space. Clenching his left hand, 2 vials of elixir materialized in Yilei's grasp. One vial exhibited a pale blue hue while the other remained colorless. As Yilei lifted the transparent vial, its effects flashed before his eyes. This potion is for internal consumption, with a duration of 2 hours. Upon use, it renders the entire body invisible, evading detection from any thermal imaging scanner. He then picked up the vial of pale blue liquid, and its usage instructions unfolded before him. This potion is for external application, designed to make clothing invisible. To utilize it, simply splash the potion onto the garments intended for invisibility. Any clothing that comes into contact with the potion will automatically become invisible. The sole drawback of this potion is its vulnerability to high temperatures. Exposure to such environments will cause the potion to decompose automatically. After thoroughly examining the instructions, Yilei descended from the bed with 2 vials in hand, ensuring that Song Yang and the others were soundly asleep. He moved with deliberate caution to retrieve a garment from the wardrobe, a pitch-black outfit he had crafted during the summer using his connections. This unique attire, a nocturnal suit, possessed a singular characteristic. It was impervious to the searing embrace of flames and exhibited remarkable flexibility. The fabric was composed of vantablack, the darkest material known to man, allowing the wearer to navigate through the most oppressive darkness with ease. Even the sharpest of eyes, like those of the legendary Sun Wukong, would fail to discern its presence. This exclusive nocturnal suit was a one-of-a-kind creation, with a staggering price tag that reached several $million. After Yilei donned his nocturnal attire, he uncorked the vial of the colorless potion and tilted his head back, consuming it in one swift motion. The elixir, imbued with a sweetness, coursed down his esophagus and into his abdomen, subsequently permeating his bloodstream. A full 10 seconds elapsed before Yi Lei's form gradually became translucent, until he ultimately vanished from sight. Yi Lei placed the empty test tube into the system's space, then retrieved a ghost mask from a corner of the wardrobe. After donning the mask, he uncapped the remaining vial of potion and splashed its contents over himself. In an instant, the garments soaked in the potion transformed into a state of transparency, including the ghost mask adorning Yi Lei's face. Yi Lei slowed his pace as he approached the balcony, deftly tossing a strand of blue-silver grass over the railing before vaulting down. Upon landing, he hastened towards the teleportation array. In the girls' dormitory, Han Nuan's absorption of the spirit ring emanated a chill that plunged the entire room's temperature below freezing. Luo Yun and her companions could no longer remain in bed. They hastily got up, donning their thickest coats, yet still found themselves uncomfortably cold. The three huddled together in the corner, seeking warmth. During this time, Xiao Na felt a pang of thirst and reached for her water cup, but as soon as her hand brushed against it, she recoiled. It was not a matter of reluctance. Rather, her cup felt as frigid as a millennium-old ice block from the depths of Antarctica, too cold to touch. Soon, she discovered that all the water reservoirs in the dormitory had frozen solid, and a thick layer of frost coated the glass surfaces. Warmth, warmth. Sister Nuan's absorption of the spirit ring releases an abysmally low temperature. It feels as if we have been tossed into the Arctic Ocean without a stitch of clothing. Despite it being summer, a sneeze escaped from Wang Yuning, her teeth chattering as she spoke. I can relate, stammered the youngest, Luo Yun, struggling to articulate her thoughts as she tightened her coat and shrank further into the corner. Xiao Na was too cold to speak, merely nodding weakly in agreement. Perhaps we should sit by the door. It's unbearably cold in here, Luo Yun suggested softly, immediately garnering the agreement of the others. The three quickly bundled up tighter and rushed past Han Nuan, bursting through the door. In the corridor, they experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. Oh my, we've finally come back to life, Luo Yun sighed in relief. I've suddenly realized something. When Sister Nuan exudes such a chilling aura while lying, what about her brother-in-law? I recall Sister Nuan mentioning that one of his spirit forms is fire attribute. What temperature would be released when he absorbs a spirit ring? If they practice together, what would the room's temperature be like? Wang Yuning inquired suddenly. Wouldn't it be like one half in Africa and the other in Antarctica? I certainly don't wish to practice with them. I'd end up half frozen and half roasted. Xiao Na and Luo Yun expressed their shared thoughts. Wang Yuning found their reasoning quite sensible. Sister Nuan and her brother-in-law are already so powerful. We must strive to catch up to them. Upon hearing Luo Yun's words, both individuals were inspired by the desire to cultivate their own strength. The three of them collectively shed the heavy outer garments that constrained them, forming a circle as they commenced their meditation in silence. Yi Lei swiftly arrived within the confines of the Platinum Building through a teleportation array, unnoticed by the station soldiers. Relieved, he dashed forward, leaping into the swirling vortex. Upon reaching the starry forest, he immediately sped towards the location where he had hunted the infernal fire scythe mantis earlier that morning, intent on retrieving the soul bone. However, to his dismay, he encountered several individuals he least wished to see before the enormous carcass of the mantis. Before him stood Feng Tianyan accompanied by 20 instructors, engaged in conversation over the soul beast's remains. In order to eavesdrop, Yi Lei cautiously approached, taking light steps to avoid disturbing them. As he neared, their dialogue became discernible. Feng Tianyan, Tianwei, are you certain that you were not the one who hunted this soul beast this morning? Huang Tianwei, absolutely, without a doubt. I swear that after this soul beast appeared, I fled. Given my strength, it would be quite a challenge to slay a 20,000-year-old soul beast, let alone one of 60,000 years. Instructor A, Feng, do you think it could have been that person surnamed Yi who intervened? Huang Tianwei, that is utterly impossible. I witnessed the quality of his soul rings this morning. All of the rings attached to his two martial souls are merely 100 years old. Feng Tianyan, oh? This situation is becoming intriguing. Could it be that an unrecorded powerhouse has emerged to assist those brash youngsters? Uncertain, the 20 instructors murmured in agreement. Feng Tianyan, our immediate priority is to retrieve this soul bone. However, we have all attempted to approach it, yet the energy emanating from the Phantom Emperor bone repels us. It seems to strongly reject our presence. It is likely that only the individual who defeated it can claim it. Otherwise, no matter our efforts, this soul bone will remain tethered to this spot. Observing their fervent discussion, Yi Lei glanced at the remaining duration of his medicinal effect, an hour and a half left. Unable to contain himself any longer, He resolved that since they were unwilling to leave, he would resort to a more forceful approach. Thus, he unleashed his second self-created soul skill, Flame Flow Meteor. The ground beneath Yilei began to fracture, with countless massive stones rising into the air, accompanied by streams of molten lava. As these elements converged in the sky, they transformed into colossal flaming meteors. Under Yilei's command, these fiery meteors hurtled towards the direction of Wen Tianyan and his companions. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was already too late. The 21 individuals hastily attempted to evade the flaming projectiles, but the vast range of the nocturnal assault rendered their efforts futile, even as they dodged. They could not escape the searing heat that scorched them. Amid their frantic attempts to avoid the meteoric onslaught, a silvery blue vine swiftly ensnared a soulbone, drawing it into the depths of the forest. Old Wen, the soulbone, exclaimed an instructor utilizing the advantage of the 5 rings as he evaded in midair, promptly informing Wen Tianyan. He then nimbly dodged the aerial meteors and pursued the direction in which Yilei had fled. Observing this, the others quickly followed suit. Attack! Launch a carpet bombing on this forest, roared Wen Tianyan, filled with fury. He unleashed his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, revealing himself as a 5-ring soul king. With swift motions, Wen Tianyan directed countless fiery slashes towards the trees ahead. Other instructors, catching on, summoned their own martial spirits and soul rings, unleashing a myriad of assaults upon the woods. Are they out of their minds? Fortunately, I am currently in an invisible state. Otherwise, I would become their living target. Yilei thought bitterly as he witnessed their indiscriminate bombardment. He then propelled himself forward, hastening towards the exit. Wen Tianyan, infuriated that such a reckless attack failed to flush out the thief, resorted to his 4th soul skill, Blazing Charge, and 5th soul skill, 6 Paths of Raging Flames. Simultaneously, he summoned a colossal fiery lion's phantom that charged towards Yilei, incinerating the surrounding trees, reducing them to ash in an instant. Are you kidding me? Have the instructors dispatched from the Elder Hall become this formidable? A 5-ring soul king? Damn it, if this continues, I will inevitably be exposed. If only my strength were restored, I would not be so passive. To Yilei, this night was not a mere task. It was clearly a battle for survival. Chapter 83. A Toast Unaccepted. A punishment imposed. The massive fiery lion's phantom leaped into the air, descending towards Yilei, its 4 legs slashing forth with countless fiery beams. It felt as though this was a rhythm leading to my demise. As Yilei sprinted forward, he turned his head and beheld countless fiery light slashes surging towards him, unable to restrain a curse. At the very moment the light slashes descended, Yilei flicked his right hand, sending a strand of blue-silver grass vine soaring ahead, wrapping around a distant tree. With a powerful tug, he propelled himself towards it. As Yilei departed, the fiery light slashes and the colossal phantom of the flame lion descended, erupting in an instant with a tremendous explosion. The vast flames surged outward with the shockwave of the blast. Regardless of how swiftly Yilei had vacated the premises, he was still caught in the aftermath of the explosion, propelled away, and at that moment, the invisibility potion on his attire lost its efficacy. Yilei was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Due to inertia, his body continued to slide forward after the fall. Yilei's right hand plunged heavily into the ground, leaving 5 profound imprints, and after sliding a few meters, it finally came to a halt. A cough escaped his lips. Yilei coughed several times, a stream of blood spattering onto his mask. How infuriating. The shockwave from earlier has injured me tonight. Were it not for the fact that my 3rd mission remains unfulfilled and my powers are still sealed, a mere 5th Soul King would hardly have been capable of inflicting such harm upon me. Yilei pressed his right hand against his chest, while his left hand forcefully struck the ground, expressing his indignation. Feng Lao, I can see him, he is right ahead. Huang Tianwei's voice pierced through the haze of smoke, reaching Yilei's ears. Who do you think you are, daring to seize what our Elders Hall has set its sights upon? Speak, who are you, and who sent you? Feng Tianyan's mocking tone accompanied the footsteps of the crowd, echoing in Yilei's ears. I am who I am, and I am alone. Yilei remained with his hand pressed against his chest, gradually rising to his feet as he coldly spoke. Ah, how ambitious of you. I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender that soul bone and join our Elder Hall. Should you consent, I will spare your life. Fan Tianyan declared, adopting a condescending demeanor as he addressed Yilei. Come to our Elder Hall and be a subservient dog. Upon the conclusion of Fan Tianyan's words, the instructors flanking him erupted in laughter. Huh, how could I possibly relinquish what belongs to me to you ruthless killers? If you wish to obtain it, have the audacity to take it from me? I can assure you, with your lofty arrogance and cold-heartedness, you are utterly unworthy of possessing the soul bone. Yi Lei calmly remarked, "How bold of you to defy Elder Fun. He has already afforded you an opportunity, yet you chose to spurn his goodwill. Do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." With a commanding shout, Huang Tianwei pointed at Yi Lei and charged towards him. Observing this, the other instructors swiftly followed suit, leaping into action. All 20 instructors unleashed their respective spirit rings, a vibrant display of yellow and purple, revealing that each was a 4-ringed spirit master. "Very well, let us see if you can indeed take my life. Prepare yourselves." Flame Dragon of Scorching Heat. Yi Lei smiled faintly, his right hand grasping the soul-hunting cannon from the air, adjusting the gear to its maximum, and promptly pulling the trigger. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, surging towards Huang Tianwei and the others. "Brothers, form a formation," an unknown instructor shouted, prompting 4 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, with the rest following suit. A tremendous energy shield materialized out of thin air, bracing itself against the fierce assault of the fire dragon. A combination technique of 20 integrated martial souls, quite intriguing. Since you can withstand this ancient beast soul's assault, let us see how long you can endure. Yi Lei flipped his left hand, and a dark crimson beast soul materialized in his palm. Yi Lei, with a crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king, declared, "Let us see if you can withstand this move." Twin blades flash. Yi Lei inserted the beast soul into the cannon's chamber and pulled the trigger. A colossal X-shaped beam of crimson light erupted from the muzzle, crashing heavily against the combined energy shield of the 20 martial spirit instructors. With a resounding crack, the energy shield shattered, disintegrating into countless luminous particles that dissipated into the air. Chapter 84. The Left Leg Bone of the Human-Faced Spider King. Seal released. The energy shield fragmented, transforming into myriad specks of light that vanished into the atmosphere. The 20 instructors, who had formed the formation, were all struck by a backlash, simultaneously spitting out blood. A group of inept individuals, unable to withstand even this. Is the training you received merely for show? In the end, it falls upon me to intervene. Witnessing this, Fan Tianyin no longer maintained an air of superiority. He directly summoned his martial spirit and approached Yi Lei. His originally jet-black hair gradually morphed into a vibrant red, while his fingernails elongated into sharp claws. Behind him, a lion engulfed in flames materialized, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Ding. Scanning complete. Fan Tianyin, martial spirit, fiery spirit lion, soul power level, 54. The soul beast detector suddenly announced, relaying the completed scanned report to Yi Lei. "Since you refuse to relinquish the soul bone, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." First soul skill, Crimson Flame Claw Strike. Fan Tianyin remained exceedingly arrogant, the first soul ring coiling around his waist illuminating as he waved his hand, unleashing 5 enormous claw blades that hurtled towards Yi Lei with unparalleled speed. How infuriating! Yi Lei gritted his teeth and spoke. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Warning, the host's life is in grave danger. Now, the seal on 20 of the host's power will be lifted. The left leg bone of the spider monarch is released." The system's voice echoed like a timely downpour, resonating at a crucial moment. A warm surge flooded Yi Lei's left leg, and he smirked with a devilish charm. "Just in time. I wonder if I can still act with arrogance afterwards." With the skill of the left leg bone, he unleashed the spider monarch's purple radiance slash. A dark purple soul bone manifested on Yi Lei's left calf, and with a swift roundhouse kick, a blade of violet light surged forth, colliding with 5 fiery claw-like blades. Yi Lei stood with his back to the direction of the blazing inferno, while a violent explosion erupted behind him. The tremendous blast illuminated the darkened forest once more, revealing Yi Lei's figure to the elders for the first time. Before their astonished eyes stood a tall figure clad in black, his face obscured by a ghostly mask, reminiscent of an ancient assassin, exuding an icy aura of menace that pierced through the night. The air around him radiates a sharp killing intent, was the initial impression that flashed through Fan Tianyin's mind as he discerned Yi Lei's silhouette. "I care not who you are, but today, you shall not escape my grasp." With a fierce determination, he invoked his third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. The third soul ring at his waist glowed, and the blazing spirit lion that loomed behind him opened its mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. Following this, he unleashed his first soul skill, Purgatory Magma Burst. Yi Lei clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful blow. A colossal column of magma surged forth from thin air. Yulei disregarded the third soul skill of Fen Tianyan, the Lion King's roar, and directed his first soul skill towards Fen Tianyan's position. Fen Lao. In a state of weakness, Huang Tianwei, realizing that Fen Tianyan could not evade the crimson magma column, let out a desperate roar. He then activated his most formidable soul skill, positioning himself directly in front of Fen Tianyan. The other instructors hastily followed suit, shielding Fen Tianyan as well. Ha ha ha! You have fallen into my trap. Yulei let out a hearty laugh, subsequently abandoning the use of his first soul skill. The colossal magma column abruptly vanished. And upon witnessing this, Huang Tianwei unleashed his most formidable strike towards Yulei. The second soul skill, Crimson Rock. With a smile, Yulei manifested 3 violet soul rings around his waist, and the second ring illuminated brilliantly. Before Huang Tianwei and the others could regain their composure, dozens of stone walls erupted from the ground, encircling them entirely. This is bad. It's a trap. We must escape quickly. In an instant, Fen Shenyan reacted, urgently directing everyone to soar into the sky. However, as he looked up to see Yulei suspended in the air, his heart jolted with fear. He sensed an overwhelming threat. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Surge. First soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst. Yulei unleashed both soul skills of his first soul ring simultaneously. In an instant, 2 immense columns of magma encircled the members of the burning sky, subjecting them to the purifying embrace of the molten rock. Satisfied that his plan had been executed, Yulei landed and swiftly turned towards the vortex. This time, he summoned the primordial power within him. As he approached the vortex, a sudden explosion erupted behind him. Hearing the sound, Yulei exerted himself to leap into the vortex from a mere few meters away. Who goes there? Halt! Yulei suddenly emerged from the vortex, startling the soldiers stationed at the Platinum Building. They immediately opened fire, signaling him to halt. While 2 soldiers attempted to intercept him directly, with predictable consequences. As the 2 soldiers confronted Yulei, he swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches, sending both soldiers flying. Yulei swiftly entered the teleportation array, raising his right hand to press a button on his wristband, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Just as Yulei was being transported away, Fen Tianyan emerged from the vortex along with 20 instructors. What greeted their eyes was a teleportation array flickering with a flash of white light and 2 soldiers lying motionless on the ground. Curse it, he got away. Fen Tianyan seethed with fury, stomping his foot onto the ground, causing the platinum-hued tiles beneath him to shatter with a resounding crash. Chapter 85. Soul Ring Absorption Successful. Curse it, he got away. Fen Tianyan's wrath intensified, his foot crashing down once more, further fracturing the gleaming tiles below him. Helplessly watching Yulei's departure, the color of Fen Tianyan's face transformed to a deep shade of purple, and he vented his fury into the air. You have some nerve, you little brat. Do not let me see you again, or I shall have you torn to shreds. Fen Tianyan's roar echoed throughout the entire Platinum Building, lingering in the air long after it was uttered. Rome University, Teleportation Array. Yulei sat on the railing of the dormitory balcony, panting heavily. Fortunately, it was not solely our agricultural university's teleportation array that could reach such places. There were a dozen other schools with similar arrays. Even if that old scoundrel, Burning Sky Yin, attempted to pursue me, he might not catch up right away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest and retrieved the soul bone of the infernal fireside's right arm. The previously lifted seal on your soul power will now be reinstated. Please brace yourself for the impending seal countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commencing seal. The system's cold voice reverberated in Yulei's ears as 3 purple soul rings materialized around his waist. Gradually, the third soul ring began to fade away, while the colors of the remaining 2 rings transformed, ultimately turning both into a vibrant yellow. Seeing his soul power sealed once more, Yulei smiled. Thank you, dear system, for arriving just in time. You allowed me to unseal 20 of my soul power, enabling me to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, I would have long since fallen to their hands, and at that point, no one would be left to assist you in completing your tasks. It is my duty to serve the host. Assisting you in times of peril is the very essence of this system's purpose. After all, I am bound to you. Should you perish, I too would cease to exist in this world. Thus, it brings me great joy to provide you with the utmost support in times of danger. The system articulated in its frigid, synthetic tone. Wait, cease to exist together? Can't systems bind themselves to anyone at will? Why do you say that, dear system? Yulei was filled with perplexity. After a prolonged silence, the system finally spoke again. Host, unlike those sweet and pampering systems, I am unique within the realm of systems. The Douluo continent system exists solely in my singularity. Since I have bound myself to you, there shall be no other individual in this world capable of binding with the Douluo system. This system is irreplaceable. In other words, I can only bind with one person throughout my existence, and that person is you. Consequently, having bound myself to you means I shall become an intrinsic part of your being, accompanying you through the entirety of your life. After which the Douluo continent system shall cease to exist in this world. Yi Lei was utterly astonished. He could never have anticipated that the binding of the system to him would culminate in such an outcome. He had assumed that upon the demise of an individual endowed with a system, the system would sever its ties and embark on a quest for a suitable new host to continue its service. Thus, a fervent thought ignited within him. Dear system, since you have spoken thus, I assure you that I shall not disappoint you. I will fulfill your tasks 100%, even unto my last breath. The system responded reassuringly, rest assured, dear host. Now that the nation has undergone the transformation of Douluo, human lifespans have increased several-fold. With your prowess, you shall undoubtedly become the oldest and strongest individual across the land. This declaration provided Yi Lei with a sense of reassurance. The individual and the system sat together on the balcony railing, engaged in a lively conversation. After a while, the surrounding air suddenly plummeted several degrees, and a radiant ice-blue light surged forth from the nearby girls' dormitory, transforming in midair into a magnificent ice-blue phoenix. Splendid! Warming's third soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Yi Lei let out an excited scream. In the midst of the air, within the colossal phantom of the ice phoenix, a woman with a striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of magnificent ice-blue wings behind her, allowing her to hover gracefully. That person could not be anyone other than Han Wan. Chapter 86. The Murder of My Husband. Wonderful! Nwaner has successfully absorbed her third soul ring. Yi Lei let out an excited scream. In midair, within the vast apparition of an ice phoenix, a woman of striking figure unfurled 2 pairs of enormous ice-blue wings, allowing her to hover gracefully. That figure could only be Han Wan. At this moment, Han Wan had her eyes closed. In the next instant, she enveloped herself with her wings, and after a few seconds, the ice-blue wings expanded once more, revealing her impressive form again. Suspended in the air, Han Wan opened her eyes, and a glint of cold light flashed in her gaze. Accompanying this was the appearance of 2 pale purple soul rings and a large black soul ring, arranged in succession. As Han Wan opened her eyes, she spotted a dark silhouette seated on one of the balconies of the male dormitory directly ahead. The figure transitioned from sitting on the balcony railing to standing upon it. Raising a hand, alarm bells rang in Han Wan's mind, prompting her to swiftly conjure 5 ice blades and hurl them towards the shadowy figure. As Yi Lei observed Han Wan opening her eyes, he had just positioned himself at the railing, extending his hand to greet her. However, to his astonishment, he was met with 5 sharp ice blades. Yi Lei was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he hastily bent down to evade the impending danger. Although he successfully dodged the blade, his foot slipped, causing his waist to collide forcefully against the iron railing. Yi Lei let out a pained cry and then slipped into the balcony, accompanied by the iron railing. Yi Lei lay on the balcony floor, his right hand pressed against his waist, emitting a series of groans. Han Wan, witnessing the shadow collapse, let out a chilling laugh and promptly took flight with a flutter of her wings. Upon recognizing the figure moaning on the ground, her lips twitched. Nwaner, what are you doing? Are you committing fratricide against your own husband? Yi Lei lay on the ground, clutching his waist as he spoke to Han Wan. How was I to know it was you? In such a dim environment, having just absorbed my soul ring, I instinctively perceived you as a dubious figure seated there, which is why I so carelessly hurled my ice blade. Han Wan lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Lei's gaze, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper, reminiscent of a contrite child. All right, do not berate yourself. Just assist me in rising. My back aches terribly. As Yi Lei gazed at Han Wan, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. He then clasped his waist and gradually sat up. Observing this, Han Wan quickly approached to lend a helping hand. Once Yi Lei stood upright, Han Wan finally discerned his attire. Yi Lei, why on earth are you dressed like this at such a late hour? Have you ventured out to engage in some mischief? Han Wan inquired with a hint of perplexity. Alas, I assure you, Miss Han. Why do you always assume I am up to no good? I am merely embracing the challenge, knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead. My late-night excursion was solely to retrieve this. Yi Lei wore an expression of innocence, and then, as if conjured from thin air. He extracted the bone of the infernal scythe from his right arm. The moment the soul bone emerged, the waves of heat radiating from it swiftly overwhelmed the chill emanating from Han Yuan. This is the soul bone of the infernal scythe mantis from this morning? Gazing at the bone before her, which exuded a torrent of warmth resembling a scythe, Han Yuan instinctively exclaimed. Indeed, Yilei responded. Indeed, it is that soul beast. Earlier, while I was resting, I unexpectedly sensed a peculiar heat emanating from the Hellfire Scythe Mantis's soul ring and beast soul, as if something were resonating with them. Consequently, I deduced that the soul bone belonging to the Hellfire Scythe Mantis had manifested at that moment. Thus, I donned this attire of night and ventured into the mirrored world to retrieve the soul bone. However, I had not anticipated that the members of the Elder Hall had also discovered its presence. Seizing the opportunity, I incited a commotion and stealthily reclaimed the soul bone, only to find myself pursued by the fiery faction of the Burning Sky. I exerted tremendous effort to escape, and thankfully, I managed to break free. Yilei, with an air of nonchalance, recounted the perilous experiences of the night. Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of Yilei's words. After a significant pause, she finally grasped the implication of his narrative. Are you saying, Yilei, that you ventured alone into a den of danger in the dead of night to confront our instructor for the soul bone, and that they pursued you? Upon realizing the situation, Han Yuan could not help but raise her voice, reaching out to firmly grasp Yilei's ear. Ouch, that hurts. Han Yuan, be gentle. Yilei winced in pain. All right. See, I'm fine, merely sustained a minor shock. In fact, considering the circumstances, it's likely that those from the burning heaven flames suffered more severe injuries than I did. What do you mean by that? Han Yuan, upon hearing Yilei's words, was filled with confusion, her mind struggling to process the information. When I arrived, I deliberately unsealed my own restrictions by 20, endowing both of my martial souls with 3,000-year soul rings. Simultaneously, I completely unsealed the left leg bone of my human face Spider King. This was my strategy. Not only did it allow me to conceal my identity, but it also afforded me a brief opportunity to escape. They only had Feng Tianyan who had reached the realm of a 5-ring soul king, while the remaining 20 instructors were all merely 4-ring soul masters. They ought to be grateful that I did not fully unseal my other soul bone, the 85,000-year Titan Ant King's torso bone. Otherwise, tomorrow's military training would not be a training session, but rather a feast on the playground for us all, sending off those 21 individuals. Seeing Yilei's audacious arrogance, Han Yuan felt utterly helpless. Yet, upon reflection, she realized he was not entirely wrong. If Yilei had unleashed the skill of the 85,000-year Titan Ant King's torso bone, the Titan's descent, it was likely that Feng Tianyin and his cohort would have been reduced to mere dust within the Stardow forest. At this thought, Han Yuan involuntarily shivered, as she recalled Yilei's gaze earlier that morning when he observed the soul beast, the Hellfire Scythe Mantis, which resembled that of a merciless deity, brimming with an aura of slaughter that engulfed the surroundings. Beep, beep, beep. It was precisely 1:00 a.m. in the imperial capital. The electronic clock on the dormitory balcony chimed, startling both Yilei and Han Yuan momentarily. My goodness, is it already this late? All right, Yuan, let us return to rest. We have military training tomorrow. With a gaze filled with affection, Yilei said to Han Yuan, gently ruffling her hair. All right, I understand. But you've tousled my hair. Han Yuan shot Yilei a playful glare, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she turned to take flight. Yilei suddenly recalled the favor Han Yuan had asked of him. Wait a moment, Yuan, you haven't taken what you requested from me yet. With that, he raised his hand and presented her with 3 pale purple soul rings. These are 3 soul rings, each with 1,000 years of age. You can give them to your 3 roommates. They will be able to absorb them without any issue. Yilei instructed. All right, Han Yuan replied with a sweet smile. She reached out to gather the 3 soul rings and quickly flew towards the balcony of her dormitory. After watching Han Yuan enter her room, Yilei finally left the balcony and returned to his dorm. After shedding his night attire, he chose not to place it back into the wardrobe. Instead, he stored it along with the ghostly mask into the system space. Having completed these tasks, he climbed back into bed to rest. As soon as Yilei's head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to the dormitory, Han Yuan sensed something amiss. The other 3 beds were completely unoccupied. With a perplexed expression, she noticed a faint glimmer of 3 distinct colors emanating from the crack beneath the door. Curiosity piqued. She opened the door to find Luo Yun and the others seated at the entrance, engrossed in their cultivation, surrounded by their thick garments. Han Wan sighed inwardly, contemplating that their decision to practice outside must be due to the chill emitted during her soul ring absorption, a phenomenon beyond her control. Given that her martial spirit was the Ice Phoenix, embodying the essence of ultimate frost, shaking her head, she roused the three practitioners. Luo Yun was the first to emerge from her meditative state, and upon seeing Han Wan, she inquired, "Sister Wan, have you completed the soul ring absorption?" The other two gradually awakened, responding to Luo Yun's question with astonished expressions. "Really? Sister Wan, may we see your soul ring?" Yes, please show us." Among them, Han Wan found it hardest to resist Luo Yun's charming demeanor, and she replied earnestly, "All right, if you wish to see, then I shall show you. But I must warn you, do not freeze or catch a chill." Observing the three nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at grains, Han Wan wasted no time and summoned her martial spirit and soul rings. Luo Yun gazed at the three soul rings suspended at Han Wan's waist, then glanced at the gently fluttering wings behind her. After a moment of contemplation, she could not help but exclaim, "Sister Wan, do your wings seem to have grown larger? Or is it merely my imagination?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Na and Wang Yunning shifted their attention to Han Wan's wings as well. "I feel the same," they echoed in unison. Han Wan brought her wings before her for a closer inspection and remarked, "Hearing your words, it does appear so. It's likely due to the absorption of this 50,000-year soul ring. I recall Yi Lei mentioning that under normal circumstances, my wings would not have expanded to such size. Normal soul ring absorption? What does that mean, warm sister? Isn't your soul ring absorption normal?" Luo Yun asked, her expression one of confusion. As a 16-year-old girl, she had little interest in the fantastical world of Douluo continent during her middle and high school years. Had it not been for the nationwide trend of Douluo, she would have remained wholly engrossed in her studies, oblivious to such fantasy narratives. When I refer to normal soul ring absorption, I imply that every soul master must absorb a soul ring upon reaching level 10. According to the novel's lore, their first soul ring is typically selected from 10 or 100 years, rather than the 1,000-year soul ring that I possess. The sequence of soul rings generally follows the pattern of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Of course, they might opt for a formidable 10,000-year soul beast as their 9th soul ring. In contrast, my first two soul rings were derived from a 1,000-year steel-winged blue-headed eagle and a 1,300-year magic eye ice kite. Ordinarily, my first and second soul skills should have been of 100 years, but Yi Lei chose relatively gentle soul beasts for me, lacking substantial lethality, which facilitated my absorption process. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest early. Oh, by the way, I've procured the soul rings you desired. At this, Han Wan retrieved the 3,000-year soul rings previously given to her by Yi Lei from her pocket. After distributing the soul rings among Luo Yun and her companions, Han Wan added, "Soon, you'll go and absorb your soul rings. Just crush them during the process, and it will be fine." "Thank you, warm sister," they exclaimed in unison, brimming with excitement. No, you shouldn't be thanking me," Han Wan corrected them. "Oh, right. Thank you, brother-in-law," they chorused. That night was indeed fulfilling. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered on the playground. When Han Wan caught sight of their chief instructor, she couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, Yi Lei was not mistaken. Their instructor, who had sported a stylish steel-clipped crew cut yesterday, had now inexplicably transformed into a bald man, his shiny scalp marked with faint scorch marks. Who else could achieve such a transformation in this school but Yi Lei? Han Wan restrained her laughter and continued with the military training. Half an hour later, Fan Tianin reappeared on the podium and addressed the students of the entire grade, instructing the instructors to take those who had yet to acquire their first spirit ring to the mirror world to hunt for spirit rings. Upon hearing this, the students without spirit rings began to murmur amongst themselves. 10 minutes later, 20 instructors led their respective classes, each with students who had not yet acquired a spirit ring, to the school's teleportation array. As the instructor of Han Wan's class prepared to lead the group, he noticed that Luo Yun and her companions showed no intention of leaving, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter? Are you three girls not interested in obtaining your first spirit ring?" "Sorry, instructor, we don't need it," they chorused. A brief silence enveloped the air. "Don't need it? What kind of joke is this? Do you realize how crucial your first spirit skill is? You wouldn't be attempting to absorb a spirit ring that's less than a century old, would you? That would ruin the entire development trajectory of your martial spirits." "But, instructor, We genuinely don't need the spirit rings, Luo Yun replied softly. All right then, since you claim you don't want the spirit rings, how about you show us your spirit rings? Let us all see. The instructor retorted angrily. Fine, I'll show you. Luo Yun murmured under her breath, then clasped her hands together at her chest. In the next moment, a radiant burst of 7 colors emanated from her hands, and a 7-layered pagoda gradually materialized behind her, accompanied by a pale purple spirit ring. The number 1 auxiliary martial spirit, the 7 treasure glaze tile. Quickly, a classmate exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Yun's martial spirit. At that moment, the instructor felt as though he had been struck across the face. After Luo Yun revealed her martial spirit, Xiao Na and Wang Yuning simultaneously showcased theirs, a deep blue flower and a majestic dark purple deer, respectively. What is this? The instructor was momentarily speechless, unable to recognize the 2 martial spirits before him. Instructor, my martial spirit is the hidden sea flower, and her martial spirit is the dusk enigma deer. Jonah addressed the instructor, who, with a resigned nod, placed a hand on his forehead and said to them, all right, I understand. You 4 go wait over by the podium. Soon, Instructor Wen will personally take you to complete your military training course. With that, the instructor led the class to the school's teleportation array. Along the way, he touched his slightly reddened cheek, lamenting that today's 3 slaps had been rather painful. All right, you 3, retract your martial souls. Let us first find Yilei and then gather at the podium, Han Wan said, turning to reveal her wings and soaring towards Yilei's class formation. Since her martial soul bestowed upon her the ability to fly, why expend energy walking? Every step saved was a measure of stamina preserved. As Han Wan took flight, the 3 girls remained rooted in place, exchanging glances. Jonah and Luo Yun looked at each other before simultaneously turning their gaze towards Wang Yuning. Sai, what is it? What do you want to see me do? A few minutes later, the 4 met up with Yilei and his companions. The moment Chen Sison and Jing Heng laid eyes on Luo Yun and Jonah, their gazes became fixated upon the 2 girls. Luo Yun felt uncomfortable under Chen Sison's scrutinizing stare, shifting her feet and taking refuge behind Han Wan. Seeing this, Chen Sison realized he could no longer stare unabashedly. If he continued, he might end up with a needle-like gaze. His idealized figure had hidden behind his friend's wife. And if he persisted, he would surely provoke Yilei's wrath, potentially becoming a mere roasted dragon meat. With this thought, Chen Sison trembled involuntarily, imagining that if it came to that, he might not even be able to muster a defense. Subsequently, he redirected his attention away from Luo Yun and approached Jing Heng, delivering a sharp slap to his back. Cough. The force from behind caused Jing Heng to cough violently, nearly spitting blood. What the hell, old Chun, what are you doing? Do you want to get electrocuted? Jing Heng gritted his teeth, speaking harshly. P.S. I don't know why, but I feel so exhausted today, lacking the motivation to write. There are still 2 chapters to go. I'll take a break for now. Chapter 90. When did they get together? What the hell? Old Shin, what are you doing? Do you want to get electrocuted? Jing Heng gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Are you blind? Knowing full well that I was injured just yesterday and have only just recovered this morning, you dare to confront me like this? Do you wish for me to return to my dormitory and lie down for another day? If you have the courage, let us duel. Do you believe I cannot singe the hair from your body with my electricity? As Jing Heng unleashed his verbal barrage upon Chen Sitsuan, a surge of electricity crackled through the air surrounding him, causing Chen Sitsuan's hair to stand on end due to static. Hey, man, are you out of your mind? Just look at yourself. Your gaze is so blatant, fixated on Xiao Na, that it's made her shy away. Chen Sitsuan retorted, refusing to back down. At that moment, Xiao Na discreetly slipped over to Han Wan's side, feeling awkward under Jing Heng's watchful eye, and sought refuge beside Han Wan to avoid his lingering gaze. And you dare to accuse me? Weren't you just staring at that little girl, causing her to shyly hide behind Yilei's wife? How can you even speak to me like that? Jing Heng shot back. The tension between the 2 escalated, and ethereal manifestations of their respective martial souls began to materialize behind them, each radiating a luminous aura of purple and green as they prepared to clash. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of unleashing their soul skills against one another, a stone wall abruptly materialized between them. All right. Is it really necessary for you 2 to behave like this? If you like the girl, go after her. Why are you both just staring at her, making it seem like you're some kind of lecher? Moreover, do we really need to resort to our martial souls over a few words? We still have military training ahead. If you 2 exhaust your soul power, how will you defend yourselves? I won't be covering for you. Yulei approached and delivered a swift kick to Chen Xijan's backside, commencing a lengthy reprimand directed at the duo. After an extensive admonishment, Yulei finally returned to Han Wan's side. Chen Xijan and Jing Hang reconciled, their bond restored, yet when their gazes met, an unmistakable glimmer of rivalry shone in their eyes. By the way, have you seen Liang? Have you spotted Wang Yuning? She seems to have vanished. After a brief silence, Jing Hang and Xiao Na spoke in unison. Yulei turned to glance at Han Wan, their eyes meeting perfectly. They exchanged smiles and simultaneously spoke. They are heading to the playground. Huh. Suddenly, the air fell silent. What? Huh? What on earth? Lazy, what did you say? Huh. Yulei and Han Wan burst into laughter upon witnessing the reactions of the four. Sure can. Jing Hang, have you two not realized yet? Song Yang is no longer a singleton. He has been in a relationship for quite some time, Yulei stated directly, wishing to avoid further teasing. What? Song Yang has a girlfriend? Chun Sure Can and Jing Hang exclaimed in shock, quickly following up with, who is she? Who else could it be but Wang Yuning? The one who vanished alongside him. This time, Luo Yin also grasped the situation, peeking out from behind Han Wan, her cheeks puffed as she spoke. What? They got together? When did this happen? Jing Hang asked, puzzled. Chun Sure Can, enchanted by the adorable appearance of Luo Yun, found himself speechless, simply standing there in silence. After a considerable pause, Chun Sure Can finally asked, how long have they been together? This time, he inquired with a curiosity akin to that of a bystander. They have been neighbors since childhood, essentially childhood sweethearts. Their mothers are close friends, and they arranged a betrothal for them. Wang Yuning used to cling to Song Yang like a little leech, calling him brother. They were classmates from elementary through high school and shared the same desk, which naturally led to their feelings developing over time. They made a promise that once they both got accepted into Rome University, they would officially start dating. Thus, they began their relationship on the day the acceptance letters from Rome University arrived, so it has been a little over a month now. However, I dare say they act like a newlywed couple most of the time. Moreover, it was during their second year of high school that they played matchmakers for Han Wan and me. As he spoke, Yulei affectionately wrapped an arm around Han Wan's waist, his gaze towards her filled with adoration, leaving the four present to indulge in a mouthful of dog food. Suddenly, the announcement pierced through the school, all new students with soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. At that moment, the more than 10 students on the playground promptly made their way towards the podium. P.S. Another chapter completed. The novel is nearing its 100th chapter. So let us celebrate in advance. Keep going. There is one more to go. Chapter 91, Second Military Training Lesson. All new students with soul rings, please gather at the podium. Your second military training lesson is about to commence. The sudden echo of a broadcast resonated throughout the school, prompting over 10 individuals on the playground to hasten towards the podium. As Yulei and his companions took their positions, they caught sight of Song Yang and Wang Yuning approaching hand in hand from a distance. Upon their nearer arrival, Song Yang discerned a menacing glint in the eyes of Chun Si Can and Jing Hang, a gaze that could pierce through flesh. Puzzled as he approached, Chun Si Can and Jing Hang flanked him, seizing his arms and dragging him aside despite his struggles. As they departed, Jing Hang turned to Wang Yuning and assured her, rest assured, we shall not harm your boyfriend in the slightest. We will return him to you in pristine condition. With that, they left, leaving Wang Yuning alone, bewildered in the wind. After a few moments of dazed contemplation, she approached Han Wan and timidly inquired of Yulei. Yulei, your two friends won't do anything to Song Yang, will they? Oh, fret not. They wouldn't dare. Han Wan comforted her. Oh, that is a relief, Wang Yuning said, placing a hand over her heart to steady her breath. Once the 17 individuals stood before the podium, they awaited the arrival of Fun Tian Yin in silence. Ah, I see we have 3 new faces today. Splendid. Now, allow me to present the agenda for today's military training. This marks your second lesson, and for some, it is their inaugural session. Today's curriculum is relatively simpler than yesterday's and focuses on the theme of teamwork. You 17 may form teams at your discretion, however. The evaluation of your team dynamics will be crucial. Your task is to assist 10 third-year seniors in hunting their first spirit ring. The longer the duration of the hunted spirit ring, the greater the rewards bestowed by our Elder Hall. Now, let us welcome our 10 third-year seniors to the stage to introduce their martial spirits and spirit power levels. With a clap of his hands, Fun Tian Yin signaled, and 10 young men and women sequentially ascended the podium. You may now begin to form your teams. there is no limit to the number of members per group. No sooner had Fan Tianyan's words left his lips than the teams swiftly took shape, dividing the 17 into two groups, one consisting of 9 members and the other of 8. After Yi Lei and his companions concluded their conversation with Fan Tianyan, the 8 of them instantly gathered together, showing no intention of separating or accepting the group request from the other 9. Consequently, the remaining 9 had no choice but to form their own team. It appears that the allocation of these 17 students transpired quite swiftly. Now, let us invite the senior students from the 3rd year to select a duo to join. Each team may consist of no more than 5 members. A few male seniors glanced between the two teams and, without hesitation, opted for the 9-member group, reasoning that the absence of females in their team was preferable, as the 8-member group comprised 4 girls, whom they perceived as potential liabilities. Thus, they decisively chose the all-male 9-member team. Observing the seniors' choice, the countenance of the 9-member group turned grim. Their collective strength would struggle to vanquish a century-old soul beast, whereas Yi Lei's 8-member group could effortlessly tackle a millennium soul beast. The 9-member group quickly filled up, leaving the remaining 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors with no option but to join Yi Lei's 8-member ensemble. With the senior selections concluded, it was time for the students from both groups to reveal their martial spirits and levels. The 9-member group, under the hopeful gaze of the 5 male seniors, presented their martial spirits, which were uniformly adorned with white soul rings, barely reaching level 15. The expressions of the 5 male seniors darkened considerably. They then shifted their attention to Yi Lei's 8-member group. A series of brilliant flashes illuminated the scene. Even the least impressive soul ring among the 8-member group was at the century mark, while the rest sported purple millennium soul rings. As Han Wan's 1st and 2nd soul rings shimmered in succession, her 3rd soul ring soon followed. When onlookers discerned the color of the 3rd soul ring, including Fan Tianyan, they were all left in astonishment. A 10,000-year 3rd ring? How could this be possible? Fan Tianyan gasped in disbelief. This is inconceivable. Among the elders in the hall, their 3rd soul rings typically only reach the 2,000-year mark, with only a select few achieving 6,000 years. To think such a talent could emerge from this modest school. We must find a way to recruit her into our elder hall. With this thought, Fan Tianyan waved his hand, and immediately a soldier approached him. He whispered a few words into the soldier's ear, who promptly set about executing his orders. Meanwhile, on the podium, Yi Lei observed Fan Tianyan's every move with keen interest. What scheme does this old man intend to concoct? From his recent actions, could it be that he wishes to recruit Han Wan into the Elder Hall? If that were indeed the case, they must not be allowed to succeed. Yi Lei murmured softly. What did you just say, Yi Lei? Han Wan leaned in closer, inquiring sweetly. It's nothing. Yi Lei parted his lips to utter 3 words, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. He refrained from disclosing his thoughts to Han Wan, fearing it might alarm her. He resolved that should that day ever arrive, he would resolutely thwart the intentions of the Elder Council. In the eyes of the Council, those who are beneficial to them are welcomed with open arms, while those who refuse to join them are destined to vanish from this world. Yi Lei was acutely aware of this grim fate, which fueled his profound disdain for the Elder Council, an entity that professes to serve the people and promote their welfare, yet clandestinely engages in the vampiric pursuit of self-interest by feeding off the lifeblood of the populace. As Yi Lei turned his head, he was met with the exceedingly twisted gaze of Fan Tianyan, one that exuded an unsettling aura. It was undeniably lewd. It appeared that he truly harbored such thoughts. Indeed, he was a notorious pervert. The murderous intent in Yi Lei's eyes intensified. At that moment, when Han Wan's martial spirit manifested, the group of 9 erupted in fervor. The 5 senior students from the 3rd year directed a barrage of insults at the group of 9, invoking their ancestors in their tirades. Damn it. You 9 boys can't even match the 8 from next door. At the very least, you should have a yellow soul ring. Yet here you are, all boasting 10-year soul rings. Pray tell, how many century-old soul beasts can you possibly slay? After one boy finished his rant, he strode directly in front of Yi Lei's group, addressing the 2 male seniors and 3 female seniors who had chosen Yi Lei's group. You 5, let's switch. You go to the group of 9, and we will remain in this group of 8. Mago, this isn't right. After all, you chose this group yourselves and looked down upon these freshmen, one voice interjected. The one referred to as Ma Gu was none other than Ma Tianming. What? Do you look down on me? If I tell you to switch, you must comply. If you refuse, you have 2 options, either leave on your own accord, or I will kindly escort you out. Ma Tianming forcefully shoved one of the male seniors, who, intimidated by Ma Tianming's influence at the school, dared not utter a word. Instructor Fun, can our two teams engage in mutual harm? At this juncture, a sudden voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to find that it was Yi Lei who had spoken. Fan Tianyin was momentarily taken aback before responding. The examination rules do not prohibit mutual harm between teams, so it is permissible. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Lei turned to give a subtle signal to Song Yang. Understanding immediately, Song Yang summoned a massive crocodile that materialized behind him. With a swift motion, he lashed out with its tail, sending the 5 individuals soaring several meters away. Subsequently, Yi Lei and his companions escorted their seniors directly to the teleportation array. Along the way, one male senior could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "May I ask who is the leader among you 8? The gazes of the 7 others unwaveringly turned towards Yi Lei. "What are you all looking at me for?" Yi Lei was taken aback by their words and inquired. Although it was true that Yi Lei's soul ring configuration was the lowest among the 8 of us, he possessed an advantage that none of us had, his dual martial souls. Furthermore, all 7 of our soul rings were obtained with his assistance. And he has the most profound understanding of soul beasts, enabling him to accurately determine the soul skills that should be attached to each of our martial souls. Given his combat intelligence, it is only fitting that he leads our group of 8. Han Wan asserted confidently. "What? You have dual martial souls?" "Indeed. And I am a dual martial soul, dual ring grand soul master." "Wow." The male senior was astonished. "I must cling tightly to this formidable ally." P.S. I am quite exhausted today. There are still 2 chapters to go. Chapter 93. Instant Kill. Millennium Soul Beast. I must hold on tightly to this formidable ally. The male senior thought. 5 minutes later, the group passed through the teleportation array and entered the Platinum Building. Wow, this place is so luxurious. So beautiful. The 2 female seniors were astounded upon entering the Platinum Building, snapping photographs with their phones. "Excuse me, ladies, photography is prohibited here as it pertains to military confidentiality." A soldier quickly approached to intervene upon witnessing the actions of the 2 female seniors. The 2 seniors had no choice but to comply, deleting all the photos they had just taken. "All right, seniors, let us proceed inside." Yi Lei took the lead, directly stepping into the vortex. 13 individuals swiftly entered the Stardow Forest. "Seniors, reveal your martial souls. After observing your martial souls, I shall assist you in making a decision regarding the most suitable spirit beasts for you." "All right," echoed 5 voices in unison. The 5 seniors immediately unleashed their martial souls, their bodies undergoing subtle transformations. Scanning complete. Chen Tian, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Spirit Power Level 15. Wang Bo, Martial Soul Kuanping, Spirit Power Level 14. The Soul Beast detector on Yi Lei's left arm revealed the martial spirits of all 5 senior students. As for the 3 senior sisters, "There is no need for you to hunt soul beasts. I possess the soul rings you require. I shall provide them to you directly. You need only absorb them." Yi Lei retrieved 3 violet soul rings from the system space and handed them to the 3 senior sisters for absorption. Dear seniors, do you envision your ideal first soul skill to be focused on defense, self-enhancement, or offense?" "I shall opt for offense," one replied. "So shall I," echoed the other. Wang Bo and Chen Tian pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, I comprehend your preferences. Please wait for me a moment." Yi Lei nodded. He unleashed his original soul technique, Flame Flow Meteor. Yi Lei simultaneously unleashed the first and second soul skills of the Flame Lord, causing hundreds of massive fire stones to begin crashing down in all directions from their epicenter. The initial wave of attacks swiftly attracted the attention of a soul beast. Beep. Scan complete. Soul beast, Thunder Bear. Age 1,200 years. Senior Chen Tian, brace yourself. Your soul ring is approaching. Yi Lei flashed a smile at Chen Tian. "Wanner, it is time to test your 3rd soul skill." "Very well." Han Wan nodded, then summoned her martial spirit and soared into the air. A mighty roar echoed through the forest, and in the next moment, a towering bear, covered in a soft lavender fur, emerged from the thicket. The Thunder Bear possessed powerful limbs, and arcs of electricity crackled around its body. A distinct charred mark marred its left foreleg, clearly indicating that Yi Lei's earlier soul skill had struck it there, igniting its fury. Yi Lei deftly fashioned a colossal stone sphere with his bare hands, infusing it with the elemental power of fire before casting it skyward. As the stone sphere descended, Yi Lei unleashed a powerful punch, propelling the sphere towards the Thunder Bear. With a thunderous roar, the Thunder Bear swiped with its paw, unleashing 5 blades of crackling lightning that shattered the stone sphere into countless fragments. Third soul skill, Ice Flash Stab. Han Nuan, suspended in midair, gathered her soul power, and from the void emerged a magnificent ice-blue phoenix as her ethereal projection. With a pointed finger, the ice-blue phoenix surged towards the Thunder Bear. In an instant, the projection entered the Thunder Bear's body. With a resounding crack, the creature was instantly encased in ice, and in the next moment, it erupted from within. The Thunder Bear's form was obliterated, scattering into a myriad of icy shards. Goodness gracious, did that just happen in an instant? Chun Tian gasped in astonishment, his jaw nearly grazing the ground, his speech faltering as he struggled to comprehend the feat before him. With a single strike, a millennium-old soul beast had been vanquished. A pale purple soul ring materialized in the air. Senior Chun Tian, you may absorb the soul ring now. Feel free to do so here. No soul beasts will approach for the time being, so you can absorb it with confidence. Yilei remarked. Oh, splendid. Chun Tian regained his focus, positioning himself directly beneath the soul ring, settling onto the ground as the form of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus encircled him, its faint lavender glow gradually merging with his being. Ah, I am quite fatigued. To achieve my goal, I must compose yet another piece. Alas, this is quite the challenge. By the way, with Teacher's Day approaching, I extend my heartfelt wishes for a joyous Teacher's Day to educators around the globe. Chapter 94, The Second Soul Ring of Songyang. Ah, splendid. Chun Tian once again regained his focus, settling beneath the soul ring, surrounded by the form of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. As the soft lavender hue slowly integrated into his essence. Now that Senior Chun has commenced the absorption of the soul ring, we too must persist in fulfilling our tasks. Wang Bo, your martial soul is the Kuanping, one of the ancient divine beasts of Huaxia, characterized by its robust physique akin to a sandbag. Therefore, your first soul skill presents you with 2 distinct directional choices, offensive, considering that your Kuanping martial soul does not possess any elemental enhancement. The selection of your first soul skill holds great significance, as the chosen attribute will influence the trajectory of your future 8 soul skills. If you opt for a defensive approach, acquiring your first soul ring will be quite straightforward. Soul beasts such as the armored beast, 1,000-pound ant, and ironclad tortoise, known for their toughened exteriors, would serve as the finest choices for your initial soul ring. However, should you choose the offensive route, the most harmonious attribute with your Kuanping martial soul would be the water attribute, though other attributes could also suffice. The paramount advantage of the Kuanping martial soul lies in its proficiency in underwater combat. Within the depths, you can navigate with ease, and you need not fear water-based offensive soul skills. In the eyes of the Kuanping, the water attribute serves as the ultimate supplementary resource, and any locale abundant in water elements becomes your battlefield. Yilei spoke to Wang Bo at length, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ultimately, he could only nod in agreement. It seemed quite straightforward. One merely needed to find a soul beast devoid of any attributes, or perhaps one of the water attribute. Yilei mused. Yilei raised his hand and began to operate the bracelet, selecting the most suitable spirit beast for Senior Wang Bo. The Kuanping can be regarded as a type of fish, thus, the selection of spirit rings can be limited to aquatic creatures. The only weakness of the Kuanping is its sluggish speed, so it would be prudent to choose a highly mobile and aggressive aquatic spirit beast. If such a choice were to be made, the arrow-shaped fish would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. With this thought in mind, Yilei informed the group and promptly transported them to the seaside of the forest, accompanied by Chun Tian, who was concurrently absorbing his spirit ring. Senior Wang Bo, your first spirit ring is to be acquired here, and I have selected the arrow-shaped fish for you. This spirit beast is characterized by its exceptional agility and formidable penetrating power, beyond its impressive offensive capabilities. It will also help to compensate for the deficiencies of your martial soul. The next step lies in your hands, Jing Hang. Yilei remarked. Very well. Then behold my prowess. With that, Jing Hang activated his first soul skill, the body of the mammoth. A colossal purple mammoth materialized behind him, emitting a thunderous trumpet. It then seamlessly merged with Jing Hang, surrounding his form with a shimmering purple shield, crackling with countless arcs of lightning. Just as the arrow-shaped fish was about to breach the water's surface, Jing Hang leaped into the depths, causing the fish, which had just emerged partially from the water, to plunge back down. He began to thrash wildly, stirring the waters and causing an abundance of small fish and shrimp to rise to the surface. After several moments, The arrow-shaped fish ceased its struggles, rolling onto its back and floating atop the water. All done, Jing Heng exclaimed as he climbed ashore, dispelling his mammoth form. Yilei flicked his right hand, sending forth a vine of blue silver grass that directly dragged the arrow-shaped fish to the shore. Senior Wang Bo, you may now absorb the soul ring. Yilei cast the soul beast before Wang Bo, who nodded and seated himself on the ground, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. Well then, our second lesson of military training has been accomplished, with the first soul skills of all 5 seniors firmly in place. Once these 5 have completed their absorption of the soul rings, we shall return to the school and indulge in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, as the afternoon appears to hold little else in store for us. Yilei stretched lazily and sat beside Han Wan, cheerfully speaking. Suddenly, 3 azure blades of light descended upon the ground before the crowd, leaving deep marks upon the earth. Yilei was taken aback. As he raised his head, he spotted a monkey adorned with water blue fur perched on a nearby tree. Beep, scan complete. Blade water monkey, age 1800 years. Upon hearing this, Yilei felt a surge of joy and turned to Song Yang, asking, Old Yang, have you broken through to level 20 in your soul power? I just achieved it this morning. Why? Your second soul skill is within reach. Are you referring to the monkey attacking us? Indeed, it is a water elemental soul beast. It will complement your howling sea emperor crocodile spirit. By absorbing its soul ring, you should acquire a powerful cutting skill. It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. You won't need to lift a finger. Just wait for me to handle it and prepare to absorb the soul ring. With that, Yilei stepped forward, charging directly at the blade water monkey while simultaneously summoning the Flame Lord. In truth, Yilei intended to use his blue silver grass, but the control effects of the first 2 soul skills were insufficient. He required at least the 3rd soul skill, web binding, or the 4th soul skill, blue silver cage, as these 2 possessed the strongest control capabilities among his initial 4 skills. The Flame Lord, however, was not lacking in explosive power. In combat against a water-type soul beast, the Flame Lord's ultimate flames would suffice for suppression. Furthermore, the blade water monkey's attack skills consisted solely of water blades, which would be evaporated in the face of Yilei's molten lava. Warmer, help me control it. Yilei let out a resounding shout and unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Surge, directed at the blade water monkey. Yilei struck the ground with a powerful fist, and immediately, a colossal column of molten lava erupted from beneath the tree where the blade water monkey resided. The scalding lava instantaneously reduced the tree to ashes, and the blade water monkey let out a shriek, propelling itself towards another tree with great force. Upon witnessing the scene, Yilei swiftly transitioned his martial spirit. His first soul skill, binding, manifested as a robust vine of blue silver grass that promptly ensnared the hind leg of the blade monkey. With a vigorous tug, he decisively pulled the creature to the ground. As the blade monkey crashed to the earth, it immediately sprang back to its feet, its claws poised for attack. Unperturbed, Yilei unleashed his second soul skill, parasitic. In an instant, countless strands of blue silver grass erupted from various points on his body, ensnaring the blade monkey in a tightly woven embrace, stifling any soul skill it attempted to unleash. Simultaneously, Han Wan, observing the blade monkey's confinement, activated her second soul skill, Ice Phoenix Condensation. A pair of immense ice blue eyes materialized behind her, locking onto the blade monkey's gaze. The moment the creature met the sight of those ethereal eyes, its frenzied struggles ceased abruptly. An ice blue mark appeared in its eyes, and a fine layer of frost enveloped its surface, rendering the blue-silver grass binding it rigid as a result of the sudden chill. Song Yang, the task is now entrusted to you. Yilei swiftly appeared behind the blade water monkey, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature hurtling towards Song Yang. Exchanging a glance with Wang Yuning, both simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, their first soul rings glowing in unison. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile Tail. The first soul skill, Horned Heavy Halberd. A colossal crocodile tail materialized behind Song Yang, striking fiercely at the blade water monkey, while Wang Yuning summoned the ethereal Mo Ming deer, from which a purple halberd coalesced between its antlers, launching directly at the blade water monkey. The dual strikes of these Millennium Soul skills struck the blade water monkey with tremendous force, creating a gaping wound in its body, leading to its demise. My goodness, is the Mo Ming deer's assault truly this formidable? The might of the Horned Heavy Halberd is scarcely inferior to that of the 49043's fourth soul skill, the Annihilating Celestial Shadow Blade. Yilei stroked his chin, surveying the corpse of the water monkey, which bore a significant gash at its neck. It is no wonder that Tang Xin chose the demon twilight deer as the third soul skill for his Haotian hammer. Its strength is indeed formidable. By the way, I returned to school today, and so much has changed. I find myself somewhat yearning for the start of the semester, yet I must wait until October 8th. It's quite dull at home. The novel has begun to receive recommendations, and the data is improving steadily. I must ensure that I complete all my tasks for September to secure perfect attendance. Song Yang, begin to absorb your second soul skill. I am confident that it will bestow upon you an unexpected power. Yilei remarked, having absorbed this soul ring. You shall become the third among us 8 to attain the esteemed rank of Great Soul Master. Chapter 96, Assistance. Song Yang, commence the absorption of your second soul skill. I am confident it will bestow upon you an unforeseen soul ability. Yilei remarked, by absorbing this soul ring, you will become the third among us 8 to attain the Great Soul Master realm. I understand. I will surely catch up to you and Han Nuan. Together, we shall become formidable beings in this world. That is splendid. Therefore, strive diligently and persevere. I firmly believe you can attain the title of the Awaken the Douluo. Yilei smiled, revealing a set of pearly whites. Song Yang reciprocated with a grin before settling down on the ground. A formidable shadow of a crocodile materialized behind him, quietly resting by his side. With a mere thought, Song Yang summoned the soul ring of the water throat blade, beginning the process of absorption. Noticing that Song Yang had entered a meditative state, he addressed the group, who possessed only a single soul ring. Now, during this brief interlude, take the time to meditate and cultivate your abilities. After all, we have already surpassed many from the 9-man group, yet we must not become complacent. Our goal is to elevate our soul power to level 20 within these 7 days of military training. It is only the second day of training. With 5 more days ahead, I can confidently assert that Instructor Fun and his team will subject us to rigorous training, and with Fan, a 5-ring Soul King, as our instructor, while each of our class's chief instructors is a 4-ring Soul Master, it is likely that on the final day, we will each engage in one-on-one duels with them. Hence, achieving a soul power level of 20 in the next 2 days will enable us to hunt for soul rings afterward, significantly enhancing our strength. Moreover, all of your first soul skills are at the Millennium level. If you all advance to Great Soul Master and affix your second soul rings with the same Millennium level, your soul skills would rival the 3rd and 4th skills of our instructors. Of course, achieving the Soul Elder realm during military training is not out of reach, but it largely depends on individual effort. Among us 8, the primary attack-type Soul Masters, Han Nuan, Jing Hang, Chen Sicai, Wang Yuning, and Song Yang, are 5, while the only support type is the youngest among us, Luo Yun. The control type comprises myself and Xiao Na. I also consider myself a strong attack-type Soul Master, as I am a dual martial soul possessor. Let me share some information about Instructor Fentinyan's martial soul. It is the fiery spirit line of the fire attribute. His first soul skill is the Flaming Claw Strike. I am currently unaware of his 2nd and 3rd skills, but his 4th is named Fiery Pounce, and his 5th is known as 6 Paths of Flame. What? You mean Instructor Fun is a fire attribute 5-ring Soul King? Jing Hang inquired. Indeed. The prowess of a Soul King is formidable. Even if we all banded together, we would stand no chance against him, especially considering he may possess 2 undisclosed abilities. And I am uncertain if he has soul bonds. If he does, it would place us at an even greater disadvantage. I must warn you in advance, the Elder Hall, while ostensibly serving the people, actually thrives on the exploitation of others. Once someone falls under its scrutiny, they face 2 fates. Either they obediently join the Elder Hall or are discreetly eliminated. The method of elimination is far from simple. It involves severing all connections they have in this world. When Huaxia had just undergone the transformation of Douluo, Elder Xiao Xiong, known as the 7th Elder, stationed in our Rong city, dispatched individuals to seek me out. They desired to integrate me into their organization and appoint me as their advisor. However, I declined their offer, prompting Elder 7 to contemplate my elimination. That day, I made them pay a price for their intentions and managed to escape. Over the past 2 months, they have relentlessly tested my resolve, yet I have thwarted each of their attempts, eliminating all who were sent to probe me. Among these encounters, the one that left the most profound impression was with the 6th Elder, Xiao Zhe, the brother of Elder 7, stationed in Shuqing. He sent 6 individuals, one of whom possessed the highest soul power, reportedly in the 30s. He was an evil soul master, and his 3rd soul skill required the sacrifice of human blood. At that moment, he demonstrated this ability before me, draining the blood of 3 police officers present at the scene. Yilei spoke with great indignation. Apart from Han Wan and Song Yang, who was currently absorbing the soul ring, the other 5 were utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom that the Elder Hall, which ostensibly served the entire nation and made numerous contributions, harbored such secrets in the shadows. Their unwavering trust in the Elder Hall wavered at this moment. Enough of this for now. Yilei shook his head, resolutely dismissing those thoughts. He spoke again, urging, "You should focus on your cultivation for now. I will later elucidate the matter in its entirety. Once Song Yang and the seniors have absorbed their soul rings, we will lend our support to the 9-man team. After all, we are from the same cohort and ought to assist them. Given their strength, they are likely to face considerable challenges from Ma Tianming and his 5 companions. And it is quite possible that a few may sustain serious injuries." After Yilei finished speaking, he sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The others, upon witnessing this, refrained from commenting, instead casting inquiring glances towards Han Wan. Yilei's assertion held truth, for when the 7th elder threatened him, he had declared that eliminating Yilei would also entail eliminating me. Han Wan addressed their curiosity, her gaze icy with murderous intent as she spoke. "Chen Sikong, has Yilei not yet revealed his true prowess to you? Indeed, he is a formidable soul master possessing dual martial souls, a rare dual-ringed existence." Chen Sikong queried in bewilderment, while Jing Heng stood silently beside him. Indeed, Yilei possesses dual martial souls, yet his abilities transcend what is currently perceived. His soul power has reached an astonishing level of 64, and his blue-silver grass has evolved into the blue-silver emperor, augmented by 6 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years in age, including one that is a staggering 100,000 years. A 100,000 year soul ring. Shen Sikong and Jing Heng were astounded. They glanced at the reactions of the other 3 girls, only to find their responses surprisingly calm, as if they had anticipated this revelation. Furthermore, his Flame Lord martial soul is enhanced by 310,000 year soul rings and possesses 3 soul bones. No, make that 3. The first was obtained from an 80,000 year old human face spider emperor, known as the human face left leg, boasting 2 skills. The attack skill Spider Emperor's Purple Radiant Slash, and a domain skill named Mental Hunting Ground. The second was derived from an 85,000 year old mutated Titan Ant Emperor, called the Titan Trunk Bone, with the skill Titan's Cataclysmic Flame Burst. The third, which you have all witnessed, is the 60,000 year soul beast, the Infernal Fire Scythe Mantis, which injured Jing Heng yesterday. Han Wan no longer concealed the truth, openly confessing all of Yilei's capabilities to the group. "Sister Wan, are you certain of what you are saying? It has only been 2 months since the Douluo transformation. How could Yilei's strength be so abnormal? This surpasses the typical cultivation speed of an ordinary individual." Jing Heng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "I cannot say for certain. All I know is that on the very day of the Douluo transformation, Yilei's strength was already at this level, and his second martial soul, the Flame Lord, officially awakened the following day. By the 3rd day, he had acquired those 2 soul bones. Enough, Nwaner, do not speak further." Han Wan wished to speak again when suddenly, Yilei's voice resonated from behind her. It appeared that Yilei, who had been in a meditative state, had awakened without her noticing. "Indeed, I have concealed certain truths from you, but it was unavoidable. My enmity with the Elder Hall runs deep, and they are eager to eliminate me. Do you recall my words from yesterday regarding the soul beast slain by Huang Tianwei? In truth, it was not he who vanquished it. Rather, he abandoned us the moment the soul beast materialized, fleeing alone. His intent was to exploit the soul beast to orchestrate my demise, utterly indifferent to your lives. He had meticulously crafted his alibi, claiming that the infernal fire scythe Mantis had appeared unexpectedly, catching us off guard. With our inadequate strength, we would be swiftly dispatched by the infernal fire scythe Mantis, and he would assert that he barely escaped with great effort. His narrative would absolve him of all responsibility, and once the announcement is made, the Elder Hall would dispatch someone to eliminate the soul beast, allowing the matter to dissipate into obscurity. Yilei stood up, brushing off his trousers, and addressed the assembly. "I hope my actions do not implicate you. On the very day of our school commencement, I sealed away the majority of my power, reducing my strength to what you see now, a mere 28th level of soul force, with both of my martial spirits having absorbed only 2-century-old soul rings. Furthermore, I suspect that the Elder Hall will take action after the military training concludes. They are unlikely to send a multitude to hunt me down without reason, should they succeed. The repercussions would inevitably ensnare all the students of Ronda. To prevent such a calamity, I have resolved that from this moment forth, I will no longer conceal my true abilities. As for the Elder Hall, let them come forth as they will, Yilei resolutely stated, 1 minute ago. As Yilei sat on the ground, he did not enter a meditative state. Rather, he chose to converse with the system. System, I wish to inquire. If I fail to complete this task of playing the fool while devouring the tiger, what repercussions might I face? Host, should you choose to abandon the third task, this system will impose a penalty. Whatever the consequence may be, I am prepared to face it. The Elders' Hall may soon take action, so I have resolved to no longer conceal my strength. I shall expose myself and confront the Elders directly. Since the host has made a choice, the third task as decreed by the system is hereby deemed a failure, with the following penalties, from this moment forth. The host's soul power shall be unsealed, with each of the 2 martial spirits drawing upon a portion of that power. Given that the hostess' first awakened martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, which possesses strength equivalent to that in the game, its soul power is set at level 64. The Flame Lord, awakened later and having previously shared soul power with Blue Silvergrass, is now assigned a soul power level of 40. Host, please decide whether to forego the third task. I choose to abandon it. Beep. Detection indicates the host has failed the third task. The unsealing of soul power commences now. With a crack, a shattering sound resonated within Yilei's body. He suddenly felt the previously abundant soul power within him divide into 2 streams. One gentle, the other fierce and blazing with intensity. The unsealing of soul power is complete. The host may now break through the soul power seal, the system announced. Upon hearing this, Yilei opened his eyes and stood up, leading to the scene that just unfolded. Lazy, is what you said true? Are you truly a level 64 Soul Emperor? Even now? Chen Xijian could hardly believe everything Yilei and Han Wan had claimed. Of course, I speak the truth. During the nationwide Douluo awakening, I was curious about what martial spirit I would awaken. By instinct, I focused my thoughts, and Blue Silvergrass appeared before me. I initially thought it was merely the most ordinary form of Blue Silvergrass. However, to my astonishment, the next moment, 6 10,000-year soul rings manifested at my feet. At that time, I found it quite strange. I did not understand why I had transformed into such an exceptional individual. I thought it might all be an illusion. But after experiencing the thrill of personally defeating a spirit beast that day, I realized it was all indeed real. Subsequently, I pondered that since heaven had chosen me to possess such formidable strength, there must be a profound purpose behind it. Later, upon discovering the malevolent nature of the Elder Hall, I realized that it was the divine will for me to eradicate evil from this world. Furthermore, I gleaned from behind the scenes the reason why the Elder Hall was able to elevate all its subordinates to the third realm within a mere month. They possessed a profoundly sinister method of cultivation. Each of the 10 elders coerced their subordinates to bind their own family members, utilizing their flesh to enhance their own prowess. In their eyes, this act represented a fusion of their families with themselves. Moreover, the elders had subjected all individuals beneath them to extensive brainwashing. This explains why Yilei was privy to so much information. When he was taken by the 7th elder, upon his escape the next day, he encountered laboratories filled with soldiers, each seated before enormous growth tanks containing living individuals. These individuals were connected to numerous tubes, with their life essence being siphoned into the soldiers, dramatically accelerating their spiritual energy enhancement, allowing them to break through 5 levels in a single day. Once those individuals transcended to the rank of Grand Soul Master, they would cease to utilize such methods for their cultivation. Moreover, upon their demise, the Elder Hall would issue orders to eliminate all remaining family members, subsequently disguising these sudden disappearances as foreign scams. To the public, their narrative appeared entirely credible, and they would present several bodies of missing persons, claiming they were the remains of those who had been deceived abroad. In this manner, the masses would remain oblivious to any wrongdoing, instead applauding the actions of the Elder Hall. Yilei revealed everything he knew, serving as a potent booster for his companions. Lei, regardless of the choices you make, we will unconditionally support you and provide you with the utmost assistance. Chun Sikong no longer harbored doubts, choosing to place his trust directly in Yilei. After all, with his brothers and their partners affirming their belief, what else was there to doubt? Logically, a soul master's first soul ring should never exceed a lifespan of 500 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than that could lead to disastrous consequences, including instant death. Yet, Yilei defied this norm, allowing them to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring without any adverse effects, resulting instead in a remarkable enhancement of their physical prowess. Now that I've said so much, it is time for you to witness it, Yilei declared, as he summoned his two martial spirits. The blue silver grass and the flame lord manifested beside him, each adorned with two yellow soul rings. Crack! The sound of 4 shattering echoes resonated. The 4 yellow soul rings displayed fractures, and in the next moment, they shattered into myriad yellow light particles that dissipated into the air. Subsequently, 3 purple soul rings began to emerge beneath the flame lord, gradually shifting in hue to black. In an instant, a wave of intense pressure emanated from the flame lord. Upon sensing the pressure, Han Nuan instinctively crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Nuan, are you all right?" Luo Yun inquired with concern, noticing her distress. "I'm fine. My martial spirit is ice type, and it is being suppressed by the soul power released by Yilei's flame lord." The color of the blue-silver grass began to transform as well, its original silver patterns shifting to a radiant golden hue. Dark red and yellow hues began to materialize beneath the blue-silver grass. The moment the 5th red flower appeared, the reality that Han Nuan had narrated earlier became astonishingly vivid before their eyes. As the blood-red soul ring emerged, an oppressive force even more terrifying than that of the Flame Lord filled the arena. Long Qiqiao felt an overwhelming fear wash over her as her martial spirit. The sea flower sensed the presence of the 100,000 your soul ring. It also instilled within her bloodline a sensation of suppression. Why is it that my own lineage feels so heavily constrained? This is due to the fact that my martial spirit is the blue-silver emperor, the sovereign of the plant type, capable of overpowering all other plant-type martial spirits. Furthermore, it possesses a unique quality. Once one absorbs a spirit ring from a plant-type soul beast, that soul skill will hold no power before my blue-silver emperor. Another black spirit ring emerged, hovering around the perimeter of the 100,000 spirit ring. The skill from the leg spirit bone of the Spider Emperor. The Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. Just as Yilei's soul power broke through its seal, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly filled his left leg. This immense energy coursed through his entire left leg, imparting the sensation that it might explode at any moment. Yilei could only unleash his soul bone skill into the empty space. Yilei swiftly propelled his left leg, unleashing a magnificent violet blade of light that soared through the air, severing every tree in its path. In that fleeting moment, several spirit beasts met their demise. "This is utterly astonishing," Jing Hang marveled as he gazed at the fallen trees, beneath which lay the lifeless bodies of spirit beasts cleaved in two. "If you desire, I can assist you in hunting one down at this very moment." Yilei flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his bright white teeth, and addressed Jing Hang. "Can we perhaps refrain from jesting?" Jing Hang's words stumbled as he scratched his head and replied, "Moreover, my capabilities are not that formidable. Isn't it a tad premature to absorb a soul bone at this stage?" "Premature? Is it really?" Yilei countered. "Han Nuan's mother, my future mother-in-law, absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone from a blue-eyed white tiger even before she had acquired her second soul ring. Therefore, absorbing a 10,000-year-old soul bone now would hardly be too early. I dare say that in 5 days, the Elder Hall will undoubtedly deploy one of their trump cards to wreak havoc at our school. With your current soul bone skill, you essentially possess 3 self-defense soul techniques. Moreover, right over there lies a soul beast perfectly suited for you, boasting an age of 50,000 years. As he spoke, Yilei activated the domain skill of his human-faced Spider King's left leg bone, the spiritual hunting ground, allowing him to thoroughly survey the soul beasts surrounding the forest. "Lazy, are you certain?" Jing Heng questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. He struggled to believe that Yilei could pinpoint a suitable 50,000-year-old soul beast without prior investigation. He seemed to have forgotten that Han Nuan had previously mentioned Yilei's ability to conduct extensive life detection with one of his soul bones, ensuring that he was well aware of the types of soul beasts present in the vicinity. "I am absolutely certain. If you doubt me, then wait here for a moment." Yilei grinned widely, exerting a gentle force with his legs, and descended directly onto the head of the Flame Lord. "Give me 5 minutes, and I shall bring back that ancient beast." With that declaration, Yilei soared towards the destination without a backward glance. Warm sister, do you believe brother-in-law can truly return with a soul beast that is 50,000 years old? Surely he must have confidence, right? Ah, rest assured. Yilei has single-handedly slain soul beasts over 80,000 years old without faltering. How could he possibly fear a mere 50,000-year-old beast? Just wait and witness the spectacle. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Lo Yun, with keen eyes, spotted a figure gradually approaching from the opposite shore. P.S. The battle concludes at 11:30. Chapter 100. Soulbone Collection Progress 100. Look, is that not brother-in-law? Lo Yun exclaimed. By heavens. He truly kept to the 5-minute mark, not a second more. Chen Sitsuan glanced at the time, letting out an expletive. Wait, why do I see something enormous trailing behind brother-in-law? Am I imagining things? Joanna squinted and inquired. Upon hearing this, the crowd focused their gaze, and indeed, they discovered that Yilei was accompanied by a blue-silver emperor, dragging along an unknown object as he flew towards them. As Yilei approached the shore, he leaped down from the head of the Flame Lord. Upon landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a vigorous motion of his right hand, hurled the objects entangled in the blue-silver grass onto the bank. A resounding thud echoed as several massive bodies were cast ashore by Yilei, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the sight at the center of the haze. For spirit beasts, their limbs severed, lay motionless. Jinghang, come forth and deliver the final blow. Yilei manipulated the blue-silver emperor, dragging the largest of the 4 spirit beasts before Jinghang. This is the spirit beast I spoke of, a 50,000-year-old creature named the Thunderclap Demon Tiger, whose attributes are exceptionally suited to your Thunder Mammoth martial spirit. Once you reach level 30 or 40, you will be able to absorb it. Upon finishing his words, Yilei flipped his right hand, revealing a sharp dagger which he presented to Jinghang. After stepping aside, Yilei retrieved a spirit ring collector from the system space, preparing to capture the spirit ring the moment it materialized. With his eyes closed, Jinghang plunged the dagger into the Thunderclap Demon Tiger's neck. As he withdrew the blade, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, quickly staining the ground. In an instant, a dark luminescence erupted from the spirit beast body, coalescing in midair into a black spirit ring. Upon witnessing this, Yilei promptly activated the instrument in his hand. Instantly, a powerful suction drew the soul ring from midair, which, upon re-emergence, had been compressed into a palm-sized circular ring. The blue-silver domain. Yilei unleashed his innate domain ability, and a vast expanse of azure and gold energy enveloped the surroundings. This radiant energy transformed into gentle soul power, flowing into the meridians of the 7 individuals. Wow, this feels so wonderful. Brother-in-law, what is this blue-golden light? Luo Yun inquired with delight. The blue-silver emperor's innate domain skill, the blue-silver domain, provides a soothing soul power to all within its realm. With my strength, I can ensure that your cultivation speed is doubled while within the blue-silver domain. Yilei replied, and then urged everyone to hasten their cultivation. Beep. The detection of a soul bone has occurred. The collection progress of the soul bone is now at 100, and the achievement has been completed. The system's soul bone shop is now unlocked. The cold, synthetic voice of the system echoed in Yilei's ears. Yilei gazed in the direction of Jinghang and beheld a soul bone shimmering with the brilliance of lightning. Severed from the head of the Thunderclap Demon Tiger, a chime resonated as the soul bone appeared, its age recorded at 50,000 years. Named the Thunderous Lightning Head Soul Bone, with the skill of Purple Lightning Explosion. The system's voice echoed once more in Yilei's ears. Jinghang. This soul bone is known as the Thunderous Lightning Head Soul Bone. Seize the opportunity to absorb it now. I am confident that this soul bone will bestow upon you a formidable soul skill. Yilei addressed Jinghang. Very well, I comprehend. I shall commence absorbing it at once. With a smile, Jinghang sat down on the ground, summoned the soul bone, and pressed it against his forehead, beginning the absorption process. Observing that Jinghang and the others had embarked on their cultivation, Yilei also settled down. Retrieving the infernal fire scythe right arm bone from the system space, he subsequently summoned the Flame Lord Martial Soul and affixed the soul bone to the right arm of the Flame Lord. Half an hour later, in a meditative state, Hanwan suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble. Alerted, she promptly opened her eyes. Aside from the trees that had been destroyed by Yilei's soul bone skill, there was no sign of any abnormality. Just as she was about to close her eyes and resume meditation, a tree several meters away abruptly snapped, and a massive fireball soared out from the forest. The fireball hurtled towards them. Han Yuan glanced back at the others, still in meditation, and without hesitation, she activated her martial soul. With her first soul skill, Ice Feather, the purple soul ring shimmered as the wings behind Han Yuan flapped rapidly, and in an instant, dozens of ice blue feathers transformed into blades, hurtling towards the fireball. Upon contact, the blades extinguished the fireball in an instant, leaving only wisps of white smoke in its wake. "Run!" Han Yuan exclaimed. "What on earth are you doing? The instructor explicitly stated that today was for you to hunt soul rings for us. How can you possibly fail to defeat even a single soul beast?" "Brother Ma, it's not that we desire to fail. The disparity in strength is simply insurmountable. I don't care. If you don't bring down that soul beast and procure a soul ring for me today, I will ensure you face severe consequences when we return." The area from which the fireball was launched began to echo with intermittent sounds. Han Yuan quickly realized that the source of the noise was none other than the nine-man team. However, her brow furrowed at their words. "Brother Ma? The soul beast they couldn't defeat? The disparity in strength was too vast?" This was nothing short of a replica of the classic tale. Han Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. In such a vast school, there truly existed a fair share of foolish individuals. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and promptly roused Yilei. Yilei, who had just completed the absorption of the soul bone and was consolidating his cultivation, suddenly felt a chill envelop his body, a piercing coldness pressing against the crown of his head. This abrupt sensation caused him to cease his meditation in an instant. "What is it, Nwaner?" Yilei opened his eyes to see Han Yuan standing before him, her wings gently fluttering behind her. "Why are you up? Aren't you cultivating?" "Oh, let's set aside the cultivation for now. The group of 9 is in trouble. They are currently being pursued by a high-aged soul beast." "Oh, given their strength, they should not have chosen a soul beast of such high age. Even a 500-year-old soul beast poses a significant threat to them. They would make such a foolish mistake. Sigh, who else could it be? The one we overheard earlier must be that scoundrel, Ma Tianming." "Ma Tianming? The one who attempted to make advances on you on the day of the new student's registration?" Yilei inquired with a hint of perplexity, as he could hardly recall who the figure of Ma Tianming was. Indeed, it was he. He resembled a mere replica of the Chu Ci. "Very well. Let us proceed and address their security concerns." With that, Yilei rose to his feet, summoned the Lord of Flames, and directed it towards the specified location. Han Yuan promptly unfurled her wings, following Yilei as they soared towards the site. Upon reaching the forest, they beheld a group of 14 individuals desperately evading the pursuit of the soul beasts trailing behind them. The foremost 5 raced ahead with remarkable speed, while the remaining 9 struggled to keep pace amidst the relentless onslaught of the soul beasts. It soon became evident that the swiftest among them was none other than Ma Tianming himself. As the 9 managed to catch up, one of Ma Tianming's subordinates unceremoniously kicked one of the fleeing individuals backward without a second thought, then continued to sprint after his leader. Alas, such a person exemplifies the archetype of those who only weep when faced with the grave. When danger looms, they flee faster than an ostrich. Nevertheless, it is time to employ the new skill I have recently acquired. Yilei's tone was remarkably flat, laced with a hint of mockery. Subsequently, a soul bone, resembling a scythe, manifested upon his right arm. Yilei raised it aloft and then closed his eyes. The skill of the Infernal Fire Lotus's right arm soul bone. Infernal Scythe Flash. The moment Yilei opened his eyes, he clenched his right fist tightly, then swung his right arm, unleashing a tremendous flame slash that soared forth. The strike sped towards the soul beast, swiftly decapitating it in an instant. Although the soul beast lay dead, Yilei remained vigilant. For the creatures pursuing the 9-man team were not solitary, they were a multitude. The soul beast detection completed its scan. The creature in question was a frenzied rhinoceros. Known for its gregarious nature, the detector promptly relayed detailed information about the pack. Upon hearing this, Yilei smirked. This Ma Tianming is truly foolish. Why provoke the frenzied rhinoceros, a species known for its sociability? I wager he has stirred the younglings of the herd. How could they possibly be chasing him otherwise? Han Yuan nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence. Nonetheless, the frenzied rhinoceros was indeed a fitting soul beast for his uncle, as it belonged to the same lineage. Absorbing the soul ring of a frenzied rhinoceros could enhance his uncle's martial spirit's potency, and given that the soul skills of the frenzied rhinoceros typically involved explosive amplification, it was quite suitable for both himself and his uncle. Yilei swiftly contemplated in his mind and soon articulated the paramount utility of the frenzied rhinoceros. If the frenzied rhinoceros is a social creature, then undoubtedly among them exists one with unparalleled strength, Yilei declared, subsequently activating the extensive scanning skill of the soul beast detector. A hum resonated as the scan concluded, revealing the target, the frenzied rhinoceros king, age 12, 600 years, possessing the skill frenzied rampage. After the report, Yilei exchanged glances with Han Yuan, sharing a knowing smile before descending to the ground. Positioning themselves amidst the group of 9 and the frenzied rhinoceros herd. You all should flee quickly, the riverside is quite safe, Yilei asserted. I shall not retreat either. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Infernal Lava Eruption. The black soul ring around Yilei's waist shimmered as he unleashed a powerful punch, causing a colossal column of magma to erupt from his fist. In the blink of an eye, several frenzied rhinos succumbed to the searing flow of lava. First soul skill, Ice Feather. Han Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, released her own initial soul skill against the throng of frenzied rhinos. In an instant, countless ice blue, feather-like blades surged into the herd, claiming the lives of several younger frenzied rhinos. Very well, let us not linger. Sixth soul skill, Blue-Silver Devil's Bind. Raining from the heavens, Yilei no longer exerted himself unnecessarily, swiftly transitioning his martial spirit. He unleashed the sixth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor upon the fervent herd of rhinos. A sphere of azure and gold ascended into the night sky under his command, subsequently transforming into a multitude of Blue-Silver Emperor vines that plunged towards the ground. Under the relentless assault of the densely packed vines, countless fervent rhinos met their demise. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Cage. Yilei, without a moment's pause, unleashed his fourth soul skill, ensnaring the fervent rhinoceros that had evaded the vine attacks within its grasp. The fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Thrust Formation. With a firm grip of his right hand, Yilei summoned a multitude of sharp spikes from within the Blue-Silver Cage, impaling the frenzied rhinoceros trapped inside into a series of grotesque formations. Now, only you remain. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. With the activation of Yilei's 3 soul abilities, the once formidable horde of soul beasts was utterly routed, leaving only a few remnants. Observing this, Yilei directed his attention toward the frenzied Rhino King and unleashed the fifth soul skill of the Blue-Silver Emperor. A magnificent blue spear coalesced in his grasp. With a swift motion, he hurled the spear, and sensing imminent danger, the frenzied Rhino King instinctively activated its own skill, Frenzied Fury. In an instant, a colossal fireball formed atop its horn and hurtled towards Yilei. However, this action was undeniably futile. The fireball was as insubstantial as tofu before the Blue-Silver Emperor's spear, which pierced through it effortlessly. The spear then penetrated the mouth of the frenzied Rhino King, emerging from its rear and impaling it against a tree that required several individuals to embrace. The frenzied Rhino King had fallen. It had been ages since Yilei had experienced such exhilaration. Exhaling a deep breath, he stretched languidly and remarked, reflecting on the last time he felt such a thrill during his battle with the Spider Emperor. Now, with Wen Li's seal finally lifted, he could fight with his true strength, no longer constrained like a timid turtle, suppressing his soul power and merely playing the role of a minor soul master. Yilei decisively approached the lifeless body of the frenzied Rhino King, which was pinned to a tree. He extended his hand and extracted the Blue-Silver Emperor's spear from its mouth, causing the corpse to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. A copious amount of blood poured from its mouth and rear, and even its intestines spilled forth, filling the air with a foul stench. Yilei pondered the palatability of the frenzied rhino's flesh, recalling that the school cafeteria purportedly offered dishes made from soul beast meat. However, dismissing the thought, he decided to leave the carcass behind, reasoning that he had little appetite for such fare, especially in the absence of a beloved companion. With that, he relinquished his martial spirit state, and the spear in his grasp vanished. Approaching the astonished group of 9, he patted one of them on the shoulder and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just a bunch of corpses. There's nothing remarkable about them. Come on, let's go and make ourselves useful." As Qin Song was lost in thought, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. Once he discerned the identity of the hand's owner, his legs weakened, and he hurriedly followed Yilei, calling out "Brother Yi" repeatedly. Yilei did not intervene, for he was well aware of Qin Song's character. A month prior, he had effortlessly sent Qin Song flying with a mere slap in the martial arts arena. It appeared that fear had gripped him, compelling him to willingly assume the role of Yilei's subordinate. Qin Song, could I possibly act otherwise? At that time, Brother Yi's seemingly gentle slap wielded an unexpected force. It propelled me several meters away, and even rendered both of my family as luxury vehicles, which had just been driven out that day, utterly useless. I can no longer afford to provoke this individual by becoming a subordinate at the very least. I can preserve my own life. As for Ma Tianming and the like, they can step aside. The mere Ma family holds no significance in the presence of the Yi family in Rongqing. Yi Lei and Han Nuan returned to their temporary domain by the seaside within the forest, accompanied by 9 others. As they approached, they beheld Ma Tianming, resembling a lord, leading his 4 subordinates directly into the blue-silver territory he had previously claimed, unabashedly taking a seat within, consuming the energy of Yi Lei's domain without a hint of remorse. Yi Lei chuckled softly, and with a subtle motion of his right index finger, he instantly propelled the 5 individuals who had just seated themselves into the air, causing them to leap up from the ground while clutching their backsides and wailing in surprise. Following this, Yi Lei led the group of 9 into his domain. Wow, what is happening? Why do I feel as though my lost soul power has been restored to its peak? Qin Song queried, extending his hands in confusion. All right, you 9 may find a spot to sit and meditate for a while to recuperate your soul power. After that, each of you should absorb these, Yi Lei instructed, elegantly gesturing with his right hand. In an instant, 18 white soul rings soared toward the group, 2 for each individual. Brother Yi, what are you doing? We have not yet reached the stage where we need to absorb a second soul ring. What does this mean, receiving 2 at once? Qin Song asked, gazing at the 2 soul rings in his hands with puzzlement. These 2 roses are intended to extend the duration of your first soul ring. When you practice, merge these 2 soul rings with your first one. This way, the lifespan of your soul ring will achieve a century. Yi Lei offered an explanation, then cast a fierce gaze towards the 5 individuals, including Ma Tianming, who were still clutching their backsides. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen your elder before? Ma Tianming, sensing the intense scrutiny, turned his head to glare at Yi Lei and retorted, I am indeed your elder. Throughout my life, I have held in disdain those who, when confronted with peril, flee more swiftly than an ostrich, cowardly avoiding any semblance of danger. Yi Lei was unperturbed and retorted directly. Chapter 104. Who are you? I am indeed your superior. In my lifetime, I have the utmost disdain for those who, when faced with danger, flee more swiftly than an ostrich, displaying cowardice in the absence of peril. Yi Lei was unperturbed and retorted directly. You, Ma Tianming, taken aback by the retort, paused briefly before gazing at Yi Lei with unbridled fury. What do you mean by you? Hurry and vacate my domain. You are not welcome here. How audacious of you. In all my years, this is the first time someone has spoken to me in such a manner. I believe you have grown tired of living today. I shall break your leg. Upon finishing his words, his 4 henchmen drew gleaming daggers from behind and charged towards Yi Lei, brandishing the blades menacingly. I have already offered you a chance, yet you chose to squander it. Do not blame me for being impolite, Yi Lei declared, invoking his second soul skill, parasitism. Just as the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Yi Lei's chest, an abundance of blue-silver vines erupted from the hindquarters of the 4 assailants, swiftly ensnaring their bodies entirely. First soul skill, bind. Yi Lei flicked his right hand, causing 4 robust blue-silver emperor vine tendrils to ensnare the waists of his 4 subordinates. With a vigorous toss of his hand, he hurled them into a section of the forest. The anguished cries of his subordinates reverberated through the woods, intensifying Ma Tianming's fury. What have you done to my subordinates? And this is where I style my hair. How dare you claim it as yours? How dare you? Simply because of my prowess. Yi Lei retorted, stamping his foot as an overwhelming aura surged toward Ma Tianming. The force of the pressure knocked Ma Tianming heavily to the ground. Just as he prepared to curse, he noticed 6 soul rings materializing beneath Yi Lei's feet, 5 black and 1 red, exuding immense oppressive power. Ma Tianming, dismissing the sight, brushed off the dust from his pants and declared, Oh, so you are merely a fledgling with 6 soul rings? With such gaudy colors, your strength must be weak. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I suffered and make you pay for what you did to my subordinates. With that, Ma Tianming reached behind him and drew a gleaming watermelon knife. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh, disregarding Ma Tianming's actions as he turned to leave. Infuriated, Ma Tianming summoned his martial soul, and a dog with black and red fur materialized behind him. Instantly, the watermelon knife in his hand erupted in flames. Today, I shall sever your leg, Ma Tianming declared, striding towards Yi Lei with the knife raised. As he approached, he swung the watermelon knife down at Yilei's shoulder. Alas! What an arrogant fool! At the moment the words left his lips, Ma Tianming realized that his blade had not struck Yilei's shoulder as anticipated, but had instead been caught firmly in a large hand. This is impossible. If the knife cannot harm you, then allow me to demonstrate this technique. First soul skill, Hyena's Fire. The fire hyena, his martial soul, opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball towards Yulei. Let's see how long you can survive. The fireball, the size of a soccer ball, landed on Yulei as if a drop of water had fallen into the ocean, leaving not a trace on his garment. To think you would use a fire attribute martial soul to attack me, how utterly foolish. As he spoke, the ground beneath Yilei and Ma Tianming suddenly transformed into molten lava, an overwhelming heat wave surging towards Ma Tianming in an instant. The ground behind Yilei gradually fissured, and a pair of crimson hands emerged from the crevice. In the next moment, a colossal crimson giant fully materialized from the rift. The 6 soul rings that once adorned Yilei's feet vanished entirely, replaced by 3 obsidian rings. Ma Tianming, still intent on resistance and eager to unleash his first soul skill, found his martial spirit, the Fire Wolf, unresponsive to his summons. How audacious for a mere Fire Wolf martial spirit to dare challenge the Flame Sovereign. The Ma family holds no significance in my eyes. Do you think you are formidable? You are merely a second-rate family, and allowing you to exist in Rong City is a favor. Suddenly, flames engulfed Ma Tianming, and he shouted, "Let go of me. Do you believe I could have my father annihilate you? I will ensure you find no resting place in Rong City." Oh, is that so? Before that, take care of yourself. The soul rings procured with great effort by the 9-man group are not meant for you to squander in this manner. However, considering you are our senior, I shall spare your soul rings this time. But I implore you to conduct yourself properly in school from now on. Otherwise, your demise may be beyond my imagination. With that, Yilei tightened his grip on the flaming watermelon knife, which instantly shattered into fragments, consumed entirely by the molten lava. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yilei ensnared Ma Tianming's waist once more with a robust blue-silver emperor vine. As the oppressive force dissipated from his being, Ma Tianming had just unleashed his martial spirit, the Fire Lion Hound. But before he could invoke his soul skill, Yilei forcefully hurled him away. Soaring through the air, Ma Tianming proclaimed, "I shall return," before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Yilei did not take ruthless measures against the 5 of them. He merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he proceeded to cultivate alongside these students from his own cohort, for he aimed to expand his network at Rome University. The presence of these individuals, who possessed soul rings, was indispensable. P.S. Keep pushing forward. Just 2 more chapters before the end of the day. Chapter 105, Soul Bones? Who possesses soul bones? Yilei did not inflict any severe punishment upon the 5 individuals. Rather, he merely cast them near the exit. Subsequently, he engaged in cultivation alongside these fellow students of his cohort, as he sought to expand his network within the prestigious Rome University. The presence of these individuals, possessing soul rings, was indispensable to him. As Yilei sat down in the field, he extracted the infernal Scytheman soul ring from the system's functionalities. He contemplated whether to absorb this soul ring when the previously silent system spoke once more. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's soul bone armor has reached 50 completion. Regarding the physical manifestation of the armor, there remains another 50. Is this the armor spoken of by the master in Douluo? A 50 completion of soul bone armor implies these 3 soul bones upon my person. Based on the current soul bones I have absorbed, it appears I could manifest 2 sets of soul bone armor. One set requires the Flame Lord to absorb 4 soul bones, followed by my own absorption of a right leg bone to activate it. The other set necessitates the addition of 5 soul bones to my own body, including a head soul bone, a torso soul bone, a left arm soul bone, a right arm soul bone, and a right leg soul bone. However, there is no immediate need for me to attach those 5 soul bones. I merely require 2 more fire attribute soul bones, 1 for the head and 1 for the left arm. As for myself, acquiring just a right leg bone will suffice to activate the soul bone armor. Wait, if I were to obtain a 3rd beast martial soul, would that not grant me yet another set of soul bone armor? System, I would like to inquire how I might acquire my 3rd martial soul. As Yilei contemplated this, he hastily inquired about the system. Ding. To acquire the 3rd martial soul, the host must fulfill a series of system tasks and trigger the opportunity for the martial soul to awaken. However, considering the limits of the world the host inhabits, The maximum number of martial souls one may possess is 5. Only 5? Does that mean I can only awaken 3 martial souls? Fear not, dear host. When you encounter the opportunity for the forecast and awakening of martial souls, you may choose whether to activate this martial soul. Naturally, if you come across a more formidable martial soul, you may also choose to relinquish the 2 currently possessed. As Yi Lei's spirits began to wane, the system opened a window of possibility for him, only to subsequently douse him with cold water. To abandon the current 2 martial souls? Well, that settles it. I have grown accustomed to these 2. The remaining 3 will depend on fortune. Since I have embarked on this journey, I shall embrace it. Yi Lei made a resolute decision and subsequently shattered the infernal fireside soul ring in his hand, summoning the Flame Lord from behind him. He retrieved the beast soul belonging to the infernal fire scythe from the confines of the system space, initiating the simultaneous absorption of both the beast soul and the soul ring. The obsidian-hued soul ring relentlessly constricted around Yi Lei's form, while the beast soul, suspended at his chest, continuously channeled energy into the constricting soul ring in the right arm of the Flame Lord. The right arm of the Flame Lord grew increasingly robust, a testament to the effects of absorbing the soul bone. In other words, when Yi Lei transitioned to combat with the Flame Lord, his right arm's strength would surpass that of when he utilized the Blue-Silver Emperor by several folds. Gradually, the dark soul ring began to meld into Yi Lei's body, and the beast soul floating at his chest slowly became translucent. As the essence of the 6,000-year soul beast's soul power harmoniously fused with the soul bone and soul ring. 5 minutes later, Yi Lei has completely absorbed the soul rings and beast soul of the infernal scythe mantis, thereby elevating the soul power of the Flame Lord to level 43. Yi Lei simultaneously unleashed the 1,000-gene trunk soul bone and the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. At the very moment these 2 soul bones manifested, a remarkable connection began to form between them. The 1,000-gene trunk soul bone slowly extended a portion of bone armor from his shoulder, which fused seamlessly with the bone armor extending from the infernal fire scythe right arm bone. When Yi Lei glanced down, he noticed that the 1,000-gene trunk soul bone had also extended bone armor towards his left leg, where the human face left leg bone had similarly manifested armor. The bone armor emerging from the human face left leg bone intertwined with that of the 1,000-gene trunk soul bone, creating a dazzling array of patterns at the point of fusion. The armor connecting at the shoulder radiated a vibrant crimson hue, while the juncture at the waist displayed a striking contrast of half red and half deep purple. With a sigh of relief, Yi Lei exclaimed, "It's magnificent. I have fully absorbed the soul bone, and my soul power has consequently surged to the 20th level." Jing Hang, seated upon the ground, opened his eyes and cheered for Yi Lei. Soul bone. Who possesses a soul bone? In bewilderment, Song Yang, who had just completed the absorption of his soul ring, stared at them in confusion. "I do. Old Yang. Look, this is the soul bone that Yi Lei obtained for me, taken from a 50,000-year-old thunderclap demon tiger." Jing Hang responded, brimming with excitement. "Oh, congratulations on acquiring a 50,000-year-old soul bone." At this point, Song Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gripped Jing Hang's shoulders, inquiring, "What did you say? A soul bone, and a 50,000-year-old one at that?" "Indeed. Old Yang. Could you please stop shaking me? I'm about to be sick." Only then did Song Yang cease his vigorous shaking of Jing Hang's shoulders. "Are you saying that Yi Lei helped you acquire it?" Song Yang asked once more. "Yes, what's the matter? Isn't he a formidable soul master?" As Song Yang spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yi Lei, only to discover 4 jet-black soul rings shimmering with dark light beneath his feet. "Yangzi, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Yi Lei noticed Song Yang staring at him in confusion. Who could have anticipated that in the next moment, Song Yang would roll his eyes, kick his legs, and fall straight down? The crowd present was momentarily stunned, failing to react immediately. Yang. A few seconds later, Wang Yuning, disregarding her shyness, dashed to Song Yang's side and helped him up. "Yang, how are you? Please don't scare me." Seeing Song Yang collapse before her, Wang Yuning's eyes were brimming with tears. "Yuning, it's all right," Han Wan gently reassured, placing a comforting hand on Wang Yuning's shoulder. Song Yang must have been overwhelmed by the 4 soul rings beneath Yi Lei's feet. In the next moment, she shot a disapproving glare at Yi Lei. Startled by Han Wan's fierce look, Yi Lei felt the intense heat emanating from the Flame Lord behind him diminish. Yi Lei hurriedly stepped forward, summoning his Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, and gently infused a wave of soul power into Song Yang's body. There, He is fine now. It seems he was merely startled moments ago, and his heart hasn't quite recovered. A good night's rest will restore him, and tomorrow he will be as lively as ever. Song Yang interjected. Yi Lei, after 2 years of brotherhood, how could you act so unprincipled? Upon hearing Yi Lei's reassurances, Wen Yuning finally relaxed her previously tense demeanor. Yi Lei cast a glance at Jing Hang, perhaps understanding the situation, and immediately called forth his martial soul. A long trunk coiled around Song Yang's form, gently placing him atop the back of a mammoth. Yi Lei, wary of the potential mishap with Song Yang, who was precariously perched on the edge, deftly cast a vine of blue-silver emperor to secure him upon the back of the thunder mammoth. The group patiently awaited the conclusion of the meditation session undertaken by the 5 seniors and the 9-member team before returning to the school together. During the journey back, Yi Lei utilized the blue-silver emperor to drag the corpses of the thunder bear, arrow fish, and frenzied rhino. The sight of hundreds of soul beast carcasses being towed by Yi Lei left Chen Tian and the other seniors utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such an operation could be executed when acquiring soul rings in this locale. Seniors, you may take some of these soul beasts with you. I've heard that the corpses can be sold for a profit at the base. Chen Tian and his companions could only nod in disbelief, as they had not foreseen the extraordinary prowess of this junior, who, in merely one morning, had hunted down hundreds of soul beasts. Even annihilating a branch of the frenzied rhino lineage. Had a specialized military from the Elder Hall been present, they might not have demonstrated such overwhelming strength against the multitude of soul beasts. The group was transported back to the vicinity of the vortex. Yet Yi Lei did not observe the presence of Ma Tianming and his companions, leading him to surmise they had likely returned to the school. Yi Lei instructed everyone to pass through the vortex ahead of him while he slowly entered the swirling abyss, dragging the lifeless body of the white-haired soul beast with the blue-silver emperor vines. Upon witnessing Han Yuan and the others emerge one after another, the 2 soldiers guarding the vortex were not particularly astonished. However, the moment they beheld Yi Lei emerging with the corpse of the 100-headed soul beast in tow, they nearly fainted from the shock. Yi Lei, seemingly oblivious to the world beyond his windows, dragged the lifeless bodies of over 100 spirit beasts to the spirit beast exchange device. With a deft manipulation of the blue-silver emperor's vines, he cast in all the words spoken by Yudo. The device whirred to life, and the coin output slot began to expel an array of colorful spirit coins. Yet conspicuously absent were the coveted 1 million essence coins and the 10,000 black soul coins. Nevertheless, a multitude of other spirit coins poured forth. Yi Lei gathered a substantial handful of coins from the considerable pile and approached the 5 seniors, Chen Tian and the others. Seniors, these soul coins are rightfully yours. Please do not hesitate. Accept them. Without waiting for Chen Tian's response, Yi Lei divided the large handful of soul coins into 5 portions, placing them into the hands of 5 senior students. Having completed this task, he turned without a glance back and returned to the pile of soul coins, swiftly collecting them into the system space. All right, let us depart. We shall return to school. With that, Yi Lei and his companions used the teleportation array to return to the academy. After bidding farewell to Yi Lei, Chen Tian and the others returned to their respective classrooms to resume their studies. Seeing that all the students who had previously acquired their spirit rings in the forest had yet to return, Yi Lei and his companions decided to take a respite in the open area before the podium. Seeing that time was ample, Yi Lei beckoned a few individuals to gather around him for meditation. He activated the blue-silver domain, channeling its energy to assist their cultivation. However, concerned that the brilliance of his blue-silver domain might be too dazzling, he concealed its radiance, ensuring that onlookers would merely perceive them as a group engaged in quiet practice. Yi Lei closed his eyes, initiating the cultivation of the soul power inherent to the Flame Lord. He aspired to swiftly elevate his mastery to a level comparable to that of the blue-silver emperor, striving to attain at least the realm of Soul King. The singular soul skill he currently lacked was one that pertained to self-enhancement. While the blue-silver emperor excelled in control, his Flame Lord martial spirit was characterized by explosive power. His first soul skill, Infernal Magma Burst, along with Infernal Magma Charge, could both be classified as explosive abilities. Additionally, his second soul skill, Crimson Rock, served dual purposes. It was capable of both offense and defense, while also providing a modicum of control. Together with his first soul skill, he had thus acquired 2 distinct abilities. Though the Four Flames Ascendant domain possessed a certain amplification capacity, it relied on siphoning the soul power of adversary soul masters, which came at a substantial cost. During combat, the energy absorbed might not compensate for the expenditure, limiting its effectiveness to merely a suppressive role. Conversely, Flame Meteor significantly expanded his attack range. However, its impact in battle remained minimal. In his confrontation with the Burning Sky Flame, this skill proved only to delay rather than inflict meaningful damage. Yet, this was not the core issue, as the combined technique had only recently reached the Millennium mark, equating to a standard 3rd Soul skill attack against 20 Soul Zone and 1 Soul King. However, the situation had evolved. His strength was now fully restored. And should he employ Flame Meteor once more, the cumulative damage from 2 10,000-year soul skills would surpass his previous output by more than 5-fold. In a remote laboratory nestled within the mountains, a man clad in a white coat administered another injection to a half-naked man lying on an iron bed. As an unknown serum coursed into the man's body, he let out a thunderous roar, shattering the chains that bound him with the sheer force of his swelling muscles. The flicker of clarity that once resided in his eyes had vanished, replaced by blood-red irises. Deep gray fur began to erupt chaotically from his skin, while the tips of his fingers elongated, piercing through the skin to form razor-sharp bone claws. From his back sprouted several unidentifiable tails, only to be swiftly replaced by a singular purple scorpion tail. Excellent. The task assigned by Elder 7 is finally complete. The Soul Beast Serum Transformation Project has succeeded, he exclaimed, laughter echoing ominously through the vast corridor of the research facility. P.S. Tomorrow, I shall return to school as a volunteer. Thus, I must retire early tonight. On September 12th, Chapter 108, Strange Energy. At last, I have completed the task assigned by Elder 7. The transformation of the Soul Beast Serum plan has been accomplished. Ha! The smile of the man in the white coat echoed through the vast corridors of the Research Institute, evoking an eerie sensation. After more than 2 hours had elapsed, the students who had ventured into the mirror world to acquire their soul rings gradually returned to the school's grand playground. Oh, look at those individuals on the podium. They appear rather peculiar. Isn't it obvious? They are cultivating over there. If I'm not mistaken, they are the first in this cohort to possess soul rings. Oh, it's them. Then there's no cause for concern. Their strength is indeed formidable. I've heard that among them is a soul master with 3 rings, and the configuration of their soul rings is purple, black. Goodness, that's quite extraordinary. The 3rd soul skill is a Millennium Level 1. A girl, with a delicate voice, inquired, is a Millennium Level skill really that powerful? Dear sister, a Millennium Level soul skill could annihilate everyone present in an instant, akin to harvesting wheat. A boy retorted. Several students began to discuss fervently upon spotting Yi Lei and his companions. At that moment, Feng Tianyin and over 20 instructors returned to the playground. Upon reaching the podium, they observed Yi Lei and the other 16 individuals seated neatly on the ground, adopting meditative postures. These little ones are quite self-disciplined, knowing to cultivate on their own. Excellent. All 8 of them are promising talents, especially that girl with the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Find a way to recruit her. I wish to personally train her, Feng Tianyin remarked, turning to address the 20 instructors behind him. Understood. They responded in unison. Wait a moment. Observing their cultivation seems entirely different from those little rascals. I must see what they are truly up to. With that, Feng Tianyin stepped toward the perimeter of Yi Lei's blue-silver domain, raising his right hand to reach out. Just as his hand was about to touch the barrier, an unusual energy repelled his palm instantly. Impossible, this cannot be. This energy exudes such oppressive force that even my flame spirit lion martial soul feels fear. As a 5-ring soul king, I am threatened by this energy. How peculiar indeed. Feng Tianyin remarked slowly, shaking his stinging right hand. Elder Feng, what is the matter? Huang Tianwei stepped forward to observe the burning flame and inquired. It was merely a strange energy that jolted my hand, yet it is inconsequential. By the way, how's the serum project progressing? Reporting to you, Master Fin, the serum project was successfully completed at 8:30 this morning and is ready for immediate action. Excellent. Once we conclude our business here, we shall execute the plan. It is time to force him out. We must eradicate him together and claim his head. Understood. Meanwhile, as Feng Tianyin conversed with Huang Tianwei, Yi Lei, situated within the realm, gradually opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with a chilling and ferocious glint. Those who dare to act against me shall find themselves without a grave. With this thought, Yi Lei closed his eyes once more, yet he did not cease his actions. With a mere thought, the original blue-silver realm vanished instantaneously, unleashing a wave of scorching pressure that surged towards Fen Tianyan. Puff! The previously nonchalant Fen Tianyan, who had been exhaling smoke rings, abruptly coughed up a mist of blood and crouched down, clutching his chest. Master Fen, what has happened to you? Huang Tianwei hastily approached, while the other instructors, alerted by the commotion, dropped their partially smoked cigarettes and gathered around. I am uncertain of the cause. Just now, an intense wave of pressure struck me, and I sensed that its master possesses strength surpassing my own. What? You are a five-ring Soul King, and yet the master of that pressure is above you? Could it possibly be him? We cannot ascertain that at present, but the possibility remains. However, do not both of his martial souls possess soul rings of merely 100 years? This presents one of the greatest doubts. Enough of this for now. Let us prepare for the briefing. Yes. At this moment, Yi Lei quietly awakened, directly conveying a message into the minds of the remaining 16 individuals. Do not continue your meditation. Rise and stand. The group swiftly concluded their contemplation and promptly rose to their feet, returning to their respective ranks. P.S. There is one more chapter. Strive, and strive again. September 12th, Chapter 109. The conclusion of military training. At this moment, Yi Lei quietly awakened, transmitting a message directly into the minds of the other 16 individuals. Cease your meditation for now. Rise. The group promptly concluded their introspection and stood, returning to their respective formations. The 20 instructors also returned to their designated groups, standing alongside the deputy instructors of the beautiful class. Fen Tianyan ascended the podium, commencing his address. Upon the conclusion of his speech, the day's military training was officially over. In the subsequent days, apart from their training, Yi Lei and his companions devoted their time to cultivating in their dormitory. During this period, Song Yang beseeched Yi Lei, expressing his desire for a soul bone. Yi Lei, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that he had indeed intended to procure a high-quality soul bone for each member of their group of 8. However, he explained to Song Yang that while he would certainly assist him in obtaining a soul bone, it could not be done at present. Given the unique nature of his Xiehai Emperor crocodile martial spirit, the most suitable soul bones could only be found in the ocean. Soul bones derived from marine soul beasts would align most harmoniously with his spirit. Of course, there existed another avenue for acquiring soul bones, the soul bone shop opened by the system. Yet, the soul bones available there were not as formidable as those obtained through the hunting of soul beasts in reality. Yi Lei could easily hunt marine soul beasts, significantly enhancing the quality of the soul rings and soul bones produced. This was a feat the system's soul bone shop would never surpass. It was not that Yi Lei was unable to make purchases. Rather, he simply could not afford them. A single soul bone there required an exorbitant amount of points, upwards of several 100,000, while he currently possessed only a little over 10,000 points. He would need to slay thousands of soul beasts to acquire just one soul bone. Given such a time-consuming endeavor, it would be far more prudent to seek out high-age soul beasts to hunt, similarly yielding high-quality soul bones. As for the soul bones in the system's shop, they could wait for another time. System, you cannot treat me this way. I have kindly opened the shop for you. Are you dissatisfied with the soul bones I offer? Oh, how it saddens me. 5 days later, the military training came to an official end, and Yi Lei and his companions commenced their first class in college. Time always seems to pass swiftly, and soon the annual Teacher's Day arrived. Yi Lei, Han Wan, Song Yang, and Wang Yunling made a pact to return to their school to pay a visit to their teachers. On the afternoon of September 10th, the 4 of them took a cab, heading towards their high school alma mater, Rongqing No. 8 Middle School. As they stood once more at the entrance of their high school, Yi Lei felt a profound sense of gratitude. After all, it was here that he encountered a remarkable teacher, the very one who had pulled him from the shadows of bullying in middle school. And it was also where he met someone who stirred his heart. With such cherished memories, how could Yi Lei not be filled with gratitude? Yi Lei turned his head and gently took hold of Han Wan's delicate and fair hand with his left hand, suddenly feeling the warmth of a large hand clasping hers. Han Wan raised her gaze to the boy standing before her. Bathed in sunlight, his face appeared even more radiant and his features more defined. What is the matter? Han Wan asked, lifting her fluffy little head to look at Yi Lei. It's nothing, he replied. Just returning to campus has stirred some beautiful memories. Yi Lei spoke softly. The workday has come to an end. Tomorrow, I shall serve as a volunteer. How exhausting it is. No more words, the day is done. September 12th, Chapter 110, The Gathering of Elders. What is the matter? Han Yuan lifted her fluffy little head to gaze at Yilei. It's nothing. Just returning to campus has brought back some cherished memories. Yilei spoke softly. Well, weren't we supposed to wait for our teacher? Teacher Huang should be finishing class in about half an hour. Let us continue to wait. How about we have dinner together tonight? Just the four of us from high school? This notion found favor with Song Yang, who readily agreed. All right, I shall notify our former classmates now. The four of them promptly reached a consensus. Yilei then took out his phone and sent a message about the dinner to their previous class group, also sharing the venue for the evening's gathering. The moment Yilei and his companions stepped onto the campus, several first-year students who had already finished their classes recognized him. Look, isn't he the legendary figure of our school? This year's top scorer of the college entrance examination, Senior Yilei. Be confident, eliminate the word not. If he is Senior Yi, then the person standing beside him must be Senior Han, right? Indeed. A few first-year students gazed at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman entering through the school gate, their eyes filled with admiration. Yilei, you can wander around here for a while. I will go up and surprise Teacher Huang, Han Yuan said, extending her hand to embrace Yilei's right arm and lifting her small face to him. All right, you go ahead. I will take a stroll around the playground. Yilei reached out to stroke Han Yuan's fluffy head, chuckling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan released her grip on Yilei's arm and dashed towards the 6th floor of the teaching building. Yilei gazed at her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips, before tucking his hands into his pockets and making his way toward the school's rooftop playground. As he stepped onto the grounds of the rooftop arena, a flood of memories from his senior year washed over him. He often played badminton and engaged in various athletic competitions with his classmates there, although merely 2 months had elapsed. Reminiscing about those moments filled with joy was a delightful experience. In the midst of a rigorous academic environment, the act of playing sports provided a much-needed release from the pressures of study. That sensation was simply exquisite. Just as Yilei found himself lost in nostalgia, the rooftop playground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. What was happening? As Yilei was lost in his recollections, an inexplicable tremor abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He steadied himself and cast a wary glance around his surroundings. Just then, the mysterious vibrations ceased, and Yilei no longer surveyed the area with his vigilant gaze. Instead, he closed his eyes once more, savoring the beauty of time. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed across the entire expanse of the playground. Yilei abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the anguished cries. A stranger, a male figure, had suddenly materialized upon the playground, were it not for the vast, gaping pit behind him. Yilei might have questioned the very nature of his existence. The man stood bare-chested, his muscular physique clearly defined, while the lower half of his body, exposed beneath his shorts, bulged with impressive musculature, rendering him exceptionally robust. Yet, his towering height reached an astonishing 3 meters. Could this be the scheme devised by the Elder Council? As he observed the emblem etched upon the stranger's back, Yilei spoke coldly. The man bore a striking tattoo of a dark green 5-clawed black dragon, an unmistakable insignia of the Poison Dragon Legion, under the command of the 7th Elder. It was astounding. The Elder Council's plan had commenced with such swiftness, and they had accurately tracked his presence here. It seemed he could not underestimate them this time. With that thought, Yilei began to stride towards the unfamiliar man. However, at that moment, the stranger had his back turned, preventing Yilei from witnessing the repulsive visage that had elicited the earlier shriek from the terrified girl. For that face was no human countenance. It bore fangs, large patches of scaled armor on the cheeks, and eyes that glowed a sinister blood red, in stark contrast to the normal hues of black and white. His hands were adorned with razor-sharp claws. What manner of monster are you? The word monster finally drew the stranger's attention as he lowered his head, his eerie eyes fixating upon the girl seated on the ground. Indeed, it was it, for this man had transcended humanity, resembling a human shell while being fundamentally a creature genetically modified with the blood serum of soul beasts. From its tailbone, a blackish-purple scorpion tail emerged, raised high above its body, poised to strike directly at the girl's heart. In that instant, the atmosphere on the playground fell into a profound silence. Onlookers could do nothing but watch in horror as the purple tail lunged toward the girl's chest. Fearfully, she shut her eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes to discover a crimson stone wall standing before her, intercepting the scorpion tail's assault with unwavering resolve. Is it your duty as a man to prey upon the weak? A chilling male voice echoed from a distance. The The crowd turned to behold Yi Lei. His right hand extended, a flickering crimson energy pulsating within his palm. Observing the purple scorpion tail behind the stranger, Yi Lei's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The Elder Council truly was peculiar. Had they created such a monstrosity merely to instill fear? Yi Lei spoke with a hint of sarcasm. P.S. Keep it up, just 2 more chapters, and then it's time to clock out. September 13th, Chapter 111. The Annihilation of Humanity in the Elders' Hall. Observing the unfamiliar man's purple scorpion tail, Yi Lei exhibited a curious expression. The Elders' Hall is indeed peculiar, having engineered such a bizarre creature as yourself. Could it be that your sole purpose is to instill fear? With a hint of sarcasm, Yi Lei remarked, Senior Yi, this creature appears quite formidable. Should we not make our escape? At the very least, we might preserve our lives. One of the members of the badminton club hurriedly approached Yi Lei from behind. Fear not. Allow me to confront it. I am eager to discern whether it is indeed human or a monster. Yi Lei stomped fiercely with his right foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack open in an instant. The flame Lord Martial spirit emerged forth, as 4 soul rings beneath his feet flickered with a dark luminescence. At that very moment when Yi Lei unleashed his soul rings, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Now, I implore you to vacate the playground immediately and gather in the small plaza beneath the teaching building, where your safety will be assured by those present. Yi Lei's voice resonated through the minds of everyone present on the playground. Upon hearing his words, none of the students dared to defy him. The physical education teacher promptly organized an orderly evacuation of the area, leaving the space for Yi Lei and the unfamiliar man. However, not everyone exhibited the same obedience as the students. A few delinquents from the school remained defiant, hiding in the corners of the playground with their phones, ready to capture the unfolding events. Since you have arrived as a monster that brings calamity upon the world, do not think of leaving this place unscathed. I shall personally ensure your destruction. Yi Lei's gaze gradually turned frigid, and then, with a downward press of his right hand, the first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. He unleashed his self-created soul technique for fires of the celestial domain. In an instant, searing magma began to spread from beneath Yi Lei's feet, swiftly enveloping the entire playground, followed by a crimson barrier enclosing the area. When the thugs realized something was amiss and attempted to flee, it was already too late. They found themselves trapped within Yi Lei's domain, rendered immobile. A feral roar escaped the lips of a stranger, echoing like that of a beast. With a powerful thrust of his muscular legs, he lunged towards Yi Lei. As he charged, the stranger raised his clawed hand, unleashing a verdant wind blade. The wind blade surged rapidly toward Yi Lei, and sensing the turbulent air elements, Yi Lei furrowed his brow. He recognized this technique all too well. A wind blade. Wind elements. Could it be the energy of the azure white-striped tiger? How could this be? It was inconceivable for a human to possess the energy of a 50,000-year-old azure white-striped tiger. This man seemed to wield more than just this one skill. The scorpion tail he had previously released was not merely a manifestation of his martial soul, considering he was dispatched by the Elder 7 Residence's Poison Dragon Legion. Could it be that the Elders' Hall had employed human modification techniques, implanting various soul beast serums into a normal human, resulting in genetic mutations that bestowed this man with skills associated with the serums? How absurd. Elders' Hall, I never expected your humanity to have perished so soon. Yi Lei did not underestimate his opponent, directly unleashing his third soul skill, the 1000-gene flame armor. A crimson stone rose up, transforming in mid-air into the form of armor, which firmly adhered to Yi Lei's body, allowing him to withstand the onslaught of the unfamiliar man's wind blade. The wind blade struck heavily against the armored right arm of Yi Lei, leaving a faint mark upon the surface of the armor. To his surprise, a trace had been etched onto my third soul skill, the 1000-gene flame armor. It seems the Elder Hall has indeed exerted considerable effort to enhance the potency of your serum. In that case, it is now my turn. The soul bone skill of the human-faced left leg, the Spider Emperor's purple radiance slash. In an instant, a purplish-black soul bone materialized on Yi Lei's left calf, and with a swift motion, he kicked his left leg, unleashing a torrent of purple light slashes that surged towards the unfamiliar man. The stranger, however, was not to be trifled with. A peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes as he concentrated a surge of earthy energy into his right leg. He then forcefully stomped his right foot upon the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth beneath him shattered instantly, and the cracks rapidly spread outward, causing numerous earthen spikes to erupt from the ground, soaring into the air and encasing him within. Yi Lei's soul bone skill could only strike these earthen spikes, producing a cacophony of sound as they shattered, sending debris scattering, while the spikes continued to emerge incessantly, maintaining a protective barrier around the stranger. In light of this, if my soul bone skill cannot penetrate your defenses, then allow me to show you this move, my first soul skill, the infernal magma surge. Yi Lei let out a cold snort, then swiftly struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the first soul ring beneath his feet to illuminate. In an instant, a colossal pillar of magma erupted from beneath the unfamiliar man, who, at that very moment, leaped sideways along the riverside. As he did, his entire body shimmered with a silvery light, vanishing into thin air. The man had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the Elder Hall had injected this man with a serum derived from a soul beast possessing the ability to become invisible? Indeed, it was an impressive tactic. Against ordinary individuals, this maneuver could yield an element of surprise. However, it would be futile against me, as I possessed the spirit bone skill of the Spider Queen, a realm of mental hunting. As Yi Lei stepped forward with his left leg, the entire scene of the playground flooded into his mind. Ah, I have found you. Let you experience this technique. Fourth soul skill, Infernal Twin Blades. Yi Lei let out a cold snort, and immediately, the fourth soul ring in the sequence illuminated. The ground beneath him erupted into a tempest of molten lava. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, the earth fractured beneath him, and a peculiar large blade adorned with black and crimson patterns leaped forth from the ground. Yi Lei grasped it firmly in his hand, then swiftly crouched down, his free left hand plunging into the earth to forcibly extract another blade bearing the same intricate designs. At this moment, Yi Lei donned a striking scarlet armor, wielding two black and red blades as he darted toward a corner of the training ground. The skill of the Purgatory Fire Scythe from his right arm soul bone activated, unleashing the Purgatory Scythe flash. In an instant, a scythe-shaped soul bone manifested upon Yi Lei's right arm. The radiant glow of the soul bone flickered and swiftly transferred to the great blade he held in his hand. Immediately, both blades erupted with a brilliant crimson light. Yi Lei swung his great sword towards the direction he had locked onto. In the next instant, two crimson beams converged, intertwining to form an X, soaring forward. Do not even contemplate hiding. Embrace the judgment from the abyss. As Yi Lei's voice faded, the magma-laden ground within the four-fire realm erupted with fervor, causing the previously concealed form of the enigmatic man to re-emerge. A fierce roar, reminiscent of a wild beast, resonated through the air as vibrant hues of light ignited upon the man's figure, coalescing before him into a resplendent barrier of colors that resolutely countered Yi Lei's assault. The skill of the Thousand-Gene Bone, Thousand-Gene Meteoric Flame, was unleashed. Yi Lei's gaze flickered, and a fragment of soul bone materialized at his chest. A colossal meteorite coalesced in the air, crashing down heavily upon the unfamiliar man. With a resounding boom, dust and debris erupted around them, and the flames forcefully struck the ground, creating a profound pit. The stranger lay within, yet remarkably, his towering height of 3 meters diminished instantaneously, reverting to that of an ordinary man, and his once bulging muscles returned to their original state. As Yi Lei discerned the figure lying within the pit, a profound tremor coursed through his gaze. How could this be possible? Were you not one of the notorious quintet that roamed the martial world, seizing and plundering? What on earth has transpired? Why have you come to this state? The air hung in silence for a fleeting moment, before a hoarse voice emerged. Hurry, in my life. It is Elder 7 of the Hall who forcibly abducted us 5, subjecting us to grotesque experiments of human modification. They injected us with serums derived from various soul beasts. Among us, the 4th has already succumbed at their hands. Now, only the eldest and the other 2 remain. The serum administered to our leader was from a soul beast over 10,000 years old. He has now become a mere puppet of the Elder Hall. In the depths of the pit, the man, having regained his consciousness, responded in his rasping voice to Yi Lei's inquiries. Yet, before he could complete his words, he gasped his last breath, and his body dissolved into dust, merging with the soil of the pit. Standing at the edge of the pit, Yi Lei's countenance darkened as he contemplated the dust that had blended with the earth below. The serum modification project, as he described, suggested that 3 others with similar modifications still existed. The absence of a significant number of sociopathic beings in the Riverside Forest and Marine exhibition a month prior likely indicated that they had been captured by the Elder Hall. If his assumptions were correct, this man had been implanted with at least 4 types of soul beast serums, including the azure-striped white-furred tiger I had slain, the bloodthirsty scorpion from the arthropod soul beasts, and the mighty mammoth. As for the others, their identities remained a mystery. In a way, his death could be seen as a release. But the fate of the remaining 3 was uncertain, and I speculated that they too bore serums akin to his. Moreover, he had mentioned that their leader received the most potent serum. My current strength should suffice to confront him, yet it mattered little, given the Elder Hall's nature. They would not release the remaining soul beast-modified individuals lightly. Their powers would likely surpass one another. Furthermore, the fact that the elders dispatched him here undoubtedly indicated an intent to extract my combat data, suggesting that they may already possess part of it. The upcoming confrontations with the 3 modified beings would prove increasingly formidable. Upon contemplating this, Yulei shook his head, promptly concluding his soul skill. In an instant, the crimson barrier dissipated, and the ground beneath him reverted to its normal state, the deep pit having vanished. Having accomplished everything, Yulei descended from the playground and awaited at the base of the classroom building. As the bell signifying the end of class rang, he acknowledged the efforts of both teachers and classmates. It is worth noting that Yulei concluded the battle neither too soon nor too late. As he reached the entrance of the teaching building, the bell rang, and a multitude of students poured forth from the classrooms on the 5 or 6 floors above. They all stretched in the corridor, relaxing their bodies, with some taking the opportunity of the 10-minute break to review their textbooks nearby. Senior Yi. What happened to that man on the playground? Inquired a student from the badminton club, unable to restrain his curiosity as he approached Yulei. Rest assured, that man was merely a mutated soul awakening, and I have dealt with him accordingly. Yulei remarked casually, refraining from revealing the origins of that man, fearing it might incite panic within the school. After all, in his view, the remaining 3 modified individuals would be swiftly eradicated upon their appearance. 1 would be extinguished as it came, and 2 would be vanquished as they arrived. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yulei's eyes, sending a chill down the spine of the junior, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Here, take this. Absorb it tonight. Suddenly, with a wave of his right hand, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air and landed in the junior's grasp. Senior Yi, what is this? This is a gift for you. There are 4 more, all intended for you. Before your soul power reaches level 60, these 5 soul rings will grant you the finest soul skills. Once you achieve that milestone, come to me, and I shall assist you in acquiring your 6th soul ring. As he spoke, Yulei waved his hand again, and 4 more rings, yellow, purple, and black, flew into the junior's hands. Senior Yi, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? The junior furrowed his brow in concern. What could possibly be inappropriate? After all, these soul rings are not difficult to obtain. I have hundreds more. Yulei smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders, then directed his gaze towards the staircase, observing the students emerging from within, in search of a familiar figure. Moments later, 2 silhouettes appeared side by side as they exited the teaching building. Upon seeing this, Yulei stepped forward to approach them. Happy Teacher's Day, Teacher Huang. Yulei approached the 2 women and addressed one of them. Huang Xiaoshu smiled at the tall boy walking towards her and said, Yulei, how have you been lately? Teacher Huang, I am doing quite well. I recall that you don't have duty tonight, right? No, not at all. Why do you ask? If there are no issues. We are planning a reunion dinner with our high school classmates this evening. Is that all right, Teacher Huang? Of course, that poses no problem at all. In fact, I have been longing to see you all from this graduating class, as you are my very first group of students. Huang Xiaoshu beamed, gazing proudly at the 2 students before her. Then, Teacher Huang, shall we go? Yulei has already made a reservation at the restaurant. Han Wan, brimming with joy, linked her arm with Huang Xiaoshu's as they strolled side by side towards the school gate. Yulei walked behind, casting a glance at Han Wan, who was walking alongside Huang Xiaoshu, and smiled. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Song Yang. Old Yang, Han Wan and I are heading to the restaurant with Teacher Huang. Would you like to bring Wang Yunning along so the 4 of us can go together? No need. You 2 can go ahead with Teacher Huang. Wang Yunning and I will linger around the school for a while before we make our way over. All right. Just remember, we're at room 381 on the 3rd floor of Jinrong Grand Hotel. Okay. Yulei put away his phone and stepped forward to follow. Yulei escorted the 2 of them into a spacious Mercedes-Benz S-Class luxury business vehicle, which had been arranged by Yi Junqing. After promptly informing the accompanying driver of their dining destination, he settled into the lavish 9D floating seats at the rear alongside Han Wan. The 3 conversed amiably about their recent experiences within the cool confines of the car. How is your university life, Yulei? I trust it is treating you well. Indeed. It has been quite pleasant, Teacher Huang. By the way, Teacher Huang, what is your martial soul? Han Yuan inquired suddenly. My martial soul? I have yet to summon it. Huang Xiaoshu contemplated before responding. Then, Teacher, why not attempt to release it? Han Yuan playfully urged. Very well, I shall give it a try. Huang Xiaoshu raised his hands, beginning to channel the faint energy within him. Suddenly, a soft blue light emerged from his chest, gradually transforming into a deep blue flower before him. The Nine-Heart Sitang, a supreme martial soul of the support type. Yi Lei exclaimed in astonishment, Teacher Huang, please keep these 5 soul rings safely. This evening, you will be able to absorb this soul ring. Yi Lei pointed to a soul ring suspended in midair and addressed Huang Xiaoshu. Teacher, it seems rather inappropriate for you to accept these 5 soul rings without reason, does it not? Rest assured, Teacher Huang, Yi Lei possesses an abundance of soul rings, replied Han Yuan with confidence. If you doubt me, just take a look. Han Yuan reached for the car window, opened it, and then stood up to unleash her martial spirit. A deep purple-black hue enveloped her as 3 soul rings materialized around her waist. The moment her martial spirit manifested, the temperature inside the car plummeted dramatically. Fortunately, Han Yuan had opened the window beforehand. Otherwise, the enclosed environment would have descended to sub-zero temperatures in an instant. See, Teacher Huang, this is the soul ring Yi Lei assisted me in acquiring, which has significantly enhanced my strength. After speaking, Han Yuan dispelled her martial spirit, and the temperature inside the car quickly returned to normal as Yi Lei closed the window once more. With this, Huang Xiaoshu had no further objections and accepted all 5 soul rings. They then resumed their casual conversation as they continued their journey. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Yi Lei gave a few instructions to the driver before escorting Han Yuan and Huang Xiaoshu into the hotel. Young master, welcome, the front desk manager exclaimed upon seeing Yi Lei, promptly bowing and inquiring about the number of the private room he was in. Room 381 on the 3rd floor. Certainly, please follow me, the front desk manager responded eagerly, pulling out a walkie-talkie to relay a message. Attention, attention. The young master has arrived. The words transmitted through the walkie-talkie prompted the hotel staff to adopt the utmost level of service, resembling a state of heightened alert, as they attended to all dining guests with exemplary service. The sudden shift in the demeanor of the staff at Jinrong Grand Hotel left all the patrons in attendance momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why has the attitude of the staff changed so dramatically? It wasn't tea like this just a moment ago. Indeed, it wasn't tea. The waitstaff remained indifferent, fully aware that today, the esteemed heir of the Yi family would host a high school reunion at this very venue. In order to secure their positions, they felt compelled to present their most diligent selves, striving to impress the young master of the Yi family with their dedication. From their perspective, a commendable service attitude today could pave the way for promotions and salary increases. After all, working in the pinnacle of Rongqing's 5-star hotels, even a mere front desk attendant earned nearly 10,000. Positions of higher stature would undoubtedly command even more. Once settled in the private room, Yi Lei, with a grand gesture, ordered the hotel's signature dishes without reservation. He felt no need to concern himself with the cost of today's meal. As it was a family establishment, the revenue was of little significance to the Yi family, who owned numerous enterprises beyond this one. After half an hour, the remaining students gradually arrived at the hotel's private room. Upon entering, they eagerly greeted Huang Xiaoshu, with several girls presenting her with gifts they had just purchased. Yi Lei couldn't help but stifle a laugh, for the gifts were nothing more than red pens, notebooks, or flowers, an age-old tradition for Teacher's Day. He recalled his own past efforts, having once gifted high-end red pens accompanied by an array of refills. Whenever faced with a teacher he did not favor, he would simply bestow upon them a handful of red pens and refills, with nothing else included. Surely, today's students followed a similar custom for Teacher's Day. A further 10 minutes passed before Song Yang and Wang Yuning arrived, bringing along a plethora of items that would be of great use to the teachers, far superior to what the female students had offered. Their gifts were precious indeed. Fortunately, during military training, Song Yang had earned a considerable amount of soul coins, making him relatively affluent among the ordinary students, especially given that teachers did not require many supplies. As Yi Lei sensed the atmosphere had reached a suitable moment, he gestured for everyone to quiet down, then took a seat and clapped his hands. Soon after, 2 waitstaff entered in succession. The first attendant wheeled in a large box and, placing it beside him, announced, "This is the intelligent office chair commissioned by the young master, designed by a renowned overseas artisan." It possesses the plush texture of a sofa and is equipped with a massage function, offering exceptional comfort. Perfectly suited for Miss Huang's office needs. After finishing his introduction, the first attendant bowed and withdrew. The second attendant then entered with a cart laden with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. These are specially crafted herbal tea bags, commissioned by the young master for our hotel. They are made from the finest medicinal ingredients, providing benefits for beauty, heat relief, and fat reduction, which are also ideally suited for Ms. Huang's office requirements. With that, the second attendant exited the private room as well. Huang Xiaoshu gazed at the luxurious office chair and the mountain-like pile of herbal tea bags, smiling gently. Yilei, you need not bestow such splendid gifts upon me. As a teacher, I have no need for such extravagance. Teacher Huang, what do you mean by that? Yilei replied earnestly. As your very first student since you began teaching, it is only fitting that I offer you a token of gratitude for your 3 years of nurturing and guidance. Please do not decline these gifts. Accept them graciously. At that moment, as Yilei was speaking, the tightly shut door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An unexpected guest appeared at the entrance. Everyone present was startled, their attention drawn towards the door, where they beheld a boy of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair. Qintao, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilei's tone instantly turned frigid. P.S. Off work. September 14th, Chapter 116. Where did this dog come from? As Yilei was speaking, the previously closed door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. An uninvited guest appeared at the entrance. Everyone present was startled and turned their gazes toward the door, only to behold a boy of average height and build, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair, standing at the threshold. Qintao, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yilei's voice instantly turned icy. What? Am I not allowed to attend the first reunion of our high school classmates? Qintao scoffed. Yet how can I forget that someone once voluntarily proclaimed he would never set foot in Class 10 again? He even stated that should he renege on his promise, he would perform the act of consuming excrement before the entire class. Without lifting his head, Yilei picked up a few peanuts with his chopsticks and nonchalantly said, provoking a wave of laughter from his classmates. Damn it, Yilei, I've long been intolerant of your attitude. I came here today solely for my high school diploma. Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not hand over my diploma today, do not blame me for being impolite. Qintao exclaimed in an instant, raising his finger to point at Huang Xiaoshu's nose in anger. Oh, where did this dog come from, spouting so much nonsense? I am eager to see how you will treat Teacher Huang today. Yilei slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to tremble slightly. Well, Yilei, I am a formidable soul master from the second ring. Today, I shall eliminate you first, and then deal with your girlfriend. Qintao declared indignantly, as he summoned a crimson axe into his hand with a swift motion. In the next moment, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, materialized beneath his feet. Instantly, everyone in the private room, except for Yilei, Song Yang, and Huang Xiaoshu, was taken aback. Huang Xiaoshu, however, remained unfazed upon witnessing Qintao's white and yellow soul rings. For just half an hour prior, she had observed an even more impressive soul ring configuration in the van. In comparison, Qintao appeared utterly insignificant before Han Wan. Yet, she had an unwavering belief that Yilei's soul ring configuration would undoubtedly surpass Han Wan's in terms of sheer terror. Alas, another fool who does not grasp the gravity of the situation. With a mere white and yellow soul ring configuration, how dare you make a commotion on my territory? I fear you may not leave this establishment unscathed. Yilei exerted force with his legs, pushing the chair back, then leaned against the backrest, crossing one leg over the other, squinting as he regarded Qintao, who brandished his axe-like martial spirit. Yilei, you are forcing my hand. I shall sever your head, he declared. And you, Huang Xiaoshu, if you do not return my diploma today, I will likewise behead you. With that, Qintao charged toward Yilei, axe raised. The onlookers, witnessing this confrontation, refrained from intervening, fearful of the repercussions from Qintao's weapon. In stark contrast, Yilei nonchalantly sipped from his goblet, exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the axe in Qintao's grasp. With a resounding whoosh, the axe descended, slicing through the air, causing the crowd to flinch and shut their eyes, dreading the prospect of witnessing a gruesome scene. However, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated cry of pain from Yilei did not come. Instead, it was Qintao who emitted a yelp akin to that of a pig. Puzzled, the crowd cautiously opened their eyes, peering in Yilei's direction. To their astonishment, they beheld Yulei effortlessly pinching Chen Tao's axe with 2 fingers. "No, this is impossible. How can you so easily catch my axe?" Chen Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he futilely attempted to withdraw his weapon from Yilei's grip, straining with all his might yet achieving no success. "Why, that is a question for you to ponder. Furthermore, you ought to inquire why you cannot obtain your diploma. Do not expect our teacher Huang to clean up your mess. If you wish to secure your diploma, you must diligently complete and submit your ideological report to the academic office. Otherwise, your diploma shall forever remain at Rongqing No. 8 Middle School." Yilei casually held Chen Tao's axe in one hand while leisurely sipping a drink with the other, never once casting a glance in Chen Tao's direction. "This is infuriating. Yilei, you have forced my hand." First soul skill, Magma Blade. Chen Tao could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed his soul power, activating his first soul skill. The white soul ring flickered, and the axe blade, pinched between Yilei's 2 fingers, suddenly erupted with a crimson glow, hurtling toward Yilei's palm. Just as the brilliance was about to touch Yilei's skin, a searing pressure erupted from within him, shattering the crimson light, sending Chen Tao hurtling backward from the force. There are just 2 hours left. Today's task must be completed. September 15th, Chapter 117. Incoherence. This is infuriating. Yilei, you have forced my hand. First soul skill, Magma Blade. Chen Tao, pushed to his limits, activated his soul power once more, and as the white soul ring shimmered, the axe blade that Yulei held between his fingers burst forth with a fiery crimson light, aimed directly at Yulei's palm. Just before the light could make contact with Yulei's skin, an intense, scorching pressure emanated from him, dispersing the crimson glow, and Chen Tao was violently thrown back by the force. "This is impossible. How can you?" After crashing to the ground, Chen Tao's axe dissipated, and he raised his finger to point at Yilei. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the 4 soul rings that slowly emerged beneath Yilei's feet. The moment Yilei's soul rings appeared in the room, even Huang Xiaoshu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She had believed that Han Wan's trio of purple and black soul rings was formidable enough. Yet she was astounded to see that all 4 of Yilei's rings were the color representing 10,000 years, black. This indicated that with Yilei's strength, even several Chen Taos would not suffice as opponents. "So, Chen Tao, what do you intend to do? Chop off my head. I had already given you a chance, but you failed to seize it. Now it is my turn. Bring him out." At this command, Yilei's voice echoed into the ears of the security personnel on the 3rd floor. The guards trembled, and upon realizing it was their young master's voice, they rushed to the 381 private room where Yulei was located. "You lot, quickly drag him out, and also, summon Manager Zhang to see me." Yilei languidly reclined in his chair, taking a sip of his beverage before speaking. "Yes, young master." 2 security guards swiftly approached, one on each side, and forcibly escorted Chen Tao out. Regardless of his protests, they unceremoniously tossed him at the entrance of the Jinrong Grand Hotel. Chen Tao fell heavily onto the ground, rubbing his rear as he stood up, then pointed an accusatory finger at the 2 guards, unleashing a torrent of insults that even invoked the lineage of their ancestors. The guards, visibly exasperated, suppressed their urge to retaliate against Chen Tao. After a brief interval, the front desk manager emerged and whispered a few words into the ears of the guards. Upon hearing this, they promptly advanced and dragged Chen Tao into the underground parking lot of the hotel, where his anguished screams echoed throughout the dimly lit space. "Young master, you summoned me. Is there something you need?" 5 minutes later, a distinguished man clad in an elegant white tailored suit appeared at the door of box 381. "Manager Zhang, the reason I called you here pertains to that man who appeared in our box today, Chen Tao. You understand what must be done, correct?" As Yulei savored the exquisite delicacies, he did not even cast a glance towards the entrance. Manager Zhang, standing at the door, instantly comprehended the implicit meaning behind Yilei's words and promptly exited the private room, shutting the door behind him. Once outside, Manager Zhang retrieved his phone and sent a message stating, "By order of the young master, effective immediately, the man in the photograph, along with his relatives, are prohibited from entering any hotel in Rongqing. Should any establishment dare to allow them to dine, they would be opposing our Jinrong Grand Hotel and the Yi family." After dispatching the message, Manager Zhang returned his phone to his pocket and resumed his duties. "Shall we instruct the kitchen to promptly prepare a portion of today's newly developed dishes for room 381. Also, ensure that each guest in room 381 receives a serving of our desserts. Remember, it must be expedited." Manager Zhang approached the entrance to the hotel kitchen and called forth a rotund chef with a beer belly, issuing his commands. The chef, fully aware of the significance of room 381, nodded eagerly and waddled back to his station, directing his team of cooks. Immediately, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. After the gathering concluded, Yilei dispatched a driver to safely escort Huang Xiaoshu to her residence, considering Chen Tao's earlier behavior. He sent 5 personnel from the Yi family as security company to vigilantly guard Huang Xiaoshu's building throughout the night. Even during her journey to Rongqingnou 8 middle school, 2 security guards would discreetly ensure her safety. However, those details would unfold later. As he watched the business vehicle fade into the distance, Yilei sighed. Alas, what was meant to be a delightful banquet has been marred. Even the finest ingredients failed to evoke their rightful flavors. Shall we venture to the food street adjacent to the school for a bite? Han Wan, with a playful demeanor, nestled against Yilei's arm, gently swaying it while gazing at him with eager anticipation. How could I possibly be unaware of the thoughts of this little food enthusiast? Wouldn't you agree? Yilei extended his other hand, playfully rubbing the soft flesh on Han Wanxiao's belly with his fingers. Hee. Lazy, are Yuning and I going or not? We've had quite a hearty meal tonight, so we're heading back to school first. As she spoke, Song Yang took hold of Wang Yuning's little hand, smiling. All right then. I won't disturb you too while you stroll. See you in the dormitory tonight. With that, the 4 parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Yilei, do you know? My soul power has already surpassed level 36. I believe it's because you absorbed that 50,000-year-old mimic soul ring, along with the vast amount of domain energy I've gathered in your blue-silver domain over the past few days. You guessed it right. Yilei and Han Wan strolled hand in hand along the street, engaging in playful interaction. Observing Han Wan, who appeared frosty as an iceberg before others yet revealed a petite and soft demeanor in his presence, Yilei couldn't help but display his radiant smile, his eyes brimming with affection for her. Beneath the moonlight, the two walked side by side, surrounded by an abundance of pink bubbles. In the military headquarters of Rome City, within a vast office, an elderly gentleman with silvery hair sat before an intricately crafted wooden desk, perusing a document in hand. Elder 7. News has arrived from the Burning Heaven faction, he reported. Oh, do enlighten me. Several days prior, the Soul Beast transformation project we were investigating has been successfully completed. Out of 5 test subjects, 4 have succeeded. The failed one has been discreetly eliminated. This afternoon, we dispatched the 4th experimental subject to gather combat data on that young man named Yi. The combat data has been transmitted to you, Elder 7. Please check your dedicated phone. The assistant to the elder pushed open the office door and approached the desk, presenting another document. Since the combat data has returned, what of the 4th experimental subject? Elder 7 continued to scrutinize the file without lifting his gaze. The 4th experimental subject has perished, with not a trace remaining. Alas, it's unfortunate, yet it matters not. Our experiment has succeeded. We may simply capture a few vagrants from the streets for further transformations. Indeed, Elder 7. I shall promptly instruct the team to find 10 vagrants for the Soul Beast transformation project. I am confident that one day your transformed army will flourish magnificently. Very well. You may leave now. Understood. At the entrance of Rome University, someone asked, Nwaner, would you like to maximize the attack strength of your second soul skill? As Yilei and Han Wan had just crossed the school gate, Yilei abruptly turned and inquired, If I wish to enhance the attack power of my second soul skill, does that not necessitate absorbing soul rings of corresponding ages? Han Wan lifted her petite face, her expression one of perplexity. Well, one could argue that point, Yilei continued, yet your second soul skill is derived from the millennium-old magic ice kite, a soul beast of the spiritual attribute. This means your skill inherits the attack methodology of the magic ice kite. However, spiritual attribute soul beasts are rather rare. I happen to possess a unique technique that could significantly amplify the potency of your second soul skill. Would you be interested in learning it? At this moment, Yilei teased, casting a beaming look at Han Wan. Really? I want to learn. I want to go. Upon hearing that there was a profound skill capable of enhancing her second soul skill's potency, Han Wan gazed at Yilei with wide, starry eyes filled with anticipation. Rest assured, I will definitely teach you this, he replied. Now, pay close attention. This extraordinary skill is called the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye? What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. Yilei continued. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is one of the supreme secret techniques from a sect known as Tangman. Mastering the purple extreme demon eye will grant you an additional skill that allows you to attack with your gaze, wielding formidable power. Yilei tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. He then proceeded to recite the secret technique of the purple extreme magic eye from the Tang sect's ultimate teachings, word for word. This method, known as the purple extreme magic eye, enhances one's vision significantly by practicing during the fleeting moment when the purple aura rises with the morning sun. It endows the practitioner with extraordinary observation skills, capable of inflicting mental damage upon adversaries. With a gaze that can traverse thousands of miles and scrutinize even the minutest details. The purple extreme magic eye is categorized into 4 levels: overview, insight, seed, and vastness. The effects are as follows. Overview level greatly enhances vision and allows for a clear grasp of every existing detail. Insight level provides an even clearer view, enriching the nuances of the observed details. The practitioner can perceive everything in front of them as if time has slowed, enabling rapid responses. Seed level, from an external perspective, one's eyes emit a golden purple glow. From their own viewpoint, everything around becomes remarkably clear, revealing a world rich in layers and vibrant colors. Even the transparent air can unveil the faintest dust particles. A lengthy passage flowed through the air and into Han Nuan's ears, momentarily leaving her stunned and unresponsive. Yilei, could you possibly repeat that secret technique? I didn't quite catch it. Han Nuan tilted her head, gazing at Yilei with eager eyes. Certainly. Here, take this tome of the Tang sect's ultimate teachings. You can thoroughly study all the secret techniques it contains. They will be immensely beneficial for your future battles. As he spoke, Yilei flipped his right hand and retrieved the Tang sect's ultimate teachings stored in the system's space, finally handing it to Han Nuan. Nuaner, I must stress that this book of the Tang sect's ultimate teachings must not be seen by outsiders. The secret techniques recorded within are unparalleled in this world, originating from the Douluo continent. If others were to learn these techniques, it would have significant repercussions for us. After receiving the ancient text from Yilei, Han Nuan responded with a serious nod. All right, I understand. You can rest assured. I won't let anyone discover this, not even Wang Yunling and the others. With a smile, she accepted the ancient tome and gazed at Yilei. P.S. Keep going. Just 2 more chapters to go. September 16th, Chapter 120. I won't bully you. Nuaner, I must impress upon you the utmost importance of keeping this Tang sect's ultimate secret from prying eyes. The techniques contained within are singular in this world, originating from the Douluo continent. Should outsiders gain access to these esoteric methods, the repercussions for us could be dire. Yilei said with a grave expression as he handed over the precious tome. All right, I understand. You needn't worry. I will ensure that this book remains undiscovered by anyone, including Wang Yunling and her companions. Han Nuan replied, accepting the ancient text and smiling warmly at Yilei. Now it is getting late. Let us return to our dormitory to rest. Oh, and regarding the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, you only need to focus on mastering the purple extreme demon eye, the ghost shadow displacement step, and the 100 techniques of hidden weapons. Ghost shadow displacement step? 100 techniques of hidden weapons? What are those? Han Nuan inquired, her face a portrait of curiosity as she gazed at Yilei. The ghost shadow displacement step is a remarkable maneuver contained within the Tang sect's teachings. Once you have perfected this secret technique, you will possess remarkable agility in combat, greatly enhancing your prowess. As for the 100 techniques of hidden weapons, you can utilize the icy blades released by your first soul skill, Ice Feather, as silent projectiles, enabling you to inflict damage upon your opponent without a sound. Yilei elucidated, and Han Nuan finally displayed an expression of enlightenment. She then adorably nodded her head and obediently remarked, I understand now. Yilei was struck by the tenderness of this response, and guilt extended its hands, gently grasping Han Nuan's soft little face, embarking on a playful torment. Yilei, what are you doing? Han Nuan's delicate visage bore faint red marks from Yilei's playful grip, and she retaliated by raising her small, pink fists, raining down light punches upon Yilei's firm chest. Observing Han Nuan's futile flurry of tiny punches, Yilei could not help but chuckle. After all, her playful assault posed no threat to him. Following the absorption of the 3rd spirit ring by his flame Lord Martial soul, his physical strength had escalated to several times that of an ordinary person. Han Nuan was well aware of this. Thus, while she struck his chest, she infused her punches with a trace of her meager spirit power. Yet, This slight energy dissipated upon contact with Yulei's robust chest, akin to a trickle of mud vanishing in the vast ocean. All right, I shan't tease you any longer, Nwaner. It's getting late. You should head back. Humph. I'm upset and don't wish to talk to you. Han Nuan puffed her cheeks, turning her back to Yilei, speaking in a huffy tone. Her indignant demeanor tempted Yilei to extend his mischievous hand once more. However, a sense of conscience restrained him from acting upon that impulse. Instead, he simply placed his large hand gently upon Han Nuan's fluffy head, embracing her with affectionate tenderness. Come now, don't be angry. It's late. Let us return to the dormitory. We have classes in the morning. Yulei's eyes were filled with tenderness. Humph. Seeing your sincere attitude and admitting your mistake, I shall reluctantly grant you my forgiveness. I will head back to the dormitory now. See you tomorrow. Han Nuan then turned around to face Yilei, a smile gracing her lips, before skipping joyfully towards the girls' dormitory, cradling the treasured skills of the Tang sect. Yilei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she skipped away, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. Reflecting on Han Nuan's recent expressions, he felt an overwhelming urge to gently grasp her head and trace the contours of her lips. Upon this thought, Yilei quickly shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate notions that had intruded upon his mind. Goodness, why have I been preoccupied with such thoughts today? Nwaner is still so young. Perhaps I should wait a few more years. Then, just as Yilei managed to regain his composure, he felt his thoughts drifting once more, prompting him to vigorously shake his head again. P.S. Keep going, just one more chapter. Resolve it within half an hour. September 16th, Chapter 121, Campus Forum. Yilei gazed at the youthful figure of the girl as she frolicked joyfully, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. As he recalled Han Nuan's expressions from earlier, he felt an overwhelming urge to gently grasp her head and tenderly trace the outline of her lips. The mere thought of it caused him to hastily shake his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had taken root in his mind. What on earth was I thinking today? Nwaner is still so young. Perhaps I should wait a few more years. Then, just as Yilei managed to regain his composure, he found himself spiraling back into those thoughts, compelling him to shake his head with renewed vigor. Not far away, within a classroom building, a faint glimmer of light flickered behind a window. September 11th. Early morning. Yilei was roused from his slumber by his 3 roommates. What is the matter with you 3? It isn't even 8 o'clock yet. Can't you allow me a little more time to sleep? Yilei sat on his bed, bleary-eyed as he gazed at the 3 individuals standing on the floor. Lazy, quickly check the campus forum, Songyang said, holding his phone and not bothering to lift his head. Yilei, utterly bewildered, picked up his phone for a fleeting glance, yet offered no reaction before retreating back to his bed, yearning to indulge in a few more moments of slumber. Alas, I pondered, Yilei. How can you remain so indifferent to your own affairs when you and Han Nuan have made an appearance on the campus forum? Is your apathy towards your own well-being truly so profound? As for me and Nuan, our presence on the forum is of little consequence. After all, we are indeed in a romantic relationship, and I have yet to formally announce it within the university. In a way, his actions inadvertently assist me. But enough of this. Let me enjoy a bit more rest. Yilei turned over helplessly, expressing his annoyance as he spoke. Upon hearing Yilei's words, the 3 individuals beneath the bed displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, it seemed that there was no need for their urgency. It was quite perplexing how that group of individuals perceived the situation. After all, Yilei was merely engaging in a normal romantic relationship. Yet they accused him of stealing their girlfriend. What absurdity. Adding to the sentiment, the girls were particularly vociferous, mercilessly berating Yilei's partner. Just look at how they insulted her, calling her all sorts of names. It was baffling how they rationalized their claims of being Yilei's undisclosed girlfriend, as if he would ever consider them. After this exchange, the 3 remained unsatisfied and resumed their heated exchanges on their phones, engaging in a war of words with the trolls on the campus forum. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Han Nuan shared several photos chronicling her relationship with Yilei on the campus forum. The moment those slightly unhinged male and female students laid eyes on Han Nuan's posts, chaos ensued. Instantly, several girls flocked to her account, unleashing a torrent of insults, though a few rational students commented, wishing for the happiness of Yilei and Han Nuan. Hey, brothers, this guy named Yilei lives right next to my dorm. Let us give him a good beating, shouted one student from above. Count me in. I'm in too. This Yilei resides in dorm 408. Before long, a throng of dozens of boys, from freshmen to seniors, amassed at the entrance of Yi Lei's dormitory. Among them, an exceptionally irate athlete kicked open the door, storming inside. The three, still engrossed in their battle against the trolls, were startled by the resounding impact of the door against the wall, turning stiffly to see a horde of boys gathered in the doorway. "Which one of you is Yi Lei, the one who stole my beloved? Step out immediately, or I swear I will make your life unbearable on campus," the leading athlete declared with audacity. The expressions of Song Yang and his companions darkened instantly. "Looks like they arrived quite swiftly," said Jing Hang. "Heh, the one who struggle is clearly you," retorted Song Yang. "Finally, a valid reason to unleash some retribution," added Chen Sikong. "Honestly, what does their relationship have to do with you? Do you wish to play the hero?" Another chimed in. "They've been together for over 2 years. How can you claim he stole your girlfriend? You've barely met her a few times, yet you dare to call her your friend? How ridiculous. Seems like you might have a few screws loose. Perhaps you should seek some help before it affects your future." Song Yang and his companions spoke in succession, rendering the athletic student utterly speechless. "Regardless, I, Wang Ba, have set my sights on a woman, and she is mine, irrespective of whether she has a boyfriend. You three should swiftly retreat. Otherwise, do not blame my fists for their indiscriminate nature. Should I inadvertently injure you, it would be regrettable." Wang Ba cracked his knuckles, speaking arrogantly, as a towering gorilla spirit materialized behind him. At the moment Wang Ba's martial spirit appeared, not a single soul ring was visible. "Oh, is that so? You believe that someone without even a soul ring can contend with the three of us?" The expressions of Song Yang and his companions turned icy as they unleashed their martial spirits, instantly conjuring 3 colossal beast spirits within the room, accompanied by 6 pale, purple soul rings. Indeed, 6 purple soul rings. During the midpoint of military training, both Jing Hang and Chen Sison had successfully broken through to level 20, with Yi Lei assisting them in selecting the most suitable spirit beasts. Furthermore, Jing Hang had absorbed a 50,000-year-old soul bone, leading to a remarkable surge in his soul power, making him the strongest among the group, ranking 3rd, excluding Yi Lei and Han Wan. Thus, at the moment his martial spirit manifested, the room was instantly filled with visible electrical sparks. In contrast, Wang Ba and his companions, who had not released their martial spirits, found themselves at the mercy of the electric sparks in the air, howling in distress. "Huh, you three merely possess 2 purple soul rings. Regardless, I am adamant that the one named Yi Lei must be separated from the flower of Han Wan until I tire of her, after which I shall return her." "Ha ha. Dare to repeat that?" As Wang Ba pondered over those unsightly images, a sudden voice echoed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread that surged towards the dormitory entrance. The abruptness of this menacing pressure startled Wang Ba, causing him to plummet to the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just as he raised his hand to wipe away the perspiration and attempted to rise, a gleaming silver-blue spear abruptly thrust itself between his legs. The unexpected appearance of the spear nearly sent Wang Ba into a faint, and once again, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. "Weren't you just so arrogant? Why do you seem so diminished now?" Yi Lei's figure suddenly materialized behind Song Yang and the others, his eyes ablaze with fierce intent as he directed his gaze towards Wang Ba and his companions standing at the dormitory entrance. "So, you are the one called Yi Lei, are you? From this day forth, I demand you relinquish Han the campus beauty to me for a week. What do you say? You truly possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. You dare to lay your hands on my woman? It seems you are no longer interested in maintaining your status at this school." Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, the ferocity in Yi Lei's eyes grew even colder. "How dare you suggest that I, Wang Ba, cannot thrive in this school because of you? You, a mere pretty boy, do you even have the right to speak? One should draft their words carefully, do you understand?" At this moment, Wang Ba also rose to his feet. A smug expression plastered across his face as he regarded Yi Lei. "Huh, I am unworthy, you say? Then pray tell, do you consider yourself worthy?" Yi Lei pushed aside Song Yang and the others, stepping forward with determination. With a flick of his right hand, the blue-silver overlord spear, which had been embedded in the ground, instantly returned to his grasp. He then thrust the spear forward, its silver tip aimed directly at Wang Ba's throat. "You wretched scoundrel. No one in this world is worthy of honor but me. Now, I command you to leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to add another's blood to my blue-silver overlord spear." As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from him, and 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, hovering at his waist. 6 rings, a soul emperor. How is this possible? You are merely an 18-year-old boy. Why do you possess 5 10,000-year rings and 100,000-year ring? This defies logic. Wang Ba was utterly flabbergasted, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Yi Lei. Why is it impossible? The world is vast and full of wonders. What of it if I am a 6-ring soul emperor? And as for you lot, consider yourselves fortunate. Leave now, for I shan't repeat myself. As Yi Lei addressed Wang Ba, he shouted directly at the group of boys behind him, causing them to scatter instantaneously, leaving Wang Ba standing alone. After witnessing his companions flee in disarray, Wang Ba attempted to make his own escape. However, Yi Lei's haunting voice echoed once more. What is this? After humiliating someone, you wish to flee? If I do not make you pay a price today, I shall not bear the surname Yi. With that declaration, countless tendrils of blue-silver royal vines replaced the shattered dormitory door, effectively blocking the entrance. Bro, let us discuss this rationally. We gentlemen resolve matters with words, not violence. It was a mistake today. Please don't hold it against your senior. Not hold it against you. Very well. Then today I shall take something of yours as recompense. And I will not hold it against you. Upon witnessing the success of his scheme, Yi Lei's lips curled into a broad smile. What? What is this? At this moment, Wang Ba had lost his previous arrogance, regarding Yi Lei with a sycophantic gaze. Your lifeline. You profess to have a fondness for women. So I shall confiscate your means of indulgence. Let us see how you intend to navigate this predicament. Yi Lei's words left Wang Ba and Song Yang, along with the other two, utterly astonished. At that moment, they realized that this senior before them had truly touched Yi Lei's sensitive spot. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as it was only fitting for a scoundrel who indulged in women to face the consequences of having his tools of misdeed confiscated. What do you mean you want my vital essence? What if I refuse? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba's temper flared. After all, having studied at Rome University for so long, he had cycled through friends like seasons and had stayed in numerous hotels. If his vital essence were taken from him, how could he continue his pursuits with women? Thus, Wang Ba decided to stand his ground, convinced that within the confines of the school, Yi Lei posed no real threat to him. Very well. If you are unwilling to comply, I shall resort to different means, Yi Lei remarked with a cold smirk. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. With that, Yi Lei activated his blue-silver domain and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Wang Ba's plump face. Seeing Yi Lei take action, the other three hesitated for a moment, but soon joined in. Song Yang unleashed a tail like that of an alligator, striking Wang Ba in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the blue-silver emperor that Yi Lei had summoned to block his escape. The formidable elasticity of the blue-silver emperor then rebounded him harshly to the ground. Jing Hang was equally relentless, releasing a faintly charged electric net that ensnared Wang Ba, causing him to scream in agony. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dormitory, a cacophony of screams echoed through the halls. What on earth was happening? I was unsure. It seemed that a group of upperclassmen had come to confront the one named Yi Lei, and shortly thereafter, the entire throng had fled, leaving only the unfortunate Wang Ba behind. The source of those anguished cries was undoubtedly him. I had long heard that this Wang Ba had a new girlfriend every week. Having stayed with numerous girls in hotels, it appeared that some from our cohort had fallen victim to his antics. He was the epitome of scum, breaking up with girls after their encounters, then using secretly recorded videos and photos to threaten them when they sought explanation. To preserve their dignity, those girls chose not to confront him further. Now, however, Wang Ba had provoked the most formidable warrior of our year, Yi Lei, and it seemed he was in for a world of hurt. The residents of the neighboring dormitories listened with a mixture of pity and concern to the anguished cries emanating from Yi Lei's room. After a span of several minutes, the harrowing screams finally subsided. Yi Lei then removed the blue-silver emperor vines that had served as a makeshift door. Once the three individuals had dressed appropriately, they emerged together. Behind them, the imposing and unscathed Wang Ba Bei was dragged out by Yi Lei, who held onto his ankle with a strand of blue-silver emperor vine. Yi Lei was rather straightforward, unceremoniously tossing Wang Ba at the entrance of the boys' dormitory before heading to the cafeteria with Song Yang and the others without a backward glance. Sigh, Yi Lei. When you pummeled that despicable Wang Ba, why did you activate your blue-silver domain? Humph. Opening the blue-silver domain was a mercy towards him. My blue-silver emperor martial soul possesses a unique ability, one that is referred to as the wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life. In other words, this skill grants me the power of self-healing. Any wounds on my body, within the confines of my blue-silver domain, will heal over time. Oh, I see now. Yilei, you activated the blue-silver domain to prevent that vile Wang Ba from reporting you afterward. So, within your domain, any injuries he sustained would be restored to their optimum state due to the energy of your domain. Thus, giving him a beating inadvertently benefited him, allowing him to absorb the energy of my domain, significantly enhancing his own cultivation. However, I have left my blue-silver emperor imprint within him. Should he continue to harm those girls as he did before, the imprint will instantaneously cause him to explode from within. As Yilei spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. However, I granted him 3 chances. Should he attempt to deceive any girl, the mark would cause him to faint instantly. After 3 attempts, it would be his demise. By the way, there's one more chapter. I must rise early tomorrow. September 17th, Chapter 124. Official announcement. Yilei. Would it not be rather cruel for him to perish in such a manner? Songyang inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Cruel? I considered it fortunate that I did not leave the Flame Lord's mark within his body. Had I done so, his primal spirit would have been utterly incapable of enduring even 5 hours. Once the time elapsed, his body would commence self-ignition, and within mere seconds, he would be reduced to ashes. Yilei spoke with an expressionless countenance. Instantly, the 3 individuals beside him were taken aback, for they too sensed that leaving the blue-silver emperor's mark within that detestable creature was a mere triviality. If he cherished this opportunity, he would not meet his demise. Yet, should he squander it, the only fate awaiting him would be death. With this thought in mind, Songyang and the others ceased their contemplation of the matter. After dining with Yilei at the cafeteria, they hurried off to attend their classes. Meanwhile, beneath the boys' dormitory, Wang Ba lay on the ground, his demeanor sickly. At that moment, a classmate happened to emerge from the dormitory and, upon seeing him sprawled there, rushed over to assist him. Hey, what's going on, Bagu? Weren't you just saying you were going to teach that underclassman a lesson for stealing your potential girlfriend? Did he end up beating you? Don't even mention it. Wang Ba lamented. That underclassman is actually a 6-ring soul emperor, boasting a 10,000-year soul ring. I just asked him about the beating he gave me in his dorm. And oh my goodness, it truly felt like death itself. At that moment, as Wang Ba attempted to move his painfully struck neck, he discovered that there was no sensation of pain whatsoever. Skeptical, he pressed his hand against his abdomen, where Song Yang's crocodile tail had struck him, only to find the same absence of pain. How can this be? Why is there not a trace of pain on my body? This defies logic. Wang Ba howled in frustration, for he had anticipated using the scars of his life to extort some compensation from Yilei. Yet now, he found not a single mark on his body, nor any sensation of pain from the earlier beating, leaving him irate. Ah, Yilei, since the campus forum has become so lively due to your affair, how will you handle it? What else can I do? It will undoubtedly be the simplest and most straightforward approach. Since Warner has already made an official announcement, I shall do the same. I will formally declare it on the campus forum. After all, I am the only principal party yet to respond. Indeed, I am certain that there are many extreme girls on your sister-in-law's side as well, but they will definitely keep their distance given the frigid aura she exudes, which even we struggle to withstand. Haha, it's not just you all. Even I, possessing a fire element martial soul, could only endure under her ultimate ice for a minute. The elemental clash between fire and ice is not new to me. A month ago, while assisting my mother in hunting for a second soul ring, my overconfidence led to a near-fatal encounter with a dying soul beast, which, as fate would have it, was an exquisite ice-type sea soul beast. Fortunately, I possessed the blue-silver emperor martial soul, otherwise I might still be nursing old wounds. Yilei chuckled softly. Rongqing. In the ancestral home of the Yi family, Tang Yuqing, seated comfortably on the sofa while indulging in fruit and watching television, inexplicably sneezed. Perplexed, she rubbed her nose and voiced her confusion. What is going on? Why did I suddenly sneeze? Wait, it must be Yi Junqing playing tricks on me again. Tonight, he can forget about sharing my bed. After expressing her thoughts, she resumed her enjoyment of the fruit and the show. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing, tirelessly working to earn a living at the Yi Group, found himself in quite a predicament. P.S. Off work. September 16th, Chapter 125. An outlawed territory, Yi Junqing remarked. Yilei, you little rascal, after raising you for 18 years, is this how you repay me? You've made it impossible for me to sleep tonight. Just wait until your vacation. I shall see how I deal with you. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Yilei's left hand furiously manipulated his phone, while the 3 individuals seated beside him Song Yang, and the others were entirely oblivious to his actions. However, they refrained from inquiring, as they could surmise that Yi Lei was likely contemplating the official announcement for the campus forum. As anticipated, once Yi Lei completed his task and set down his phone, the devices of Song Yang and the others chimed in unison. Let me take a wild guess. Yi Lei, have you just posted the official announcement on the campus forum? Is there really any need for guessing? The impact of this matter is too significant. Just look at the commotion caused by so many boys at our dormitory this morning. Yi Lei must have decided that further concealment was futile, hence the announcement at this opportune moment. Exactly. Yi Lei, do you agree with our assessment? Absolutely, without a doubt. Moreover, it is 100% accurate. Since someone has been surreptitiously capturing photos of Nguyen and me, inadvertently propelling us into the spotlight at school, I figured I might as well fan the flames. By making the announcement now, I aim to extinguish any misguided intentions from those with ulterior motives. Yi Lei, sipping his salty porridge, spoke with an impassive expression. Song Yang and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, then, almost instinctively, reached for their phones to check the campus forum. At the very top of the forum, a freshly updated post caught their attention, garnering thousands of views in a mere 2 minutes, with comments numbering in the thousands below. Song Yang casually clicked on one of the comments, only to be infuriated by the remarks within. How could this Han Wan possibly be deserving of our campus heartthrob Yi? Her face is clearly artificially enhanced. Upvote this. Ladies, I have her information. I'll send each of you a copy later. Let us dig up some dirt on her. Oh, Yi Lei, the comments under your post are rather troubling, with many extreme girls insulting your girlfriend. What can we do? Shall we crawl through the internet to give them a good beating? Rest assured, I will handle this matter, since they dare to insult my girlfriend. They should realize that the internet is not a lawless realm. Do they think that they can slander others online without consequences? In half an hour, they will receive a legal notice from the Yi family. I want them to face legal repercussions. Having said that, Yi Lei calmly finished the last sip of his porridge and stood up. Instantly, Song Yang and his companions felt the atmosphere around them grow several degrees warmer. Although they were in an air-conditioned room, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. They quickly finished their breakfast and followed Yi Lei out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. Oh, Nguyen Jie, he just posted a status update. He publicly announced your relationship on the campus forum. Luo Yun exclaimed, glancing at her phone. I mean, Xiao Luo Yun, isn't it great that brother-in-law has made it official? Exactly. In my opinion, brother-in-law is just waiting for the right moment. I think Nguyen Jie and brother-in-law are simply waiting for the person who took the photos to release them. By announcing it now, they can quell any unwanted affections from others. I heard from the boys in our class that a senior from the third year barged into brother-in-law's dorm early this morning and ended up getting beaten up. All right. You three, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let it pass. Focusing on our studies is the priority, Han Wan chimed in. Peeking her head out from the restroom at the trio, engaged in fervent discussion. Nguyen Jie is right. We are here to learn valuable skills. But I think it's possible for Nguyen Jie to thrive even without attending university. Luo Yun waved her tiny fist, displaying an adorable smile. That's a fair point. Xiao Na and Wang Yuning chimed in unison after contemplating. What do you mean by a fair point? You three shouldn't speak so recklessly. Shyly peeked her head out from the restroom, addressing the three individuals with a bashful expression. Meanwhile, a thought crossed her mind. What should one do if they do not wish to attend online classes? She resolved to persevere, as there were 2 more chapters to tackle. The trio, upon witnessing the blushing visage of as she emerged from the restroom, could not suppress their laughter. Retreated back, continuing to wash her face. Yet the rosy hue on her cheeks lingered. Although her roommates were merely jesting, their inquiry prompted a deeper contemplation for, after all, the financial backing from her family and ensured that their future was secure, devoid of monetary concerns. Notably, hailed from the esteemed family, a prominent lineage in, whose total assets ranked among the highest in the nation. If all their ventures were converted into currency, it would suffice for generations to live without want. However, possessed a considerable amount of gold coins, and when translated into RMB, it likely surpassed the total wealth of the. Yet, thought to herself, why dwell on such matters? She was not the type to rely on her family's fortune to lead a life of idleness. She yearned to carve out her own path, believing that such an existence held true meaning. Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to dismiss those unfounded thoughts and focus on addressing the unexpected blemishes that had appeared on her face. Meanwhile, sitting in the classroom, was swiftly typing a message to his lawyer, requesting assistance in identifying the individuals behind the IP addresses that had insulted him and on the forum. After sending the message, he turned to his companions and said, "Gentlemen, I kindly ask for your help in locating those usernames that have defamed both and me. Remember, if they have insulted us, none should be spared. Let us track them down one by one and compile their names." As he spoke, Yilei produced 8 sheets of A4 paper, distributing 2 to each of Song Yang and the others. The group exchanged knowing nods, then, in unison, retrieved their phones and black pens, beginning their search. Before long, nearly half of the A4 sheets were filled with densely packed ID accounts. Yilei, undeterred, kept his head down, glancing at his phone before inscribing one ID after another onto the paper. This matter had escalated from the previous night to the morning, with nearly thousands of derogatory comments circulating. It took the 4 of them 2 class periods to compile a list of eligible ID accounts, after which they conducted a statistical analysis and promptly sent a photograph to Lawyer Wang. Then, in a moment of astonishment for Song Yang and the others, Yilei undertook an astonishing act. He transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. "Greetings to the seniors and incoming freshmen of Rome University. I am Yilei, the one who gained notoriety on the campus forum last night. I am aware that many may wish to thwart my relationship with my girlfriend, Han Wan. However, I fail to comprehend why. We have been together for over 2 years, and our romance is not a matter for your concern. Therefore, should anyone continue to slander or defame me and Han Wan on the campus forum, I shall respond uniformly, regardless of your wealth or poverty. You will receive a warning letter from my attorney. Of course, I anticipate that some male seniors among you may find this unacceptable. Nevertheless, it matters not. If anyone dares to oppose, I invite you to confront me in person. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall grant you the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with a senior named Wang Ba." With that, the transmission concluded, and Yilei maintained his indifferent demeanor. After all, no one in the entire school could withstand him for even half the duration of an incense stick, let alone a full one. Thus, he advised that only those shameless enough to approach him should refrain from resorting to forceful measures. "Well done, Lei. Your spiritual energy transmission is sufficient to instill fear. Indeed, given your strength, even members of the Elders' Hall might struggle to last half an incense stick against you. Please remove the word might." Yilei let out a faint smile and spoke. As the end of the workday approached, he remarked with enthusiasm, "Just one more chapter to go. Let's keep pushing." Chapter 127, Another Challenger Approaches. Sister Nwan's words carried an air of authority, reminiscent of the domineering CEOs often portrayed in novels. Earlier, when Yilei communicated, he addressed all the students in the school, which meant that Han Wan Luo Yun herself had also heard those words. Instantly, warmth filled Han Wan's heart. Having a boyfriend like Yilei provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. In a corner of the playground, a young subordinate, surrounded by his gang, questioned his leader. "Isn't that fellow Yilei a bit too arrogant? Does he not fear retribution? It seems he is unaware of who holds the reins in this school. Come, let us confront this Yilei. I am eager to see how he withstands even a single incense stick's worth of time." With that, the school bully rose, flanked by his followers, as a yellow soul ring distinctly appeared beneath his feet. "Lazy, how about we go out for lunch?" Chen Sitsuan inquired. "Sure. Order whatever you wish. It's on me." Jing Heng hesitated, his expression wavering as he stammered. "Could we possibly invite Xiao Na and the others?" "Of course. That is no issue at all. However, you and Lao Chun must seize the opportunity yourselves." Yilei smiled and directly revealed Jing Heng's inner thoughts. "Hey, Warmer, shall we go out for lunch?" "Sure. What do you want to eat?" "You decide. It makes no difference to me. Whichever place you choose, that's where we'll dine." "All right then. By the way, Jing Heng wanted to ask if your other 2 roommates would like to join us for lunch." "Oh, you mean Luo Yun and Xiao Na? Give me a moment. I'll check." 30 seconds later, they said yes. Then it's settled. "We'll meet at the school gate at 11:30. No one should be late." "So, what is the verdict? Did they agree?" Jing Heng eagerly leaned closer as Yilei put down her phone. "Look at you, so impatient." Rest assured, they agreed. "We'll gather at the school gate at 11:30. Yilei, unable to suppress a laugh at Jing Heng's anxious demeanor, remarked, "Look at Chun. He is not nearly as frantic as you are. Wouldn't you agree, Chin?" As he spoke, Yilei reached out and patted Chen Sitsuan's shoulder, inquiring further. "What happened?" Chen Sitsuan, startled, looked up at Yilei with a puzzled expression. I fear the sudden stillness of the air." Yi Lei and Jing Hang exchanged glances, both astonished to discover that Chen Sikong was not merely anxious. Rather, his mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of the little lowly Luo Yun. It was no wonder that he had unconsciously tuned out the conversation between Yi Lei and Jing Hang. Brother, I meant to suggest that we dine outside the campus at noon, with Han Wan and the others. Really? Is Luo Yun coming too? Upon hearing that Luo Yun would indeed be present, Chen Sitsong's spirits soared, and he adopted an expression strikingly similar to Jing Hang's. Ha ha, ha ha. At this juncture, Yi Lei and the others could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws, leaving Chen Sikong isolated and perplexed. Utterly unable to grasp the humor that had captivated the trio, his face a portrait of confusion. Brother, the person ahead is the one called Yi Lei. Suddenly, this remark shattered the joyful atmosphere shared by the four. Upon hearing someone call his name, Yi Lei slowly straightened up and glanced in the direction of the voice. Then, without paying much attention, he patted the shoulders of the other three and prepared to head towards the school gate. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you Yi Lei? And if I am, oh, you were quite arrogant just now. Well, here I am, not satisfied, seeking you out. I am eager to see how you will make me endure through even a single incense stick's worth of time. The leader, surrounded by his subordinates, spoke with brazen arrogance. Another one looking for a fight. Yi Lei smiled helplessly and coldly remarked, You're quite audacious to repeat that. After hearing Yi Lei's words, Yi Qi, the boss surrounded by his underlings, bellowed, Excuse me, senior, do you have a hearing problem? Must I repeat myself? Yi Lei spoke with an expressionless demeanor, his tone laced with profound sarcasm. You, bearing the surname Yi, have never endured such a disgrace. It appears you have no desire to continue at this institution. Should you be willing to relinquish the Hanshao flower, I might consider sparing you a leg. Yi Qishue's fury ignited, and his pupils instantly transformed into a blood-red hue. Wait. The change in his pupils, could it be that his martial spirit is of the primal kind? Upon observing the change in color of Yi Qishue's pupils, Yi Lei pondered for a moment. Yi Lei, what are you all doing here? Did we not agree to dine off campus? At that moment, Han Wan and her companions arrived. Gazing at Yi Qishue and the others standing before Yi Lei. Wanner, your timing is impeccable. This senior has openly declared his intention to pursue you. What do you propose we do about it? Yi Lei, with a forced smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, What? Someone daring enough to confront me directly in this manner still exists? Upon hearing this, Han Wan was instantly infuriated. Yi Lei, where's that person? I wish to freeze him into an eye sculpture right now. Ah, he is right there, observing you with an unabashed gaze. I am itching to impose justice upon him. As he spoke, Yi Lei clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air. Following his line of sight, Han Wan quickly spotted the man, Yi Qi, who was shamelessly scrutinizing her from head to toe. I must ask, senior, are you unwell? Staring at a girl in broad daylight. Are your faculties in disarray? Without hesitation, Han Wan shot back defiantly. Excellent. I relish this spirited and untamed girl. Initially, I had no intention of taking action against you, but now? The situation has changed. I shall impose double the punishment. Yi Lei could no longer contain himself and spoke directly. You have arrived just in time. The opposing side is filled entirely with first-ring soul masters. Let us all 8 charge forward together. After Yi Lei finished speaking, he leapt backward, landing firmly atop the head of the flame lord that had emerged from the ground. The intense heat radiating from him erupted instantaneously. Observing this, the remaining 7 no longer restrained themselves. At that moment, they activated their martial souls. Han Wan, previously discomforted by Yi Qishue's unabashed gaze, finally released her own martial soul, unleashing all her spirit rings. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from her back, with 3 spirit rings, 2 purple and 1 black, manifesting in succession. In an instant, the temperature around them fluctuated, colliding with the searing aura emanating from Yi Lei, creating an atmosphere of contrasting warmth and chill. Unsurprisingly, beneath the feet of the others lay 2,000-year spirit rings. Brother Yi, the opponents have a 1,000-year first ring. Are we certain we wish to engage them? Inquired one of Yi Qishue's closest subordinates, leaning towards him. Yes, of course we shall engage. However, let us temper that ye fellows' arrogance a bit, Yi Qishue replied, his crimson pupils darkening ominously. If we do not fight now, how can I maintain my title of Azrael at school? He declared, invoking the name that signified death and malevolence. Brothers, activate your martial souls. Whoever breaks one of Ye's legs first will receive 3 iron spirit coins from me. Yi Qixue generously lifted 3 iron spirit coins high into the air. The coins shimmered with a distinctive iron-silver hue under the sunlight, and upon seeing Yi Qixue display them, his entourage became invigorated, simultaneously activating their own martial souls. A glance around revealed that the feet of over a dozen individuals sparkled with yellow light. Yi Qixue surveyed the scene behind him and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, thanks to our family's connections with the military, we've amassed such a considerable number of spirit rings. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot overpower your 8. He remarked casually. Regardless of how softly Yi Qixue spoke, the formidable Yi Lei absorbed every word. The ties with the military suggested that his subordinate spirit rings couldn't all be sourced from the Elders' Hall. However, given the Elders' Hall's disposition, it was unlikely they would provide him with such a plethora of 100-year spirit rings. Even if they did, the quality would probably be limited to 1 or 200 years. As he pondered, Yi Lei discreetly activated his spirit beast detector to scan Yi Qixue's group. And as expected, he found that all of their spirit rings were only of 1 or 200 years, with not a single one reaching 300 years. Heh. Do you truly believe that your numerical advantage allows you to bully us 8? We could easily subdue your dozen-strong group without even unleashing our spirit abilities. Yi Lei let out a cold laugh and spoke. In the distance, some individuals began to gaze in this direction, even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. However, how could Yi Lei allow their petty antics to succeed? Without further ado, he activated the 4-fire heaven domain, enveloping both parties within its confines. The searing magma swiftly covered the ground, and a crimson energy shield rose, encompassing Yi Lei and his companions as well as Yi Qixue and his group. What is happening? What have you done? Yi Qixue exclaimed, noticing the alterations in the ground and sky beneath him. I haven't done anything, really. You wanted to gang up on me, didn't you? Very well, let us engage in a brawl. He retorted. How infuriating. Enough of your chatter, you lot. Get him. Break one of his legs. Yi Qixue gritted his teeth, pointing at Yi Lei, and his subordinates charged towards him with a roar. Utterly foolish. Han Nuan observed the unfolding scene, her aura growing colder. With a flap of her wings, she unleashed her second soul skill. A colossal ice blue eye appeared in the air. Several of Yi Qixue's subordinates, upon making eye contact, cried out in pain, clutching their eyes and collapsing to the ground in agony. The first soul skill, Divine Crocodile's Tail. Song Yang swiftly turned, and a massive crocodile tail lashed out, sending 3 of Yi Qixue's subordinates flying. They were propelled out of Yi Lei's domain, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the 4-fire heaven domain, instantly losing consciousness. Onlookers, witnessing the inexplicable appearance of the red barrier, reached out to touch it, only to recoil in shock as 3 figures suddenly burst forth from within. When they hit the ground, a loud thud echoed, and they lay there, unconscious. The spectators, disregarding their curiosity, rushed over to check on the fallen individuals. Jing Heng also made his move, employing the skill from the soul bone of the 50,000-year-old soul beast, the thunder magic tiger that he had absorbed days prior. He deliberately tempered the power of the skill, fearing it might turn those few into charred remains. A purple beam shot from Jing Heng's forehead, striking the ground and instantly manifesting an electrified thunder net upon the earth. A few of the younger disciples, caught off guard, were struck with force, instantly leaping and performing an impromptu tap dance due to the shock. Merely 3 individuals took action. Yet they rendered over a dozen of Yi Qixue's subordinates utterly defenseless. This is inconceivable. How could my disciples? Yi Qixue exclaimed in astonishment, observing the 2 groups of his subordinates who were either clutching their heads and wailing or dancing in place. How can this be inconceivable? Did you not proclaim your intent to engage in a brawl? Why is it that when we accepted your challenge, you still remain unconvinced? Yi Lei watched as Yi Qixue's subordinates were subdued before finally speaking up. However, his voice, warm and comforting to the other 7, transformed into a chilling, murderous tone in Yi Qixue's ears. This frightened Yi Qixue so much that he scrambled toward the edge of the barrier. Just as he thought he could escape through the barrier, his head collided violently with it, producing a resounding thud. He fell to the ground, but quickly sprang back up. Unfortunately for him, Yi Lei's domain skill, the 4-fire heaven, turned the ground into molten lava. This caused Yi Qixue to land squarely on his backside, resulting in 2 large holes being burned into his pants, exposing his pale flesh. Did I ever say you could leave? You stirred up this trouble and now wish to flee without resolving it. Your temperament is just like Ma Tianming's. Yi Lei floated gracefully above the Flame Lord, gliding towards Yi Qixue. What? After taunting without taking responsibility, do you intend to flee? Is there truly such a cowardly individual, lacking even a semblance of masculinity? Yi Qixue, with both hands clutching his behind, turned around in genuine alarm, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself unable to contain himself, and he lost control. For what he beheld was Yi Lei's waist adorned with four shimmering soul rings emanating a dark glow. Hey, what do you mean by that? Please do not tarnish my domain. The stench is overpowering. Yi Lei wrinkled his nose in distaste, asserting that one cannot claim the title of a formidable opponent without the requisite strength. Senior, the world is not as simple as you perceive. Do not assume that wealth equates to supremacy. There are many who possess greater fortunes than yours. Now, begone swiftly and cease to intrude upon my life. Otherwise, I shall sever your two legs. Yi Lei delivered a powerful slap that sent Yi Qixue flying, subsequently dismantling the four-fire sky domain. Upon witnessing the crimson barrier vanish, the onlookers peered curiously inside, only to behold several individuals rendered utterly disheveled by electricity, while others knelt on the ground, trembling and clutching their heads. Their astonishment reached a crescendo when they spotted another figure, prompting an involuntary exclamation from the crowd. Isn't that the school bully? The one who refers to himself as Azrael? Indeed, it is. As the spectators processed the scene, murmurs arose. Surely, those 8 individuals can't be new students, can they? My goodness, will they not suffer for it? One voice interjected, I doubt it. Those 8 seem capable of holding their own against Yi Qixue and his 10 compatriots, as evidenced by their prowess. Among the throng, 2 distinct voices emerged, one expressing concern for Yi Lei and his companion's future at the school, while the other reveled in the justice served to Yi Qixue and Ma Tianming, who had previously misused their wealth to sow chaos. Yi Lei, was that truly the right course of action? I heard that individual is the eldest son of the Yi family. Han Wan inquired softly, gazing up at him. The Yi family? Are you referring to the clan involved in arms dealing? Yes, and as far as I know, all heirs of the Yi lineage possess the blood-red eyes as their martial souls. Blood-red eyes? What sort of intrinsic martial soul is that? Han Wan pondered, recalling details. I believe they must consume the blood of soul beasts to cultivate their soul power. Their abilities are augmented through this means. Nonetheless, as long as they refrain from consuming human blood, their essence may not be inherently malevolent. However, should their family resort to human blood to enhance their strength, they shall find no mercy from me. The last individual who harnessed human blood to activate soul techniques was reduced to cinders. Yi Lei spoke with deep resentment, recalling a month ago when 6 individuals sent by the 6th elder arrived, among whom were a pair of twin brothers, both wielding the soul of the blood demon hawk. One of them possessed a 3rd soul skill that required the absorption of human blood to activate. That fateful night, 3 police officers perished under the devastating power of his soul skill. Now that it has come to light that the Yi family, particularly Yi Qixue, practices soul cultivation through the absorption of blood, it cannot be dismissed that they may secretly indulge in the heinous act of murder to quench their thirst for blood. If they too partake in the absorption of human blood for their cultivation, it would imply that the entire Yi family, young and old, has succumbed to the path of the evil soul masters. However, it matters not. If their soul rituals demand the use of human blood to function, then they should not blame me for my lack of mercy. I would not hesitate to allow my infernal twin blades and the blue-silver emperor spear to be stained with the blood of those despicable individuals. Yi Lei spoke in a calm manner, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of pure murderous intent. The recent unilateral domination we displayed will undoubtedly make us well known within the school, yet it will also deter anyone from harassing us further. How delightful that is. I have always detested the way that Senior gazes at me. His stare is far too blatant. At times, I wish I could blind him with my own hands. Upon mentioning this, Han Wan raised her petite, pink fist and swung it through the air a few times. All right. If such a time were to arise, I would never allow your hands to be tainted with their filthy blood. Let the task of dealing with them rest upon my shoulders as a gentleman. Yi Lei affectionately stroked Han Wan's hair, softly whispering. Among the 8 individuals, 2 couples were in front, immersed in their tender exchanges and displaying their affection, leaving the remaining 4 in a rather forlorn state. This was particularly true for Chen Sitsuan and Jing Hang, who found themselves enamored with the very girls in the lead, yet dared not approach them. They could only quietly trail behind, watching as Luo Yun and Xiao Na frolicked with each other, their eyes brimming with yearning. Yilei inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of the gazes exchanged between the two boys. Alas, Nwaner, I have now realized that the way Chen Sihong and Jing Hang look at those two girls is rather inappropriate. Yilei smiled at Han Nuan, casually taking her small hand as he spoke. I am uncertain about the attitudes of your two roommates and whether they harbor any feelings for them. As for that, I cannot divulge any information. However, I believe Qiao Na would likely accept Jing Hang, but our little Luo Yun is merely 16 years old, and it seems her family is opposed to her engaging in early romantic relationships. What? Only 16? Yilei gasped in surprise, instinctively turning his head to glance behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Yilei, you big oaf, why are you staring at that little girl? Han Wan, noticing Yilei's hesitation, playfully chided him, punctuating her words with a playful pinch at his waist before striding forward. Feeling the sting at his side, Yilei snapped back to reality, catching sight of Han Wan. Arms crossed, briskly walking ahead. He gingerly touched the spot where she had pinched him. To Yilei, the pressure was not painful, merely akin to a mosquito bite, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. Amused by this, he smiled and quickened his pace, soon catching up to Han Wan. However, as he approached, attempting to wrap his arm around her shoulders, she stubbornly shook off his hand and accelerated her steps. Mwana, all right, I admit my fault. He chuckled helplessly, his right hand waving gently as a strand of blue-silver vine silently emerged, delicately entwining around Han Wan's slender waist. Yilei gently pulled, bringing Han Wan into his embrace, enveloping her in a tender princess carry. Han Wan, who had been fuming, suddenly felt something wrap around her waist. Before she could react, she was abruptly tugged backward, landing securely in a warm embrace. This startled Han Wan to the verge of manifesting her martial spirit. However, upon recognizing the person who had lifted her, that thought dissipated in an instant. She turned her face away, letting out a soft, playful hum. Yilei gazed at the delicate and soft girl in his embrace, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Yet, almost instantaneously, he suppressed this fervent desire. Mwana, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? As he spoke, Yilei lowered his head, burying it in Han Wan's neck, inhaling her unique fragrance. At that moment, Yilei noticed something peculiar. The fervor he had just subdued surged back within him, incessantly conveying a yearning in his mind, which was. Yilei harnessed his soul power once more, suppressing the intense heat that surged within him. This time, he utilized the abilities of the blue-silver emperor to confine that searing sensation firmly within his dantian. Nevertheless, his actions remained unchanged as he continued to carry Han Wan in a princess hold, making their way towards the barbecue restaurant. Yilei, there are so many people here. Please put me down, Han Wan exclaimed, noticing the multitude of curious gazes directed at her. No, what does it matter how many people there are? I've already made our relationship public, and our families have met. What is there to fear? Yilei replied with calm assurance. After all, as long as I remain unfazed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Oh, please just set me down already. I've forgiven you. Isn't that enough? Then let me hold you a little longer. Yilei insisted firmly. At this point, no matter what Han Wan said, Yilei refused to let her down. Observing this, Han Wan ceased her resistance. Instead, encircling Yilei's neck with her arms and resting her head upon his shoulder, her eyes gently closing. At that moment, Han Wan shifted her perspective. Since she was being held this way, she might as well save her energy from walking. After all, she was quite hungry for a good meal. Once they reached the barbecue restaurant, she intended to treat Yilei to an indulgent feast to satisfy her appetite. After maintaining this position for several minutes, Han Wan, lulled by the warmth of Yilei's embrace, began to drift into a gentle slumber. However, a sudden remark from Yilei jolted her awake. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? P.S. Only 2 chapters left until the end of the workday. Keep it up. September 20th, Chapter 132, The Awkwardness of a 3-Bedroom Apartment. Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? A sudden remark from Yilei nearly sent Han Wan away on the spot. She abruptly opened her eyes to find Yi Junqing and her husband standing at the entrance of the barbecue shop, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles as they gazed at her. At this moment, Han Wan no longer wished to remain in Yilei's embrace. She squirmed restlessly. Yet Yilei showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, his grip tightened, rendering her unable to free herself. Realizing her protests were futile, Han Wan's clever mind sparked an idea. She closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment, then turned her tear-filled gaze towards Tang Yuqing. The once smiling Tang Yuqing's expression changed in an instant. She dashed forward and grasped Yi Lei's ear with a firm grip, exclaiming loudly, "Yi, have you grown restless? How dare you bully my future daughter-in-law?" Before Yi Lei could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. He then turned to see his mother, one hand on her hip, glaring at him with wide-open eyes. This gaze sent a chill down his spine. Yi Lei glanced at the girl in his arms, and in the moment their eyes met, he understood everything. Observing Han Wan gazing at him with those innocent eyes, Yi Lei realized that his girlfriend had indeed sought a solid backing, and she had chosen the most formidable one. He could only reluctantly comply with his mother's orders and set Han Wan back on the ground. The moment her feet touched the floor, Han Wan hurriedly hid behind Yi Lei, too shy to face her future in-laws, feeling so awkward she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Sisters, she thought. Being held by my boyfriend makes me want to sleep, but then I run into my future in-laws. How embarrassing. Who understands? Han Wan even mentally drafted a post for her social media. "Oh right, Mom, what is your and Dad's soul power level? Have you reached level 30 yet?" Yi Lei also noticed Han Wan's shy demeanor and swiftly diverted the conversation. "Alas, it's better if you don't mention it. The moment you do, my temper flares. For over a month now, your father has insisted on dragging me into training, nearly exhausting me." At the mere mention of training, Tang Yunqing's anger surged. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Junqing, who stood behind her, Yi Junqing feigned ignorance, extending her hand to embrace Tang Yunqing's waist, sporting a foolish grin. The remaining 6 stood behind Yi Lei, observing the scene before them. Song Yang and Wang Yunling seemed unfazed, yet it was a different story for the 2 solitary souls. Chen Sison and Jing Hang. They had merely intended to endure the display of affection from their 2 brothers. But now the presence of the Yi Group's president and his wife before them was yet another exhibition of love, igniting their longing to be close to their own girlfriends, only to realize they had none. Thus, Chen Sison and Jing Hang could only desperately cast glances towards Luo Yun and Xiao Na, seeking a semblance of solace in their presence. "So, Mom, has your and Dad's spiritual power surpassed level 30? Yi Lei sighed and inquired helplessly, "Alas, my son. Both your mother and I have long surpassed the threshold of level 30. We are now on the verge of reaching level 33. Yi Junqing replied. "Reaching level 30 is sufficient. Parents, please let me know when you are free, and I will assist you in hunting suitable soul beasts. If you have time. My mother and I are both available this week. Just inform us if you are not busy." Yi Junqing remarked, "All right, I understand, Dad. Now, consider what direction you wish to take for your 3rd soul skill. Should it be focused on enhancement, defense, or offense?" Yi Lei inquired, "My dear son, could you assist your mother in acquiring an enhancement-type soul skill? There are moments when it would be quite beneficial." Tang Yunqing suddenly interjected, placing particular emphasis on the phrase "at times." Yi Lei instantly comprehended the profound implications behind his mother's words, and then he used